Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. Lin Ze, an ordinary high school student, unexpectedly acquired a mysterious golden finger, a system that allows him to view and enhance both his and his pet beast's attributes. This system not only displays his soul strength, physique, and other attributes, but also reveals the evolutionary paths and hidden potential of his pet beasts. From that moment, his destiny took a dramatic turn. The story begins with Lin Ze having just formed a contract with a pet beast called Xiao Shueqiu, which appears to be a weak ice-type creature. However, through the system, he discovers that Xiao Shueqiu has two hidden evolutionary paths, one that enhances its close combat abilities, the Giant Route, and another that enhances its affinity with ice elements, the Queen Route. This revelation makes Lin Ze realize that Xiao Shueqiu is not merely an flevel pet beast but a partner with immense potential. With the system's help, Lin Ze quickly enhances his abilities. He uses achievement points provided by the system to not only boost his soul strength and physique, but also successfully evolve Xiao Shueqiu into an Ice Crystal Soul, a pet beast with powerful ice skills. The Ice Crystal Soul's strength far surpasses that of pet beasts of his age, allowing Lin Ze to stand out in the Beast Master Association's Apprentice Qualification Assessment, passing the Super Difficulty Test and becoming an Apprentice Beast Master. However, Lin Ze's strength doesn't stop there. By chance, he encounters a fourth-tier pet beast named Xuan Nu, who not only possesses great power but also has the potential to evolve into a Frost Blue Maiden. Lin Ze contracts Xuan Nu without hesitation, further boosting his strength. During the Ningjiang Academy's entrance examination, Lin Ze demonstrates astonishing prowess. He defeats numerous candidates with overwhelming superiority, earning the title of top freshman. Moreover, he accomplishes the Academy's Steel Challenge, a feat never achieved before, becoming a legendary figure at the Academy. Lin Ze's strength is not only reflected in the evolution of his pet beasts, he also possesses a remarkable talent for soul arts. In a battle against second-year students, he successfully defeats his opponent by skillfully combining soul arts with the seamless cooperation of his pet beasts, showcasing his comprehensive abilities as a beast master. Throughout the story's progression, Lin Ze meets many friends, including his childhood friend Guanning, and Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian, whom he befriends at the academy. Together, they experience many adventures and grow alongside each other. Lin Ze not only aids them in terms of strength, but also provides support and encouragement on an emotional level. However, Lin Ze's journey is not without its challenges. He faces pressures and challenges from various fronts, including jealousy and hostility from other beast masters and complex relationships within the academy. Yet, with his wisdom and courage, he overcomes these obstacles one by one, continuously striving towards higher goals. In the story's climax, Lin Ze showcases his astounding abilities in the Glory virtual realm. He rapidly ascends the rankings, ultimately breaking into the top 100, becoming the focus of all players. His strength and talent leave everyone in awe, solidifying his status as a legendary figure at Ningjiang Academy. That's the recap of Part 1's plot. I hope you enjoy today's Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching it, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now let's dive into the plot of Part 2. The stone-condensing dragon flew at an incredible speed, reaching the vicinity of the Rift Valley in a matter of moments. Lin Ze decided to land behind a hillside about 200 or 300 meters from the valley entrance to avoid alerting the Red Moon Society. He then retracted the conspicuous stone-condensing dragon, leaving only Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit to guard him. What should we do next? Yi Fujing turned to Lin Ze and asked. Let's enter the valley first. Lin Ze replied solemnly. Although this operation was a Spiro-Themet decision, and they were unfamiliar with the situation inside the valley, they had no choice but to play it by ear. Yi Fujing nodded in agreement and cautiously followed Lin Ze toward the Rift Valley. Surprisingly, there were no bloodline ants within a few hundred meters of the valley entrance, contrasting sharply with the scene of ant swarms in the distance, as if these ant swarms were deliberately avoiding this territory that originally belonged to them. Could there be something inside that even the ant swarms fear? Lin Ze wondered to himself. Once inside the valley, the sight before them was shocking. The entire valley resembled a battlefield relic. The ground was uneven, with dried dark brown bloodstains and fragments of red-striped shells everywhere. Bloodline ants may consume the corpses of their kind, but they never attack their living counterparts. These bloodline ants must have been killed by humans, Yi Fujing observed carefully. Considering the bloodline ants spread over a 10-kilometer radius, ordinary adventurers wouldn't dare to venture here, making it almost certain who had caused this. Just as Lin Ze was about to speak, he suddenly tensed up. Someone's coming. With his greatly enhanced soul strength, his perception had improved significantly, allowing him to clearly sense multiple people approaching. Though surprised, Yi Fujing immediately cooperated with Lin Ze and hid behind a nearby rock. Soon, footsteps could be heard approaching. Seeing Yi Fujing's astonished expression, Lin Ze knew that even this silver-ranked beast master hadn't expected his perception to be so sharp. Yi Fujing quickly took out a small mirror and cautiously extended her hand to observe the newcomers. The mirror revealed 4 people in dark robes approaching, exuding a sinister and maniacal aura, accompanied by 13 demonic beasts of the 5th and 6th tiers, including rift demons, ape demons, and tomb demons. This lineup isn't too difficult to handle, but the key is to avoid alerting any potential Red Moon Society members hiding in the valley, Lin Ze thought. The two exchanged glances and acted in unison. Yi Fujing first unleashed a soul force impact, an invisible wave of soul power instantly knocking the unsuspecting fallen ones and their beasts to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ze fired 2 soul arrows, precisely hitting 2 of the fallen ones in the face. Despite their soul guard being activated, it was as fragile as paper against Lin Ze's powerful soul techniques, shattering instantly. The heads of the 2 fallen ones exploded, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the remaining fallen ones in utter horror, and even Yi Fujing was greatly shocked. These 2 were at least bronze level, possibly even silver level beast masters, yet their soul guard offered no resistance against Lin Ze's soul arrows. The power of the soul arrow was utterly terrifying, leaving no chance for even a second of resistance. Yi Fujing stood in shock, her mind completely blank as she watched the scene unfold before her. Was this soul arrow of the 7th or 8th level? Its fearsome power far exceeded her understanding. Lin Ze, however, was accustomed to such displays. An 8th level soul arrow could effortlessly obliterate a 6th tier pet beast, and breaking through the soul guardians of 2 ordinary fallen ones was a mere trifle. Since his last battle with the bloodline ant leader, his mastery of soul techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds. He could now fire soul arrows in rapid succession, without needing even a second of cooldown. As the 2 fallen ones collapsed, their contracted demon beasts vanished like bubbles. Only then did the remaining 2 fallen ones snap back to reality, hastily commanding their beasts to shield them as they retreated a few steps, faces pale with fear. Damn it! What kind of soul technique is that? It can shatter soul guardians in an instant. It looks like a soul arrow. Nonsense. How could a soul arrow have such power? The 2 quickly found an excuse to escape. Whatever it is, there's an adventurer in the valley. We must report to the steward immediately. But it was too late. Ice and lightning intertwined into a storm, sweeping away all the demon beasts. The 5th and 6th tier beasts were annihilated without a chance to fight back. The 2 fallen ones trembled like leaves, standing there with ashen faces, their lips quivering as they managed to stammer out, 7th tier. The 2 fallen ones were completely unprepared for the fact that the adventurers attacking them had multiple 7th tier pet beasts. Seeing their demonic pets wiped out, they lost the will to resist, standing frozen in place with expressions of horror. Yi Fujing snapped out of her shock, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to face one of the fallen ones, squinting as she questioned, "Are you with the Red Moon Society?" The fallen one hesitated for a moment, and the thunder pattern automaton next to him immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking his head with precision. As the electric light flickered, the man convulsed and fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Without a glance, Yi Fujing turned to the other fallen one and repeated her question. Having witnessed what happened to his companion, the latter hastily nodded in terror, admitting to it. "What are you doing here?" "WWE were ordered to conduct experiments here. Experiments to hatch and cultivate the wailing flesh," the fallen one stammered in reply. Lin Ze and Yi Fujing exchanged a look of astonishment. As beast masters, they were quite familiar with demonic pet beasts. After all, to facilitate capturing the fallen ones, the association had made all known demonic pet beasts publicly available and continuously updated the information. However, the name wailing flesh was entirely unfamiliar to them. Through further interrogation, they gradually uncovered the truth. This was a new type of demonic pet beast recently discovered by the Red Moon Society in the ruins, with a particularly unique method of expansion proliferating through self-division. The adult form could reach up to 6th tier, 5th stage. The Red Moon Society had invested considerable resources into cultivation experiments, aiming to rapidly amass a large amount of 6th tier combat power. Since the cultivation required a large amount of flesh, they had chosen the Rift Valley in the Myriad Insect Secret Realm as the experiment site. Not only were there countless blood thread ants available for consumption, but more importantly, once cultivation succeeded, they could directly attack the Ningjiang City Association branch through the Secret Realm entrance. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions turned grim. If this conspiracy succeeded, the association branch would suffer severe losses. Yi Fujing gritted her teeth and signaled the thunder pattern automaton to knock out the fallen one. She then woke up the previous one for verification, and after receiving the same confession, knocked him out again. "What do you plan to do next?" she asked Lin Ze. Lin Ze fell into deep thought. The safest course of action would be to immediately return and report, but considering the long distance, the Red Moon Society could likely notice their companion's disappearance and act hastily. According to the confession, they had already cultivated over 400 wailing flesh beasts, a force capable of causing significant casualties. After contemplating for a moment, a determined look appeared in Lin Ze's eyes. We're going to the Red Moon Society's hideout in the caverns. Yi Fujing showed hesitation. According to the confession, there were 8 more fallen ones in the caverns, one of whom was a Red Moon Society steward commanding several 7th-tier demonic pet beasts. Even if they joined forces, facing such a lineup along with over 400 wailing flesh beasts, their chances of success were extremely slim. Noticing Yi Fujing's change in expression, Lin Ze spoke with determination. Don't worry, I have a plan. If things go wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Yi Fujing looked at him in surprise, her instincts telling her that Lin Ze was not just boasting. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded emphatically. All right, let's confront these lunatics. The two of them immediately had the fallen ones lead the way. Under the threat of death, the two captives had no choice but to comply. The caverns were located deep in the Rift Valley, with the entrance hidden in a corner of the mountain wall, surrounded by jagged rocks that concealed it well enough that it would be impossible to find without careful searching. That's the entrance to the caverns, one of the fallen ones said, pointing to the dark opening. The deep darkness seemed like the gaping maw of a beast, inspiring fear in anyone who looked at it. Is this the only entrance? Lin Ze asked. Yes, this was originally a blood thread ant nest. We haven't been here long enough to carve out new exits, the fallen one replied with a fawning smile. We've led you here, so now can we? Before he could finish, Lin Ze moved like lightning, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. With a physique enhanced to 14.2, the force of the blow was comparable to that of a 4th-tier pet beast. Without the protection of a soul guardian, a mortal body could not withstand it. With a crack, the man's neck twisted 90 degrees, killing him instantly. The other fallen one was horrified at the sight and tried to flee, but the Earth Spirit's giant hand descended from the sky, swatting him away. While still in midair, the sound of bones shattering echoed from his body, and blood spurted out. He was dead before he even hit the ground. Lin Ze's sudden action did surprise Yi Fujing, but she quickly showed an expression of approval. She felt no pity for these heinous degenerates. Such a death was already too lenient for them. After dealing with the two degenerates, they immediately headed to the cave entrance. Beyond the entrance lay a passage about 2 meters wide, with walls covered in faintly glowing phosphorescent moss. From deep within the passage came sounds resembling wailing cries, enough to send chills down one's spine. Lin Ze and Yi Fujing exchanged a glance and, with a shared understanding, retracted their beast companions and cautiously proceeded forward. The dim passage was empty, save for the mottled dark brown bloodstains and shattered shell fragments on the ground, hinting at untold stories. After about 10 minutes, they reached an opening at the end of the passage. By now, the wailing was clearly audible, mixed with the unnerving sounds of chewing. Lin Ze hid behind a stone wall, carefully peering out. The scene before them was nauseating. Hundreds of grotesque flesh monsters were huddled on the ground, voraciously tearing into the corpses of bloodline ants. Each bite sent flesh flying, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Even with Lin Ze's composure, he felt his stomach churn. Beside him, Yi Fujing's face had turned pale, her teeth clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath to suppress the discomfort, Lin Ze scrutinized the cave. He soon noticed the degenerates standing at the edges. 7 of them were scattered in small groups, some silent, others whispering, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome scene. Surrounding them were over 20 demonic beast companions standing guard. Although there was one fewer than the captives had reported, Lin Ze decided to act immediately. After confirming with Yi Fujing, he leaped into action without hesitation. The stone dragon appeared just in time to support him, its wings beating as it swooped towards the degenerates 200 meters away. The degenerates quickly noticed the approaching enemy and activated their soul shields, their faces showing disdainful smirks. However, before their demonic beasts could complete the encirclement, Lin Ze had already fired 2 soul arrows, instantly piercing the heads of 2 degenerates. In the blink of an eye, 2 more degenerates were dead. The remaining 3 finally realized the danger of their opponent and hastily summoned their beasts for protection. One of them pulled out a horn and blew it, causing all the wailing flesh monsters to halt their feast, their hollow eyes all turning towards Lin Ze. With piercing screams, hundreds of flesh monsters surged forward. Fortunately, Yi Fujing arrived in time, and her thunder-patterned puppet unleashed a storm of lightning, the electric rain reducing the frontmost monsters to char, while dozens more convulsed from the shock. The wailing was filled with an uncontrollable agony. Lin Ze seized the opportunity created by Yi Fujing, swiftly summoning Xiaoxue to intercept the remaining demon beasts, while he rode the stone condensing dragon straight towards the fallen. Capture the leader to break the enemy, this was his tactical choice. By taking down these fallen, not only would the demon beasts vanish, but the uncontrolled howling flesh would become easy prey. The level 8 soul arrow gave Lin Ze a significant advantage. This ability to instantly penetrate an opponent's soul shield and achieve a one-hit kill was a tactical option he couldn't have imagined before upgrading his soul arrow. The three fallen, seeing this harbinger of death approaching, were terrified and hastily unleashed soul arts in an attempt to block him. However, their shallow mastery of soul arts proved futile, only causing slight ripples on Lin Ze's soul shield before dissipating into nothing. Despair spread in their eyes. Seconds later, three headless bodies fell heavily to the ground. Without looking back, Lin Ze immediately turned his attention to the howling flesh surrounding them. With their controllers gone, the demon horde descended into chaos. These frenzied demon beasts lacked any sense of coordination, charging blindly and even trampling over each other. Lin Ze and Yi Fujing quickly exploited this weakness, using the cave's spaciousness to lure them into trampling one another. In just 5 minutes, over 100 howling flesh beasts perished from the chaos and mutual trampling. Had it not been for the concern that the cave's low ceiling might collapse under the strain, Lin Ze would have considered taking to the air on the stone condensing dragon, which would have undoubtedly increased the slaughter's efficiency. The howling flesh creatures are 6th-tier pet beasts. If the hundreds of them in the cave had attacked in an organized manner, even Xiaoxue and the thunder pattern puppet working together would have struggled to fend them off. Fortunately, Lin Ze promptly dealt with the fallen, preventing them from commanding this terrifying army. After 10 minutes of intense battle, more than half of the howling flesh creatures in the cave had been defeated. The two of them stopped dodging and began to counterattack. Xiaoxue unleashed the frost blue domain, instantly transforming the cave into a world of ice and snow. The already sluggish howling flesh creatures became even more cumbersome under the frost. The thunder pattern puppet seized the opportunity, and a dense storm of lightning swept across the battlefield, bringing down a large number of demon pet beasts with a thunderous crash. Watching the two 7th-tier pet beasts mow down the enemies like harvesting wheat, Yi Fujing was momentarily lost in thought. What she had expected to be a bloody battle turned out surprisingly smooth. The enemy's main force was completely annihilated, and neither she nor Lin Ze had suffered a scratch. Yi Fujing couldn't help but glance at Lin Ze beside her, knowing that all of this was thanks to his decisive action in killing the fallen. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly turned his head toward the cave entrance. A figure darted in like lightning, a gaunt man in a dark robe. When he saw the devastation in the cave, his eyes turned blood red, and his twisted face was filled with murderous intent. Damned brats! I'll skin you alive. Beside the man, two 7th-tier demon pet beasts appeared in a flash of light. A massive, house-sized black tentacle monster called Dark Tendril Master, and a humanoid figure composed of multicolored flames known as Blaze Spirit. The two beasts charged at Lin Ze and Yi Fujing without hesitation. Xiaoxue and the thunder pattern puppet immediately engaged them. The thunder pattern puppet faced off against the Dark Tendril Master, but was quickly outmatched due to the disparity in power. Xiaoxue, though only at the first stage of the 7th tier, held her ground against the Blaze Spirit, which was at the 2nd or 3rd stage, thanks to her exceptional combat prowess. Zhao Yan looked at the ground littered with the corpses of howling flesh creatures, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The Red Moon Society's heavily invested army was destroyed, and the attack plan was a complete failure. The thought of punishment from the higher-ups made him shudder. Recognizing Lin Ze, Zhao Yan was even more furious. This was the second time this kid had ruined his plans. Zhao Yan let out a cold laugh and summoned his last trump card, a special howling flesh creature, twice the size and blood red all over. This 7th-tier demon pet beast charged at Lin Ze with a thunderous roar, and the stone dragon of condensation immediately countered with death's grasp, only to have its giant hand shattered with a single punch. Yi Fujing gasped in shock, clearly not expecting the opponent to have such a powerful 7th-tier pet beast hidden away. Damn it, we've been tricked. Yi Fujing bit her lip, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. According to the confessions of the two fallen captives, Zhao Yan was supposed to have only 2 levels even pet beasts, which was why they dared to venture into the Split Mountain Valley. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yan had a 3rd levels even pet beast hidden away. Lin Ze squinted, quickly analyzing the situation. He believed the fallen captives weren't lying. Two separately interrogated prisoners couldn't have conspired to lie about the same detail. It was more likely that even they didn't know Zhao Yan had recently contracted this new pet beast. After all, the Red Moon Society's howling flesh cultivation experiment had only just begun, and this giant howling flesh was probably a recent acquisition for Zhao Yan. Could this guy have advanced to a gold beast tamer? Lin Ze muttered to himself. On the battlefield, the Earth Spirit and the condensed stone dragon were locked in fierce combat with the giant howling flesh. Although these two high-level 6th-stage pet beasts had combat power far beyond their peers, they were struggling against a levels-even demon pet beast. If they were ordinary 6th-stage pet beasts, they would have been defeated instantly. At least level 7, stage 3 or 4. Yi Fujing clenched her fist in frustration. Victory seemed within reach, yet they encountered such an unexpected challenge, and Zhao Yan's strength far exceeded their expectations. If they couldn't defeat the giant howling flesh, they might not survive the day. In desperation, Yi Fujing summoned her remaining 3 level 6 pet beasts to join the fight. However, their power was far inferior to the Earth Spirit and the condensed stone dragon, and one was instantly killed by the giant howling flesh. To their horror, the corpse was immediately devoured by the demon, and with a chilling crunch, the wounds on the giant howling flesh began to visibly heal. It's useless. Mere level 6 pet beasts are just fodder for my howling flesh. Zhao Yan sneered, his gaze filled with a twisted pleasure. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die very slowly, peeling off your skin bit by bit, letting you writhe and wail in agony, and finally, my howling flesh will feast on your flesh and bones. Yi Fujing shuddered, having never encountered such a twisted fallen one. Just then, Lin Ze's calm voice reached her ears. Don't worry, I won't let him succeed. Yi Fujing looked at Lin Ze in surprise, unable to understand how he could remain so calm in such a dire situation. Zhao Yan scoffed at Lin Ze's words, just a kid with a sharp tongue. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He was already fantasizing about torturing Lin Ze, his face flushed with a sickly excitement, unconsciously licking his lips. Ignoring Zhao Yan's taunts, Lin Ze quietly opened a pet beast panel visible only to himself. The Earth Spirit was currently at level 6, stage 9, with a growth rate of 41.25. Without hesitation, he spent 300 achievement points to increase the growth rate to 51.25. In an instant, the Earth Spirit broke through to level 7, stage 1. At the same time, the conditions to unlock a new skill, Crystal Shield, were met. An advanced skill of Rock Guard, capable of summoning Earth Elemental crystals to surround and protect from attacks. Unlocking it required a 50 growth rate and 600 achievement points. Lin Ze immediately chose to unlock this skill. Name: Spirit of the Earth. Element: Earth. Level: Stage 7, Level 1. Growth rate: 51.25. Skills: Earthquake Wave, Boulder Smash, Rock Burst, Crystal Shield, Mountain Collapse. Divine Path. Next evolution form is Rock Sentinel. Evolution requirements: 100 growth rate, 10 lower grade Earth Elemental Source Stones, 3 Boundless Earth. In the heat of battle, the spirit of the Earth's form suddenly paused. Then, a violent surge of energy erupted from within, sending shockwaves in all directions. The force was so immense that every beast on the battlefield involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Yi Fujing and Zhao Yan stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The aura surrounding the spirit of the Earth surged visibly, ascending to a whole new realm in an instant. Stage 7. A powerful pressure filled the entire cave. Yi Fujing's mouth dropped open in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, while Zhao Yan's expression twisted as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Zhao Yan exclaimed. It actually broke through during battle? What kind of luck is this? While it's not unheard of for beasts to break through in battle, Zhao Yan never imagined it would happen at such a critical moment, and to his opponent, no less. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. The spirit of the Earth let out a thunderous roar, and a shimmering translucent yellow shield enveloped it. This impenetrable barrier exuded an aura of indestructible solidity, a newly unlocked skill crystal shield. Roar. The battle resumed. This crystal shield was several times stronger than the previous rock guard. Even the massive howling flesh struggled to breach it. With this formidable shield leading the charge, the situation for the other beasts improved significantly, stabilizing what had been a precarious situation. Yi Fujing watched the fierce battle in a daze, then turned to Lin Ze, her expression filled with bewilderment. Yi Fujing never expected that Lin Ze would actually pull it off. Not only did he reverse the extremely unfavorable situation, but he also once again demonstrated his extraordinary abilities. Zhao Yan, on the other hand, was livid, his fists clenched tightly. Don't think this will save you. My crying flesh beast is not something a mere newly advanced 7th-tier pet can defeat. As a battle-hardened beastmaster, Zhao Yan instantly recognized that although the Earth Spirit had broken through to the 7th tier, its rank was only at the first stage, not even comparable to the Dark Touch Lord or the Flame Body Spirit, let alone his giant crying flesh beast. The longer the battle dragged on, the more the scales of victory would tip in his favor. Reality soon proved his assessment correct. After 4 to 5 minutes of intense fighting, the Earth Spirit's crystalline defense was finally shattered by the giant crying flesh beast. The cooldown for such a defensive skill far exceeded that of attack skills, making it impossible to use again in a short time. With its strongest defense compromised, the Earth Spirit immediately found itself in a dire situation. Yi Fujing's face darkened, and Lin Ze shook his head in resignation. As the level of pet beasts increased, the gap in power due to rank differences grew wider. At the 6th tier, the Earth Spirit could still hold its own against opponents 2 ranks higher, and Xiao Shui and the condensed stone dragon could even battle against those 3 or 4 ranks higher. But at the 7th tier, facing the giant crying flesh beast just 2 ranks higher, the earth spirit struggled to maintain its ground. By the 8th tier, even overcoming a single rank difference would become exceedingly difficult. I said, "You won't leave here alive today." Zhao Yin sneered. "A mere 7th tier pet can't change your fate. Is that so?" Lin Ze replied with a knowing smile. "How about adding another one?" Before his words even faded, the attribute panel of the condensed stone dragon appeared in the air. Lin Ze unhesitatingly invested 900 achievement points, causing the condensed stone dragon's growth rate to soar, 51.24, 61.24, 71.24. With the surge in growth rate, the condensed stone dragon's level also rapidly increased. 6th tier 8th stage, 6th tier 9th stage, finally stabilizing at 7th tier 1st stage. A thunderous dragon roar echoed around, as the condensed stone dragon became enveloped in a blood-red mist, forming a massive blood sphere suspended in the air. Seconds later, the sphere shattered, revealing a transformed condensed stone dragon. Its form was more majestic, its body lines sleek and powerful, and its dark scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the fluorescence. Most striking of all was the aura it emitted, imposing as a towering mountain, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. 7th tier? Zhao Yan's eyes widened in shock. One pet breaking through in battle was one thing, but now a second had reached the 7th tier as well. This was no coincidence. Could this young man possess a special method to instantly boost his pet's power? Reflecting on the previous assassination attempt on Lin Ze, Zhao Yan's heart was filled with even greater frustration. This young man was nothing short of a monster. Mingming had meticulously prepared in advance, thoroughly investigating Lin Ze's capabilities. Yet, who could have predicted that this guy's true strength would far exceed the intelligence estimates? The Hongyue Society not only suffered a surprise defeat previously, losing many skilled members in vain, but now they were facing the same predicament again. The once advantageous situation had unexpectedly turned into such a scenario. This kid is too uncanny. Zhao Yin stared intently at the battlefield, his expression full of disbelief. Yi Fujing was equally shocked at this moment. The scene before her left her speechless. After the earth spirit, the condensed stone dragon had also broken through to the 7th tier. It was like a dream, leaving her momentarily dazed, as if her entire worldview had collapsed. She instinctively turned to look at Lin Ze, the same thought as Zhao Yin involuntarily popping into her mind. Could Lin Ze really possess some mysterious ability that could instantly boost his beast's power? A thunderous dragon roar snapped everyone out of their shock. The newly empowered condensed stone dragon spread its wings, stirring up a fierce gale, and launched a fierce attack on the giant wailing flesh. As a pure-blooded dragon known for its combat prowess, the condensed stone dragon could hold its own against the 7th tier giant wailing flesh even in an unknown fight. Not to mention, the earth spirit was also there to assist. With the 2 7th tier beasts joining forces, the battle quickly turned. The giant wailing flesh was forced to retreat repeatedly, its piercing wails echoing continuously. Seeing the situation change, Yi Fujing immediately ordered her 6th tier beast to retreat. In such a high-level confrontation, a 6th tier beast would not only be unhelpful but could also become a source of recovery for the giant wailing flesh if not careful. It's best to leave it to Lin Ze, Yi Fujing thought to herself, her gaze unconsciously drawn to Lin Ze. As an adventurer, she had a natural reverence for the strong. Watching Lin Ze's figure, she felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. The vast cave had become a battleground for 7-tier 7 beast companions, with 3 separate battles unfolding simultaneously. The confrontation between the Shadow Tentacle Master and the Thunder-patterned secret puppet was locked in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiao Shui and the Blazing Flame Spirit was equally matched. However, the situation on the third battlefield was vastly different under the combined assault of the Petrified Stone Dragon and the Earth Spirit. The giant wailing flesh was sustaining heavy injuries and clearly wouldn't hold out much longer. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Zhao Yan's face grew increasingly grim. He had been clearly dominating and was on the verge of capturing Lin Ze, but unexpectedly, Lin Ze unveiled such bizarre tactics. This convinced Zhao Yan even more that Lin Ze must possess some special ability that could instantly boost the power of his beast companions. If only I could obtain that ability. Even in such a perilous situation, Zhao Yan couldn't suppress the intense greed rising in his heart. The thought of capturing Lin Ze and extracting his ability grew stronger. After a brief struggle, Zhao Yan gritted his teeth and made a decision, retrieving a small jade box from his pocket. This action immediately caught the attention of Lin Ze and Yi Fujing. As a steward of the Red Moon Guild, Zhao Yan's depth was unfathomable, and no one knew what trump cards he held. As soon as the jade box was opened, a dense blood aura erupted, instantly dyeing the surrounding air a deep red. Even from a distance, the pungent smell of blood was unmistakable. Inside the box lay a fist-sized heart that was still beating, and with each pulse, it emitted a thick blood aura. You should consider yourselves honored, Zhao Yin said coldly. This blood source heart was meant as a trump card for attacking the Beastmaster Association branch, but now it's going to be used on you. Before his words could fully settle, he crushed the heart. The blood mist, as if possessing a will of its own, surged into the giant wailing flesh, instantly merging with its body. A thunderous heartbeat echoed through the cave. The giant wailing flesh let out a deafening wail as its wounds visibly healed at an incredible pace. Then, a mass of blood surged from within, enveloping it completely, transforming it into a gigantic blood figure in an instant. The terrifying aura, accompanied by the nauseating stench of blood, filled the entire cave. Yi Fujing felt as though a massive stone was pressing on her chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe, her face full of shock. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yin laughed maniacally as he turned to Lin Ze. The blood source heart can elevate the wailing flesh by 6 levels, reaching Tier 7, Stage 9. It only lasts for half an hour, but can you last that long? Half an hour? Yi Fujing's face changed dramatically. Tier 7, Stage 9 was a full 8 levels above the petrified stone dragon and its allies, a gap sufficient to form an overwhelming advantage. However, Lin Ze remained calm and composed, looking at Zhao Yin with a slight smile. I suppose you don't know the details of the assassination attempt in the city center, do you? Zhao Yan's smile faltered. What do you mean? I mean, if you knew how your companions failed, you wouldn't have that expression right now. A sense of unease surged in Zhao Yan's heart, and he immediately shouted, "Attack! Capture him for me!" The giant wailing flesh shot towards the earth spirit like a cannonball, its enhanced power easily sending it flying. Yet in that instant, a card appeared in Lin Ze's hand. Burst card. The card transformed into light and shot into the petrified stone dragon. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and then the petrified stone dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, its aura escalating rapidly. Its already massive body expanded further, becoming as majestic as a mountain in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming force made it hard to breathe, and Zhao Yin, witnessing the scene, felt his mouth go dry. What is this? Yi Fujing felt as if she were on a roller coaster. From Zhao Yin summoning the massive wailing flesh to Lin Ze's 2 pet beasts breaking through to the 7th tier, and then Zhao Yin immediately using the blood source heart to strengthen the massive wailing flesh to the 7th tier 9th stage, the situation kept reversing. When the condensed stone demon dragon's power suddenly surged, the ups and downs reached their peak. At this moment, staring at the imposing condensed stone demon dragon in midair, Yi Fujing's mind went blank. Zhao Yin was even more terrified, his eyes wide open, fixed on the condensed stone demon dragon, unable to accept the changes before him. How is this possible? How could the aura of this condensed stone demon dragon suddenly surge to such a level? Zhao Yin was filled with uncertainty, watching as the condensed stone demon dragon suppressed the massive wailing flesh that had been strengthened by the blood source heart to the 7th tier 9th stage. A terrifying thought crossed Zhao Yan's mind. Could the condensed stone demon dragon have already broken through to the 8th tier? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Impossible. No matter how powerful the artifact or soul technique, it's impossible for a pet beast to leap an entire major tier. Even the rare blood source heart can only elevate 5 stages. However, the ensuing battle scene shattered his last hope. With a thunderous dragon roar, the condensed stone demon dragon swiftly soared above the massive wailing flesh, its claws striking down like lightning. Faced with this lethal blow, the massive wailing flesh desperately punched out, but what once could easily send the earth spirit flying was as fragile as paper before the condensed stone demon dragon, instantly bursting into a mist of blood. Ugh! The massive wailing flesh let out a heart-rending scream. Zhao Yan's face turned deathly pale. At this moment, he had no choice but to acknowledge the most terrifying truth: the condensed stone demon dragon had indeed broken through to the 8th tier. Now you understand how those companions of yours were defeated by me, right? Lin Ze's calm voice rang out. By the way, the strengthening of my pet beast only lasts half an hour, but can you hold out that long? These were words Zhao Yin had uttered not long ago, and coming from Lin Ze now, the irony was unmistakable. Zhao Yan's face flushed red, glaring at Lin Ze with eyes burning with fury. The battle continued. The condensed stone demon dragon swooped down repeatedly, leaving the massive wailing flesh battered and bruised. With a final blow, the condensed stone demon dragon unleashed the grip of death, its gray death energy forming a giant hand that tightly grasped the massive wailing flesh. Under the corrosive death energy, the massive wailing flesh let out one last wretched scream before quickly turning into a charred corpse. Next, the condensed stone demon dragon turned its attention to the dark tentacle master battling the thunder pattern secret puppet. Sensing danger, the dark tentacle master shrieked, frantically flailing its tentacles in defense, yet it couldn't even scratch the dragon's scales and was instead cut and bleeding by the sharp scales. In an instant, the condensed stone demon dragon closed in, tearing the dark tentacle master's body with its claws. The final opponent, the incinerating flame spirit, was even less resilient, being completely obliterated by a single dragon breath. The disparity between the 7th and 8th tiers was laid bare in that moment. The annihilation of the 3 demon pet beasts had already decided the outcome of this battle. When the stone dragon of condensation regained its senses, its cold vertical pupils locked onto Zhao Yin, who immediately felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Instinctively, he took a step back, his previous ferocity and smugness evaporating, replaced by unmistakable terror. Wait, we can talk this out. Zhao Yin forced a conciliatory smile, his trembling voice betraying his inner fear. However, Lin Ze had already made up his mind, giving Zhao Yin no chance to plead. Sensing its master's intent, the stone dragon of condensation let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive body instantly lunged towards Zhao Yin, its thick tail sweeping out with a deafening sonic boom. In the face of such terrifying power, Zhao Yin's soul shield was futile, shattering like a bubble in an instant. His body was obliterated into a mist of blood by the dragon's tail, leaving not a trace behind. The battle ended swiftly and decisively. Silence returned to the surroundings, broken only by the sound of the stone dragon's wings beating through the air. Yi Fujing stood frozen in place, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A steward of the Red Moon Society, a formidable fallen one with 3 7th-tier beast companions, had been effortlessly slain. Even after using a mystical item to enhance his beasts to the 7th tier and 9th level, Zhao Yin could not escape being countered and killed. What stunned her even more was that the orchestrator of all this was an 18-year-old student. She stared at Lin Ze in disbelief, her mind in turmoil. Before entering the cavern, she could never have imagined events unfolding in such a manner. The strength and tactics Lin Ze displayed completely overturned her understanding. Was this truly an 18-year-old student? Not some ancient recluse rejuvenated? This outrageous thought lingered in Yi Fujing's mind. But Lin Ze's performance was so extraordinary, it could only be described as miraculous. Once confirming Zhao Yan's death, Lin Ze felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, internally he had been on edge. After all, his opponent had been a cadre of the Red Moon Society, and there was no telling what deadly tricks might remain hidden. Surveying the cave, Lin Ze suddenly remembered something important. He quickly moved to the fallen body of a corrupted member he had previously slain and, after searching thoroughly, found a crucial item, a 10-centimeter horn whistle, used by the corrupted to control the howling flesh. Several severely injured howling flesh creatures were still writhing on the ground. Lin Ze tried blowing the horn whistle, and they immediately responded, attempting to stand. The sensation of being able to connect with and control these creatures was both fascinating and alarming. Is this a mystical artifact, or a tool specifically developed by the Red Moon Society? Lin Ze muttered to himself. If it were the latter, it would be worthless to him. Had no intention of becoming a madman, corrupted by demonic power like those fallen ones. He put away the horn whistle, deciding to study it later when he had time. By then, Yi Fujing had recovered from her shock and asked if they should head back. Let's go. Lin Ze nodded, casually dispatching a few soul arrows to eliminate the remaining howling flesh. Although the enemies in the cave were defeated, there was no guarantee there weren't other Red Moon Society members nearby. Encountering even 1 or 2 deacon-level adversaries could prove to be quite troublesome, even for Lin Ze. The pair quickly exited the cave and soon reached the outskirts of Rift Valley. Yi Fujing followed the markers left by her teammates, encountering several adventurers battling bloodline ants along the way. Fortunately, the effects of the explosive card had not yet worn off, and the intimidating presence of the 8th-tier condensed stone dragon kept the flying creatures at bay. After about 10 minutes, they found Yi Fujing's teammates behind a slope. Seeing their captain return safely, everyone broke into joyful smiles. After brief greetings, Yi Fujing decisively ordered the return journey. As they boarded the now even larger condensed stone dragon, the team quickly noticed something unusual. With Yi Fujing's explanation, they learned that the dragon had ascended to the 7th tier, leaving them in shock. Even more unbelievable was the fact that Lin Ze, at only 18 years old, possessed 2 7th-tier pet beasts. Throughout the journey, the dragon's aura enveloped the area, causing any flying beasts to keep their distance, allowing the group to proceed safely. At the request of her team, Yi Fujing recounted the events within Rift Valley, how the Red Moon Society had planned to breed a large number of demonic pet beasts to attack the association branch, and how they thwarted the disaster. When they heard that Lin Ze and Yi Fujing had defeated over 400 6th-tier demonic pet beasts, more than a dozen corrupted members, and a Red Moon Society cadre, everyone was left speechless in awe. Their gazes towards Lin Ze were filled with reverence. This was the true mark of a genius warrior. By the time they passed through the portal of the secret realm, It was already the early hours of the next day. The group found themselves stepping onto a vast concrete surface, with the distant elevator indicator lights blinking in the darkness, signaling their return to the real world. Well, I'll take my leave now, Lin Ze said, turning to face Yi Fujing and the others. Thank you. Yi Fujing replied with sincere eyes and a firm tone. We'll never forget the life-saving favor you did for us. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to us. Lin Ze nodded with a smile. I will. Also, please report the Red Moon Society incident to the association. Leave it to me. Yi Fujing suddenly thought of something and smiled brightly. Come to think of it, we've helped the association solve a big problem. With their usual reward policies, we might end up with a hefty bonus. I'm looking forward to it, Lin Ze said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The Red Moon Society incident had delayed his plan to collect bloodline crystals, so an association bonus would be a welcome surprise. After a brief farewell, Lin Ze took the elevator alone back to the surface. Even in the early hours, the first floor of the association building was bustling with adventurers, busy and orderly, unaware of the disaster they narrowly avoided. As he walked back to Ningjiang Academy, Lin Ze summoned the pet panel. The journey through the myriad insect secret realm had been perilous but rewarding. Both the condensed stone dragon and the earth spirit had ascended to the 7th tier, and with Xiaoxue, he now had 3 7th-tier pet beasts, putting him far ahead of his peers. Lin Ze knew that even at the level of a bronze beast master, he was among the top echelon. Although he could challenge for a top 50 or even top 10 spot in the Glory Virtual Realm Bronze division, reaching the summit was still a ways off. The top 10 there typically had 2 7th-tier pet beasts, and the first place held 3 at 7th tier 5 or above. I should head to the wilderness for some training and boost Xiaoxue and the other strength first, Lin Ze quickly decided, picking up his pace toward the academy. Meanwhile, news of the Rift Valley incident had reached the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Association. Once reported, a temporary team led by a Golden Beastmaster was dispatched to the Myriad Insect Secret Realm, with federal military personnel following soon after. You're late, Lao Yu. No surprise, the Myriad Insect Secret Realm is your territory, so of course you got here first. Yu Jisheng replied, signaling his soldiers to start inspecting the site, particularly the gruesome corpses. I heard it was a student from Ningjiang Academy who took out this group of fallen ones? That Lin Ze, right? Yu Jisheng asked curiously as he approached Xiao Hanqing. Yes, it was him, Xiao Hanqing replied with a peculiar expression. Over 400 wailing flesh creatures, most of which he dealt with, and 10 fallen ones, including Zhao Yin, were basically all taken down by him. Zhao Yin? Yu Jisheng was so shocked he nearly jumped. Zhao Yin was a level criminal on the military's wanted list, with 2 7th-tier pet beasts. And, Xiao Hanqing pointed to the corpses of wailing flesh. According to intel, Zhao Yin had also contracted a 3rd 7th-tier demon pet beast. Yu Jisheng was left speechless, stunned into silence. The strength of 3 7th-tier demon pet beasts was close to that of a golden beast master, yet they were defeated by an 18-year-old student? It completely defied his understanding. Xiao Hanqing watched his friend's reaction in silence. He understood the shock all too well. Lin Ze's performance was simply too extraordinary, far beyond what anyone could imagine. Lin Ze was unaware of the investigation being conducted by the Beastmaster Association and the federal military in the cave. The day after returning from the secret realm of 10,000 insects, he eagerly embarked on a new journey of training. Considering the strength of his pet beasts like Xiaoxue, he specifically chose a remote wilderness inhabited by numerous 6th and 7th-tier fierce beasts. With the stone condensation dragon as transportation, he saved a lot of travel time. Half a month flew by, and only when the supplies in his spatial ring ran out did Lin Ze have to conclude this fruitful training expedition. The hunting results during this time were gratifying. Besides the ferocious beast materials that filled his entire spatial ring, the growth of his 3 pet beasts was remarkable. Xiaoxue's growth reached 98.72, just a step away from evolution, and its level rose to 7th tier, 2nd stage. The Earth Spirit's growth increased by nearly 20, reaching 70.63, breaking through to 7th tier, 3rd stage. The Stone Condensation Dragon also performed well, with its growth rising to 90.09 and its level reaching 7th tier, 3rd stage. Upon returning to Ningjiang Academy, an exciting piece of news awaited Lin Ze. As Yi Fujing predicted, the Beastmaster Association, to thank him for uncovering the Red Moon Society's conspiracy, awarded him 50 million credit points in one go. This substantial amount even exceeded a Golden Beastmaster's monthly income from hunting in the wild. Yi Fujing herself received a reward of 15 million credit points. After selling all the beast materials obtained from this hunt, combined with his existing savings, Lin Ze's credit points approached 80 million. In contrast, the Academy's monthly resource point subsidy seemed negligible. To complete the evolution of his pet beasts, Lin Ze still needed to gather nearly 20 million credit points. The Millennium Extreme Ice, Boundless Earth, and Dark Flower, along with 3 types of lower-grade elemental source stones, totaled nearly 1 billion credit points. He couldn't help but sigh at how nurturing pet beasts truly was a bottomless pit. After a day's rest, Lin Ze was about to head to the Glory Virtual Realm training room when he received a message from Guanning. Having returned from training with Guosini, she was waiting at the entrance of the training building, along with Lu Man, Songting, and Gulangyan. The moment she saw Lin Ze, Guanning immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly, completely ignoring the curious glances from those around. The longing from nearly a month apart was evident. Guosini stood shyly to the side, envious but not daring to be so bold. During their conversation, Guanning and Guosini shared their good news. Both of their pet beasts had broken through to the 4th tier. Just as everyone was about to enter the building, Lu Man reminded them that there was only a week left before vacation, and then she cheerfully asked, "Want to go on an adventure? An expedition?" Lin Ze and his 2 friends were taken aback. Guanning asked curiously, "Are you talking about a secret realm?" Surprisingly, Lu Man shook her head. "Not a secret realm, it's a relic." Seeing their puzzled expressions, she patiently explained. Relics are fundamentally different from secret realms. A secret realm is an incomplete dimensional rift that doesn't exist in the real world and can only be accessed through a portal. In contrast, relics are remnants of otherworldly civilizations that exist in the real world at fixed locations. Most relics are remnants from the Cataclysm era, Lu Man continued. They are hidden deep in the wilderness and have been gradually discovered. These relics often contain items left by otherworldly civilizations, including rare and even miraculous objects. That's why beast tamers and adventurers are eager to explore newly discovered relics. After her explanation, Lin Ze and his friends had an epiphany. Guosini recalled, "But I've never heard of any relics around Ningjiang City." "That's right," Lu Man said with a shrug. "I'm talking about Luoan City." Luoan City. Lin Ze thought of this bustling federal city, less than 300 kilometers from Ningjiang City. Lu Man continued, "A month ago, adventurers discovered a relic in the wilderness near Luoan City, causing a sensation. Adventurers from not only Luoan City but also neighboring cities rushed to explore it. It's said that some have already acquired powerful artifacts and new species of pet beast eggs. So, what do you think? Want to give it a try?" As soon as she finished speaking, Guosini and Guanning looked eager. The allure of miraculous items and new pet beasts is irresistible to beast tamers. Lin Ze was also tempted. If any of his pet beasts like Xiaoxue evolved successfully, he could apply for a silver rating. Once approved, he could contract a 4th pet beast. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a suitable candidate yet. He had scoured almost every pet shop in Ningjiang City, but there were very few beasts with a potential cap at the king level. Perhaps he could find something unexpected in the relic. "All right, count me in." Lin Ze nodded in agreement. Guanning and Guosini immediately raised their hands. "I'm in too." And just like that, their holiday plans were set. As they conversed, they arrived at the training room. Ever since Lin Ze entered the training building, he had drawn attention, with many people following him. By the time he reached the training room, dozens had gathered, whispering among themselves. "What's Lin Ze doing here? What else? He must be entering the Glory Virtual Realm. Could he be participating in the ranking battles? Very likely. I need to secure a spot for Lin Ze's bronze ranking battle." The crowd erupted with excitement, rushing to the training room to log into the virtual realm. Ever since Lin Ze topped the apprentice area, he hadn't entered the virtual realm again. After advancing to bronze, his name was transferred to the bronze area but remained at the bottom, much to the disappointment of many. Now that news spread he might resume ranking battles, it swept through the forums like a storm. More and more posts emerged. "The man has finally returned. There's going to be a great show today. I heard he has a 7th tier pet beast. Is that true?" "Absolutely true. Witnessed it at the Academy competition." Amid the discussions, a thread updating Lin Ze's battle status in real time quickly climbed to the top of the forums. Meanwhile, Lu Man and the others had also logged into the virtual realm. Watching the forum's buzzing crowd, the girls were amazed at Lin Ze's influence. "After all, he was the top in the apprentice area and caused quite a stir back then," Gulangyan said calmly. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Ze's performance when he reached the top was unforgettable. At that moment, Lin Ze was quietly in his personal space, reviewing his details. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, bronze. Points, 0. Matches, 0. Win rate, 0. Rank, number 82619. Over 80,000, Lin Ze murmured. The bronze area had over 84,000 beast tamers, much fewer than the 57,000 in the apprentice area. Of course, this number might not be entirely accurate since not all beast tamers registered in the Glory Virtual Realm. But none of that concerned him now. Lin Ze returned to the initial interface and clicked the battle matching button in the top right corner. The ranking battle began. The battle rules in the bronze area are exactly the same as in the apprentice area. Each victory earns you 5 to 10 points, depending on your performance in the battle. while a loss deducts the same amount of points. During the matchmaking break, Lin Ze glanced at the leaderboard. The scores of the top 100 players were generally above 3,000, meaning they had at least 300 more wins than losses. Even the player ranked 1,000 had a score of over 1,000. Let's aim to break into the top 100 today, Lin Ze muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the numbers on the leaderboard. Just then, a matchmaking success notification popped up. An opponent has been matched for you. The battle will start in 30 seconds. Please prepare. As the countdown hit 0, Lin Ze found himself standing on a vast arena. Across from him, a flash of light revealed a man in his 30s with a broad face and medium height. Seeing Lin Ze's youthful face, the broad-faced man was initially taken aback, then secretly pleased. A beast master this young is likely a new bronze rank. This match is in the bag. As soon as the countdown ended, the broad-faced man immediately summoned 2 pet beasts, one at level 3, the other at level 4. When he looked up at his opponent, he was surprised to see that Lin Ze had only summoned a doll-like girl pet beast. A humanoid pet beast, he muttered sourly, just about to order an attack when a barrage of sharp ice blades came down like a storm. In a series of hissing sounds, his 2 pet beasts were instantly turned into pincushions, without even a chance to fight back. Battle over. The winner is Lin Ze, earning 10 points. Meanwhile, the pin post on the forum updated with new content. It showed that Lin Ze was winning consecutively at a staggering pace of 1 match per minute, each one a quick victory. The comments section exploded. No surprise from Lin Ze, still the familiar instant kill style. At this rate, he'll easily break into the top 3,000 today. I bet he'll make it into the top 2,000. In the virtual exchange space where Guanning and others were, several girls were eagerly discussing Lin Ze's performance. My brother will definitely break into the top 100 today, Guanning said confidently. As time passed, Lin Ze's ranking continued to climb. 79045, 77479, 25190, 23189, 8301, 8035. An hour later, under the watchful eyes of many, Lin Ze's ranking finally rose to 998, officially breaking into the top 1,000. From this point on, he would face even stronger opponents. That's incredible. He's already broken into the top 1,000, and it only took just over an hour. That's got to be a record. Lin Ze is amazing. The forum was buzzing with excitement. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Although many had anticipated this outcome, witnessing Lin Ze's astounding feat of climbing from the bottom of the rankings to the top 1,000 in just an hour and a half left everyone in awe. His next opponent will be a top-tier competitor. Exactly. All of them have peak-level 6th-tier beast companions. Lin Ze might not be able to achieve a one-hit victory this time. His Ice-type beast just recently advanced to the first stage of the 7th tier. As the crowd continued their heated discussion, the real-time battle updates revealed new information. Lin Ze's next opponent was Deng Xing, ranked 943rd. The moment Deng Xing saw the matchup information, his heart sank. He shook his head with a wry smile. Just my luck to run into Lin Ze. As someone who had been a bystander watching the excitement on the forum moments ago, he found it hard to believe he was now facing this monster as an opponent. However, Deng Xing quickly composed himself. At least I can try to break his streak of one-hit victories. That would be something to talk about. On the arena, as he met Lin Ze's half-smiling gaze, a chill ran down Deng Xing's spine. But with the countdown to the match already underway, there was no time to dwell on it. Deng Xing immediately summoned all 3 of his beast companions peak level 6th tier and 2 6th tier, 8th stage beasts. This lineup was top-notch at the 6th tier level, and he was confident they could hold out for at least 7 or 8 seconds. However, when he saw that Lin Ze had not only summoned his Ice-type girl, but also a new Earth-type beast, his expression turned peculiar. In 300 matches, this was the first time Lin Ze had used 2 beasts simultaneously. It seems he doesn't have the confidence to one-hit me, Deng Xing thought with a hint of relief, which froze instantly in the next moment. The Earth-type beast stomped heavily, causing cracks to snake across the ground. Simultaneously, the Ice-type girl gestured, and a sparkling extreme ice fell from the sky. The ground fissure and descending ice, 2 skills from different directions, precisely hit all 3 of Deng Xing's beasts. The power was so overwhelming that they were torn to pieces before they could even let out a cry. 2 7th-tier beasts? Deng Xing stood there stunned, unable to form coherent words. On the forum, when the battle update showed opponent number 943 Deng Xing, victory by 1 hit, the entire forum fell silent before erupting into even more fervent discussions. Wow, another instant victory. On the forum, players were exclaiming in disbelief. Lin Ze had just defeated a rank 943 Beastmaster with a single move, leaving all spectators stunned. Am I seeing things? How is it possible? A rank 943 Beastmaster should have at least a peak 6th tier pet beast. How could Lin Ze defeat them in an instant? The comments section was filled with skepticism. While Lin Ze's previous victories against lower-ranked opponents were already impressive, maintaining such a record against a top 1,000 player was truly astounding. After all, it had been less than a month since the Ningjiang Academy competition, and it seemed nearly impossible for a 7th-tier pet beast to advance a rank in such a short time. Amidst the heated discussions, a reply from someone named Deng Xing quickly rose to the top. I was the player who just faced Lin Ze. That guy is a monster. He actually has a second 7th-tier pet beast. This reply caused an uproar on the forum. 2 7th-tier pet beasts? No way, that's insane. Are we dreaming? Lin Ze was hiding his true strength. This is unbelievable. My perception of reality has been shattered. Everyone was left speechless by this revelation. In the realm of bronze beast masters, having 2 7th-tier pet beasts usually required years of accumulation and experience. Yet Lin Ze, at just 18 and still a student, had reached such an unparalleled level. This astounding achievement completely redefined what it meant to be a prodigy. Simply incredible. The forum was buzzing with activity. Comments poured in under various posts as players expressed their amazement. This is insane. It's like a monstrous level of talent. I just wish I had a tenth of Lin Ze's talent. Comparing myself to him is downright frustrating. Even though Guanning and others had already witnessed Lin Ze's incredible abilities, they couldn't help but be amazed. Lu Man stared blankly at the battle reports on the forum before snapping back to reality. When did Junior Lin Ze get a second 7th-tier pet beast? She asked Guanning. Guanning shook his head, equally puzzled. I have no idea. It seems he's gained a lot from the secret realm of myriad insects. Gu Lengyan, usually calm, showed rare surprise. On the battle report page, Lin Ze's ranking was climbing at an astonishing speed. Number 921, number 893, number 638, number 585, number 359, number 321. In less than half a day, Lin Ze had fought his way into the top 300, winning each battle with overwhelming dominance. This speed even surpassed his record of breaking into the top 1,000 on his first day in the novice area. Once he entered the top 300, the opponent's strength noticeably increased. Players in this tier typically had 3 peak 6th-tier pet beasts, including powerful dragon or dual attribute beasts. The battle duration extended from initial instant victories to several seconds. Previous match, number 292 Li Xiangnong, victory in 18 seconds. Current match, number 285 Wang Suning. Despite this, Lin Ze's victories remained unstoppable. He kept each battle under a minute, climbing to number 105. In the temporary space, Guan Ning watched the battle reports, smiling so broadly that his eyes became slits. Guosini exclaimed excitedly, at this rate, Junior Lin Ze will make it into the top 100 today. Sure enough, in less than a minute, new battle reports came in. Lin Ze officially broke through to number 97, setting a new record for the first day in the bronze area. The forum erupted again with countless comments of admiration. Top 100 on the first day, that's incredible. As expected of Lin Ze, always exceeding expectations. Another new record, simply unbeatable. Amidst the exclamations, Lin Ze proved his dominance with strength, creating another legend after his first day 1,000 rank breakthrough in the novice area. The entire forum was in an uproar as tens of thousands of players swarmed to the live battle update thread, eager to witness Lin Ze's performance. To everyone's surprise, however, Lin Ze logged off and ended the battle right after breaking into the top 100. This unexpected move left countless players sighing in disappointment. While the forum was in turmoil because of him, Lin Ze calmly exited the virtual realm of glory. He stretched his slightly stiff body after sitting for so long and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally made it into the top 100. Judging by today's progress, achieving his goal tomorrow seemed within reach. What thrilled him even more was that after a day of intense battles, Xiaoshua's growth had reached 99.46. With all the materials needed for evolution ready, Xiaoshua could evolve as soon as her growth hit 100. The thought of soon owning his first 8th-tier pet beast filled Lin Ze with anticipation, despite his usually composed nature. This would mean a significant leap in his strength. After calming his excitement, Lin Ze pushed open the cubicle door, only to be caught off guard by the scene before him. The area outside was already packed with people, and even the hallway outside the training room was crowded with students. Everyone was staring at him intently, their eyes shining with fervent admiration. As soon as Lin Ze appeared, an ear-splitting cheer erupted, as if threatening to lift the roof off. The news of you breaking into the top 100 in the Bronze Zone ranking battle has spread throughout the entire academy, Lu Man explained with a cheerful smile, appearing by his side at some point. Everyone came specifically to see you. The big star, Guanning, Guosini, and others nearby watched with amused expressions. Lin Ze glanced around at the enthusiastic crowd and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The scene was so exaggerated, far beyond what he had anticipated. That night, The news of Lin Ze breaking into the top 100 in the bronze zone of the Glory virtual realm on the first day spread like wildfire, causing a sensation throughout Ningjiang Academy and even beyond. The next morning, as Lin Ze arrived at the training building, he was met with an unprecedentedly crowded scene. The building was packed with students who had come to see him. From the open space in front of the entrance to the corridors, and even the rooftop was filled with people. If it weren't for the school rules restricting outsiders from entering, the crowd would have been even larger. Lin Ze is here, someone shouted, and the crowd erupted. There he is. Oh my god, the idol is really here. The junior is so handsome. Want to have a meal together? My treat. Hey, no cutting in line. Seeing the fan-like frenzy before him, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh. Lu Man seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled. Junior, you're different from those big stars. How so? Guan Ning asked curiously. Lu Man pointed around. The fans of big stars are ordinary people, but Lin Ze's fans are all beast tamers. That's a whole different level. Everyone suddenly understood. The Beast Tamer students of Ningjiang Academy were considered elite in society, making this fanbase quite high class. Fortunately, the enthusiastic crowd remained orderly. As Lin Ze approached, they made way for him. Soon, he entered the building and logged back into the Glory virtual realm. On the forums, people had been waiting for a while. As soon as Lin Ze logged in, someone excitedly posted, "Spotted Lin Ze. Is a new round of ranking battles starting? Calling all high-level members, update us on the battle status." Unlike the previous day, this time Lin Ze only sent out Xiao Shui, aiming to enhance the growth of the pet beast girl. This change sparked a heated discussion on the forums, but Lin Ze was unaware, focused on his continuous matches. His ranking steadily climbed. Number 84, number 79, number 62, number 53, number 45, number 38. When he reached number 11, the forums erupted again. Soon, the system showed that Lin Ze's next opponent was Sun Yanjing, ranked 8th, a formidable adversary with 2 7th-tier pet beasts. Guan Ning and the others held their breath. Unlike before, this opponent was a true challenge, and even for a genius like Lin Ze, the outcome was uncertain. I must say, the post-author's privileges are truly impressive. As the battle entered the top 10, the thread suddenly refreshed, and a live broadcast appeared at the top, showcasing a vast arena. No way, there's a live stream? Just how high are the post-author's privileges? Could they be a hidden moderator? Who cares, they're awesome anyway. Awesome one. Amidst the audience's exclamations, Lin Ze and Sun Yanjing appeared simultaneously in the arena. Sun Yanjing, a middle-aged man with a slightly weathered face, looked at Lin Ze's young face with a complex expression. Nearly 2 decades of cultivation, 6 to 7 years of honing his skills, and countless resources invested had only allowed him to barely cultivate 2 7th-tier beasts. Yet, this first-year student from the Beast Academy, only 18, already possessed strength comparable to his own. Comparing oneself to others can really be frustrating. Sun Yanjing sighed internally, then pushed aside distracting thoughts to focus on the upcoming battle. He didn't want to lose to a kid nearly 20 years younger than him. As the countdown reached 0, both acted simultaneously. Sun Yanjing immediately summoned 2 7th-tier beasts, while beside Lin Ze appeared only the well-known beautiful beast girl. Only summoning one beast? A wave of anger surged in Sun Yanjing's heart. Is he underestimating me? The spectators were also buzzing with discussion. He's only using one to face 2? Is he really trying to take on 2 at once? That's bold. But losing would be embarrassing. However, the battle had already erupted. Under Sun Yanjing's command, the 2 beasts charged fiercely at Xiao Shui. Yet, Xiao Shui remained unfazed. Suddenly, a cold wind swirled around her, and countless snowflakes fell from the sky, instantly transforming the arena into a frozen landscape. Frost Blue Domain. Sun Yanjing recognized this powerful weather-based area skill, but it was just the beginning. Next, Xiao Shui seemed to become a skill turret, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Extreme Ice Chains, Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Cataclysmic Ice, and Frost Beam. The skills, enhanced by the Frost Blue Domain, were incredibly powerful, completely suppressing the 2 enemy beasts, leaving them immobilized. The spectators were left speechless. That's a lot of skills. Taking on 2 and still having the upper hand. Incredible. This strength is way beyond before. He definitely wasn't using his full power earlier. A few minutes later, Sun Yanjing's 2 beasts had been frozen into ice sculptures, utterly lifeless. They hadn't even managed to get close to Xiao Shui, worn down by the relentless snow and skill barrage. When the message "Battle ended, winner Lin Ze, player Lin Ze earns 8 points" appeared, the entire forum was in an uproar. Incredible. He won a 2-known battle. Lin Ze is unstoppable. The forum erupted in excitement. Sun Yanjing was ranked 8th, and he lost just like that? Don't be bitter. Lin Ze didn't even use half of his strength. He still has a second 7th-tier pet beast. The entire forum was abuzz. Lin Ze's performance once again left everyone in awe. Initially, people thought that even if he could defeat Sun Yanzheng, it would require his full effort. To everyone's surprise, he won with just one pet beast. The Ice-type pet beast girl displayed a strength nearly matching that of Cheng Ming's first-ranked 7th tier, 5th stage storm form. On the arena, the moment the result was confirmed, Sun Yanzheng's face turned ashen. He wanted to say something but was already teleported away. By defeating an opponent ranked 3 places higher and completely dominating the match, Lin Ze earned 8 points, far exceeding the average for this level of competition. After this battle, he replaced Sun Yanzheng and rose to 8th place. The real-time battle status quickly updated. Previous opponent, number 8 Sun Yanzheng, Lin Ze wins. Time taken 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Current opponent, number 6 Wang Yu. Players quickly dug up Wang Yu's strength information. 2 7th tier pet beasts, 1 at 7th tier, 3rd stage, and 1 at 7th tier, 1st stage. The pet beast lineup is too weak. The strongest is only 7th tier, 3rd stage. No match for that pet beast girl. It's likely another 2-known victory for Lin Ze. As expected, Lin Ze sent out just one pet beast to fight. Although the battle lasted over 10 minutes and was more intense than before, he emerged victorious once again. In the following battles, as his opponents grew stronger, Lin Ze began using both the Ice attribute Pet Beast and the Earth Spirit, achieving consecutive victories and rapidly climbing to 2nd place, just 4 points behind the top-ranked Cheng Ming. One more win, and he would take the top spot. In the temporary space, several girls watched Lin Ze's achievements with amazement. Lin Ze is truly impressive, reaching 2nd place already? Song Ting remarked. Who would have thought he could rise from last place to 2nd in less than 2 days? Compared to the academy competition, Lin Ze has improved significantly, Gu Lingyan mused. Lu Man and Song Ting exchanged a glance, both equally surprised. Compared to the academy competition, Lin Ze not only gained a new 7th tier pet beast, but Xiao Shue's strength had also increased tremendously. They couldn't help but wonder if Lin Ze had encountered some fortuitous event in the myriad insect secret realm. Guanning and Guosini were simply happy for Lin Ze, their eyes filled with admiration. Why hasn't it updated yet? Guanning asked anxiously, noticing the lack of updates in the battle information. Lu Man explained, it's normal. Lin Ze will only be matched with players in the top 10 now, and he won't face the same opponents again in a short period. Unless all the top 10 players are online, the matching can take some time. Just then, the real-time battle information suddenly updated. Current opponent, number 1 Cheng Ming. The forum exploded. Wow, Cheng Ming. What a coincidence. Hasn't Cheng Ming been offline these days? He must have come specifically after hearing about Lin Ze. Who cares? We finally get to see this showdown. The number of viewers skyrocketed to over 20,000 in just half a minute, setting a new record in the Bronze League. On the arena, Lin Ze was also surprised to see his opponent's information. Matched with number 1, not bad luck. He checked the Pet Beast panel and found that after these 2 days of battles, Xiao Shue's growth had reached 100. Name, Frost Blue Maiden. Attribute, Ice. Level, 7th tier, 3rd stage. Growth, 100. Skills, Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Extreme Ice Chain, Ice Crystal Mirror, Meteor Extreme Ice, Frost Blue Domain, Frost Ray, Ice Dragon Break. Queen Route, Next Evolution, Extreme Ice Princess. Evolution Conditions, Growth 100, Lower Grade Ice Elemental Source Stone 10, Millennium Extreme Ice 1. After the ranking battle, I'll buy the materials and complete the evolution. Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. Once Xiao Shui evolves and advances to the 8th tier, his strength will soar once more. Looking ahead, a beam of light flashed, and his opponent for this crucial showdown finally appeared. Is that Lin Ze? Cheng Ming stood on the platform, squinting as he examined the composed young man across from him. Just 5 days ago, Cheng Ming had completed his wilderness training and planned to spend his vacation battling in the Glory Virtual Realm to maintain his ranking score. However, upon entering the forums, he was immediately drawn to posts about a Dark Horse Prodigy and Genius First Day Top 100. After reading through the posts, Cheng Ming understood the reason for the buzz. An 18-year-old student from the Beast Taming Academy had caused a sensation by skyrocketing into the top 100 on the first day of the ranking battles. It was said that he had already achieved an impressive top 1,000 position in the apprentice area on his first day. Driven by intense curiosity, Cheng Ming watched the live footage of Lin Ze's ranking battles. He witnessed the young man climb steadily to the 2nd position. What an extraordinary talent! Cheng Ming thought, his gaze complicated. As a 25-year-old genius with 3 7th-tier pet beasts, he had to admit that he was no match for Lin Ze. At 18, he hadn't even owned a 6th-tier pet beast, while this young man already controlled 2 7th-tier beasts. Such talent was astonishing. Give him a few more years and I won't stand a chance against him, Cheng Ming mused, but for now, let me show you what a veteran can do. As the countdown hit 0, both sides summoned their pet beasts. On Cheng Ming's side, a mastafeted divine envoy and a massive storm entity appeared almost simultaneously. The mastafeted divine envoy was a towering figure with a canine head and a muscular humanoid body, wielding a sharp sword and unfurling a pair of snow-white wings. It was a rare holy-type pet beast, capable of reaching the third stage of the 7th tier when mature. The storm entity, on the other hand, was composed of swirling hurricanes, flashing with bright lightning. Though it hadn't reached the 9th stage of the 7th tier, it was Changming's ace pet beast with the strength of the 5th stage of the 7th tier. The audience erupted with excitement. The battle broke out swiftly. Xiao Shui unleashed the frost blue domain, instantly transforming the platform into a wintry landscape. However, the storm entity quickly summoned towering tornadoes filled with lightning, creating a tug-of-war with the frost blue domain. Simultaneously, the Earth Spirit and the mastafeted divine envoy engaged in close combat, their clashes of stone fists and steel swords sending shockwaves through the air, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing the stalemate, Changming frowned slightly, shot Lin Ze a deep look, and without hesitation, summoned his third pet beast. Roar! A long, resonant bellow echoed across the sky. A blinding flash of light revealed a massive creature on the arena majestic dragon. Its pine-green scales shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen under the sunlight, and its enormous wings spread like a curtain obscuring the heavens. The dragon's sharp, elongated horns were a testament to its extraordinary lineage. A sky cry dragon, gasped the crowd. A dual-element wind and dragon beast, capable of reaching the 7th tier in its adult form. Changming's Sky Cry Dragon is at the 7th tier, 3rd level. It can even face off against a 7th tier, 4th level beast without flinching. With the arrival of the Sky Cry Dragon, the dynamics on the arena shifted dramatically. Spectators, who had been impressed by Xiao Shui's ability to handle 2 opponents at once, began to doubt Lin Ze's chances. Facing a 3-tata disadvantage, Lin Ze seemed to have no hope of victory. However, as Changming confidently looked towards his opponent, he was surprised to see Lin Ze's calm demeanor, as if the predicament was of no consequence to him. This unusual composure sparked a hint of unease in Changming, but he quickly dismissed the feeling. Just as Changming was about to command the Sky Cry Dragon into battle, Lin Ze made his move. Another flash of light, and a similarly imposing figure appeared before Hema dragon clad in black scales, with bat-like wings and prominent horns. A stone-condensing demon dragon. The first clash between the 2 dragons captivated the entire audience. The stone-condensing demon dragons might match the Sky Cry dragons, and their initial strike ended in a stalemate. This unexpected outcome left Changming and the spectators' wide-eyed. Lin Ze had a third 7th-tier beast hidden in reserve. The battle raged on, with 6 beasts locked in pairs, neither side gaining the upper hand. As the stalemate continued, Changming's patience wore thin, and he unleashed his soul-locking spell. The moment the azure chains ensnared the stone-condensing demon dragon, the Sky Cry Dragon seized the opportunity to tear a chunk of flesh from its opponent. A smug smile crept across Changming's lips. How could an 18-year-old student surpass him? A seasoned beast master in soul arts? Yet, when he turned to witness Lin Ze's expected panic, he was met instead with a knowingly enigmatic smile. Changming felt a sense of foreboding rising within him once again. At that moment, Lin Ze slowly raised his arm, and a ripple of soul energy spread through the air. Changming wasn't surprised that Lin Ze would counterattack with soul arts, but given Lin Ze's age, he doubted such arts could be effective in high-level combat. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp sonic boom echoed through the air. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ze released a soul arrow that shot out like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for the sky-roaring dragon. The air was torn apart, leaving a visible white trail. The dragon tried to dodge, but was still struck on its right shoulder by the soul arrow. With a thunderous explosion, a spray of blood erupted from the dragon's shoulder, forcing its massive body to stagger back several steps, nearly collapsing. Roar! The sky-roaring dragon let out a cry of agony. Changming's eyes widened in disbelief. A pure-blooded dragon of the 7th tier, 3rd stage, was heavily injured by a single soul arrow? Before he could recover from the shock, Lin Ze fired a second soul arrow, hitting the dragon's left shoulder and creating another gruesome wound. The audience around the arena erupted in excitement. The power! It's at least an 8th-level soul arrow. He's only 18 and already mastered 8th-level soul arts. Is he a monster? Even Lu Man and the others were stunned. Compared to the 6th-level soul arrow during the academy competition, Lin Ze's progress was astonishing. Guanning and Guasini looked at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling like those of fangirls. The outcome of the battle was clear. Under the assault of Lin Ze's soul arrows and the fierce attacks of the condensing stone dragon, the sky-roaring dragon was soon covered in wounds. Finally, the condensing stone dragon tore open the dragon's chest with a stone-splitting claw, revealing its damaged heart and ribs. The severely wounded dragon turned into particles of light and vanished. The condensing stone dragon then joined Xiao Xue in the battle against the storm body. With the two powerful beasts attacking together, the defeat of the storm body was inevitable. Cheng Ming watched, his expression changing before he finally sighed and conceded. A system prompt immediately announced, "Player Cheng Ming has forfeited. The match is over. Lin Ze wins." The forum exploded with excitement. Lin Ze won. First place in the bronze zone. 2 days to reach the trophies faster than in the novice zone. Achieving such a feat at 18. His future potential is unimaginable. It was as if everyone could see a dazzling new star rising in the sky. While the outside world buzzed with excitement over Lin Ze's rise to the top, he himself had already exited the glory virtual realm. The instant he opened his eyes, a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Ascended to the top of the bronze area in the glory virtual realm. Your ranking in the bronze area has been elevated to number 1. Achievement rewards, 2,000 achievement points, 2 soul crystals, and 2 strengthening crystals, ready for collection. Finally achieved. Lin Ze exhaled deeply, joy evident in his eyes. The rewards for being the top in the bronze area were indeed generous. Without hesitation, Lin Ze absorbed the rewarded soul crystals and strengthening crystals. Instantly, both his soul strength and physical strength increased by 2 points. Lin Ze's stats were now, physical strength 16.2, soul 28.0, bronze soul power 26522800, soul skills. Soul guard level 6, soul arrow level 8, soul impact level 1. Pet beasts, frost blue maiden, earth spirit, and condensed stone dragon adult. Achievement points, 2416. His soul strength was getting closer to the gold level. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Golden Beast Masters typically had soul strengths over 30. He was just 2 points away from this threshold. Once he passed the silver evaluation, he could break through this barrier, reaching and even surpassing the average level of a Golden Beast Master. Additionally, Lin Ze's physical condition had significantly improved. With my current physical state, I should be able to face off against a Tier 4 pet beast without relying on my pet beasts or soul skills. Normally, Beast Masters could only enhance their physical strength through qualification evaluations, or by consuming rare treasures that strengthen the body. However, these methods were not common. As a result, most Beast Masters' physical strengths were much lower than their soul strengths. Typical Bronze Beast Masters might have physical strengths below 5 points. Only elite descendants from Beast Master families, who passed high difficulty evaluations and consumed many rare treasures, might reach 7 or 8 points. Yet, even then, they couldn't match Lin Ze, who was like a humanoid pet beast. After a while, Lin Ze snapped out of his joy, opened the door, and stepped out of the compartment. Having experienced this before, he was mentally prepared this time. As expected, the moment he stepped out, he was met with a thunderous wave of cheers. Countless students gathered in the training room and hallway, eyes shining as they looked at him, cheering excitedly. As a member of Ningjiang Academy, Lin Ze's rise to the top in the bronze area filled the students with pride. Guanning, Lu Man, and others stood by, smiling at him. At this moment, Lin Ze was undoubtedly the center of attention. After dealing with excited classmates and celebrating with Guanning and others, a series of activities kept him busy until late at night when he finally returned to his apartment. Lin Ze sat on the living room sofa, closed his eyes to rest for a few minutes, then stood up, retrieving pre-purchased pet beast materials from the cabinet. 10 lower-grade ice elemental source stones and 1 piece of Millennium Extreme Ice. The lower-grade ice elemental source stones were readily available at any pet beast store. However, the Millennium Extreme Ice was only sold at large stores specializing in pet beast materials and required pre-ordering. Lin Ze had ordered it online the first time he returned from the wilderness, and it had just arrived that morning. Placing the materials on the coffee table, Lin Ze summoned Xiao Xue. The pet beast girl, having undergone several evolutions, was well-versed in the process. She skillfully picked up the materials, holding them in her hands, and slowly absorbed them. When the last bit of material melted into her body, Xiao Xue suddenly emitted a dazzling pure white light. In the blink of an eye, the pet beast girl was enveloped in a ball of light. Lin Ze held his breath, focusing intently on the light. This evolution took much longer than previous ones. It wasn't until over a minute later that the light gradually dissipated, revealing Xiao Xue's figure once more. She retained her cool elegance, now with a more mature aura. Her already fair skin appeared even whiter, exuding an ethereal beauty. Moreover, her white long garment transformed into a snow-white gown that reached the floor. Her slim waist accentuated her graceful curves. Bathed in the light, she appeared dreamlike and magnificent. Her long hair, white with a hint of ice blue, was as smooth as her silk gown, and her ice blue eyes shone like stars, with features so exquisite they were beyond critique. If Xiao Xue had previously been a beautiful young girl, she now resembled a noble lady of high status. Name: Extreme Ice Princess. Type, Ice. Level, 8th rank, 3rd stage. Growth, 0. Skills, Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Meteoric Ice, Frost Blue Domain, Frost Ray, Ice Dragon Break. Queen Route, next evolutionary form, Ice and Snow Queen. Requirements, 100 growth, 20 mid-grade ice elemental source stones, 1-star frost. Xiao Shui seemed very pleased with her new appearance, admiring herself while spinning in place with a joyful, bell-like laugh. Lin Ze watched her with a smile, nodding approvingly. After all the effort, he finally had his first 8th rank pet beast. This marked a significant leap in strength. If he were to face Changming now, he could likely defeat him instantly. Such was the power of an 8th rank pet beast. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Ze suddenly remembered. As usual, after evolving, Xiao Shui's attribute panel featured several new skills. Extreme Ice Storm. An advanced skill of Icefall, it is a ranged attack skill that gathers numerous extreme ice spikes in the sky over a designated area, then showers them down like a storm, causing widespread attack damage. Unlocking requires 20 growth and 800 achievement points. Instant Ice Lotus. A close-range attack skill. It manipulates ice elements to instantly form and bloom a giant ice lotus flower forward, dealing piercing damage to all targets in the frontal fan-shaped area, with added ice attribute damage. Unlocking requires 40 growth and 1200 achievement points. Deep Freeze. A control skill. It manipulates ice elements to freeze a designated target, immobilizing them and inflicting ice attribute damage. Unlocking requires 50 growth and 1200 achievement points. Lin Ze carefully browsed through the skill list, his excitement growing with each skill he examined. The pattern within the achievement system was clear. The higher the achievement points required, the stronger the skill's power. Among the newly revealed skills, even the one with the lowest requirement, Extreme Ice Storm, needed 800 achievement points, matching the already verified power of Ice Dragon Break. The other 3 skills demanded over 1,000 achievement points, surpassing even the unlocking threshold of the Frost Blue Domain. Eagerly, Lin Ze attempted to boost Xiao Shui's growth, only to be shocked by the enormous cost. Increasing it by just 1 required 100 achievement points, more than double the amount needed at the 7th tier. This meant that raising it from 0 to full growth would need a staggering 10,000 achievement points, while even a 10 increase would consume 1,000 points. It really does get ridiculously expensive in the later stages, Lin Ze thought, relieved that his previous decision had been the right one. Relying solely on achievement points to boost growth would have been unsustainable. He turned to the attribute panel of the Stone Condensing Dragon, where 2 locked skills caught his eye. Stone Blood, Group Petrification skill that becomes more effective the greater the power disparity. Fear Rora, wide-range mental attack that can throw targets 5 ranks below the caster into chaos. Both skills were excellent for group battles. Without hesitation, Lin Ze spent 1,800 points to unlock them all. There remained one skill, Giant Spirit Transformation, for the Earth Spirit that was still locked due to insufficient growth, leaving it temporarily sidelined. By now, the 2,000 achievement points from reaching the pinnacle of glory were almost depleted, but the increase in combat power was significant. Next is the Silver Assessment, Lin Ze pondered. With his current strength, whether he could pass the ultra-difficult Silver Assessment was uncertain. Even Changming, with his 3 7th-tier pet beasts, was still gathering strength for the high difficulty level. The specifics of the ultra-difficulty level were largely unknown. To be cautious, Lin Ze decided to wait until both the Earth Spirit and Stone Condensing Dragon completed their evolutions before attempting the challenge. Meanwhile, he would search for a 4th contract pet beast. Recalling the ruins mentioned by Lu Man, Lin Ze thought about the related information. These ruins located in Luoan City were discovered by adventurers a month ago, with the news quickly spreading to surrounding cities. Many adventurers dreaming of wealth and beast tamers with various goals flocked there. Naturally, Lin Ze planned to visit as well. Besides searching for a new pet beast, he hoped to activate new achievements, similar to when he explored the secret realm. After successfully reaching the top of the bronze tier, Lin Ze temporarily bid farewell to the Glory Virtual Realm. However, his achievement caused a stir at Ningjiang Academy and on the Glory Virtual Realm forum that lasted for a week. Despite the ongoing buzz, Lin Ze remained focused on his training until the academy began its month-long break. According to their plan, Lin Ze would join Guanning, Guasini, Lu Man, Songting, and Gulongyan to explore newly discovered ruins in Luoan City. Early in the morning, the group gathered outside the city and headed straight for the train station. Luoan City is over 200 kilometers from Ningjiang City. Driving through the wilderness, teeming with fierce beasts, would take at least 2 to 3 days. Weighing their options, they chose to travel by train. In this era, trains are an extremely rare mode of transportation. Each train is equipped with heavy defensive armor and hot weapons, and the establishment and maintenance of routes require massive human and material resources. The suburban train station is surrounded by tall city walls, with entrance guarded by federal soldiers. With their Ningjiang Academy student IDs, the group passed the inspection smoothly and completed the ticket purchase and check-in procedures. Standing on the platform, Lin Ze examined the train before them. The train was covered with heavy steel armor, and the roof was lined with machine guns and other weapons. Both the front and rear of the train were equipped with combat carriages, with the front housing a formidable 6-barrel machine gun and the rear occupied by a squad of federal soldiers in khaki uniforms. As the clear chimes sounded on the platform, the group quickened their pace and boarded the second-class carriage. Guanning and Guosini, in perfect sync, took the window seats and pulled Lin Ze to sit between them. Lin Ze cleared his throat and pretended not to notice Lu Man's teasing glance. Once the train started, the scenery outside the window gradually shifted from suburban areas to vast wilderness. Along the route, dense barbed wire and watchtowers stood every few kilometers, with soldiers standing straight at the tower entrances. These regular soldiers were tasked with monitoring the tracks and would immediately alert nearby military beast tamers if they encountered any beasts they couldn't handle. Lin Ze recalled reading about the train route development process on the forum. First, select the route, then dispatch large numbers of soldiers and military beast tamers to repeatedly clear out beasts within a 5-kilometer radius until the area became a no-go zone for beasts. Such a daunting task explained why trains were a scarce means of transportation. Gazing at the wild landscape rushing past, Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder. If developing land routes was so challenging, how formidable would the task of establishing air and sea routes be? Even in the most advanced era of human civilization, when technology flourished, the ocean remained unconquered. As the train moved slowly forward, Lin Ze gazed at the passing scenery outside the window, his thoughts wandering. In this era dominated by fierce beasts, the ocean had become their playground. No one knew how many beasts lurked in the unfathomable depths of the sea, but it was evident there were far more than on the wilderness of the land. As for the sky, although the number of beasts was relatively lower, with the absence of fighter jets today, the few flying beasts available were far from establishing air superiority. In contrast, building railways on land had become the simplest and most feasible choice. Just as Lin Ze collected his thoughts and was about to ask the girls if they wanted something to drink, a conversation arose behind him. The first-class carriage is nice, but it's a bit crowded and noisy. I'm really sorry, Xiaojun. There are so many people going to Luoan City lately that it's hard to get a train ticket. I pulled a lot of strings with my family and still couldn't get tickets for the luxury carriage, so we have to settle for first class. It's okay, Luha. I'm not a spoiled princess. It's no problem for me. Besides, it's only a 3 to 4 hour journey. We'll be there soon. Others chimed in. First class is already great. Without Lu's help, we couldn't afford it. Yeah, the ticket price is as much as I earn from 3 or 4 bronze level missions. The luxury carriage is not just about money. It's about connections. Only Lu has that kind of network. Luha modestly replied, it's all thanks to my family's influence. Despite his humble words, there was an undeniable hint of pride in his voice, and others quickly took the opportunity to flatter him. Family background is a form of strength, Lu. No need to be modest. Exactly, and considering your personal achievements, becoming a silver beast master at 25 is quite rare. All right, enough flattery, Luha interrupted. We've still got an hour or two to go. Let me treat everyone to something to eat. Don't be shy. Hooray for Lu. A group of people cheered and stood up. Lin Ze caught a glimpse of a few young men and women in their early 20s walking through the seats, looking like typical novice adventurers, likely fresh graduates from the Beast Tamer Academy. Before long, they returned with snacks and drinks. As they passed by Lin Ze and his companions, one of the guys suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on Guanning and the other girls. Hey, move along, you're blocking the way, his companion urged. Look over there. The guy swallowed and whispered. Those girls are stunning. His male companions skeptically glanced over and soon widened their eyes. Guanning, Guosini, and Lu Man, the 3 senior students, were indeed exceptionally beautiful, and seeing 5 beauties together was truly breathtaking. Next, they noticed Lin Ze, and their eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. That guy's lucky, having so many beauties with him. Even one would be enough for me, they muttered as they returned to their seats. Even after sitting down, including Lu Ha, they continued to whisper. See, the junior is really blessed, having so many beauties around him. Everyone's envious, Lu Man, who also overheard the murmurs, teased with a smile. Guanning and Guosini giggled beside her. Lin Ze shook his head with a smile. Well then, as a reward for the beauties accompanying me on this trip, I'll treat everyone to drinks. What would you like? I'll have orange juice. Coffee for me. I want milk. After noting the orders, Lin Ze got up and headed to the dining car in the middle of the train. It was more of a small shop than a restaurant, offering only simple food and drinks. There wasn't much variety, and there were no seats for dining, as every inch of space on the train was precious. As he walked through the aisle, he encountered a dozen heavily armed federal soldiers, each with a stern expression, patrolling from the front to the back of the train. Lin Ze stepped aside to let them pass, curiously observing the group until they disappeared from view. Is something happening? He pondered for a moment but found no answer, so he shook his head and continued on his way. 5 minutes later, when he returned to his seat with the drinks, he found a young man with a fair face standing in front of the seats, enthusiastically chatting with Guanning and the others. You're students from the Beast Tamer Academy, right? Which academy? I might know your seniors, said Lu He. Are you also going to Luoan City to explore the ruins? We're headed there too. Why not join us? I'm a silver beast master, so it'll be safer with me. Despite the girl's apparent lack of interest, he seemed oblivious and continued talking. Guanning frowned slightly, and upon seeing Lin Ze return, she immediately waved to him, brother. Lin Ze nodded, approached, and calmly said to Lu He, could you move aside, please? You're blocking the way. Lu He was visibly taken aback for a moment, awkwardly stepping aside. He watched as the previously indifferent girls began to smile brightly upon Lin Ze's return, a flash of undisguised envy crossing his eyes. Lin Ze skillfully distributed the drinks and took his seat again. When he looked up, he noticed Lu He still standing nearby, his face full of surprise. Do you need something else? Lu He was momentarily at a loss for words, forcing a smile. I was just discussing with your companions. Since we're all heading to the ruins in Luoan City, maybe we could. No need, Lin Ze interrupted directly. We're not used to traveling with strangers, but you're just students, Lu He said urgently, glancing at Guanning and the others. It's too dangerous to go to the ruins alone. With me, a silver-level beast master, you can safely venture deeper. In his view, these young women from the Beast Academy couldn't possibly be very strong, likely not even reaching the bronze level. If they weren't on a train, he would have summoned his 7th-tier beast to impress these inexperienced girls. However, the girls merely gave him strange smiles in response, and Lu Man couldn't help but chuckle. No need, having Lin Ze is enough. If he can't protect us, there probably aren't many on this train who could. Him? Lu He glanced disdainfully at Lin Ze, who looked no older than 20. How strong could he be? Probably didn't even have a 5th-tier beast. Just as Lu He was about to continue persuading them, Guanning spoke up impatiently, aren't you annoying? We already said no. Go hit on someone else. Such a blunt retort left Lu He's face alternating between red and green, forcing him to leave in embarrassment. The girls quickly put the minor incident behind them, resuming their cheerful conversation. Back in his seat, Lu He wore a sullen expression, listening to his companion's consolations. Don't mind them, Lu. Those ungrateful people aren't worth it. Li Xiaojun returned from the restroom, puzzled by the atmosphere. What happened? Nothing, Lu He replied, quickly putting on a smile. I got drinks and snacks. Try them. For the next half hour, the train traveled smoothly, crossing a steel bridge spanning a 1,000-meter deep canyon. The spectacular view elicited exclamations of awe from Guasini and others, though Lin Ze, accustomed to the wilderness, remained unfazed. After crossing the bridge, the monotonous landscape of the wasteland made everyone drowsy. It wasn't clear how much time had passed when a violent jolt woke Lin Ze. The scenery outside had changed dramatically. Dark clouds roiled like monsters, and lightning clawed at the train, creating blinding arcs. Amid the passengers' panic, a broadcast came on. Attention passengers, we have entered a storm zone. We expect to exit in about 10 minutes. Please don't panic and remain seated. With the announcement, the passengers gradually calmed down. Lin Ze, however, looked out the window with a slight frown, a sense of unease growing within him. Something's not right. A cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Lin Ze turned towards the sound and saw Gu Lengyan staring intently at the stormy clouds outside, her expression grave. Her usually calm demeanor was now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. What do you mean? Lu Man and Song Ting asked almost in unison, both aware that their usually reticent friend, though reserved, was knowledgeable and never spoke without reason. I've seen footage of storm zones and experienced two myself, but this one is clearly different, Gu Lengyan explained, her brow furrowed. The storm outside is far too violent. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Lin Ze leaned closer to the train window, peering out. In a matter of minutes, the once empty wilderness had transformed into a dark, eerie landscape. The storm clouds above churned like boiling water, with bubbles constantly forming. It seemed as if something dreadful was brewing within them. Suddenly, Lin Ze spotted several menacing shadows emerging from the clouds, hurtling towards the train. He recalled the group of solemn soldiers he had encountered in the corridor earlier, a chill running down his spine. Almost simultaneously, the rapid sound of gunfire erupted outside. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire and thunder merged into a deafening roar, interspersed with the chilling howls of beasts. Panic engulfed the carriage. It's beasts. Beasts are attacking the train. How is this possible? Didn't the military clear the area? Are there many of them? The passengers' fear spread like ripples. Lu Man and Song Ting's eyes widened in shock. Since this railway line opened, the surrounding areas had seldom seen beasts due to regular military patrols, let alone an attack on a train. Even when it did happen, it was usually just a few low-level beasts that could be easily handled with firearms. But this was clearly different. The gunfire didn't diminish, it intensified. The beasts' howls grew louder. Through the window, the creatures came into view, massive blue beetles about a meter long, with a large, lightning-tipped horn on their heads and shells covered in lightning-like patterns. It's the Atla beetles. Lu Man gasped. These thunder-attributed beasts could reach 5th rank and 6th stage in strength. More importantly, they always appeared in swarms, numbering at least 3 to 4,000. They brought storm clouds with them, which explained Gu Longyan's earlier concern. The sharp clinks of clang-clang echoed continuously as bullets struck the beetle's shells. The light machine guns on the train were useless against these 5th-rank beasts, unable even to penetrate their armor. Only the heavy machine guns at the front and back of the train could offer some resistance. The soldiers of the Federation are fighting tooth and nail outside to protect you, while you sit here spewing sarcasm. You're nothing but a pack of ingrates. The old man's voice was as piercing as an icicle, causing Lu Ha and his companions' faces to flush with embarrassment. Ignoring their angry glares, the old man continued. You claim you can easily repel the beasts. Nonsense. Even the soldiers on the train couldn't hold them back. What can a few brash youngsters like you possibly do? One of the boys puffed out his chest and retorted. Why not? Brother Lu is a silver beast master and has a level 7 pet beast. Dealing with a mere level 5 beast should be a piece of cake. The old man let out a cold laugh. How ignorant you are. Every train is required to have over 100 soldiers on board, including at least 20 beast masters. More importantly, there must be at least 4 silver beast masters and 1 gold beast master present. A gold beast master typically commands at least 1 level 8 beast. If such a formidable lineup can't hold them back, what can you do? The carriage fell into a dead silence. Lu Ha and his friends stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. It was common knowledge that the train was guarded by military forces, but the exact configuration was rarely known. They never imagined it would be on such a scale. As Lu Ha wished he could disappear into a hole, a more terrifying thought struck him. If such a powerful military force was being pushed back, how vast must the attacking beast horde be? To know that a combination of 4 silver and 1 gold beast master could handle 4 or 5,000 level 5 beasts. Did it mean the number of Atla giant worms had already surpassed 10,000? This thought sent shivers down everyone's spine. Suddenly, footsteps broke the silence. 2 soldiers, covered in blood, walked briskly into the carriage, looking exhausted yet determined. Which of you are beast masters? Please step forward. We need your assistance. The old man was the first to stand up. My name is Ning Tao, Silver Beast Master, ready to assist. This unexpected move drew everyone's attention. 5 more Bronze Beast Masters then stepped forward. All eyes turned to Lu Ha. Under pressure, he reluctantly stood up. I'll go too, he said, though he planned to avoid the most dangerous tasks. At this moment, Lin Ze also stood up. Let's go too, he said. Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Longyan immediately followed suit. When Lin Ze mentioned they were students of Ningjiang Academy, the looks from those around them changed. The academy was renowned, especially since one of its top students had recently topped the bronze region in the glory virtual realm. Though Lu Ha was somewhat surprised, he inwardly scoffed. On the battlefield, the beasts wouldn't care about your education or talent. The students were from Ningjiang Academy. The 2 soldiers exchanged a knowing glance and nodded heavily toward Lin Ze and his companions. Thank you for your efforts. The elder, Ning Tao, approached and patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. His eyes sparkled with appreciation. Although you're quite young, the combat skills of Ningjiang Academy students are reliable. In these perilous times, every bit of strength is invaluable. Lin Ze simply smiled calmly, an attitude of composure in the face of praise or blame that made Ning Tao appreciate him even more. Please follow me. The 2 soldiers turned and led the way through the 3rd carriage towards the luxurious and combat carriages ahead. The luxury carriage was filled with the heavy scent of blood and was oppressively hot. All the seats had been removed, and the space had been transformed into a temporary field hospital. The floor was covered with wounded soldiers, their wounds appearing in eerie charred black. One of the injured was almost half-jarred, and the air was thick with the nauseating smell of burnt flesh, with screams echoing continuously. Further ahead was the last armored combat carriage. The thin carriage door barely muffled the chaotic sounds from within, screams, roars, gunfire, and thunder creating a spine-chilling cacophony. The accompanying beast tamers swallowed hard and quickly cast soul protection on themselves. Get ready. I'm opening the door. One of the soldiers grabbed the door handle and gritted his teeth. He then swung open the door to the combat carriage. A deafening thunderclap exploded instantly, almost bursting eardrums. This was followed by a tidal wave of shrieks and beastly roars. The entire armored carriage seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, the roof being completely ripped off, and the thick armor shattered into pieces. Looking up, the sky was swarming with dense Atra worms, their numbers making one's scalp tingle. Blinding lightning repeatedly struck the train's insulated armor, causing violent explosions if it hit a machine gun position. The ground was littered with the bodies of Atra worms and federal soldiers, with body parts and flesh scattered everywhere, and blood almost covering the ground. The gruesome scene made even seasoned adventurers turn pale, and Luhi's face was ashen. The ferocity of the battle far exceeded his imagination, making him deeply regret agreeing to participate. Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan were also pale, but Lin Ze remained calm, having already encountered a similar scene with bloodline ant swarms in the secret realm of 10,000 insects. Reporting to the Major, the support Beast Tamers have arrived. A soldier shouted to a middle-aged officer not far away. The officer was glowing with the light of soul protection, his rank indicating he was one of the 4 silver Beast Tamers. The middle-aged officer quickly ordered other personnel to withdraw, making room for the Beast Tamers to fight. Soon, about 40 Beast Tamers, including Lin Ze, were assembled. There's a leader-level beast controlling these Atra worms. Colonel Meng has ridden the shining silver dragon to deal with it. Once that beast is taken down, the swarm will retreat, the middle-aged officer explained succinctly. Lin Ze looked up into the sky and indeed saw 2 massive figures clashing repeatedly amidst the gloomy clouds. Occasionally, flashes of lightning or silver gleams intertwined, illuminating the tense battlefield. What we need to do is hold out until Colonel Meng takes down the leader of the Atla giant insects. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of beast tamers nodded solemnly in agreement. In an instant, over 100 varied pet beasts were summoned. Some climbed to the tops of the carriages, while others spread their wings and soared into the sky, quickly joining the fierce battle. Among the 8 silver-ranked beast tamers present, 4 were from the military, and the other 4 were temporarily recruited, including Ning Tao and Lu He. In terms of strength, Ning Tao was the strongest. 3 of his 4 pet beasts were at the 7th tier, and the other was at the peak of the 6th tier. Next was a middle-aged military officer, who had 2 7th tier and 2 peak 6th tier pet beasts. The remaining silver-ranked beast tamers each had only 1 7th tier pet beast. Lin Ze scanned the battlefield and noticed that Lu He had summoned a rampaging Armora steel-type pet beast with considerable potential, capable of reaching the 2nd stage of the 7th tier upon maturity. With the addition of this pet beast, Lu He's complexion visibly improved, no longer as pale as before. He glanced proudly at the 3 girls, hoping to see their looks of surprise and admiration. However, to his disappointment, the girls were too focused on the swarming insects in the sky to pay him any attention. Feeling dissatisfied, Lu He shifted his gaze to Lin Ze, curious about what made this popular guy so special. What he saw nearly made his eyes pop out. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the sky, the stone dragon soared up, its breath sweeping across and reducing dozens of Atla giant insects to dust in an instant, leaving them no time to even cry out. A 7th tier pet beast? Lu He stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his face filled with disbelief. The actions of the stone dragon immediately drew everyone's attention. The massive dragon-like figure spiraled in the air, causing a wave of astonished exclamations. A 7th tier beast. The middle-aged officer's eyes sparkled, and the surrounding beast tamers widened their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't fathom that this exceedingly young man possessed such a powerful beast. Ning Tao's eyes widened in shock, and Lu He was utterly dumbfounded. In their understanding, how could a student possibly own a 7th tier beast? It completely overturned their perception. However, Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan remained calm and composed. In fact, when they saw the shocked expressions of others, they even felt a slight sense of superiority. This was true genius strength. But an even more astonishing scene followed. Lin Ze summoned a 2nd beast, the Spirit of the Earth. As soon as this earth elemental giant appeared, it raised its hands high to gather massive rocks. With a deafening sonic boom, the rocks shot into the sky like cannonballs, instantly obliterating an Atla giant worm. The rocks then exploded, and the violent shockwave shredded dozens of nearby insect beasts into pieces. The Spirit of the Earth's assault didn't stop. One explosive rock after another was launched, quickly creating large gaps in the dense swarm of insects. A 2nd 7th tier beast? Everyone was completely stunned. A young man not yet 20 years old owning 2 7th tier beasts was simply unheard of. At that moment, Li Xiaojun suddenly brightened up and exclaimed, "I remember now, you are Lin Ze." With the mention of this name, the beast tamers present were suddenly enlightened. The champion of the Ningjiang Academy competition and the dual summit achiever in the Glory Virtual Realms bronze area was none other than this young man before them. The gazes of the crowd immediately turned respectful, especially Lu He, Recalling his earlier claim of wanting to protect Lin Ze, wished he could find a hole to hide in. Lin Ze, however, paid no mind to the reactions around him and continued to summon Xiao Shui, instructing, "Take care of the safety of the three senior sisters." Lu Man wanted to decline, but Lin Ze was adamant. "Our goal is to hold out until Colonel Ming eliminates the insect leader, not to kill all the insects. The safety of the senior sisters is more important than these." His tone was calm and steady, yet it made the three senior sisters blush and their hearts race. Lu Man secretly cursed, thinking it was no wonder Guan Ning and Cinny were fond of him. This guy was charming without even realizing it. Although Xiao Shui wasn't using her full strength, each skill she unleashed still demonstrated astonishing power. The ice blue light flickered across the battlefield, with each strike effortlessly wiping out nearly 100 Atla giant insects, drawing constant glances from the surrounding officers. What a powerful beast. This must be Lin Ze's legendary strongest ice-type beast. I heard it even defeated a 7th-tier, 5th-stage divine envoy in the glory virtual realm. That's a sacred-type beast, whose combat ability is at least a stage higher than its level. I'd say its strength is more like 7th tier, 7th or 8th stage. The beast tamers whispered among themselves, looking at Lin Ze with obvious awe. Seeing 3 7th-tier beasts, especially the power Xiao Shui displayed, was far more shocking than the rumors suggested. Lu Man and the other 2 women, however, looked surprised. The Xiao Shui they remembered didn't seem this formidable. Could it have recently made another breakthrough? This idea might seem absurd to others, but for Lin Ze, such remarkable progress was already routine. The battle had been raging for over 10 minutes, showing no signs of abating, but instead becoming even more intense. Countless Atla giant insects charged towards the train, engaging in a brutal fight with the defending beasts. The defending beasts were not weak, with the lowest being 5th or 6th tier, and quite a few at 7th tier. Their individual power completely suppressed the Atla giant insects, but the overwhelming numbers were gradually turning the tide. Since the attack began, 2,000 to 3,000 insect beasts had fallen, yet the swarm in the sky still loomed like a dark cloud. Meanwhile, the Beast Tamer side had suffered over a third in casualties, with even several 7th-tier beasts injured. At this rate, the defense line would collapse in no more than 20 minutes. Everyone looked expectantly towards the sky, where Colonel Ming was locked in fierce combat with the insect beast leader. However, only 2 massive figures could be seen clashing within the clouds, with thunderous roars echoing continuously. If this continues, we won't hold out much longer. Once the defense line is breached, none of us will escape death. When will Colonel Ming finish off that insect beast leader? Fear and despair began to spread among the crowd. Lu Ha and others turned pale. If the carriage doors hadn't been locked, they might have already retreated. Even Lu Man and her companions frowned deeply. Only Lin Ze remained calm. He still had Xiao Shui as his trump card, but unless the defense line was on the verge of collapse, he wouldn't let her unleash her full power. The swarm before them still numbered in the tens of thousands, a daunting task even for an 8th-tier beast. The key was to deal with the insect beast leader. Just as Lin Ze contemplated letting Xiao Shui act, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive figure fell from the clouds, crashing heavily to the ground dozens of meters outside the train. It was the shining silver dragon, covered in silver scales. Its body was bloodied, lying in a huge crater. A tall Federation officer Colonel Ming was trying to stand up shakily from the dragon's back. Following this, the enormous insect beast leader burst through the clouds, descending slowly. Though it bore injuries, it was clearly in much better shape than the shining silver dragon. The last hope shattered, and despair instantly engulfed everyone. It's over. We're finished. We're all going to die here. Even the middle-aged officer and Ning Tao showed a defeated expression. Without Colonel Ming's shining silver dragon, they were powerless against the insect beast leader, let alone the remaining swarm. The situation had reached a desperate point. Lu Ha looked at the scene before him with utter despair. The fall of the shining silver dragon meant they had lost their last line of defense. Facing the leader of the Atla giant insects, the remaining people stood no chance. The fear of death gripped his heart like an invisible giant hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Li Xiaojun frantically searched for Lu Ha, only to find that the usually confident and spirited man was now pale, his eyes filled with terror, and his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His outer strength crumbling in this moment of crisis filled her with disappointment. In contrast, the younger Lin Ze appeared exceptionally composed. Even in this life-and-death situation, his expression remained calm, as if the dire straits before him were merely a trivial interruption. His demeanor gradually calmed Lu Man, Song Ting, and Guosini. They knew well that whenever Lin Ze showed such an expression, it meant he had a plan. Indeed, Lin Ze turned to the 3 women, speaking with a steady voice, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Then he shifted his gaze toward the insect beast leader approaching the body of the shining silver dragon, I'll take care of that creature. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxue stepped forward with understanding. The other beast tamers looked on in confusion. To them, a seventh tier facing an eighth tier was akin to an egg striking a rock. However, before the middle-aged officer and Ning Tao could react, Xiaoxue had already made her move. She raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, a fierce cold wind howled, and large snowflakes fell from the sky, transforming the area within a kilometer into a world covered in silver. This was the frost blue domain. In just a breath, nearly 1,000 Atla giant insects were frozen into ice sculptures and then shattered. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stood frozen in place, incredulously watching what unfolded. Xiaoxue's displayed strength was clearly at the 8th tier level. The middle-aged officer and Ning Tao were shocked. They remembered that just a week ago, when Lin Ze reached the top of the Glory Virtual Realms bronze area, he only had 3 7th tier beast companions. Lu He was even more dumbfounded. A bronze-ranked beast tamer with an 8th tier beast? This completely overturned his understanding. Watching this seemingly rule-breaking young man, he couldn't help but question if his worldview was flawed. How could a human's talent be this powerful? Even the 3 women most familiar with Lin Ze, including Lu Man, couldn't hide their shock at this moment. Lin Ze had once again created an unbelievable miracle, raising his pet beast from the 7th to the 8th tier in just 1 week. This astonishing speed of growth was beyond anyone's imagination. Junior Lin Ze is really? Lu Man muttered to herself, unable to find the right words to describe her inner amazement. Despite having witnessed Lin Ze's extraordinary talent numerous times, the scene before her left her in awe once again. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Xiaoxue began to unleash her second skill, Ice Dragon Burst. The surging ice elements quickly coalesced into a lifelike, massive ice dragon, which charged ferociously towards its target. At this moment, there were only a few Atla giant worms left within the frost blue domain. Although the worms outside the domain continued their relentless assault, the extreme cold and snowstorm hindered their advance, making it difficult for them to break through the defenses and approach the train. This created a perfect opportunity for the ice dragon to confront the leader of the Atla giant worms. The leader of the Atla giant worms had sensed the threat as soon as Xiaoxue released the frost blue domain and immediately abandoned its attack on the shimmering silver dragon. Facing the roaring ice dragon, it didn't hesitate to counterattack, its massive horn emitting a dazzling lightning, transforming into a thunder python to strike back. With a thunderous crash, the ice dragon and the thunder python collided, unleashing a shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt a pressure on their chest, as if struck by a massive stone. They ignored this brief discomfort and concentrated on the battlefield, afraid of missing any detail. After the intense clash, both the ice dragon and the thunder python dissipated. However, the residual impact, carrying a biting chill, continued to push back the leader of the Atla giant worms over 10 meters. A layer of frost covered the surface of the giant worm, indicating it had fallen at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Incredible! It actually suppressed the leader of the Atla giant worms, the crowd exclaimed. The middle-aged officer was especially dumbfounded, knowing full well that Major Meng's shimmering silver dragon was at the 2nd stage of the 8th tier. And with the inherent advantage of a pure-blooded dragon, its actual combat power was comparable to the 3rd stage of the 8th tier. For the leader of the Atla giant worms, capable of defeating the shimmering silver dragon, its strength must be at least at the 4th stage of the 8th tier. Now, this terrifying giant worm was being suppressed by Xiao Zukald. She have reached the 5th stage of the 8th tier? Xiaoxue is ranked at Tier 8, Stage 3, but her true combat power far exceeds this level. Once she activates her frost blue domain, this beast girl can easily leap 3 stages to rival opponents at Tier 8, Stage 6. As new skills gradually unlock, her combat prowess is bound to soar, potentially bridging a gap of 4 stages. Such potential is hard to match, even for the pure-blooded stone-condensing dragons and the earth spirits with divine lineage. The leader of the Atla giant worms erupted in fury after being attacked, its massive horn emitting a blinding light. A bolt of lightning, far more ferocious than before, tore through the air, aiming directly at Xiaoxue. The air along its path twisted and distorted from the immense energy, producing a piercing explosive sound. In the face of this fierce strike, Xiaoxue remained calm. She gently raised her hand, and an exquisite ice mirror instantly formed in the void. The violent lightning struck the ice mirror, and with a crisp shattering sound, was deflected back towards its caster. With a resounding boom, the leader of the Atla giant worms was caught off guard, hit squarely by its own lightning. Despite its natural resistance to lightning, it was left smoking and howling in pain. Xiaoxue seized the opportunity, her slender hands weaving through the air as she unleashed a series of skills: Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Frost Ray, and Ultimate Ice. Each skill hit its mark, forcing the worm leader to retreat repeatedly. Inside the carriage, the passengers were dumbfounded. The fearsome worm beast leader was being overpowered by a mere beast with no chance to retaliate. Meng Long was even more shocked to realize that the beast tamer controlling the tier 8 beast was a young person who appeared no older than 20. He racked his brain, recalling the passenger list, and suddenly a possibility dawned on him. Could this be Lin Ze, the prodigious chief of Ningjiang Academy? The battle continued. After realizing that long-range attacks were ineffective, the Atla giant worm leader attempted to engage in close combat. However, every time it tried to close in, Xiaoxue would bind it with extreme ice chains, maintaining a safe distance. Coupled with the slowing effects of her ice skills, the worm leader was unable to breach Xiaoxue's defenses and continued to endure the onslaught of ice attacks. The enraged worm leader let out a thunderous roar, its emotions transmitted telepathically to the surrounding swarm. Instantly, countless insect beasts launched an even more frenzied assault, catching the train's guardian beasts off guard. Suddenly, hundreds of Atla worms broke through, opening their menacing maws and lunging towards the carriage. It seemed as if they were being directed, with most of them heading straight for Lin Ze. The dense swarm blotted out the sky, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The faces of the middle-aged officer and Ning Tao turned pale instantly. With Colonel Ming already having failed, Lin Ze was their last hope. If he fell too, they would all be doomed, becoming nothing more than a meal for the swarm. In a split second, both men instinctively raised their hands, ready to unleash soul arts in support. However, before they could complete their actions, something unexpected happened. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from Lin Ze. In an instant, a bright halo of soul power spread out from him, quickly enveloping the entire carriage and forming an impenetrable shield. Bang! 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 The Atla worms collided violently with the soul power barrier, producing a series of dull thuds. Ripples spread across the surface of the barrier, yet it remained unshaken. Instead, the worms were hit by the rebound force, causing them to wobble in the air, struggling to maintain their position. Is this the guardian of the soul? The middle-aged officer and Ning Tao stared in disbelief at the soul power barrier surrounding them. With their extensive experience, they immediately recognized this as a high-level soul art, capable of expanding protection to a domain level at least a level 6 or higher guardian of the soul. This realization made them gasp in awe. A young man with an 8th level beast as a companion also possessed such astounding proficiency in soul arts. Such a prodigious talent seemed almost divinely favored. The battle outside the carriage raged fiercely, but inside, there was an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Lin Ze in shock, utterly amazed by his display of the Soul's Guardian. Lu Ha and Li Xiaojun exchanged glances, never imagining that the Soul's Guardian could be used in such a manner. The massive protective shield actually covered the entire combat carriage, which was over 100 square meters in size. What is happening? Lu Ha murmured to himself. A seasoned beast master nearby chuckled softly upon hearing this. A bit out of touch, are we? This is a special ability that can only be mastered when the Soul's Guardian reaches level 6. Lin Ze's prowess in soul arts is truly remarkable. He deserves the title of genius. These words left Lu Ha even more stunned. He had been cultivating the Soul's Guardian for 7 or 8 years, and had only reached level 4, while Lin Ze had reached level 6 in just 2 years. Such talent was simply unbelievable. At that moment, Lin Ze had no time to care about the others' gazes. Each attack from the Atra giant insects consumed his soul power. The continuous assault by hundreds of giant insects drained a fifth of his soul power in just half a minute. At this rate, his remaining soul power would last only 1 or 2 more minutes. Fortunately, the stone-condensing dragon returned just in time, exhaling a mist of stone-condensing blood. Wherever the blood-red mist passed, all the Atra giant insects instantly turned into stone statues, crashing to the ground and shattering. In a matter of moments, the 100 or so giant insects that had breached the defense line were completely wiped out. What an impressive petrification skill! The middle-aged officer exclaimed in admiration. Ning Tao nodded in agreement. Although the stone-condensing dragon was rare, its stone-condensing blood mist skill made it an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief and turned his focus to the battle ahead. Although the swarm of insects continued to attack fearlessly, the defensive line was holding for the time being. The key was the fight between Xiaoxue and the Atra giant insect leader. As the battle wore on, the insect leader was covered in wounds, its blood freezing before it could even drip. In contrast, aside from energy depletion, Xiaoxue remained unscathed. The outcome was becoming clear. However, at that moment, the insect leader suddenly changed tactics. It emitted a sharp screech and turned to flee. The swarm, heeding its call, immediately abandoned the attack on the train and swarmed toward Xiaoxue. Damn it! The middle-aged officer's face turned pale. We can't let it escape. These insect beasts have a strong sense of revenge. If we let it get away, it will soon return with an even larger swarm. He explained that due to the damage from the battle, the train would need to stop for repairs for 45 hours. In the thunderstorm zone, communications were cut off, making it impossible to call for help. If the swarm returned, they would be hard-pressed to defend against it. This revelation caused the faces of those present to change drastically. The cost of repelling the beast tide this time had already been high, and another wave would likely be impossible to withstand. Even with Lin Ze present, it would be difficult to hold off the relentless insect swarm attacks. As the cunning insect leader was about to escape, a sense of panic began to spread among the crowd. What should we do? Stop the Atra giant worm leader. Don't let it escape, someone shouted urgently amidst the chaos. The Atra giant worm leader had already reached the edge of the frost blue domain. Once it left the domain, its slowed speed would return to normal. Seeing the dire situation, the stone condensing dragon suddenly abandoned its attack on the swarm and turned to face the escaping leader. Roar! The thunderous dragon roar reverberated across thousands of meters. The power of the fearsome roar sent all the low-level Atra giant worms into panic and chaos, screeching as they scattered. Although the leader, being 5 tiers above the stone condensing dragon, avoided the negative effects, the roar still caused it to hesitate momentarily. This was the moment. Xiaoshua's ice dragon break, Earth Spirit's rock impact, and Lin Ze's soul arrow all simultaneously shot towards the worm leader's wings. Ice, earth, and soul energies intertwined and collided in the air, instantly shredding its 3 pairs of transparent wings to pieces. The leader, having lost its ability to fly, let out a piercing wail and crashed heavily to the ground. Well done. Great job. That's Lin Ze for you. Cheers erupted from all around. The middle-aged officer exchanged a surprised look with Ning Tao. Lin Ze's response and judgment in the critical moment were far beyond those of an ordinary student from the Beast Tamer Academy. He seemed more like a seasoned adventurer. The wingless worm leader struggled desperately, but under the relentless assault from Xiaoshua, the stone condensing dragon, and the earth spirit, it soon couldn't hold on. Moments later, it let out a final, unwilling cry before its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. With the leader's death, the entire worm swarm fell into disarray, fleeing in panic. The Beastmasters, seeing this, did not pursue but instead directed their beasts to clear out the remaining enemies. A few minutes later, there were no living enemies left on the battlefield. Inside the train, cheers erupted. We're saved. I knew the army and the Beastmasters could repel the beasts. Well done, heroes. Ning Tao approached Lin Ze. Thank you, young man. Without you, we wouldn't have survived this. With the middle-aged officer's support, Colonel Meng also approached. On behalf of the Federal Army, I salute you. You saved the lives of over 1,000 passengers. Lin Ze shook his head and said, I can't take all the credit. If Colonel Meng hadn't injured the Atra giant worm leader first, weakening it significantly, I wouldn't have been able to finish it off. Looking at this remarkably talented yet humble young man, admiration flashed in Meng Long's eyes. A person with extraordinary talent who remains modest is destined to achieve far more than anyone could imagine. The beast tide had receded, but the situation was far from over. Repair workers immediately got to work, bustling around the train, racing against time to fix the damaged parts. They knew that time was of the essence, and the train needed to be up and running as soon as possible to leave this dangerous place. Inside the train, the beast tamers were greeted with warm applause from the passengers upon their return. Words of gratitude echoed all around, and the surviving passengers looked at these protectors with genuine admiration, as if they were gazing at true heroes. As the welcoming excitement gradually subsided, Lin Ze and his group returned to their seats. Seeing them safe and sound, Guanning and Guisini beamed with heartfelt smiles. Their previous worries and anxiety vanished, and they eagerly inquired about the battle outside. When they heard that Lin Ze had turned the tide and that Xiaoshua had advanced to the 8th rank, the two women's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, your beast has advanced again, Guanning exclaimed, unable to hide her astonishment. It had only been a short time since Lin Ze reached the top of the bronze zone, yet his progress was still astonishing. Lin Ze casually remarked that it was just good luck, but before Guanning could respond, a timid voice interrupted. Lin Ze. Turning to look, it was a girl named Li Xiaojun. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she gazed at Lin Ze with sparkling eyes. I'm from Ningjiang City. You looked really cool just now. Can we be friends? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around them shifted. Guanning and the others all turned to look at her, their eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Li Xiaojun immediately sensed the tension, feeling as if she was being watched by a pack of wolves. Seeing this, Lin Ze chuckled to himself and politely indicated that he was enjoying the rare journey and preferred not to be disturbed. Li Xiaojun looked disappointed and left with her head down. While everyone chatted, Lin Ze leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest, but in reality, he was checking the system notifications. Achievement unlocked. Hero I. Save over 1,000 lives in a single disaster. Reward, 3,000 achievement points, Hero's Token 1. The description of the Hero's Token piqued his interest. Activating it would enable Hero Mode, with an initial cost of 1,000 achievement points and an additional 500 points for every extra minute. Although curious about its effects, the high cost deterred Lin Ze from trying it out for now. After checking the growth of his 3 pet beasts, Lin Ze settled in for a quiet rest. By nightfall, the repairs were finally completed. The train, escorted by military support, safely arrived at the outskirts of Luan City. Through the train windows, the outlines of the bustling city emerged faintly in the night. A sweet female voice came over the broadcast. Dear passengers, welcome to Luan City. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. We wish you a wonderful journey ahead. The journey was long, and after facing a dangerous beast tide, the group arrived in Luoan City utterly exhausted. Even Lin Ze, who was usually full of energy, felt somewhat fatigued. After a simple dinner, they settled early in a local inn. The next morning, after breakfast, Luman suggested exploring the city. Since we're here, we should experience the local culture, she said with a sparkle of anticipation in her eyes. We can discuss the ruins tomorrow. Everyone agreed. They strolled through the streets of Luoan City, stopping occasionally to sample various local snacks. When they reached an area with an open view, Lin Ze's attention was drawn to a distant tower. It was a 7-story, cone-shaped structure with a deep blue hue, narrowing as it rose. Despite the distance, its height of over 100 meters made it stand out among the surrounding buildings, which were only a few dozen meters high. Senior, what is that tower? Lin Ze asked Gu Lengyan, who was known for her extensive knowledge. That's the Star Soul Tower, Gu Lengyan replied calmly. It's one of Luoan City's most famous secret realms, belonging to the Beast Master Association. It's similar to the Stone Tablet virtual realm we encountered during our qualification assessments. It's a rare challenge-type secret realm. It's said that passing different levels grants corresponding rewards. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. What kind of rewards? Guanning asked eagerly. I don't know the specifics, only that they're related to soul arts, Gu Lengyan continued. However, there are 2 special restrictions in the Star Soul Tower. Only Beast Masters under the age of 25 can enter, and you can't summon your beasts inside the tower. You must rely on your own strength to complete the challenges. This information surprised everyone. The restriction on summoning beasts was particularly unexpected, as a Beast Master's main combat power typically comes from their beasts. Although Beast Masters themselves gain enhanced physical abilities due to level advancements, they are still far from matching their beast prowess. The girls present couldn't help but glance at Lin Ze with peculiar expressions. They all knew that with Lin Ze's mastery of the 6th level Soul Guard and 8th level Soul Arrow, he could easily handle 6th-tier beasts without summoning any pets. His abilities were exceptional among his peers. Lin Ze cleared his throat and changed the subject. Why don't we visit the Star Soul Tower and perhaps try the challenge? Everyone agreed enthusiastically and headed towards the Star Soul Tower. Along the way, Guanning and Guasini asked Gu Lengyan for more details about challenge-type secret realms. Gu Lengyan explained the features of such realms, including common rules like age restrictions and level requirements, as well as the mechanism where rewards are only granted upon the first successful completion. The most renowned challenge-type secret realm discovered by the Federation so far is the Sky Tower in the capital, Gu Lengyan added. It's said to house countless treasures, and many famous strong individuals have left their marks on its upper levels in their youth. Hearing this, not only Guanning and Guasini showed longing expressions, but even Lin Ze was secretly tempted. For him, the possibility of unlocking new achievements by conquering the secret realm was the biggest allure. Although the capital was far away, the Star Soul Tower right in front of them was a good place to start. With a plan in mind, Lin Ze refocused his attention on the present. As the group walked and chatted, they finally arrived at the Star Soul Tower after half an hour. The towering structure stood in the middle of a vast square, surrounded by high walls. In the center of the walls was a large open gate, flanked by Federation soldiers in maroon uniforms. At the entrance, staff from the Beast Master Association were checking the credentials of those entering. Unlike other secret realms, the entry requirements for the Star Soul Tower were simple. Any Beast Master under the age of 25 could attempt the challenge, without needing to reach the bronze level. After passing the inspection, Lin Ze and his companions entered the square, their eyes immediately drawn to the Star Soul Tower in the center. From afar, it didn't seem particularly special, but up close, its grandeur was truly apparent. The tower's deep blue body stood tall, like a spear pointing to the heavens, and its top was difficult to see. Standing before it, they felt an ancient and vast aura, accompanied by a tremor deep within their souls. No wonder it's a relic from the Cataclysm era, Gu Lengyan murmured in awe, her eyes filled with fascination. The others weren't surprised. Her passion for mysterious relics was well known. A long line had already formed in front of the Star Soul Tower, and Lin Ze's group quickly took their place. Guanning and Guasini were at the front, followed by Lu Man and her friends, with Lin Ze at the back. In just 10 minutes, More than a dozen people had lined up behind him. Nearby, a few local beast masters were showing their out-of-town friends around, discussing the challenge's difficulty. They mentioned that even beast masters with 2 level 3 soul skills might not reach the 3rd floor, and even silver level beast masters could be stopped at the 4th floor. To earn rewards, one needed to pass the 5th floor. Lin Ze's attention was caught by the star stele they were discussing. Located next to the tower, the ancient stone monument displayed the rankings of those who had cleared the floors. The top 3, Nan, Qiu, and Yuing, had all cleared the 6th floor. Only 5 people had reached the 6th floor, over 30 had cleared the 5th, and the rest were on the 4th. At that moment, a group approached. Leading them was a young man in his early 20s, surrounded by others. Recognizing his identity, some quickly averted their gaze. The man looked proudly at the 6th floor of the Star Soul Tower. "You'll surely make it to the top 10 on the Star Stele this time, young master," an elder beside him complimented. The young man remained expressionless. "Tell these people to clear the way. I don't want to waste time." The elder stepped forward, politely but firmly asking those in line to move aside. This drew some discontent, with someone sarcastically asking if the young master was the city lord's son. Yet, those who recognized the pair's identity quickly stepped aside. The square suddenly became lively. Led by a burly man, the crowd cast mocking glances, their faces full of disdain for the old man and the young man cutting in line. The faint smile on the old man's face vanished instantly, his gaze turning icy. Is it really so difficult to make an exception? Before he finished speaking, a blinding light flashed beside him, and a fierce and terrifying beast appeared out of thin air, letting out a deafening roar towards the crowd. The overwhelming aura swept across the entire area as if it were tangible, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. The faces of those who had spoken disrespectfully earlier changed drastically, fear creeping over them. An 8th-tier beast. Could this old man be a golden beast master? The quick-witted among them hurriedly withdrew from the queue. It's Song Chungrui, the eldest son of the Song family. My god, no wonder even his old servant is a golden beast master. That old man is Yuan Wei, a newly recruited advisor for the Song family. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized the two figures. As a top-tier beast master family in Luan City, the Song family not only had multiple legendary beast masters, but also more than 10 golden beast masters. Their business empire spanned the entire city, with deep connections in the military and the Beast Master Association, making them a formidable force. Those still resisting Yuan Wei's beastly aura turned pale and backed away upon hearing these discussions. No one dared to bear the consequences of offending the Song family. Moreover, they were already powerless against a single golden beast master. The long queue quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Yuan Wei snorted coldly. You should have taken the easy way. Accustomed to such scenes, Song Chungrui remained calm, about to step forward when he suddenly stopped. In front of the Star Soul Tower still stood 6 people, a young man about 20 years old and 5 beautiful young women. This unusual combination immediately caught everyone's attention. Song Chungrui's gaze lingered on the young women, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes before he frowned at Lin Ze. Yuan Wei also noticed this scene, narrowing his eyes and shouting harshly, "Didn't you hear what I just said? Kid, get out of the way with those girls." Lin Ze turned to look at Yuan Wei, composed. "Sir, why don't you just wait in line like everyone else?" A flash of green appeared on Yuan Wei's face, burning with anger. "Ignorant boy. I'll give you one more chance. Take those girls and leave quickly, or don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." The air became heavy with tension, and the onlookers couldn't help but swallow nervously. However, Lin Ze showed no fear, instead displaying a half-smile. "Oh really? Then let me see what kind of lesson you have in store for me." These words caused an uproar around them. The crowd was incredulous at the young man's audacity to challenge a golden beast master. Just as Yuan Wei was about to lose his temper and strike, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Everyone looked up to see a massive golden eagle with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters circling in the sky. Its entire body shimmered with golden light, each feather appearing to be made of pure gold, emitting a sharp sound as it flapped its wings. A stern-faced middle-aged man in a gray robe sat atop the golden eagle. Yuan Wei clearly recognized him, his expression changing drastically. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at him, his voice devoid of warmth. "This is the Star Soul Tower, under the jurisdiction of the association. Any fighting or disruption of order is strictly forbidden and will be severely punished." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden eagle let out an awe-inspiring cry. The atmosphere of the entire venue suddenly intensified. The air seemed to solidify, and everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if they were trapped in an invisible quagmire. The fierce beast beside Yuan Wei couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a pitiful wail, hanging its head in dejection, a stark contrast to its previously arrogant demeanor. Yuan Wei's face turned extremely pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. and he dared not utter another word. Even Song Chungrui, standing nearby, was forced into a pallor by this oppressive force. Lin Ze turned to the middle-aged man in the gray robe, who had stepped in to help, and nodded politely in gratitude. Thank you. The man in the gray robe regarded Lin Ze thoughtfully and shook his head slightly. No need. He had observed clearly that when Yuan Wei issued his threat, neither Lin Ze nor the women behind him showed any fear towards the 8th-tier beast. This behavior either indicated that they were fools unaware of the danger, or that this young leader had the confidence to face a golden beast master without fear. The possibility that all 6 young people were fools was slim. The answer was obvious: this young man could likely handle the situation even without assistance. After giving Lin Ze a long, penetrating look, the man in the gray robe rode away swiftly on his golden giant eagle. As they departed, the invisible pressure enveloping everyone dissipated abruptly, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Who was that? His beast's aura was terrifying. Stronger than an 8th-tier beast. That was Ren Hanxio, an elder of the Beastmaster Association branch and a renowned golden beastmaster of Luoan City. It's said he's close to becoming a legendary beastmaster. Legendary beastmaster. No wonder even the Song family's eldest son and Yuan Wei had to step back. That's a truly top-tier powerhouse. Exclamations of awe echoed throughout the crowd, with expressions of both astonishment and fear evident on their faces. Song Chungrui's face turned pale, and an icy chill appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled, exuding a repressed anger. Young master, are you all right? Yuan Wei asked with a complex expression, glancing in the direction Ren Hanxio had left before turning to his young master with concern. I'm fine, Song Chungrui replied through gritted teeth, glaring at Lin Ze before striding away. With Ren Hanxio's warning, even as the eldest of the Song family, he dared not openly disrupt the order. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, discussing Ren Hanxio's strength. The reputation of a quasi-legendary beastmaster was indeed intimidating, especially since Ren Hanxio was only in his 40s. At this rate, he was sure to reach legendary status before 50, a rarity that promised immense potential. Even a prestigious family like the Songs wouldn't allow Song Chungrui to offend such a promising figure over minor grievances. Lin Ze was unfazed by Song Chungrui's glare, instead falling into thought. One of the key criteria for a quasi-legendary beastmaster was possessing a king-level beast, though this was just a basic requirement. Qualification assessments were also needed. The aura of the golden giant eagle earlier clearly exceeded the 8th level, likely reaching the 9th, and it was formidable enough to intimidate an aggressive 8th-level beast with mere presence. This confirmed the rumors Ren Hanxio was indeed just one step away from becoming a legendary beastmaster. Brother, Guanning's call interrupted Lin Ze's contemplation. It's all right. Lin Ze reassured his sister with a smile, glancing around. Order was restored in front of the Star Soul Tower, with the queue neatly lined up, and Song Chungrui's group quietly waiting at the back. The crowd's gazes toward Lin Ze varied. Some were curious about his courage to confront the Song family, others sympathetic for the potential backlash, and some envious of the 5 beauties surrounding him. Lin Ze ignored these looks, focusing on the Star Soul Tower ahead. Only one person could enter the Star Soul Tower at a time. Each time a challenger passed a level, a ring of light would illuminate outside the tower. Most couldn't even pass the first level and were quickly eliminated, making the queue move swiftly. Over an hour later, it was finally Guanning's turn. The girl excitedly flashed a victory sign and eagerly entered the tower. The first level lit up quickly but dimmed in less than 2 minutes. It's really hard, Guanning said, sticking out her tongue, though she wasn't discouraged. As a beginner, she hadn't expected much. Guosini followed, lasting slightly longer but only a few seconds more than Guanning before being eliminated. Gu Lengyan, Song Ting, and Lu Man each took their turns, all passing the first level but stopping at the second. Lu Man took the shortest time to clear the first level, followed by Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan was the slowest. Finally, it was Lin Ze's turn. Go, brother! Guanning cheered with a thumbs up, and the other girls watched him with smiles, full of confidence in him. The surrounding crowd, including Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei, focused their attention on Lin Ze, curious about the young man who dared to oppose the Song family. As Lin Ze entered the first level of the Star Soul Tower, the door closed behind him with a thud. The surroundings were pitch black, and he cast a Soul Guard spell, the faint glow of soul power dimly illuminating the space around him. When he reached the center of the hall, a chilling presence emerged. In the darkness, a menacing dragon's head appeared, entirely blue and massive as a mountain, with golden vertical pupils gazing down at him. The dragon opened its mouth, letting out a deafening roar, and a terrifying pressure descended. This dragon's aura was far stronger than the stone condor dragons, overwhelming even Lin Ze's soul guard and directly impacting his soul. Despite his soul strength of 28 points, he was momentarily dazed before regaining his senses. This is really, Lin Ze thought, taken aback. The first challenge tested soul strength, explaining why so many failed. Even with a soul strength comparable to a gold-level beast master, he found it challenging. Those with less than 10 soul strength would likely faint within a minute. If the first level was this difficult, the subsequent levels would be even more so. The Star Soul Tower's reputation was well-deserved. 20 meters ahead was the staircase to the second level. While ordinary beast masters struggled under the dragon's pressure, Lin Ze moved forward with ease, reaching the staircase in just over 10 seconds. Outside the Star Soul Tower, a group of people held their breath as they watched the first level. When a faint golden light appeared on the outer wall of the first level, everyone knew the challenge had begun. Can that kid make it through the first level? It shouldn't be too difficult. The first level tests soul strength, which most bronze beast tamers can pass. But he looks so young, he might still be an apprentice. How could an apprentice remain unfazed under the aura of an 8th-tier beast? That's just the aura of a beast, not the true might of a dragon. The murmurs abruptly stopped. The golden light of the first level faded, and the second level lit up brightly. From the appearance of the golden light to its disappearance, only half a minute had passed. This meant the young man had completely ignored the suppression of the dragon's might and walked through at a normal pace. To achieve this, his soul strength had to be at least 17 or 18, nearly the limit for a bronze beast tamer. Before the group could finish expressing their amazement, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The golden light of the second level vanished in an instant, and the third level lit up immediately. This clearance speed, in less than 10 seconds, was even faster than the first level. At the back of the group, Song Chungrui snorted. Yuan Wei quickly consoled him. Young master, don't worry. Mere soul strength isn't everything. The real test starts from the second level, and no one has your profound soul technique skills. Before he could finish, a commotion interrupted him. The golden light of the second level had already disappeared, and the third level was shining. Inside the Star Soul Tower, Lin Ze was stepping over the carcasses of fierce beasts, striding towards the stairs to the third level. The 30 8 to 9 segment beasts of the second level were merely a matter of a soul arrow for him. The third level was a spacious hall the size of a basketball court. 2 black rock leopards appeared out of thin air. These earth attribute beasts could reach the 4th tier, 3rd segment in maturity, their bodies covered in hard rock armor. Yet, in Lin Ze's eyes, they were still no match for him. 2 soul arrows, and the 2 leopards fell. As Lin Ze entered the 4th level, he immediately sensed something writhing on the walls. An unsettling aura flickered in and out of his perception. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from his left rear. A spiked claw tore through the air towards him. Lin Ze barely turned in time, his soul guard flaring up to block the surprise attack. With the close proximity, he finally saw his attacker clearly. It was a throat-lock monster, a dark attribute 4th-tier beast. This ugly humanoid creature had an elongated skull and a gray, spotted body, with limbs resembling jointed cartilage forming tentacles, ending in petal-like spiked pads. Known for their brutal nature, they were fearsome small predators. The throat lockers are creatures that thrive on raw flesh and prefer to operate in dark environments. Their palms and feet are covered with sharp barbs, enabling them to cling securely to various surfaces. This trait makes them favor hiding in dim corners such as ceiling beam junctions, arch tops, well walls, or abandoned staircases, waiting for the right moment to ambush passing prey. Despite being cunning and malevolent 4th-tier beasts, they only reach the level of 4th-tier 7 stage at maturity, but they are not to be underestimated. In the current dimly lit setting, they are especially troublesome. After Lin Ze discerned the ambusher's true form, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems this level is testing challengers' defensive soul arts, he quietly analyzed. Though throat lockers lack high defense, their ability to move unseen in darkness is lethal. If challengers can't withstand their ambushes, they might fall to their claws before finding a chance to counterattack. Fortunately, Lin Ze's Soul Guardian has reached level 6. A defense impenetrable even to the attacks of hundreds of 5th-tier Atra worms won't be breached by a single throat locker. This allows him to fully concentrate on tracking his opponent's movements. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, Lin Ze's perception became increasingly sharp. After enduring several ambushes, he finally seized an opportunity and launched a soul arrow that struck the throat locker's chest with precision. The beast didn't even have time to scream before its chest burst into a gory cavity, sending its body flying. Before it hit the ground, it dissolved into specks of light and vanished into the air. 4th level, cleared. Lin Ze exhaled deeply, withdrew his hand, and turned to head toward the staircase leading to the 5th level. Outside the Star Soul Tower, the plaza was eerily silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 2nd floor of the Star Soul Tower, their mouths agape in disbelief. From entering to clearing the level, it had taken less than 10 seconds. Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. Clearing the 1st floor quickly is understandable since it only requires a high soul strength. But the 2nd floor is actual combat. That's a 3rd tier, Ninth stage beast. Gasps of astonishment occasionally erupted from the audience. While the crowd was still reeling from shock, the Star Soul Tower changed again. The golden light of the third floor flashed briefly before disappearing, and then the fourth floor suddenly lit up. How is this possible? The crowd erupted like a boiling pot. The third floor has two fourth-tier, third-stage fierce beasts, and it was cleared in less than half a minute? It took me 5 to 6 minutes to clear the third floor. This is unbelievable. From the first to the fourth floor, it took less than 2 minutes in total. This speed even surpassed Enan, who was ranked first on the Star Steel, and had taken nearly 4 minutes just to clear the first 2 floors. Song Chungrui stood among the crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief. The person he thought of as a reckless youth had displayed a strength that was beyond comprehension. Beside him, Yuan Wei was speechless, unable to find words to comfort his young master. Only Guanning and her companions smiled knowingly, unsurprised. They had witnessed Lin Ze using soul techniques to render a 7th-tier beast powerless. Before the shock could subside, the light of the 4th floor dimmed, and the 5th floor lit up immediately after. With a boom, the crowd erupted in excitement. The 4th floor was cleared just like that? No way, that's the most troublesome stranglehold beast. I've never seen anyone clear the 4th floor in under 10 minutes. The 2-minute clearance time left everyone incredulous. Even Song Chungrui, a silver-ranked beastmaster, had taken 12 minutes to clear the 4th floor. Investigate this for me. Song Chungrui ordered his subordinates through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Ze had already entered the 5th floor, facing a 5th-tier, 2nd-stage colossal golem. This giant beast, made entirely of high-strength alloy, could withstand even close-range heavy machine gun fire. Instead of fear, Lin Ze was delighted, raising his hand to unleash a soul arrow. As the arrow whistled through the air, the colossal golem's head was shattered, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. The total time taken was 4 minutes and 35 seconds. A majestic voice echoed from the void, announcing that he had earned 500 star soul points as a reward. Lin Ze chose not to claim it immediately, opting to continue his ascent. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and continued upwards. The rewards of the Star Soul Tower are unique, using a special unit called Star Soul Points. These points can only be earned from the 5th floor and above, with the amount depending on the number of floors cleared and the total time taken. The higher the floor and the shorter the time, the more Star Soul Points awarded. Lin Ze had learned from Gulongyan before coming that once you choose to claim Star Soul Points, you can no longer receive new rewards. Therefore, the vast majority of Beastmasters choose to continue challenging, constantly increasing the number of floors cleared and optimizing their time until they achieve the highest reward. Unless they reach the age limit, they persistently challenge the Star Soul Tower. Without hesitation, Lin Ze chose to continue accumulating and stepped onto the 6th floor. Before him was a brightly lit hall, its walls lined with flickering torches, and a massive furnace hanging from the dome. In the bright firelight, dozens of over 2-meter tall metal warriors stood straight. These warriors were made entirely of bronze-colored metal, their torsos and limbs covered with rivets, and their expressionless metal masks revealed no emotion. They had large clockwork mechanisms on their backs, and each wielded a rapier in their right hand. Puppet swordsmen. Lin Ze immediately recognized these 4th-tier steel-type pet beasts, which could reach up to the 8th segment of the 4th tier. A quick glance revealed at least 100 of them in the hall. Suddenly, the sound of metal grinding echoed, and all the puppet swordsmen seemed to awaken, launching a coordinated charge at Lin Ze. Lin Ze quickly fired a soul arrow, hitting one puppet swordsman in the head and shattering it into pieces of metal. Facing the oncoming wave of puppet swordsmen, Lin Ze released soul arrows to precisely take them down while circling the hall to avoid being surrounded. Although he had the protection of the Soul Guardian, being encircled would make it difficult to cast soul techniques. He soon realized that relying solely on the single-target attack of soul arrows to clear so many enemies was too slow. At that moment, he remembered a long-forgotten area attack soul technique, Soul Force Impact. Since he usually let his pet beasts handle group battles, this soul technique was still at level 1. With only a little over 2,000 soul points left, using only soul arrows might not be sufficient to handle the 7th floor. With this in mind, Lin Ze quickly opened his personal panel and upgraded Soul Force Impact without hesitation. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and he stopped at Level 5. Then, he extended his palm, gathering Soul Force to unleash a powerful shockwave. A visible distorted trajectory roared out, instantly smashing over 30 puppet swordsmen into fragments. This strike consumed only 50 soul points, far more efficient than soul arrows. After 2 more Soul Force Impacts, only a few puppet swordsmen remained, which Lin Ze easily picked off with soul arrows. After the battle, the system notified him that he had completed the 6th floor challenge in 6 minutes and 48 seconds, earning the highest reward of 1,500 star soul points. Lin Ze chose to continue accumulating and moved towards the final stairway to the 7th floor. Only the 7th floor remained. Outside the Xinghuan Tower, small groups of people gathered, animatedly discussing the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. I never expected that young man to be so powerful. Yeah, he looks under 20, yet he's stronger than many seasoned bronze beast masters. The crowd soon turned their attention to the Treading Star Monument, where they quickly noticed a new name in the 39th position, Lin Ze, who cleared the 4th level in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. This achievement was starkly different from the typical records of 10 to 20 minutes. Incredible! He cleared the first 4 levels in just over 4 minutes, much less than half the time of the 40th rank. His soul guardian must be at least level 5, right? As people continued to buzz with conversation, the trial for the 5th level had already begun. The opponent for this stage was the formidable 5th level Vajra Golem, which even silver beastmasters would need considerable time to defeat. However, just as everyone assumed Lin Ze would be delayed here for a while, the golden light of the 5th level suddenly extinguished. For a moment, the square fell into dead silence. How is that possible? In less than half a minute, could he have one-shot the Vajra Golem? That would require soul arts above level 7. Standing among the crowd, Song Chengrui's face darkened. Yuan Wei, beside him, cautiously remarked, "Young master, the 6th level hasn't lit up yet. Maybe he didn't make it." Before he could finish his sentence, the light of the 6th level blazed to life, shattering their assumptions. The commotion in the square intensified. The 6th level featured over 100 4th-level puppet swordsmen, and ordinary single-target soul arts were ineffective. Only those who mastered high-level group attack soul arts or possessed secret techniques from beastmaster families could hope to pass. At that moment, a man hurried over to Yuan Wei and whispered a few words in his ear. Yuan Wei's expression gradually turned to one of surprise. "Yuan Lao, what's the matter?" Song Chungrui inquired. Yuan Wei replied solemnly, "Young master, we've identified that young man's background. He's from Ningjiang City and is the top student of Ningjiang Academy this year." As Yuan Wei narrated the story, Song Chungrui's eyes widened, his expression shifting from shock to a complex mix of emotions. The image unfolding before him was that of an unbelievable character, Lin Ze, a first-year student at Ningjiang Academy, who had already become the youngest top student in the school's history. In the ranking battle of the Glory Virtual Realms Bronze area, he had climbed from the bottom to the top in just 2 days. Even more astonishing, he possessed 3 7th-tier beast companions, and his mastery of soul techniques far surpassed his peers, with rumors suggesting his soul arrow had reached the 8th level. The Song family's intelligence network was indeed efficient, having quickly gathered comprehensive information on this young man, hailed as a Ancient century genius in Ningjiang. However, this detailed intelligence left Song Chungrui stunned. The young man who dared to challenge the Song family's power was such a brilliant talent. What is a genius from Ningjiang doing in our Luan city? Is it just for the Star Soul Tower? Song Chungrui finally found his voice, asking through gritted teeth. Yuan Wei pondered for a moment before replying, "Young master, I believe they are here for the ruins." This answer made Song Chungrui frown. He knew well the importance of the ruins, a project the Song family had invested significant resources in. He himself planned to explore it after passing the 5th level of the Star Soul Tower. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. "Wait, you said he comes from an ordinary background, which means..." "Yes, it's reported that his parents passed away early, and he faced more hardships than the average commoner before becoming a beastmaster," Yuan Wei said, still awed by Lin Ze's remarkable talent. A glimmer of hope appeared in Song Chungrui's eyes. Then he surely hasn't been exposed to the secret techniques of noble families. This realization rekindled his hope. Without the support of family secret techniques, Lin Ze's chances of passing the 6th level would be significantly lower. Gazing at the Star Soul Tower, a playful smile appeared on Song Chungrui's face. However, when the light of the 6th level dimmed, the expected door did not open. Instead, the golden light of the 7th level suddenly shone brightly. The entire square erupted in an uproar. Exclamations and discussions filled the air, leaving everyone speechless at this unexpected outcome. Guanning and Guosini embraced in excitement, while Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan, though equally thrilled, couldn't help but wonder how Lin Ze had managed to achieve this. Inside the 7th level of the Star Soul Tower, Lin Ze surveyed the empty hall. His opponents soon appeared. 3 ghost-faced warriors wielding sharp daggers emerged slowly. Although these 6th-tier fierce beasts had mediocre abilities, they still posed a formidable challenge to a beast master unable to summon his beast companions. In facing opponents of equal or greater strength, being average can indeed be a disadvantage. However, at this moment, that very trait became a weapon that struck fear into weaker adversaries. Lin Ze was in such a situation. A 6th-tier fierce beast is hard enough to deal with using soul arts, let alone 3 ghost-faced warriors with no shortcomings in strength, defense, or speed. This made him deeply understand why many challengers have failed at this level. Lin Ze raised his hand and launched a soul arrow. The ghost-faced warrior easily sidestepped the attack and charged forward with dual daggers. The other two ghost-faced warriors flanked him from different directions, their movements as agile and fierce as hunting leopards. Normally, a wide-range skill from Xiao Shui would settle the battle. But now, Lin Ze had to rely on himself. After two soul arrows were dodged, he switched to using a soul force impact. This tactic worked. The ghost-faced warrior's movements became clumsy. Seizing the moment when one exposed a flaw, Lin Ze immediately took it down with a soul arrow. The cost was allowing the other two to get close. For daggers simultaneously targeted his vital points, causing intense ripples on the circle of Soul Guardian. Lin Ze remained calm, countering with a punch to the face of the ghost-faced warrior on his left, knocking it away. The creature clearly didn't expect a Beastmaster to have such strength, a look of shock appearing beneath its menacing mask. That moment of hesitation proved fatal. Lin Ze's soul arrow pierced its neck, and the second ghost-faced warrior fell dead. The last one was visibly frightened, but still let out a low growl, launching a desperate attack. Its twin daggers danced like light, intent on tearing Lin Ze apart. But Lin Ze had already discerned the best way to deal with a tactic only he could execute. He allowed the daggers to come, stopping them just a centimeter from his body with the Soul Guardian. As the ghost-faced warrior realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, Lin Ze's hand had already locked onto its wrist. The creature struggled fiercely, but couldn't match the overwhelming strength. In that split second of pause, a soul arrow accurately struck its head, causing the grotesque ghost head to explode like a watermelon. Lin Ze released his grip and stepped back, watching the headless body collapse. The system's authoritative voice immediately announced that he had cleared the Star Soul Tower in 7 minutes and 28 seconds, earning a reward of 3,000 Star Soul points. Lin Ze exhaled deeply and chose to redeem them without hesitation. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared, displaying various items available for exchange. From 50-point Star Soul Stones, Star Dragon's Blood, and Radiant Potions, to 100-point Meteor Potions, 500-point Awakening Grass, and 800-point Phantom Chain Soul Arts, each item detailed with effects and prices. The first items that caught my eye on the exchange list were the detailed descriptions of two powerful soul techniques. Joyao Bind, a control-type soul technique, can summon 9 vibrant pillars of light to firmly imprison a target. The duration of this imprisonment depends on the target's strength, and it requires 1,200 Star Soul points to exchange. Silent Cross, an auxiliary soul technique, can sever a target's connection with various energies, thereby sealing their abilities. Similarly, its duration depends on the target's strength, with an exchange cost of 1,500 Star Soul points. Lin Ze browsed through the dazzling array of items in the exchange hall, captivated by the variety of options. Countless potions and materials were neatly displayed, including rare items like the mystical Enlightenment herb. Additionally, there were hundreds of unique soul techniques to choose from, enough to tempt even someone with Lin Ze's level of discipline. No wonder the Star Soul Tower attracts so many challengers. It's practically a vast treasure trove. However, every item demands a significant amount of Star Soul points, and even the 3,000 points he earned as the highest reward for clearing the tower may not suffice for much. One can only imagine the predicament of other challengers. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Ze began to seriously consider what to exchange. Soul techniques were undoubtedly the priority. The Star Soul Tower offers rare, powerful soul techniques that are hard to find elsewhere, a fact that is widely acknowledged. He pondered. For offense, there's Soul Arrow and Soul Force Impact. For defense, there's Soul Guard. These two categories are sufficient. The urgent need is to supplement control and auxiliary soul techniques. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ze quickly made his decision. He spent his Star Soul points to exchange for Joyao Bind and Silent Cross. The former can restrict enemy movements, while the latter can weaken an opponent's abilities, making them extremely useful whether in conjunction with pet beasts or in solo combat. The moment the exchange was successful, a flood of unfamiliar information surged into Lin Ze's mind. These were the usage principles and insights of the two soul techniques, as if they were innately engraved in his memory with clarity and depth. Although he had never actually used them, the sudden influx of information in his mind allowed Lin Ze to vaguely sense the power of the two new soul techniques. At this moment, his Star Soul points were mostly depleted, leaving only 300 points. As he continued to browse the exchange list, one item quickly caught his attention: the Meteor Potion. This powerful potion, capable of temporarily doubling the soul power limit, was undoubtedly a precious lifesaver for Lin Ze, who often relied on extraordinary soul power to overcome challenges. After exchanging for the Meteor Potion, he was left with 200 Star Soul points. Although there were many tempting items on the list, most exceeded this price range. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze decided to use all his remaining points to exchange for Star Soul Stones. For a Beastmaster, soul strength is always the top priority. With 4 Star Soul Stones in hand, Lin Ze immediately began to absorb them. A sense of clarity originating from the soul level instantly spread throughout his body, as if he had undergone a complete purification. This sensation quickly faded, and he then summoned his personal status panel. Lin Ze. Physique. 16.2. Soul. 30.0. Level. Bronze. Soul Power. 10373000. Soul Techniques. Soul Guard Level 6. Soul Arrow Level 8. Soul Power Impact Level 5. 9-star Bind Level 1. Silence Cross Level 1. Pet Beasts. Ice Queen. Earth Spirit. Stone Dragon Adult. Achievement Points. 2766. Each star soul stone brought a 0.5 increase in soul strength, which, although not as effective as soul crystals, was still quite impressive. Now, his soul strength as a bronze beast master had reached the standard of a gold beast master, and if word got out, it would surely cause a sensation. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It would have been great to have more star soul points to exchange for star dragon blood and radiance potion. These two items were equivalent to weaker versions of body strengthening crystals and soul replenishing potions, both rare treasures. Unfortunately, the Star Soul Tower only offered one-time completion rewards, and it had lost its value for him. Meanwhile, outside the Star Soul Tower in the bustling square, countless eyes were fixed on the 7th floor, whispering about Lin Ze's chances of passing. The 7th floor requires dealing with 3 6th-level fierce beasts without summoning pet beasts. Unless you're a gold beast master, it's nearly impossible to pass. But where are there any under 25 gold beast masters? Even prodigies like Yinan, Qiu Shu, Yu Ying, and Xie Yu failed. This 7th floor is practically unbeatable. The discussions grew more intense, with most people doubting Lin Ze's success. Yet, even so, his new record was astonishing. Completing it in 6 minutes and 48 seconds far surpassed the second place Yinan's 38 minutes and 42 seconds, setting an almost insurmountable peak. As Song Chungrui felt uneasy due to these discussions, a sudden loud noise like the tolling of a bell reverberated across the sky. The Star Soul Tower burst into dazzling golden light, with a thick beam shooting into the clouds. The square fell into a dead silence, everyone staring in disbelief at the scene. Although they had never witnessed the complete clearing of the Star Soul Tower, they all understood what it meant. Lin Ze had cleared the Star Soul Tower. Song Chungrui stared blankly at the towering beam of light piercing the sky. The dazzling glow illuminated the night sky of Luoan City, undoubtedly symbolizing the glory of conquering the Star Soul Tower. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall his previous self-reassurances, feeling a wave of irony. He had once dreamed of surpassing Lin Ze, but now it seemed like a naive fantasy. Someone who could conquer the Star Soul Tower at this age had a talent that far exceeded the limitations of resources. In 2 years, this gap would only widen. This Lin Ze. Yuan Wei opened his mouth, but words failed him. At 18, Lin Ze had 3 7th-tier pet beasts and now demonstrated such astounding soul technique mastery, clearly beyond a student's level. No wonder Ningjiang City hailed him as the most outstanding of the younger generation. The crowd in the plaza snapped out of their shock, their voices rising in amazement. He cleared the Star Soul Tower? Someone actually passed the 7th level. Wait, it seems he took less than 10 minutes. Everyone turned to the Star Steel, where the top record was displayed. Lin Ze, 7th level cleared, time, 8 minutes and 23 seconds. Clearing the entire Star Soul Tower in just over 8 minutes? This record might stand for a long time. The crowd marveled. What seemed impossible to most, Lin Ze had accomplished right before their eyes. As the beam gradually dissipated, the tower's bluish silhouette reappeared. The tower door slowly opened, and Lin Ze emerged. Instantly, countless eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and envy focused on him. Bro, you're amazing. Guanning rushed up to hug Lin Ze's arm. Guasini teased from the side. You were worried just a moment ago, but now you seem pretty confident. Humph, that Song family's eldest was badmouthing you earlier, but now he's been thoroughly proven wrong. Guanning turned to look for Song Chungrui, only to find he had vanished. They left a while ago, Lu Man said with a smile. Lin Ze was unfazed and led the group away from the plaza. They continued to explore the city until sunset, when they found a restaurant to dine in. About that ruin, Lu Man said, checking forum posts, it's located 17 kilometers north of Luoan City, and it's currently under military control. Entry requires at least a bronze-level beastmaster. Guanning and Guasini were disappointed to hear this, as they hadn't reached that level yet. The military set this restriction to control numbers and prevent chaos, Lu Man explained, and also to facilitate checks to prevent infiltrations by the Fallen. A Fallen one? Lin Ze's eyes flashed with surprise, not understanding what the connection was with the Fallen ones. Lu Man noticed his confusion and explained. There was a previous incident where a Fallen one infiltrated the ruins, assassinating explorers and causing chaos, resulting in significant casualties. Since then, the The military has taken over all newly discovered ruins, strictly controlling entry and exit to prevent similar incidents. They also aim to stop the fallen ones from acquiring treasures from the ruins to enhance their power. Lin Ze nodded in realization. Her words reminded him of the wailing flesh he encountered in the secret realm of 10,000 insects, a new type of demonic pet that nearly allowed the Red Moon Society's terrifying plan to succeed, which was obtained from the ruins. If not for him and Yi Fujing accidentally disrupting the plot, the consequences would have been dire. In that case, Ning, you and Cinny should stay in the city, Lin Ze said to Guan Ning and Gua Cinny. The two girls exchanged a glance and nodded reluctantly in agreement. I'll stay too, Gu Linyan suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone. She took a sip of her drink elegantly and explained calmly, I want to visit the municipal library in Luoan City. It's said to have a vast collection of data from the Cataclysm era. Everyone exchanged smiles. This was very much in line with Gu Linyan's preference for reading over adventure. Guanning and Guasini then decided to accompany Gu Linyan to the library. Lin Ze felt a sense of relief. Having the experienced Gu Linyan look after the two inexperienced girls was indeed reassuring. After settling the plans for the next day, the group returned to the inn to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, they parted ways at the inn entrance. Gu Linyan and the two girls headed to the municipal library, while Lin Ze took Lu Man and Song Ting to the outskirts of the city. To save time, Lin Ze summoned the stone dragon. As soon as the three of them climbed onto its back and steadied themselves, the dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, the strong wind causing the pedestrians below to gasp in amazement. By the time they regained their senses, the stone dragon had become a black on the horizon. A pure-blood dragon, a passerby exclaimed. Judging by its size, it's at least a 7th-tier adult dragon. That young beast tamer must be a direct descendant of some prominent family. 10 minutes later, a vast primal forest came into view. The dense canopy, cradled by mountains, resembled a jade-green sea with birds circling above, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. The center of the forest sloped downward, forming a mist-shrouded basin. Lu Man and Song Ting were deeply captivated by the majestic scenery. As they reached the forest entrance, military beast tamers were already patrolling the skies on flying beasts. Lin Ze instructed the stone dragon to land, retracted his pet, and led the two women forward on foot. The previously tranquil atmosphere was instantly disrupted. The entrance was bustling like a marketplace. Calls for team recruitment, guide seeking, and haggling echoed continuously. Their arrival immediately drew attention, especially due to Lu Man and Song Ting's striking appearances. Soon, a weathered man in his 30s approached, earnestly inviting them. Little brother, ladies, interested in teaming up to hunt black wolves? We just need 3 more people. Lin Ze sized up the man, recognizing him as a clearly underpowered third-rate adventurer, and was about to politely decline when another voice interjected, Get lost. With your measly skills, you dare to form a team? You'll only lead them into trouble. Get out of here. The speaker was a burly, bald man with a rough appearance. He strode forward, rudely shoved aside a weathered-looking man, glared at him menacingly, and then turned to Lin Ze and his companions with a sycophantic smile. Chang Peng is just an amateur bronze beast master. He doesn't even have a 6th-tier beast. I'm Han Sheng, and my strength is well known. Teaming up with me guarantees you won't suffer any losses. As Han Sheng spoke, his gaze kept shifting between Lu Man and Song Ting, his intentions blatantly obvious. Chang Peng's face turned red with anger at this interruption, but clearly intimidated by Han Sheng's strength, he turned away in frustration. Lin Ze exchanged amused glances with the two girls, finding the situation rather funny. Sorry, we don't plan to team up with anyone else, Lin Ze declined directly. Han Sheng shot Lin Ze a sidelong glance and said, That's just your plan. Maybe the two beauties would like to team up with us? The ruins are dangerous, and having strong companions for protection is safer, isn't it? His latter words were clearly addressed to Lu Man and Song Ting, implying that Lin Ze was not strong enough. To Han Sheng's surprise, the two girls were not swayed and instead broke into peculiar smiles. Lu Man rolled her eyes and suddenly hugged Lin Ze's arm tightly. Pfft, who cares about strength? Being handsome is what truly matters. Song Ting caught on immediately and latched onto Lin Ze's other arm. Exactly, our junior just needs to look good, and will handle the protection. Although Lin Ze's heart skipped a beat, he quickly understood the senior girl's intentions and smiled helplessly. Han Sheng's expression froze, and he looked as if he'd swallowed a fly. His pride in his strength was rendered meaningless in the face of good looks. Laughter erupted around them. Someone began to tease, Ladies, if you don't fancy Han Sheng's ugly mug, how about me? At least I look decent. Want to team up with me? Amidst the laughter, some people suddenly became cautious, casting suspicious glances at Lin Ze. Soon, those who recognized Lin Ze began whispering among the crowd. The laughter gradually subsided, and people's gazes towards Lin Ze changed noticeably. The person who had just spoken turned pale upon learning Lin Ze's identity and quickly bowed. Sorry, young Master Lin. I didn't know it was you. I was being rude earlier. Please forgive me. This sudden change in attitude left those around puzzled. But as Lin Ze's identity was revealed as the extraordinary talent who had cleared the 7th level of the Star Soul Tower, everyone's expressions changed. Faces were filled with surprise and awe. Han Sheng, prompted by his teammates, finally recognized Lin Ze's identity. Cold sweat broke out, and his face turned ashen. Stammering, he said, "So, it's young Master Lin. Tu was blind not to recognize you and said those things. Please, be generous and don't hold it against me." His fear was not unfounded. Someone who could clear the Star Soul Tower would certainly have beast mastery far exceeding his own, with his strongest being only a 6th-tier beast. Whether now or in the future, Lin Ze could easily deal with him. Gulp. Han Sheng involuntarily swallowed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Regret swept over him. How could he, usually so knowledgeable, have been so foolish today? Seeing 2 pretty girls, he rashly approached them and ended up provoking someone so important. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his previous arrogance replaced by fear and panic. Those around him thought his reaction was only natural after all. He had offended Lin Ze. Lin Ze was somewhat surprised at how quickly his reputation had spread. In just one day, it seemed all the beast masters in Luoan City knew of his deeds. However, having experienced similar situations back in Ningjiang City, he was used to it. He calmly glanced at the sweat-drenched Han Sheng and casually nodded. Han Sheng froze for a moment before feeling immensely relieved. He bowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you. Young Master Lin, thank you. I promise I'll watch my mouth from now on." With that, he fled as if something terrifying was chasing him. Once Han Sheng was out of sight, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Ze then turned to Lu Man and Song Ting, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Senior." Lu Man glanced at him, smiling as she interrupted. "What are you complaining about having 2 beautiful women around you?" Song Ting laughed and added, "Is young Master Lin less bold than that guy from earlier?" In the face of their teasing, Lin Ze rolled his eyes and quickly wrapped an arm around each of their waists. "I meant we could be closer." This unexpected move made the 2 women's cheeks flush, and they hurriedly stepped back. Lu Man playfully glared at him, saying, "Dream on." Lin Ze shrugged and started walking toward the forest entrance. Lu Man and Song Ting exchanged a smile and followed arm in arm. At the forest entrance, a cordon was set up with a passageway opened in the middle. A team of fully armed federal soldiers stood guard, with 2 tanks parked in the distance. However, what truly kept the Beastmasters in line was the white-haired elder sitting on the tank's turret. Though his hair was white, the elder's face was rosy and his skin taut, with sharp eyes hidden beneath seemingly cloudy ones. He exuded the aura of a tiger at rest, deterring any rash actions. Beside him, a golden-haired monkey was idly picking at fleas on its body. As Lin Ze curiously observed, a short, sharp-faced man approached with a fawning smile. "Greetings, young Master Lin, and hello to the beautiful ladies." "And you are?" Lin Ze asked, sizing him up. "My name is Mali Wei, a local of Luoan City." The man straightened up quickly. "I'm here to offer my services as a guide. I'm very familiar with the ruins in this forest and have guided many people before, with a good reputation to show for it." "A guide." The 3 exchanged glances. Mali Wei hurriedly explained, "Young Master Lin might not know, but the terrain of the ruins in this forest is complex and full of peculiar dangers. Without an experienced guide, first-timers can easily run into trouble." He paused, then added, "Of course, with your strength, you have nothing to fear, but it wouldn't hurt to take fewer detours." Recalling the vast area covered in mist he saw earlier from atop the condensed stone dragon, Lin Ze found the suggestion reasonable. He looked at the 2 ladies, received their nod of approval, and then inquired about the payment. 500,000 credits, Mali Wei said, holding up his hand. For a bronze-level beastmaster, this was a significant sum, equivalent to about a week's income from hunting in the wilderness. But if he could indeed fulfill his role as a guide, it would be worth it. "I'll give you 100,000 as a deposit," Lin Ze said, fixing his gaze on him. "We'll settle the rest after we return. However, if you don't perform satisfactorily, you won't get the rest, and you'll have to refund the deposit." After a brief hesitation, Mali Wei agreed. Once the deposit was paid, Lin Ze pointed to the elder on the tank and asked, "I heard you say earlier, is that man a legendary beastmaster?" Mali Wei's expression turned reverent. "Yes, that's Master Kong Gaoga, one of the strongest in Luoan City. He rose from humble beginnings, achieving legendary status through his strength, and has done great deeds for Luoan City. He's a role model for us commoner beastmasters." He pointed to the golden-haired monkey beside the elder. "That's his main pet beast, Hanuman. It may look ordinary, but it's a genuine king-level beast." Lin Ze had never seen a king-level beast in real life before, so he couldn't help but take a closer look. The beast, named Hanuman, looked just like an ordinary golden-furred monkey, lacking any trace of the majesty one would expect from a king-level beast. As he was engrossed in his observation, Hanuman suddenly looked up, and their eyes met in midair. After a brief pause, the golden monkey made a grimacing face at Lin Ze. Kong Gaoga noticed the beast's unusual behavior, glanced at Lin Ze, and then lightly patted Hanuman on the head. The golden monkey scratched its chin, lay back down, and ignored Lin Ze. It was their turn for inspection just then. When the officer saw the name on the Beastmaster license Lin Ze handed over, he looked surprised, clearly having heard of his reputation. "Welcome to Luan City," the officer said, his previously indifferent demeanor replaced by a smile. Lin Ze returned the smile and thanked him. After the inspection, the three of them, led by Ma Liwei, entered the dense forest. Along the way, Ma Liwei explained the situation of the ruins in detail. This forest wasn't always this large. It expanded overnight to more than 10 times its original size after the ruins appeared, with the trees growing wildly. All around were towering trees that required 4 or 5 people to encircle, with twisted roots breaking through the ground, covered in thick moss, forming a giant green network. The dense canopy almost completely blocked out the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through, casting an eerie gloom over the environment. "These ruins are truly extraordinary," Song Ting marveled. "To affect such a vast area." Lu Man nodded in agreement. "This is the largest ruin in Luan City in the past 50 years, Ma Liwei said with a hint of pride in his voice. "The entire ruin is divided into 4 zones from the outside in. We're currently in the outermost Black Wolf Forest, which is home to many ferocious black wolves." Before he could finish, a distant wolf howl echoed through the forest, followed by a chorus of howls from all directions. The adventurers scattered around immediately looked alarmed. "Be careful, it's the black wolves," someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly activated their soul guardians, summoning their beasts. Lin Ze calmly watched the red glimmers appearing in the darkness. Those were the eyes of the wolf beasts. The red dots multiplied, forming a dense, seemingly endless mass. "That's way too many," Ma Liwei exclaimed. "We're still far from the black wolf's territory." Before he could finish, Lin Ze summoned the earth spirit and extended his soul guardian to shield the other 3. Ma Liwei was impressed by the light shield above, amazed at Lin Ze's mastery of soul arts. The black wolves, as large as rhinos, emerged from the darkness, their fur as black as ink, with only their blood-red eyes standing out. They surged towards the adventurers like a tidal wave. In an instant, the black beast tide crashed into the line of defending beasts. Blood and flesh flew as low growls and shrill cries echoed endlessly through the forest. A war. The deep howl of a wolf echoed throughout the forest. Packs of black wolves leaped like shadows, their claws glinting coldly as they lunged at the nearest beasts. Although these 4th-tier black wolves weren't high-level, their ferocious nature and overwhelming numbers allowed them to shred several 5th-tier beasts to pieces within moments. With seamless coordination, they launched attacks from all directions, quickly forcing the beast tamers to retreat. "Damn it! There are too many of these black wolves. Stop complaining and focus on fighting. Watch out on the left. Hold them off." Panic-stricken shouts rang out as most adventurers found themselves in disarray against the tide of black wolves. Only Lin Ze and his 3 companions remained calm. Under Lin Ze's soul guard, Lu Man, Song Ting, and Ma Liwei didn't have to worry about sneak attacks from the wolves. Moreover, the earth spirit was there to protect them. Boom! A massive boulder exploded in the midst of the wolf pack, and the violent shockwave instantly cleared a space of 20 meters. The earth spirit then conjured an even larger rock and hurled it towards the dense cluster of wolves. Boulder impact. The struck black wolves instantly turned into a mist of blood. 2 wolves attempted to ambush the earth spirit from behind, but a crystalline shield materialized just in time to block them. Their sharp teeth collided with the shield, causing them pain and making them whimper. The overwhelming advantage of the 7th-tier earth spirit against the 4th-tier wolves was evident as it rampaged through the wolf pack with ease. The surrounding adventurers watched in awe, gaining a newfound respect for Lin Ze's prowess. "Incredible! This is amazing! Truly living up to the reputation." Prompted by Lin Ze, Lu Man and Song Ting also summoned their beasts to join the battle. This was an excellent opportunity for them to gain experience, especially since they might soon face 6th or 7th-tier beasts. Lin Ze calmly observed the battlefield. Compared to the bloodline ant swarm, the wailing flesh, and the Atla giant worm swarm he had faced before, this black wolf pack was hardly a threat. However, as the battle progressed, the wolves began to deliberately avoid the earth spirit, targeting others instead. This unusual behavior caught Ma Liwei's attention. "Lin, there must be a lead wolf directing the pack," Ma Liwei explained. "Ordinary black wolves wouldn't have such tactical awareness. Only a lead wolf with intelligence close to an adult human would make such decisions." Lin Ze quickly grasped the situation, his gaze piercing through the throng of wolves to a distant darkness about 100 meters away. There, He could faintly see red dots stretched out over 400 or 500 meters. He swiftly devised a plan in his mind and issued new orders to the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit, who had been relentlessly pursuing the black wolves, suddenly halted and shifted its focus to the dense pack behind it. Instantly, a gray-brown explosive stone formed in its hand, which it hurled with a powerful swing towards the edge of the wolf pack. Seeing this, dozens of black wolves scattered in all directions, but 5 or 6 unlucky ones, unable to dodge in time, were thrown by the blast's shockwave and lay motionless on the ground. The Earth Spirit swiftly changed its throwing direction, launching one explosive stone after another like a torrential downpour at various points within the pack. It seemed as though the wolves anticipated each attack, managing to evade critical hits, resulting in minimal casualties. However, during the 6th throw, the situation changed dramatically. Instead of evading, the wolves charged headlong towards the explosive stone, forming a dense wall of bodies. With a thunderous explosion, dozens of black wolves were torn apart. "I've got you." Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with determination. Before he could issue a command, the Earth Spirit let out a deafening roar and charged in that direction. The entire wolf pack erupted into chaos, as all the black wolves, whether engaged in battle or lying in wait, abandoned their current objectives and fled madly towards the rear. In an instant, the Earth Spirit found itself surrounded on all sides by the dark mass of wolves, seemingly about to be overwhelmed within half a minute. Facing this dire situation, the Earth Spirit unhesitatingly stomped its foot hard on the ground. Earthquake wave. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, and countless sharp stone spikes surged up from below, impaling the black wolves that failed to escape, lifting them high into the air. The fissure extended forward, tearing a bloody path through the wolf pack and finally stopping in front of a peculiar black wolf. This wolf, smaller in size but with a 20-centimeter horn on its head, was watching the scene with red, human-like eyes filled with fear. Without a doubt, the black wolf with the pointed horn on its forehead was the leader wolf that Molly Wei had mentioned. The Earth Spirit unleashed a ground-shaking wave that cleared away the blocking black wolves, then swiftly charged along the path it had created towards the leader wolf. As a leader-level beast, the leader wolf was far stronger than the ordinary black wolves, but it was ultimately just a 5th-tier beast and stood no chance against the Earth Spirit. It couldn't even escape before the Earth Spirit's massive fist, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, came crashing down. Mountain Shatter Strike. The powerful force instantly penetrated the leader wolf's entire body. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then the leader wolf's body suddenly expanded and exploded into a rain of blood. The surrounding black wolves snapped out of their daze, whimpered, and retreated a few steps before scattering in all directions, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the bodies of the wolves behind. Is it over? Some adventurers were still in shock, looking around bewilderedly. More people breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing the joy of having survived a disaster. Thanks to Lin Xiao for taking down the leader wolf. Yes, thank you Lin Xiao for saving us. The crowd, who had witnessed the Earth Spirit's defeat of the leader wolf, expressed their gratitude to Lin Ze, their eyes filled with awe. No amount of rumors could compare to the impact of witnessing it firsthand. Lin Ze's displayed strength far exceeded that of his peers, and this was clearly not all he had in his arsenal. After nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Ze turned his attention to the notification in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Leader Hunter 2. Accumulate 5 leader-level beast kills must be tier 3 or above. Gain 1,000 achievement points. Explosive card X1. This was the 5th leader-level beast since the secret realm of 10,000 insects. Besides the substantial achievement points, the reward of the explosive card was a relief for Lin Ze. Ever since using the last one against the Red Moon Society's steward, he had been concerned about lacking this crucial card. Junior? Junior? Lu Man's worried voice brought him back to reality. It's nothing, just thinking. Lin Ze coughed lightly, noticing the adventurers starting to gather around. He quickly suggested they continue their journey. On the way, Lu Man asked Molly Wei if wolf packs of this size appeared often. Impossible. Molly Wei shook his head repeatedly. A pack of this size is rare even in the depths, let alone so close to the entrance. Honestly, I'm puzzled too. By the way, why didn't you summon your pet beast? Song Ting suddenly asked. Molly Wei chuckled, raised a finger, and whistled. Moments later, the grass in front of them parted as if something invisible was pressing through. With faint footsteps, the air rippled with a peculiar wave, and a meter-long brown-green lizard appeared out of nowhere. Lu Man and Song Ting were startled, and even Lin Ze raised an eyebrow in surprise. Molly Wei crouched down, proudly patting the lizard's head. This is my pet beast, Lin Walker, a wood-type beast. Among the various elemental pet beasts, those of the wood element are indeed quite rare, comparable in rarity to the light and dark elements. However, the reasons for their scarcity are entirely different. Light and dark elements are rare due to their limited variety, whereas wood elements are less favored by beast tamers. The reason is simple. Wood element pet beasts generally have weaker combat abilities and are primarily skilled in healing and support. Beast tamers who specialize in wood elements often find themselves in support roles, a career path that naturally struggles to attract ambitious young individuals. Lin Ze looked at Maliwei's forest walker with slight surprise. It was reasonable to assume that his other two pet beasts were also likely of the wood element. No wonder he chose a job as a relic guide. My forest walker may not be strong in combat, but it has unique advantages, Maliwei said with evident pride in his voice. It can move freely and stealthily through the forest, and more importantly, it can memorize even the most complex terrains after passing through them once. That's why I have the confidence to lead clients through the Black Wolf Forest. After his introduction, Maliwei signaled the forest walker to become invisible again and continue leading the way. There seemed to be some kind of communication between them that was imperceptible to others. Lin Ze paid it no mind, focusing instead on their journey. Along the way, they did encounter several packs of black wolves, but as Maliwei mentioned, they were small groups of only a few dozen. Lin Ze refrained from intervening, allowing Lu Man and Song Ting to handle them. After all, with the Earth Spirit's rank, hunting black wolves would yield hardly any experience, so it was better to let the lady's pet beasts use the opportunity for practice. As time passed, the surrounding trees gradually thinned out. Lin Ze keenly noticed that the terrain had slightly dipped compared to before, and more intriguingly, a faint mist had begun to permeate the air without him realizing it. The unusual sight immediately caught the attention of Lu Man and Song Ting, both of whom displayed expressions of surprise and uncertainty. Lin Ze turned to look at Maliwei, who nodded solemnly and said, "This is the second area of the ruins Mist Valley. We are currently on the outskirts. The further we go in, the thicker the mist will become." Looking in the direction Maliwei indicated, the area ahead was shrouded in mist of varying densities. The dense fog severely impaired visibility, allowing them to see only within a 100-meter range, with anything beyond just vague outlines. Progressing in such an environment was evidently fraught with difficulty. "Are there any fierce beasts in the valley?" Lin Ze asked with a frown. "There is," Maliwei replied, shrinking his neck slightly as if recalling some terrifying presence. "One beast." "One?" This answer took Lin Ze and the others by surprise. Lu Man incredulously asked, "Do you mean there's only one fierce beast in the entire valley?" As Maliwei nodded in confirmation, Lin Ze's expression suddenly tensed. "Be careful, something's coming." Before he finished speaking, a sharp wailing sound came rushing from behind. Lu Man instinctively ducked and realized that the sound had swept over 10 meters above their heads. They all looked up, eyes widening at the sight of a massive whip-like wall of air, entirely white like solidified mist, sweeping across half the valley in an instant. The deafening roar echoed in their minds, and even seconds later, they could still feel the tremor. What is that?" Lu Man's voice was tinged with evident fear. Although the attack hadn't hit them directly, they all felt its terrifying power, capable of instantly annihilating an 8th-tier pet beast. At that moment, the mist in the sky parted, revealing a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Above the forest and clouds, a colossal figure stood proudly. 9 enormous snake heads made of pure white mist loomed over the peaks, slowly surveying the surroundings. Its size was so vast that the lush forest below appeared as nothing more than a carpet beneath its feet. The entire creature resembled a living mountain, formed from condensed mist. "That's the ruler of Mist Valley, the Mist Shadow 9-headed serpent," Maliwei explained with difficulty, swallowing hard. "The mist throughout the valley is emitted by it. This creature is unimaginably powerful. Even Lord Kong Gaoga lost a pet beast in a battle against it, yet failed to harm it in the slightest." This information made Lin Ze and the others gasp. What level could a creature be if even a legendary beast master with a king-level pet couldn't defeat it? King level or even higher? Suddenly, Lin Ze frowned and asked, "If the Mist Shadow 9-headed serpent is so terrifying, how did those people pass through Mist Valley before?" This was indeed a question worth pondering, as according to Maliwei, besides Black Wolf Forest and Mist Valley, there were 2 other areas in the ruins. If no one has ever passed through the Misty Gorge, how do they know there are 2 other regions? Lin Ze posed this perplexing question. "The Misty Hydra is indeed terrifying, but it doesn't attack everyone indiscriminately." Maliwei's response left Lin Ze momentarily stunned. Noticing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, Maliwei elaborated further. "This creature can sense the soul strength of those entering through the pervasive mist in the gorge. It selectively attacks individuals with high soul strength, and the higher the strength, the more intense the attack. It seems like a way to restrict," Lin Ze mused, "specifically to prevent those with too much power from crossing the gorge. So, what level of soul strength would trigger an attack?" Lu Man couldn't help but ask. Maliwei pondered for a moment. "There's no definitive data, but as long as one doesn't reach the level of a golden beast master, it's generally safe. So, people like us should." Before he could finish, a cold glint suddenly flashed through the mist. A spear silently pierced through the clouds, aiming straight for Lin Ze's face. The Earth Spirit reacted swiftly, roaring as it threw a heavy punch to counter. With a loud bang, the fist collided with the spear, which shattered into tendrils of mist. The attacker, now disarmed, quickly retreated. Seizing the moment, the group finally saw their enemy clearly, a knight on a noble steed. Both forms composed entirely of mist, with indistinct facial features and a hazy aura. A mist phantom, Molly Wei exclaimed in shock. How can this be? None of us are golden beast masters. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Ze in astonishment. Lu Man and Song Ting looked at Lin Ze in shock. According to Ma Liwei's explanation, only those with a soul strength reaching the level of a gold beast tamer would be attacked. This meant Lin Ze's soul strength was at least an astonishing 30 points, far exceeding the bronze level. Ma Liwei stood frozen, staring incredulously at the 18-year-old student before him. His entire worldview seemed to have been turned upside down in that moment. Lin Ze, however, paid no attention to their reactions and focused intently on the strange creature called Mist Phantom before him. After its spear was shattered by the Earth Spirit, the Mist Phantom quickly manipulated the surrounding fog to form a new weapon and launched another fierce attack without hesitation. Its spear, composed of mist, attacked silently, making it hard to predict. Fortunately, this Mist Phantom was only at the peak of the 6th tier and was dispersed into a cloud of mist by the Earth Spirit's Mountain Shatter Strike in less than half a minute. Didn't you say there was only one fierce beast, the Mist Shadow Hydra, in this canyon? Lin Ze asked Molly Wei. Molly Wei quickly explained, yes. The Mist Phantom is just an avatar derived from the Mist Shadow Hydra, not a real beast. When it senses a target with high soul strength, it sends out these avatars to attack. So far, only when Lord Kong Gaoga visited did the Mist Shadow Hydra take action personally. Lin Ze understood. Molly Wei added, be careful, Lin Xiao. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the Mist Phantoms. Also, try not to use gold-level powers, such as height ear pets or powerful artifacts, to avoid triggering stronger retaliation. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding fog grew denser, reducing visibility from 100 meters to less than 50. The Mist Shadow Hydra above was difficult to see, its presence only discernible by the occasional sound of air being sliced. Along the way, increasingly powerful Mist Phantoms attacked continuously. From the initial peak of the 6th tier, they gradually advanced to the 3rd segment of the 7th tier. The Earth Spirit battled the last Mist Phantom for more than 10 minutes, sustaining minor injuries but ultimately emerging victorious. These battles also brought rewards. In just over an hour, the Earth Spirit's growth increased by nearly 2%, surpassing 80 and advancing to the 4th segment of the 7th tier. Meanwhile, its final skill met the unlocking condition. Lin Ze took the opportunity to check the Earth Spirit's attribute panel, focusing on its final skill Titan form. Summon the power of the Earth to empower oneself, enlarging one's size and significantly increasing defense and attack power. Unlocks at 80 growth and requires 800 achievement points. Lin Ze didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately unlocked the new skills of the Earth Spirit. The skill panel appeared before him. Name, Earth Spirit. Attribute, Earth. Level, 7th tier, 4th stage growth, 80.25. New skills added. Earthquake Wave, Boulder Impact, Explosive Stone, Crystal Guard, Mountain Collapse Strike, Giant Spirit Transformation. The next evolutionary form on the divine path is the Rock God Soldier, requiring growth reaching 100. 10 lower tier Earth Elemental Source Stones. 3 Boundless Earth. With this, the Earth Spirit's total skill count reached 6. Lin Ze exhaled softly, assessing the strength of his 3 pets in his mind. Xiao Shui is the strongest, with 8 advanced powerful skills, surpassing others in both quantity and quality at the same tier. Following closely is the Stone Condensed Dragon, whose 7 skills include devastating group attacks like Stone Condensed Blood Mist and Fear Roar, also placing it at the top of its tier. In comparison, the Earth Spirit's 6 skills, though impressive, seem slightly inferior. After closing the panel, Lin Ze continued forward. Just then, a Mist Phantom emerged from the fog, and the Earth Spirit immediately engaged it. An hour later, the surrounding mist began to thin. Molly Wei, looking relieved, said, a little further and we'll be out of the gorge. Hearing this, Lu Man and Song Ting sighed in relief. Despite knowing they weren't the target of the Mist Shadow Hydra, the presence of such a creature capable of instantly defeating a king-level pet was unsettling. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from afar. The group turned to see a massive misty tail emerging from the clouds. It rose high, and then crashed down with a thunderous force. Boom! The sonic blast resounded across the sky as the misty tail transformed into a mighty waterfall, its momentum overwhelming. Even from a distance, Lin Ze and the others could feel the terrifying force of what seemed like a natural disaster. The Eye of the Hurricane is the 3rd area of the ruins. Vast walls of wind encircle the entire region like a massive barrier, making this distinctive landscape instantly recognizable to any newcomer. Lin Ze stood still, pondering where Lu Man and Song Ting might have been transported. He sighed and randomly chose a direction to start walking. The priority was to find other adventurers to ask for directions, and perhaps reunite with his senior classmates. After about 10 minutes, a dense forest appeared before him. Cautiously, Lin Ze summoned the earth spirit before entering the woods. The air was filled with a faint scent of greenery, and a few squirrel-like creatures were nibbling on tree fruits in the nearby underbrush. Spotting Lin Ze and the earth spirit approaching, they quickly darted into the bushes, leaving only their round eyes peering through the gaps. Emerging from the forest, Lin Ze arrived at a clearing. The sight before him made him pause. Two groups were confronting each other, with a strikingly vivid green tree standing between them. The tree was shrouded in a bluish mist, with palm-sized leaves bearing playful patterns like smiling faces, and its branches adorned with jewel-like, translucent fruits that emitted a refreshing fragrance. On one side was a team of 9, each accompanied by 3 or 4 fierce pet beasts. Opposing them were 4 individuals, guarded by only 3 pet beasts, yet their presence was no less imposing. I know you're from the Song family, but this isn't Luoan City. A burly man in black from the 9-member team glared at the others. We found the spirit tree first. According to adventurers' rules, it should be ours. Trying to snatch it is too much. It turned out to be Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei's group. They had tracked the remnants of spiritual fruit left by fierce beasts to this spot and were tempted by the rare treasure. The spirit fruit could not only enhance the quality and level of pet beasts, but was also beneficial for 7th and 8th tier pet beasts. Since you know we're from the Song family, you should be sensible, Yuan Wei said condescendingly. Even if you take this treasure out, you may not be able to keep it. Aren't you afraid of ruining the Song family's reputation by doing this? The burly man shouted angrily. Yuan Wei squinted, his expression turning cold. So, you're choosing to resist? Yuan Wei, don't push us too far. The burly man's face turned ashen. You may be a gold-ranked beast tamer, but if we risk our lives, we'll take the Song family heir next to you down with us. Such big words. Song Chungrui sneered. Do you really think you lowly silver-ranked beast tamers from common backgrounds can take me down? Wishful thinking. The burly man laughed coldly in anger at these words. A so-called genius like you, built up with resources, has never experienced true combat. The burly man scoffed at Song Chungrui. Your usual hunts are nothing more than smooth sailing under the protection of skilled guards. You think you're strong, but you're just a flower in a greenhouse. If it came down to a real fight, taking you down would be effortless. Hearing this, Song Chungrui's expressions turned grim, his lips twitching slightly. He stared coldly at the burly man. Ignorant fool. The way great families cultivate their heirs is beyond your imagination. Fragile buds? They've long been buried as fertilizer. If you think you can defeat me easily, then come try. I can use you to test my newly mastered Yuliobi. Yuliobi? As those words were spoken, the faces of the burly man and his companions changed immediately. As a family with a long lineage of beast tamers, the Song family naturally possessed unique and powerful soul techniques. The most renowned among them are the 3 great skills, said to be ancient soul techniques acquired from relics, long lost to the world. Yuliobi is one of them, an incredibly powerful defensive soul technique that significantly enhances the user's defensive capabilities. Even a novice can easily withstand any attack below the 3rd tier, whether physical or energy-based. My comprehension isn't high. I've only cultivated Yuliobi to the 4th level, Song Chungrui said slowly, his tone humble, but his face displayed unmistakable pride. The 4th level? The burly man's eye twitched violently, his face growing darker. Yuliobi is divided into 7 levels, and mastering the highest level can withstand attacks from 9th tier beasts. Although Song Chungrui had only reached the 4th level, it was more than enough to fend off attacks from a 7th tier beast for a while. Moreover, Yuan Wei was there to guard him, making it impossible for him to sustain an attack continuously. A wave of bitterness surged in the burly man's heart. The higher the tier of the soul technique, the harder it is to cultivate. For Song Chungrui to have reached the 4th level of Yuliobi at such a young age was astonishingly talented. This is what a great family sees a prodigy, a figurehead of the clan. The thought that he, a dignified 7th tier silver beast tamer, couldn't even manage to drag a young beast master in his 20s down with him was utterly disheartening. Yuan Wei's face showed a hint of pride upon hearing Song Chungrui's words. He turned to the burly man, his tone warning, "Now you know what to do. I advise you not to let greed blind you." Shameless. The burly man took a deep breath, staring at Yuan Wei with a solemn expression. "I might not be able to deal with you, but if we can't have it, neither can you." As he spoke, his right hand, hidden behind his back, made a subtle gesture. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 of his companions launched their attack, sending waves of soul energy hurtling towards the spirit tree. It was a desperate move, willing to destroy rather than let it fall into enemy hands. Yuan Wei had already anticipated their actions. He merely chuckled coldly and calmly tossed a brownish-yellow bead into the air. It exploded, releasing a thick cloud of earth-colored smoke that enveloped the spirit tree completely. The soul energy attacks hit the smoke, only slightly thinning it but failing to reach the tree inside. Rock-solid mist shield. The burly man's expression changed dramatically. This man-made artifact, though a one-time use item, had formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding the full force of an 8th-tier beast's attack for half a minute, and over 10 minutes against a 7th-tier beast. Let's see how you plan to destroy the spirit tree now. Yuan Wei sneered, gesturing with his hand. Two of his subordinates immediately summoned their beasts, which charged fiercely at the burly man's group. The battle erupted instantly. The forest echoed with booming sounds, as fierce winds swept through, shaking the branches violently. The burly man's group consisted of 9 people, including 5 silver-level beast tamers, with the others at the bronze level, totaling over 30 beasts, including 8 at the 7th tier. On the Song family's side, there were only 4 people, and Song Chungrui didn't even join the fight, having only 10 beasts, 5 of which were 7th tier. Yet both Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei wore calm, cold smiles. Suddenly, the air beside Yuan Wei distorted, and a semi-transparent humanoid creature, cloaked in black and wielding a scythe, appeared, exuding an aura of death. Summon Death's messenger. The burly man's face twisted in horror as he muttered through gritted teeth. This was a top-tier 8th-tier undead beast, immune to physical attacks due to its incorporeal nature, capable of directly harming the opponent's soul. The already unfavorable situation tipped completely. Within 2 minutes, the Death's messenger had already slain 3 7th-tier beasts. During this time, the burly man and his group attempted to flee, only to be suppressed by the soul arts of Yuan Wei and Song Chungrui, rendering them immobile. As a member of a prestigious family, Song Chungrui, along with the golden-level beast tamer Yuan Wei, possessed soul arts far beyond the reach of these rogue adventurers. As time passed, the outcome of the battle became increasingly clear. The beasts on the strongman's side kept falling, while the Song family, with the Grim Reaper as their spearhead, remained virtually unscathed. Watching their comrades perish one after another, despair grew on the faces of the strongman and his men. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the air. Yuan Wei seized the opportunity and, while the strongman and his team were distracted by the battle, delivered a precise soul attack on one of them. The man's eyes widened, his body went limp, and he died on the spot. "Yuan, you old villain!" The strongman roared, his eyes filled with rage. Yuan Wei sneered, "It's a bit late to harbor resentment now. Offending the Song family, you should have known what fate awaited you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Song family's beasts, having dealt with their opponents, redirected their attacks towards the strongman and his men, who were now without their beast protection. Even a silver beast master could only hold out for a moment against fierce beasts of the 6th or 7th tier. In no time, the ground was littered with bodies. In the end, only the strongman was left struggling to hold on. But as the Grim Reaper approached, its sharp scythe easily tore through his soul shield, slicing into his chest. The light in the strongman's eyes quickly dimmed, and he fell to the ground lifeless. "Overestimating yourself." Yuan Wei snorted, then turned to Song Chungrui with a smile. "Young master, go ahead and collect the spirit fruits. With such a haul, your iron-cracking beast should be able to advance 2 more levels, or you might even raise a 7th-tier beast." Song Chungrui beamed at the suggestion. "This is all thanks to you, Yuan Wei. There's plenty of spirit fruit. I don't need to take it all. You should take some too." Yuan Wei's eyes lit up. "I won't refuse then. Thank you, young master." Although his Grim Reaper, being an undead beast, couldn't consume the spirit fruits, he had other 7th-tier beasts that could. Such rare treasures were invaluable. Even if they couldn't nurture an 8th-tier beast, they could certainly boost a beast by 1 or 2 levels. Just as Yuan Wei was about to lift the stone mist shield for Song Chungrui to collect the fruits, the Grim Reaper let out a low growl. Yuan Wei's gaze immediately sharpened, and he turned abruptly towards a part of the forest, shouting, "Who's there?" Song Chungrui's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved closer to Yuan Wei. "Yuan?" Yuan Wei didn't reply. His eyes were locked on a large tree ahead on the left. "You sneaky rat, come out now." Before he finished, he waved his hand, sending a soul power shockwave that snapped the tree in half. Amidst the rising dust, a figure and their beast leaped out. When they saw who it was, Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei were both taken aback. It was Lin Ze, whom they had seen just yesterday in front of the Star Soul Tower. Their expressions instantly darkened. The humiliation from the previous day was still fresh. Lin Ze had publicly embarrassed them, and his subsequent success in the Star Soul Tower had dealt a severe blow to the Song family's reputation. The event had become the talk of Luoan City, making the Song family a laughingstock for their arrogance. Even Song Chungrue's father had summoned him personally, sternly warning him to be cautious in the future. Relatives who usually didn't get along with him seized the opportunity to mock him, leaving Song Chungrue simmering with anger. Seeing the culprit now, his fury flared up like a fire doused in oil. You dare show your face in front of me? Song Chungrue glared at Lin Ze, as if looking at a mortal enemy. Lin Ze shrugged, looking puzzled. I'm just passing through. You do as you please. He had no intention of getting involved in this dispute over treasure. Such incidents happen daily in the wilderness. Unfortunately, it was clear that they weren't going to let him go. Yuan, don't let him leave. Kill him. Song Chungrue ordered with a cold smile. Yuan Wei hesitated only for a moment before decisively commanding the Grim Reaper to attack. They've already decided to kill to silence witnesses, so what's one more? Song Chungrue coldly eyed Lin Ze. Although Lin Ze had some fame in the world of beast tamers, out here in the wilderness, there was no one else around. As long as they dealt with it swiftly and disposed of the body in a secluded spot, who would ever trace it back to the Song family? Lin Ze stared into Song Chungrue's calculating face, his gaze turning icy cold. Beside him, the earth spirit let out a low growl and charged at their opponent without hesitation. Song Chungrue's lips curled into a disdainful smile. In his eyes, no matter how talented Lin Ze was, he was still too young. How could a mere 7th-tier Earth-type beast possibly stand against Yuan Lao's summoned death messenger? The battle quickly proved him right. The Earth Spirit's brute strength, which it prided itself on, was powerless against the death messenger. The spectral nature of the undead creature allowed it to easily evade all physical attacks, and only skills imbued with earth elements could inflict any damage at all. In contrast, every scythe strike from the death messenger caused the Earth Spirit to howl in pain. So what if you're a genius? In front of a golden beast tamer, all you can do is wait for death. Song Chungrue mocked triumphantly. Lin Ze merely glanced at him coolly, his indifference further enraging Song Chungrue. Let's see if you can keep that lofty demeanor later. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted. The Earth Spirit at the center of the battlefield was enveloped in a brilliant yellow light, its body rapidly expanding until it became a colossal figure resembling a small mountain. Giant transformation. In just an instant, the Earth Spirit's height soared past 10 meters. An aura as imposing as a mountain exploded forth, enveloping everything within a 100-meter radius. Colossal Spirit. With this low shout, the Earth Spirit unlocked a powerful skill. A yellowish-brown glow enveloped its entire body as its size rapidly expanded. A heavy, mountainous aura erupted from the Earth Spirit, sweeping outward like a hurricane. Everyone present felt an invisible pressure, as if a massive boulder suddenly weighed down on their shoulders. Even the summoning death messenger couldn't help but pause. Song Chungrue and Yuan Wei's expressions shifted slightly. Such skills that could instantly boost a pet beast's power were rare. Having one was enough to make a pet beast stand out among its peers. Clearly, Lin Ze's pet beast was no less qualified than the summoning death messenger. The other two beast tamers showed expressions of shock, while Song Chungrue's face grew increasingly sullen. Every bit of talent Lin Ze displayed made him feel increasingly ashamed and resentful. The battle reignited. The Earth Spirit let out a roar and launched a fierce attack on the summoning death messenger. Its fists were surrounded by a dense yellow-brown light, twisting the air as they moved. The summoning death messenger chose to endure the attack, still relying on its ethereal nature. But this time was different. The Earth Spirit, now in its colossal form, infused each strike with a force more advanced than mere earth elements. Caught off guard, the summoning death messenger was struck in the chest, emitting a piercing wail as its body was sent flying like a cannonball. Damn it! Song Chungrue and the others exclaimed in unison. However, Yuan Wei quickly calmed down, saying, "Young master, there's no need to worry. The summoning death messenger is unharmed." Indeed, the summoning death messenger quickly stood up, with only the black mist behind it appearing slightly thinner, showing no obvious injuries. Seeing this, Song Chungrue regained his arrogant demeanor. Lin Ze quietly observed the battle. With its colossal form, the Earth Spirit's power had risen to the 7th tier, 7th stage, capable of contending with the peak of the 7th tier. Unfortunately, the opponent was at the 8th tier, a gap not easily bridged. Making the summoning death messenger suffer a minor setback was already the limit. Having tested the power of the colossal form, Lin Ze decided not to prolong the fight. He promptly recalled the Earth Spirit. This action caused Song Chungrue to misunderstand, giving a mocking smile. "Now it's too late to beg for mercy." "Who said I was begging for mercy?" Lin Ze calmly retorted. "You're overthinking it." "You." Song Chungrue's face darkened. "Fine. I promise you'll be begging on your knees." "Yuan Lao." At his call, Yuan Wei stepped forward, and the summoning death messenger charged at Lin Ze with its scythe. However, Lin Ze remained unfazed. Suddenly, A flash of light revealed a cool, elegant figure appearing beside him. Instantly, a bone-chilling wind swept through the forest. Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei felt a coldness on their faces, and when they touched them, they found snowflakes. Looking up, they saw that heavy snow had begun to fall, transforming the forest into a snowy, icy landscape. What is happening? Song Chungrui asked in terror. The two silver-ranked beast tamers also looked puzzled, but only the experienced Yuan Wei seemed to realize what was happening. Meteorological range skill? Yuan Wei gasped instinctively, his eyes wide open. Compared to the previous giant spirit transformation, the impact of this meteorological range skill before him was beyond imagination. As a rarity even more exceptional than enhancement skills, meteorological skills not only alter the weather of a local area, but also transform the battlefield environment into the caster's domain, significantly weakening the opponent's power. Such an overwhelmingly powerful skill is typically mastered by only the top-tier pets of the same rank, making it easy to challenge opponents 2 or 3 levels higher. What Yuan Wei hadn't expected was that, in addition to the previously powerful Earth-type pet, Lin Ze had this hidden ace up his sleeve. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. A biting cold wind howled, forcing the Death Summoner to halt, as dark mist churned around him, barely resisting the fierce wind and snow. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed in the void, and countless ice particles rapidly coalesced at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming several icy chains that tightened abruptly, binding the Death Summoner firmly in place. Extreme ice chains. The Death Summoner struggled with all his might, only to be startled by his inability to break free immediately. Witnessing this, Yuan Wei was initially stunned, then his face changed as if he had realized something. At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar erupted amidst the wind and snow, seemingly confirming his suspicions. In the swirling snow, an ice dragon over 20 meters long materialized, exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very bones. The colossal and majestic ice dragon circled in midair before suddenly diving down, clawing and snapping at the immobilized Death Summoner. Ice Dragon Break. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the ice dragon crashed into the Death Summoner like a speeding train. A piercing scream nearly shattered their eardrums as the dark mist around the Death Summoner exploded, and his shadowy body became semi-transparent, clearly severely injured. Song Chungrui, Yuan Wei, and the others stood frozen in place, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. 8th rank. Only an 8th rank pet could unleash a skill of such terrifying power. Lin Ze's pet had also reached the 8th rank. From the moment Xiaoxue unleashed her frost domain, Yuan Wei sensed something was off. With his experience, he knew that while weather-related skills can be powerful, they usually can't threaten a high-level opponent if the user isn't strong enough. However, his 8th-tier pet, the summoned Death Messenger, was forced to exert itself fully just to withstand the snowstorm, which was beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was the next scene: the ice dragon severely injured the summoned Death Messenger. This fact shattered the last shred of hope in his heart. An 8th-tier pet? Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei gasped in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. An 18-year-old Beastmaster, not only with advanced soul technique skills and 3 7th-tier pets, but now also revealing an 8th-tier pet. This was beyond their comprehension. Song Chungrui broke out in a cold sweat, his mind blank. This level of power clearly reached the realm of a gold-level Beastmaster. Yet the battle didn't pause for their astonishment. Xiaoxue seized the moment and pointed at the still-recovering summoned Death Messenger. Instantly, a concentrated azure beam shot out like a meteor. Frost Ray. The summoned Death Messenger hastily gathered thin black mist to defend itself, but it was torn apart like paper. The beam struck its chest, and a bone-chilling frost spread rapidly over its body. Even an 8th-tier pet's physique couldn't withstand such terrifying cold. Lin Ze watched calmly. To him, this outcome was expected. Xiaoxue not only surpassed the summoned Death Messenger by at least 1 tier, but also possessed exceptional aptitude even among peers. Coupled with Yuan Wei's initial underestimation, the battle's outcome was already decided. What are you waiting for? All of you, attack. Kill that boy. Song Chungrui finally snapped out of it, shouting hysterically. 2 silver-level Beastmasters immediately summoned their pets to join the fray, and even he stopped holding back. Though Yuan Wei felt disgraced, seeing the young master's livid expression, he reluctantly sent out his remaining 4 pets. In an instant, the number of pets attacking Xiaoxue increased from 1 to 17. However, this numerical advantage was futile against the absolute power disparity. As these pets charged into the blizzard, the weakest 6th-tier pets couldn't even advance 10 meters before being frozen into ice sculptures. Such is the terrifying nature of an 8th-tier pet's weather skill. Even the 7th-tier pet beasts were forced to halt after advancing just 20 meters. The biting cold wind, mixed with fierce snow, relentlessly assaulted their bodies, ready to claim their lives at the slightest lapse in vigilance. They had to muster all their strength to resist this deadly domain. Witnessing this, Song Chungrui and his companions turned pale. The scene before them was unbelievable. Their combined efforts, despite giving everything they had, proved incapable of subduing even one of Lin Ze's pet beasts. The immense disparity in strength sent chills down everyone's spine. Song Chungrui's eyes were filled with bewilderment. In just a few moments, the situation had dramatically reversed. Moments ago, they were confident of victory, on the verge of putting Lin Ze to death, but now the tables had completely turned. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could they actually lose? This notion shattered Song Chungrui's previous arrogance, and an uncontrollable expression of fear emerged on his face. Yuan Lao, think of something quickly. If this continues, we're doomed. Song Chungrui urgently sought help from Yuan Wei. Yuan Wei's face was ashen, his gaze cold as he glanced at Lin Ze, his eye twitching violently. Young master, that pet beast is too powerful for us to handle. Our only option now is to capture the leader first and deal with Lin Ze directly. Hearing this, Song Chungrui's eyes lit up. The four quickly reached a consensus, deciding to let the summoning envoys continue to distract Lin Ze's pet beasts, while the remaining beasts redirected their attack toward Lin Ze himself. Simultaneously, they began accumulating soul power, preparing to unleash a soul attack on Lin Ze. However, at that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. One of the 7th-tier pet beasts charging toward Lin Ze had its head explode unexpectedly, its headless body collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could react, another whistle followed, and a second pet beast met the same explosive fate. This time, Song Chungrui and the others clearly saw it was Lin Ze's soul arrow. The arrow struck precisely at the beasts' foreheads, and the terrifying impact shattered their skulls into fragments. This horrifying scene left Song Chungrui and his companions as though they'd seen a ghost, their faces etched with incredulous shock. Song Chungrui finally understood why Lin Ze could clear the entire Star Soul Tower in just over 8 minutes. Staring at the fallen 7th-tier pet beast before him, his pupils contracted sharply. A single soul arrow, just the most basic kind, had instantly killed such a powerful creature. Yuan Wei was equally shocked. As a gold-level beastmaster, he knew that not only was it difficult to instantly kill a 7th-tier pet, but even dealing with a 6th-tier one would be a challenge. Lin Ze's display of strength was completely beyond his comprehension. In fact, this astonishing power came from the enhancements Lin Ze gained within the Star Soul Tower. The fusion of 4 Star Soul Stones had skyrocketed his soul strength to 30, significantly boosting the power of his soul techniques. Even so, if it weren't for the relatively low rank of the 7th-tier pet, his soul arrow would have only severely injured it, not killed it in one blow. However, Song Chungrui and the others were unaware of these details. At this moment, their gazes towards Lin Ze were filled with uncontrollable fear, as if they were looking at some terrifying monster. Yuan Wei's face suddenly turned pale. He stared at Lin Ze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and dashed away, leaving his pet behind in his haste to escape. This scene left Song Chungrui stunned. By the time he reacted, his face had turned beet red with anger. His trusted family retainer had abandoned him to save himself in a moment of crisis. It was like pouring salt on his bloody wounds, instantly igniting a torrent of grief and resentment. Lin Ze sneered, casually summoning the stone-condensing dragon to pursue him. The massive dragon body cut through the forest like a meteor, toppling and shattering trees along its path. In just a few breaths, it caught up with the fleeing Yuan Wei, unleashing a scorching breath of fire upon him. Yuan Wei desperately infused soul power to strengthen his defenses, but without the protection of his pet, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in front of a 7th-tier flying beast. Once his soul power ran out, death would be inevitable. Lin Ze turned his attention to the remaining 3 people. Song Chungrui was already pale and drenched in cold sweat. The other 2 silver-level beastmasters looked equally despairing. Soon, under Lin Ze's soul arrow attacks, all the pets except the Death Summoner fell, and the Death Summoner struggled under Xiao Shui's suppression. 2 more soul arrows flashed, and the 2 silver-level beastmasters fell, warm blood splattering onto Song Chungrui's face. The heir of the Song family screamed in terror, trembling as he looked at Lin Ze, the disdain in his eyes long replaced by fear. Your turn, Lin Ze said, his indifferent gaze causing Song Chungrui to completely break down. He collapsed to his knees, pleading for mercy. Ironically, just moments ago, he had threatened to make Lin Ze kneel and beg. I am the direct heir of the Song family. If you spare me, I'll agree to anything. Song Chungrui tried to hide the malice in his eyes, feigning sincerity. Then I want 1,000 Star Soul Stones, Lin Ze replied with a half-smile. This impossible demand left Song Chungrui ashen-faced. Before he could respond, a soul arrow pierced through his left chest. With a look of unwillingness and despair, he slumped to the ground, quickly succumbing to his fate. Lin Ze calmly withdrew his hand, murmuring to himself, I guess I have a bit of a wicked sense of humor. In the distance, a shrill scream echoed, followed by the stone condensing dragon soaring into the sky, flying towards him. Clearly, Yuan Wei had been reduced to ashes in the dragon's fiery breath. This sudden battle had finally come to an end. After the battle, the area within 100 meters was left pockmarked and devastated. The remnants of frost on the trees glinted coldly, yet the spirit tree remained perfectly intact, shielded by the earthy yellow mist of the rocky mist shield. Lin Ze observed the earthy yellow mist with interest. Although this man-made artifact was merely a replica of a true artifact and significantly weaker, it still served as a trump card in critical moments. However, it was costly, sometimes even rivaling the price of genuine artifacts, making it unaffordable for most beast tamers. Moreover, man-made artifacts like the rocky mist shield were single-use. What a pity, Lin Ze sighed. The rocky mist shield's effect would last no more than half an hour, so to avoid harming the spirit tree, he had to wait patiently. As expected, the earthy yellow mist gradually dissipated, revealing the lush green spirit tree. Carefully, Lin Ze picked the spirit fruits, counting 12 in total. These treasures, capable of simultaneously enhancing a beast's aptitude and strength, were worth at least 40 to 50 million credits outside, and yet they were scarce. While he originally had no intention of joining the fray, since Song Qingrui and his group had murderous intentions, Lin Ze decided to accept the spirit fruits without hesitation. Even without a jade container, consuming them directly was fine. Lin Ze called over Xiaoxue and handed her the fruits. The beast girl ate the 12 fruits one by one, her cheeks flushing and eyes glazing over, as if drunk, before she nestled into Lin Ze's embrace, nuzzling him continuously. Once Xiaoxue finally calmed down, Lin Ze checked her status panel and was thrilled to see her level had risen from Stage 8, Tier 3, to Stage 8, Tier 6, while her growth rate remained at 0.46. This meant her current form's level cap had increased, allowing her to reach Stage 9, Tier 6 when fully grown. After Xiaoxue fell asleep with a sweet smile, Lin Ze returned her to the beast space and left the area. As for the bodies on the ground, the beasts attracted by the scent of blood would handle them. With the stone dragon in tow, Lin Ze emerged from the forest to an open plain. In the distance, the pale blue wind wall continued to flow, weaving a strange tapestry with the clouds on the horizon. Let's keep moving, Lin Ze thought, worried about the safety of Lu Man and Song Ting. Although they were strong, the dangers of this area far exceeded those of the Black Wolf Forest. Having already encountered at least 10 Stage 6 beasts, he needed to find them quickly. Although Lin Ze wanted to find Lu Man and Song Ting, he had no idea where to start. After pondering for a while, he decided to take the most straightforward approach. Whoosh! The stone dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with Lin Ze standing firmly on its solid back, his sharp gaze scanning the vast plains below. Perhaps due to the presence of a massive wind barrier, few flying beasts roamed this area, with only a few ordinary birds circling around. Spotting the stone dragon, they quickly fled in panic. Suddenly, Lin Ze noticed a group of moving black dots in the distance, distinctly different in form from regular birds. He gently tapped the dragon's scales, signaling it to approach. As they closed in, the true nature of the black dots became clear: a group of about 30 ferocious beasts resembling giant spiders, each as large as a calf. They were entirely black, with 8 blade-like legs that shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen in the sunlight. Most striking were the flat, wing-like structures on their backs, allowing them to move swiftly through the air. Lin Ze also noticed one of the spider beasts carrying a white cocoon underneath, inside which he could faintly see the face of an unconscious man. Soon, the beasts became aware of the stone dragon's presence. The dragon's aura caused a brief stir among them before about 20 spider beasts broke away from the group and charged toward Lin Ze. So they see me as prey, Lin Ze murmured, releasing a soul arrow. Since these were clearly an undocumented type of beast, testing them from a distance was the safest strategy. The soul arrow flew like lightning, hitting the lead spider beast's head with precision. With a boom, its head exploded, and the headless body plummeted to the ground. At most, they're only 6th tier, Lin Ze concluded, then directed the stone dragon to launch a counterattack. In the sky above, the stone-winged dragon soared with a powerful beat of its wings, cutting through the air with a loud whoosh. Yu Jian sat cross-legged on the dragon's back, nervously adjusting his posture. This was his first time riding a flying beast, and not just any beast, but a 7th tier pureblood dragon. Thinking about how his strongest pet beast was only at the 6th tier, 5th stage, he took a deep breath to calm his nerves and focused intently on surveying the terrain below. Lin Ze waited silently. According to Yu Jian's description, he was caught by the windwing spiders not far from where they were attacked, which meant they were likely close to the spider's nest. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Yu Jian's eyes lit up as he excitedly pointed downward. There. That's where we were attacked. Below was a clearing strewn with jagged rocks and the corpses of several windwing spiders. The ground was pitted and scarred, evidence of a fierce battle. Although there were no human bodies, this absence actually confirmed their suspicion that the victims were likely taken back to the nest. Having found the attack site, their next steps became much simpler. At Lin Ze's command, the Stonewing Dragon accelerated in a spiral, unleashing an intimidating dragon's aura. The best way to lure out prey was to announce an invasion of their territory. The strategy worked immediately. Within half a minute, a swarm of over 100 windwing spiders appeared from a kilometer away, their wings unfurling as they rapidly approached. "There they are," Lin Ze said, patting the Stonewing Dragon, which immediately sped up to engage. The kilometer distance disappeared in an instant as the dragon opened its mouth to release a thick, blood-red mist, crashing heat into the swarm. The sound of shattering echoed continuously as the windwing spiders turned to stone and plummeted. The Stonewing Dragon turned its head, sweeping the blood mist in an arc, wiping out most of the swarm in seconds. The remaining spiders shrieked in terror, coming to a panicked halt. Yu Jin watched, dumbfounded. He had heard of the fearsome reputation of the Stonewing blood mist, but witnessing its power firsthand was overwhelming. To obliterate 60 or 70 windwing spiders in one blow was a truly terrifying feat. The Stonewing Dragon swiftly dealt with the remnants and pressed onward. Soon, they arrived at the spider's emergence point, a vast basin. The entire basin was covered with pure white spider silk, crisscrossing to form a massive web. Scattered across the web were 30 to 40 white cocoons, clearly containing captured humans. The windwing spiders, having discovered the intruders, swarmed out en masse, hundreds of them shrieking as they charged. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Yu Jin's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. Lin Ze, however, remained unfazed, raising his hand to gather soul power. The concentrated power suddenly burst forth, sweeping out as a shockwave. In the ensuing roar, 20 or 30 windwing spiders exploded into blood mist. This terrifying display of power left Yu Jin gasping, his gaze toward Lin Ze filled with awe. The battle quickly approached its end. Against the combined force of Lin Ze and the Stonewing Dragon, the windwing spiders were steadily defeated. The Stonewing blood mist, paired with fear-inducing roars, became a battlefield reaper. The remaining spiders, unable to withstand their fear, abandoned their nest and fled in all directions. Lin Ze pursued them on the dragon, picking them off with soul arrows. Within minutes, the last windwing spider was slain, its body falling from the sky. Yu Jin, having witnessed the entire battle, was left in a state of shock. He had never imagined that a beastmaster could so effortlessly slaughter sixth-tier beasts, as if they were nothing more than fragile kittens or puppies. Such a scene was beyond anything he could have dreamed. Returning to the basin, Lin Ze rode the stone-condensing dragon down onto the web, carefully scanning to ensure no enemies were left behind. As soon as they landed, Yu Jin eagerly rushed to the spot where his companions were trapped. Meanwhile, Lin Ze inspected the white cocoons along the web and soon recognized two familiar faces. He quickly approached and used a small knife to cut open the cocoon, rescuing Lu Man and Song Ting. After a thorough check, he found that both were merely unconscious with no injuries, which brought him relief. Before long, the two women regained consciousness, initially startled upon seeing Lin Ze, then quickly understanding the situation as they looked around. "You came to save us," they exclaimed in surprise and delight. After being transported there by the Mist Shadow Hydra, they were immediately besieged by a swarm of wind-wing spiders. With their bronze-level abilities, they stood no chance and were quickly captured. They had braced themselves for the worst, but were unexpectedly rescued so soon. At the same time, Yu Jin was also freeing his companions. After hearing the account of what had happened, they all looked at Lin Ze with admiration. Captain Gao Ji, a gaunt middle-aged man, approached Lin Ze with his team. "Thank you for saving us, sir. My name is Gao Ji." "No need for thanks." Lin Ze waved his hand. "Let's get the others out first." Everyone quickly got to work and soon freed the remaining 30-something people from the cocoons. Once awake, the survivors expressed their gratitude to Lin Ze once more. After handling these matters, Lin Ze asked, "What are your plans now?" Gao Ji sighed and explained that they originally intended to explore the outer areas of the Circle of Hurricanes, but after being transported to the heart of it by the Mist Shadow Hydra and suffering heavy losses in battles with the Windwing Spiders, they were no longer capable of proceeding further. The other survivors were in a similar situation and planned to withdraw from the ruins. Lin Ze nodded in understanding and turned to Lu Man and Song Ting. "You should leave with them. Aren't you coming with us?" Lu Man asked urgently. "I have to keep moving forward," Lin Ze replied firmly. He had made it this far and, more importantly, had yet to find a suitable fourth pet beast. Though concerned, the two seniors knew it was futile to persuade him otherwise. At this moment, Gao Ji offered, "Sir, I'm familiar with the Circle of Hurricanes and can guide you to the next area." Lin Ze readily accepted. Having a guide would indeed save a lot of effort. Just then, Lu Man suddenly stepped forward and quickly pecked Lin Ze on the lips. This is a thank you, Junior. Make sure you come back safely. Her cheeks flushed, and she avoided eye contact. Next to her, Song Ting, though surprised, also gave Lin Ze a quick peck on the cheek. Be careful, Junior. The unexpected show of affection left Lin Ze momentarily stunned, but he soon regained his composure and nodded solemnly. I promise you. Once everything was settled, the group didn't delay any further and parted ways on the spot. Lin Ze and Gao Ji continued onward, while the others retraced their steps. Despite the heavy losses suffered in the battle with the Windwing Spider, the combined strength of the group was enough to ensure a safe retreat. Lin Ze watched as Lu Man and Song Ting gradually disappeared into the crowd before turning his attention back and signaling Gao Ji to lead the way. Thanks to the speed of the petrified stone dragon, the two advanced swiftly. In just over half an hour, they could clearly see the azure streams flowing within the wind wall, a highly condensed and materialized form of wind elemental energy, each stream as thick as an adult's waist. Sir, the entrance is right there, Gao Ji exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pointed into the distance. Lin Ze looked and saw a gap at the base of the wind wall, about a kilometer away. Though called a gap, it was actually 4 to 5 meters wide and over 10 meters high, resembling a giant gate. What caught his attention even more was the number of people gathered near the giant gate, all seemingly preparing to pass through the wind wall into the restricted zone. This surprised Lin Ze at first, but he quickly understood no danger could deter adventurers from the lure of treasure. The crowd in front of the gate was divided into two distinct groups. The larger group, about 20 people, were all dressed as adventurers, exuding a sharp and competent aura indicative of a seasoned and top-tier adventure team. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a straight back and broad shoulders. Though his temples were graying, he was as imposing as a drawn sword. The other group, though only 7 or 8 in number, wore luxurious clothing and carried themselves with an unmistakable air of arrogance. They centered around a young man in his 20s, who was clearly the focal point of their attention. The scene was all too familiar to Lin Zenither group from a Beastmaster family, with the young man likely a direct descendant of a major clan. Lin Ze's arrival immediately drew attention from both groups, primarily because the massive form of the petrified stone dragon was impossible to ignore. The appearance of a pure-blood dragon of the 7th tier elicited surprise from many. Shortly thereafter, more eyes turned to Lin Ze and Gao Ji as they descended from the dragon's back. Soon, a buzz of conversation broke out among the crowd. Clearly, someone had recognized Lin Ze, with whispers of Star Soul Tower genius occasionally surfacing. At that moment, Lin Ze felt a hostile gaze upon him. Turning to look, he met the eyes of the young man. Curious, Lin Ze asked Gao Ji about the man's identity. Sir, that's Inan, the second young master of the Yi family, Gao Ji replied with a peculiar tone. He was the top of the Star Steel before you cleared the Star Soul Tower. Lin Ze suddenly understood. No wonder the young man was so hostile. It seemed he was a sore loser. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Lin Ze decided to ignore him. Over on the Yi family side, a burly man sneered at Lin Ze, commenting, he doesn't look so impressive. Second young master, clearing the Star Soul Tower only proves his soul skills are decent, but the true strength of a beast master lies in their pets. In that regard, you won't lose to anyone. These words slightly eased Inan's stern expression, but he still replied in a deep voice, Tongamo, don't underestimate Lin Ze. He's not a simple character. The elder in a long robe, Pang Tianhe, nodded approvingly. The second young master is right. Even if he's a commoner, anyone who can clear the Star Soul Tower is no ordinary person. No matter how talented. So what? Tongamo scoffed. He's young. Could he possibly compare to a golden beast master? Besides, if they try anything funny, I'll crush them myself. Pang Tianhe merely cast a faint glance at him, while the others remained silent, not daring to involve themselves in the verbal exchange between the two dignitaries. The unexpected arrival of Lin Ze caused quite a stir among the adventurer team, with whispers of discussion rising from the group. Is he really only 18? It's impressive enough to have the talent of a 7th-tier beast master, but his soul art skills are also outstanding. It's truly enviable. I'd be content with just a third of his talent. Come on, are you really going to compete with that? Amidst the laughter and banter, several team leaders exchanged silent glances. A vice-captain leaned towards Captain Shunhong and whispered, Captain, this time the opponents are no pushovers. Shunhong nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Pang Tianhe and Tongamo in the distance. These two guest experts from the Yi family were the real competitors to watch out for renowned golden-tier beast masters. As for Lin Ze, despite his remarkable talent, he was still young and not yet the biggest threat. Pass the order, everyone stay alert. The Yi family may be few in number, but they're all elites. We can't afford to be careless. The order was swiftly relayed, and the laughter quickly faded, replaced by the seriousness expected of a top-tier adventurer team. At that moment, The door at the entrance to the wind wall trembled slightly. The air currents dissipated, revealing a clear passage. Both teams, led by Gao Ji, entered through the door energetically. Be careful, sir, Gao Ji advised before turning away. Lin Ze took a deep breath and stepped inside. Passing through the film-like barrier, the scene opened up to a vast primeval forest. Towering trees rose from the ground, and birds occasionally flitted across the canopy. The forest was dreamlike in its beauty, yet eerily silent. The most striking sight was the colossal tree in the distant sky. Its trunk pierced the clouds, its canopy blocking out the sun, radiating a sacred glow like a mythical world tree. Everyone was awestruck by this magnificent spectacle. As he walked through the silent woods, Lin Ze noticed fragments of stone slabs inscribed with mysterious symbols scattered on the ground. While examining them, 8 wooden armored humanoid creatures suddenly appeared ahead. These 7th-tier beasts immediately divided and attacked. 4 charged at the adventurer team, 3 targeted the E-family group, and the last one lunged directly at Lin Ze. He promptly summoned the Earth Spirit to confront it. He then overheard bits of conversation from the E-family team, mentioning terms like Forest Guardian. This made Lin Ze ponder. Could these people be familiar with this place? The Guardian beasts were formidable, with armor as tough as steel, impressive regenerative capabilities, and tendrils that launched unpredictable attacks. After a brief observation, Lin Ze assessed that their strength was likely at the 2nd stage of the 7th tier. The Forbidden Zone is called so because no one who entered it has ever returned, and no information about its internal conditions has ever been shared. Logically, these new breeds of fierce beasts should be unknown, yet the E family seemed to have an astonishing understanding of them. This anomaly aroused Lin Ze's suspicion, and he quietly noted it in his mind. A battle was taking place ahead. Although the Forest Guardians were creatures of the same rank, their combat abilities were only considered mid to low level. In contrast, the Earth Spirit not only had a level advantage of 2 ranks, but also possessed combat power far beyond its opponent. From the start of the fight, it completely dominated the Forest Guardian, not even needing to use its giant spirit transformation ability. With sheer brute force, it shattered the Forest Guardian's vine armor within 5 minutes. Without its strongest defense, the Forest Guardian's strength plummeted, and it quickly turned into a cloud of wood chips under the Earth Spirit's mountain shatter strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, since Pang Tianhe, Tong Yimo, and Shen Hong, the 3 strongest individuals, chose to observe and let their subordinates handle the fight, the battle continued. When they noticed that Lin Ze had already finished his fight, everyone looked surprised. So fast, a vice-captain of an adventurer team, who was handling a Forest Guardian alone, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He had just gained the upper hand, while Lin Ze had already finished his battle. That Earth attribute pet beast must have the strength of a level 7, 4th or 5th rank, right? Probably. I didn't expect Lin Ze's level 7 pet beast to be this powerful. Members of the adventurer team sighed. They initially thought Lin Ze's 3 level 7 pet beasts were at most at the 1st or 2nd rank, but reality far exceeded their expectations. Shen Hong's face showed astonishment, while Yinan's expression turned unpleasant. Pang Tianhe and Tong Yimo also had flickering eyes, clearly recalling their previous discussions about Lin Ze's pet beasts being inferior to Solart's. 3 level 7 pet beasts, including a pure-blooded dragon and an Earth attribute pet beast at level 7, 4th or 5th rank. Such strength would place him in the upper middle tier among silver beast masters. Even Yinan's strongest pet beast was only at level 7, 5th rank. The group exchanged silent glances, and even the usually carefree Tong Yimo remained silent. During the subsequent journey, the group encountered several waves of attacks from Forest Guardians. These fierce beasts seemed to adjust their attack scale based on the number of people, so the E family and the adventurer team, having the most members, bore the brunt of the assault. In contrast, Lin Ze, traveling alone, only had to deal with 1 Forest Guardian at a time, making it much easier for him. After a long trek, the road ahead finally opened up. A vast basin appeared before them, with the towering tree of light standing in its center. The massive trunk disappeared into the clouds, and its sprawling root system almost occupied the entire basin, each root deeply embedded in the ground. The layers of moss covering its surface looked like rolling green hills from afar. Lin Ze had to tilt his head back to barely take in the full view of this giant tree, radiating pure white light. At that moment, a question suddenly popped into his mind. Where did those who previously entered the Forbidden Zone go? This place seemed like the end point, yet there was no trace of human activity, not even any corpses, and the Forest Guardians clearly weren't the type to consume bodies. As he pondered this, he heard a low exclamation nearby. Turning his head, Lin Ze saw Yinan with wide eyes and a look of delight. Even the usually composed Pang Tianhe and Tong Yimo couldn't hide their joy. Following their gaze, Lin Ze quickly spotted what had caught their attention. A basketball-sized, pure white orb of light floating a meter above the ground, with a long white line extending from its top, connecting to the tree's crown. The orb was semi-transparent, emitting a faint and sacred glow, and within it, several tiny figures could be seen curled up in slumber. What is this? Lin Ze wondered to himself. The faces of the adventurers were filled with astonishment. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted towards the E family's group. They keenly noticed the unusual expressions on the faces of Yinan and his companions. These people clearly recognized what they were looking at. Elder Pang, do you know what this is? Shenhong suddenly spoke, fixing Pang Tianhe with a sharp look. Pang Tianhe glanced at him, his expression instantly turning cold. Captain Shun, you're well-traveled and knowledgeable. If even you can't recognize it, how could I possibly know? It was obvious he was feigning ignorance. Shenhong chuckled, unfazed. In any case, it must be something valuable. Seems like our trip won't be in vain after all. This remark acted like a fuse, igniting the tense atmosphere. None of those present were fools. They could tell that these glowing orbs were incredibly rare treasures, possibly the most precious in the entire ruins. It was for such treasures that they risked entering the ruins. At this moment, the two groups, which had been coexisting peacefully, suddenly faced off, their eyes filled with hostility. Shenhong broke the stifling silence. Yishao, how about we split these orbs evenly? Yinan was taken aback by the suggestion, a look of internal conflict flashing in his eyes. He had invested heavily in this venture, sparing no expense to enlist elite experts like Pang Tianhe and Tong Emo, and naturally wanted to maximize his gains. However, he knew that monopolizing the orbs was impossible. Shenhong's team was formidable, with each member being a seasoned fighter, and Shenhong himself was no less capable than Pang Tianhe and Tong Emo. If a fight broke out, even if they won, his side would suffer significant losses. After careful consideration, Yinan consulted quietly with Pang Tianhe and Tong Emo, and they reached an agreement. We want 60%. Pang Tianhe declared expressionlessly. Shenhong frowned slightly but soon relaxed. Fine. Although their share was smaller, considering the disparity in strength, it was a reasonable outcome. Moreover, there were about 20 orbs, so even a 40% share represented a substantial fortune. With the distribution settled, both teams suddenly turned their attention to Lin Ze, who stood not far away. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ze like sharp blades, while Yinan wore a teasing smile with hidden meaning. Among the three factions present, Lin Ze was undoubtedly the weakest link, a 7th-tier beast tamer, appearing quite vulnerable in front of powerhouses like Pang Tianhe, Tong Emo, and Shenhong. However, Lin Ze paid no mind to the reactions around him. His attention was entirely captured by the glowing orb before him. In the void, imperceptible to ordinary people, a series of information emerged. Name, Light Spirit. Element, Light. Level, 7th tier, 4th stage. Growth rate, 92.41. Skills, Light Blade, Judgment, Holy Shield, True Sight, Purification, Breath of Life, Blessing of Light. More intriguing were the two potential evolution paths. The first path was the Valkyrie route, enhancing the control over light elements by activating the light's origin, with the next form being the Dawn Angel, ultimately reaching the king level. The second path was the Glory route created by the Mithril Sage. If the light spirit was forcibly harvested, it would immediately evolve into a glorious guardian, launching a lethal attack on the harvester, then reverting to a light egg form to regrow, with a maximum potential of the 8th tier. Lin Ze was taken aback. This hidden evolution path was unlike anything he had seen before. It was clearly a defensive mechanism designed to counter invaders by consuming life force for retaliation, likely devised by the Mithril Sage. Regaining his composure, Lin Ze noticed the others still awaiting his response. He smirked slightly, a hint of deeper meaning in his expression. No need to worry about me. You can divide the light orbs among yourselves. I'm stepping back. With that, he turned and left, his demeanor composed, leaving the others in stunned disbelief. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting Lin Ze to withdraw so decisively. Yinan snorted. At least you know your place. But Shenhong frowned thoughtfully, sensing there was more to Lin Ze's actions. Soon, the two factions reached an agreement, each sending a Silverdeer Beast Tamer to harvest the light orbs. However, the moment the orbs were picked, a blinding light erupted. The harvesters screamed, throwing the orbs away, which quickly expanded into two female warriors clad in silver-white armor, wielding spears. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The two 8th-tier, 5th-stage glorious guardians swiftly attacked the two factions. Their combat skills were exceptional, effortlessly utilizing light elements for offense and defense, leaving Yi's family and Shenhong's team in disarray. 100 meters away, Lin Ze leaned against a tree, calmly observing the chaotic battle. His gaze lingered on the beleaguered Yi family and the adventurers, finally settling on the two white-armored female warriors, as he murmured to himself, so these are the glorious guardians. According to the evolutionary characteristics of the glorious guardians, this form is a one-time forced evolution. Once their life force is depleted, they revert to the state of a light egg. Because this evolution method overdraws their life force, the level and limit of the Glorious Guardians can only reach the 8th tier, which is far inferior to another evolutionary form, the Dawn Angel. The latter can reach the king level at its peak and, even at the same level, its combat power far surpasses that of the Glorious Guardians. Lin Ze weighed his options silently. Acquiring a light spirit as his 4th pet beast would indeed be great, but unfortunately, this creature cannot be forcibly harvested. One must wait for it to naturally detach. The situation on the battlefield had become clear. After the intervention of the 3 golden beast masters, Pang Tianhe, Tong Imo, and Shun Hong, the situation stabilized completely. 2 strong members of the Yi family each summoned an 8th-tier pet beast to jointly suppress a glorious guardian. Although their individual strength was inferior to the opponents, victory was only a matter of time with their effective cooperation. On Shun Hong's side, he had to summon 2 8th-tier pet beasts simultaneously to gain the upper hand against another glorious guardian. After more than 10 minutes, the glorious guardian on Yi's side fell first. Its body transformed into countless light particles, which, under some invisible force, reassembled into a basketball-sized light orb and slowly floated back to the giant tree. A ray of light extended from the dense foliage and reconnected with the light orb. Soon after, Shun Hong also managed to defeat the other glorious guardian. The same scene played out again. The light orb floated back to the tree as if nothing had happened. The crowd exchanged glances until Yinan suddenly turned to Lin Ze, his face livid as he questioned, "Lin Ze, did you know this would happen all along?" Only then did the others realize and cast suspicious glances at Lin Ze. Pang Tianhe and Tong Imo even showed unfriendly expressions. Lin Ze remained unfazed, lazily replying, "Your question is ridiculous. If even you don't understand the situation, how could I possibly know?" Yinan was at a loss for words. Indeed, even those who came prepared with extensive information had not anticipated this situation, so it was even less likely for a civilian beastmaster to know. Just as Tong Imo was about to cause trouble, a series of heavy footsteps interrupted the tense atmosphere. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a tall figure emerged from behind the giant tree. It was a metal creature nearly 2 meters tall and as broad as a city wall, with a cold, expressionless face. It wore a long robe with metal trimmings and held a silver staff as thick as an adult's arm. Everyone tensed up, warily on guard. The metal creature's icy gaze swept over each person before it suddenly spoke. "Welcome to the Radiant Forest, invaders." The metallic-sounding voice left everyone frozen in place. It was well known that humanoid pet beasts capable of speaking human languages were without exception beings of at least king level. In other words, as expected, what appeared before everyone was a creature of king level or even higher. This realization caused everyone present to involuntarily gasp, their faces turning pale instantly. Even the formidable Pang Tian, Tong Imo, and Shun Hong broke into a cold sweat. Lin Ze felt his heart tighten, as well the sudden appearance of such a powerful being was far beyond anyone's expectations. While they had once glimpsed the even mightier Misty Shadow Hydra from afar in the Misty Canyon, the distance then had made the threat seem unreal. Now, however, this king-level creature exuded a terrifying aura and loomed over them with a chilling gaze, branding them as invaders. The oppressive presence of such a strong entity filled everyone with suffocating fear. In the deathly silence, the metallic creature spoke again, its voice carrying undeniable authority. "Since you've trespassed here and attacked the light spirit, I assume you're prepared to face punishment." This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's faces look even grimmer than before. Yinan, in a panic, tried to protest, "Wait." Yet the metallic creature ignored him completely, merely scoffing as it slammed its silver scepter into the ground. Arena of Fate. With a deafening crash, a blinding pillar of light descended from the sky, drawing a circle nearly 100 meters in diameter on the ground, enveloping everyone within it. "Face my punishment." The metallic creature's voice grew colder. "If you survive, I'll spare your lives." It then waved its scepter, lightly tapping a glowing orb on a giant tree. With a crisp shattering sound, the orb's contents quickly took form, transforming into a golden-haired angel. The angel was clad in luxurious robes, with white wings unfurling behind her, and her brilliant golden eyes radiated authority. As soon as the angel's feet touched the ground, she raised her hand in a gesture of grasping. Countless golden lights flowed like water, coalescing in her grasp into a colossal cross-shaped greatsword. The sword's blade was crystal clear, emitting a dazzling radiance. Sunlight streamed in from the side, outlining the female angel's sculpted features. Her face was both striking and gentle, prompting Lin Ze to think of only one name: She-Angel. His suspicion was quickly confirmed. Yinan gasped in shock. "She-Angel?" His face turned pale instantly. As the advanced form of a light spirit, She-Angels start at 8th tier, level 5, and can evolve to 9th tier, level 5. If this one was at the 9th tier, their fate was sealed. Tong Imo and Pang Tianhe's expressions changed drastically as well. Although Shin Hong didn't know the specifics, he could tell from their reactions that this exquisitely beautiful female angel was extraordinary, and his demeanor grew serious. Lin Ze felt a mix of amusement and frustration, hadn't harvested any light spirits, so why was he involved? However, he knew all too well that this metallic being, likely the mithril sage mentioned in the hidden evolution paths, won't listen to any explanations. A creature unique to this ruin, capable of using human language and creating new species at the 8th tier, likely surpassed even the king level in strength. A sharp sound sliced through the air. The she angel walked into the light circle with an expressionless face, her figure flashing forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Two 7th-tier pet beasts moved to intercept her, but were reduced to ashes in the golden holy light. The she angel cut through effortlessly, each sword swing turning pet beasts to dust. In just a few moments, over 20 pet beasts had fallen. She maneuvered gracefully through the dense swarm of creatures, her combat skills chillingly precise. The group quickly regrouped, directing their pet beasts to close in and restrict her movements. Even Pang Tianhe, Tong Imo, and Shen Hong sent their 8th-tier pets into the fray, putting aside their differences to fight for survival. Yet the she angel remained indifferent. She suddenly spread her white wings and soared skyward, her massive sword transforming into a golden longbow. A golden arrow shot forth, instantly reducing an 8th-tier, level 3 pet beast to ashes. Instant kill arrow. Pang Tianhe exclaimed in disbelief. In her new long-range attack mode, the she angel was even more terrifying, her golden arrows continuously claiming lives. While a few 8th-tier pets barely managed to evade, any other creature targeted was doomed. As time passed, the group found themselves unable to harm the she angel, suffering heavy losses instead. Even the combined efforts of the 3 golden beastmasters were no match, leaving them struggling to hold on. If it weren't for the transparent barrier surrounding them, everyone would have turned and fled for their lives. The scene before them was terrifying. Corpses of companion beasts lay scattered on the ground, while more were being mercilessly slaughtered by the radiant angel. Terrified shouts echoed continuously. "No way, we can't stand up to it. This is impossible. All my beasts are dead. Quick, think of something, I don't want to die." Despair spread like a plague among the crowd. Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, everyone was at a loss. In this chaos, only Lin Ze remained composed. Standing at a distance, he calmly observed the battlefield. Perhaps because he hadn't participated in collecting the light spheres earlier, or simply because he was farther away, the radiant angel seemed to completely ignore his presence. Watching the radiant angel's astonishing power, Lin Ze couldn't help but marvel. Such strength could be described as invincible within its tier. Even Xiaoxue would pale in comparison. Although it was only an 8th tier, 9th level creature, Lin Ze judged that this radiant angel could hold its own against a 9th tier opponent. "I really want it." Lin Ze sighed softly, then shook his head. Seizing it by force was clearly unrealistic. If it were just the radiant angel, he might have thought of a way, but with the mithril sage present, any rash action would be suicidal. That formidable individual could likely end his life with a mere gesture. The battle continued, and out of the corner of his eye, Yinan suddenly noticed Lin Ze. Seeing him standing leisurely as if watching a performance nearly made him spit blood in anger. "That's so unfair." Yinan's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "Lin Ze, don't forget you're in this barrier too. If we all fall, you'll be in trouble as well." Lin Ze glanced at him sideways, a disdainful smirk on his lips. "Funny how you didn't think of others when dividing the light spheres. But now that danger looms, you suddenly remember we're all in this together." Seeing Lin Ze completely ignore his words, Yinan's face turned beet red with anger. Pang Tianhe, standing nearby, shook his head silently, thinking that the second young master was being far too impulsive. Lin Ze was just a 7th-rank beast master, and even with so many people here, they had no way to deal with the Dawn Angel. What difference could one more person make? But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The battle was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Their own beasts were almost completely wiped out, yet the Dawn Angel remained unscathed and showed no signs of fatigue. The outcome seemed inevitable. Pang Tianhe wasn't the only one feeling this way. Tong Mo's face was also filled with unwillingness and despair. Shen Hong heard the calls of his teammates from behind and turned to see their pale faces, each filled with hopelessness. A sense of powerlessness surged through him, making his eye twitch. 5 minutes later, the last beast was reduced to ashes under the Dawn Angel's arrows. All the beasts from the Yi family and the adventurer team were annihilated. Despair was written on everyone's face, including the usually composed Pang Tianhe, Tong Imo, and Shen Hong. Even Yinan, who was usually arrogant, was trembling with fear, his privileged status meaningless in the face of life and death. Outside the circle of light, the mithril sage watched the battle with an expressionless face, eyes cold and indifferent. The Dawn Angel slowly descended to the ground, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone before finally locking onto Lin Ze and the Earth Spirit beside him. She had to follow the Mithril Sage's orders to kill all the beasts. Without hesitation, she charged directly at Lin Ze. Lin Ze sighed helplessly. He had hoped to wait until the Dawn Angel dealt with the others before making his move, but that was clearly not an option now. He recalled the Earth Spirit against an opponent equivalent to an 8th or 9th rank. Ordinary beasts were useless. However, he had other cards to play. In his palm appeared an ancient-looking badge, the Hero's Testament. It was a reward for driving back the evolut swarm and saving thousands of passengers on a train. Because it required achievement points to use, he had never activated it. Now was the perfect time to test its effects, and if it didn't work, he could still use the Berserk card. As Lin Ze recalled his beast, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. But the next second, something even more astonishing happened. Dazzling white light erupted from his tightly clenched right hand, rapidly spreading over his entire body. His robes fluttered as if in a breeze, and he began to slowly rise into the air, his pupils disappearing to be replaced by brilliant golden light. Information flooded into Lin Ze's mind like a tidal wave. Combat techniques, energy manipulation, sensory skills, knowledge of fierce beasts. Yet he felt no discomfort, instead filled with an overwhelming power, as if he had transcended the ordinary. Suspended in midair, Lin Ze was surrounded by a white aura, his robes dancing in the wind, exuding an ethereal presence. The sudden transformation left everyone stunned. Even the Dawn Angel paused in her tracks, frowning at the sight. Even the Mithril Sage, who had maintained a stoic expression outside the circle of light, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. In full view of the crowd, Lin Ze's figure hovered steadily in midair. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted from him, with transparent ripples spreading outward like waves, instantly filling the entire Fate Duel arena. Everyone present immediately felt a heavy sense of oppression, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. What's more alarming was that even a sense of submission involuntarily arose deep within their hearts. This unusual power affecting the spiritual level caused a look of astonishment to appear simultaneously on the faces of the three Golden Beast Masters, Pang Tianhe, Tong Emo, and Shun Hong. At this moment, the Angel of Dawn finally snapped back to reality, swiftly drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. The golden arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Lin Ze's face. Faced with the fierce attack, Lin Ze, shrouded in white light, appeared calm and composed. Under the influence of the hero mode, his every move exuded a sense of effortless ease. He slowly raised his right index finger, and with a seemingly leisurely yet lightning-fast motion, precisely intercepted the speeding arrow tip. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, the golden arrow began to disintegrate into ash from the tip onward. Lin Ze then transformed his pointing finger into an open palm, delivering a casual chop forward. This seemingly ordinary strike triggered a deafening sonic boom in the void, causing a suffocating pressure on the chests of those present, momentarily halting their breath. What was even more astounding was that with this chop, boundless radiant golden light coalesced into a blade beam, sweeping towards the Angel of Dawn like a flood breaking through a dam. The immense momentum of the blade's intent was like an unstoppable cavalry charge, dyeing the entire world in a golden hue in an instant. Heaven and earth were shattered. Brilliant golden light filled the entire view, and the air was thick with an overwhelming, suffocating intent of a blade. Everyone present witnessed this scene, and the same phrase flashed through their minds simultaneously. Even the usually composed Angel of Dawn changed her expression. Her hands trembled slightly, and her golden longbow transformed instantly into a massive double-handed sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, slicing out several golden arcs to meet the incoming blade energy. However, these arcs disintegrated the moment they touched the blade energy, unable to even momentarily block it. The thunderous golden blade energy descended with unstoppable force. As it passed, the ground silently shattered, forming a menacing chasm. The Angel of Dawn was helplessly suppressed in place by the omnipresent blade intent, watching as the golden blade energy approached ever closer. At the critical moment, a metallic hand suddenly appeared in front of the blade energy. Boom! The instant the blade collided with the hand, a visible shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact. Everyone felt a heavy pressure. The surrounding trees, the earth, and even the sky trembled. The ground instantly sank, forming a shallow pit nearly a meter deep and several meters in diameter. Nearby trees crashed to the ground, but the splinters and debris were pinned firmly to the earth by the powerful downward force. Once the golden blade energy dissipated, everyone could see that the Mithril Sage had somehow appeared beside the Angel of Dawn, with his left hand outstretched to shield her. A clearly visible dent was left in the palm of his hand. The scene descended into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly, their minds buzzing. The facts were undeniable if not for the timely intervention of the mithril sage, the Angel of Dawn, whose battle prowess was nearly at the 9th tier, would have perished. This realization left everyone in extreme shock. Since when could a beast master be this powerful? What was that? Yinan stammered. Even the well-informed Shinhong and Pang Tianhe were utterly baffled. If it were a mystical artifact, they had never heard of one capable of elevating a beast master's power to the extent of instantly defeating an 8th tier, 9th rank warrior. If it wasn't an artifact, then what could it be? High above, Lin Ze observed the mithril sage, a glint of curiosity in his golden eyes. The sage, in turn, stared at the dent in his palm for a long moment before looking up to meet Lin Ze's gaze. Shush! The light circle that covered hundreds of meters abruptly vanished. You have passed. As promised, I will spare your lives, the mithril sage declared in his unique metallic voice. With a casual wave, a light sphere separated from a nearby giant tree and floated gently towards Lin Ze. Seeing Lin Ze's questioning gaze, the mithril sage explained expressionlessly, "It's a rule of the Radiant Forest. Those who defeat the Angel of Dawn receive a reward." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before reaching out to accept it. A reward was not to be refused, especially since he wanted a light spirit anyway, which fit his needs perfectly. Seeing that the mithril sage had signaled peace, Lin Ze promptly deactivated his hero mode. Every additional minute in this mode consumed 500 achievement points, which was a significant cost. Although the initial fixed cost of 1,000 points was painful, acquiring a light spirit somewhat compensated for the loss. Since Lin Ze had not yet undergone the baptism of the silver evaluation, he could not yet contract a new pet beast. For now, he stored the light spirit and the hero's token in his spatial ring. Truthfully, the hero's token's effect far exceeded his expectations. He had thought that the hero mode would only enhance his soul strength or soul skill level, but it unexpectedly granted him power comparable to a 9th tier peak warrior, along with a wealth of combat techniques, experience, and knowledge. This feeling of overlooking the world was addictive. Lin Ze speculated whether the power in this mode would change with his own strength, with the most likely influencing factors being soul strength and physical strength. However, these considerations were for future exploration, as now was not the time to delve deeply. At that moment, the mithril sage suddenly issued an expulsion order. "Leave here immediately." With that, he waved his silver staff. Everyone felt a momentary disorientation, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. When their vision cleared, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Great Wind Wall. Are we out? Yes, this is the Cyclone Ring. We've exited the Forbidden Zone. Thank goodness, we're finally safe. We're saved. The group erupted in excited shouts, releasing the joy of surviving a near-death experience. Once their emotions settled, they all turned their gaze towards Lin Ze. The scene where the mithril sage bestowed the light spirit upon Lin Ze was witnessed clearly by everyone present. As the crisis subsided, people's thoughts began to stir. Their gazes turned towards Lin Ze, filled with either admiration or jealousy. The formidable power of the Radiant Angel still lingered in their minds, being at the 8th tier and 9th level, yet possessing the combat strength comparable to the 9th tier made it an unrivaled presence among its peers. The light spirit, as a prerequisite evolution for the Radiant Angel, was incredibly valuable. Those who were well-versed in the light spirit, like Yinan, Pang Tianhe, and Tong Emo, knew that it wasn't just a matter of having a powerful pet beast that was invincible at the same tier. It was a rare treasure with potential to reach the king level. Greed began to appear in their eyes, especially in Yinan's, whose expression was a mix of emotions, with jealousy almost palpable. He couldn't comprehend why someone of Lin Ze's humble background as a beast tamer could have such fortune. Noticing Yinan's changing expression, Tong Emo leaned in and whispered, "Young master, why don't we just take the light spirit from him?" The suggestion startled both Yinan and Pang Tianhe. "Are you crazy?" Pang Tianhe hissed angrily. "Lin Ze nearly wiped out the Radiant Angel in seconds, and all of our pet beasts are dead. What do we have to fight with?" Tong Mo's eyes glimmered as he replied, "That temporary power boost, whether from a rare item or a secret technique, can't be used again soon. We only need to deal with his 3 7th-tier pet beasts. With the young master's rare item, we can take him down. Not only could we get the light spirit, but we might also acquire that powerful force." These words swayed the other two. A treasure that could boost a beast tamer's power to rival the high levels of the 9th tier was as valuable as the light spirit. Their initial hesitation quickly faded. Yinan gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's do it." Pang Tianhe nodded silently. This expedition to the ruins had been a heavy loss for them, leaving them empty-handed with all their pet beasts gone. Reviving them would be costly. For Yinan, as one of the family heirs, such a failure would weaken his standing within the family and jeopardize his path to becoming the head. To avoid this outcome, taking some risks was inevitable. Besides, they still had an ace up their sleeve, a rare item capable of summoning an 8th-tier creature. This was originally meant for Enan's self-protection, but hadn't been used due to the Radiant Angel's overwhelming strength. Now, as long as Lin Ze couldn't use that incredible power again, an 8th-tier beast would be enough to subdue him. Having made their decision, Enan swiftly signaled his subordinates. Lin Ze immediately sensed something was off and looked up to see Enan and his group surrounding him. "Oh? What are you planning to do?" he asked with a hint of amusement in his expression. Tong Imo sneered at him. "Lin Ze, if you know what's good for you, hand over the light spirit and the power you just used." Pang Tianhe added coldly, "Lin Ze, we don't want any trouble. Just give us what we want, and we'll let you go." "That's quite a shameless demand," Lin Ze remarked with a smirk. "Do you really think you can snatch anything from me?" Tong Imo sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "Stop pretending. The stronger the power, the greater the cost of using it. I don't believe you can use that power twice in a short time. Without that power, dealing with you would be a piece of cake." Lin Ze nodded slightly, thinking to himself that there was some truth to these words. The hero mode was indeed extremely powerful, but its consumption of achievement points was incredibly high. He was reluctant to use this power unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, this situation didn't warrant it. Although Tong Mo's guess was in the right direction, he misunderstood the nature of the hero mode. It wasn't a skill that required cooldown time, but rather an ability that consumed achievement points. As long as Lin Ze had enough points, he could activate hero mode at any time. Enan and the others were stunned to see Lin Ze agreeing with their words. Tong Imo quickly recovered, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "Do you think without our beasts, we can't deal with you?" Suddenly, Enan held a stone the size of a longan in his hand. The surface of the stone was covered in cracks, with golden red light seeping through the gaps, resembling flowing lava. A scorching aura emanated from the fissures, instantly heating the surrounding air. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, Enan crushed the stone in his hand. In an instant, a blinding, fiery light burst forth, countless golden red beams intertwining in the void, forming a massive light gate 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. The door was inscribed with eerie, terrifying patterns, exuding a primal, ferocious aura. The sulphurous scent wafting from the door felt like it came from the depths of hell. Suddenly, a grotesque, giant hand with sharp claws emerged from the gap, gripping the door frame tightly and pulling with force. Accompanied by a thunderous rumble, the light gate slowly opened, and a menacing beast stepped out. The colossal beast towered over 3 meters high, with a massive body resembling a mountain. Its entire form was made of rock, covered in a dense network of cracks that mirrored the previous stone. From these fissures seeped a golden red glow of magma, and one could faintly hear the sound of magma flowing within. The beast roared towards the sky, its fierce and violent aura instantly sweeping across the area, filling the space for hundreds of meters around. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Enan's trump card was indeed unexpected, a testament to his prestigious lineage. Seeing Lin Ze's reaction, a smug smile appeared on Enan's face, erasing his earlier disarray. "I don't mind telling you, this lava demon is at the 8th tier, 4th stage. It won't take any effort to deal with your 3 7th-tier beasts." He looked at Lin Ze contemptuously, sneering repeatedly. "It's too late to beg for mercy now." Not far away, the adventurer team had already noticed the scene. When they saw the Yi family surrounding Lin Ze, the team members exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. Are these people crazy? Do they actually want to snatch Lin Ze's light spirit? They found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, Lin Ze's terrifying blade light still lingered in their minds, making it impossible to understand the Yi family's actions. Only Shunhong seemed deep in thought. The vice captain, noticing this, asked softly, and Shunhong explained. The immense power Lin Ze displayed earlier must have come at a great cost. Logically, he shouldn't be able to use it again in quick succession. The Yi family must have realized this. The other team members suddenly understood but were quickly filled with doubt again. But the Yi family's beasts are all dead, and Lin Ze's strength is nearly intact. How could they possibly win? Just as Shunhong was about to respond, a loud rumble interrupted their discussion. A massive golden red portal appeared out of thin air, and the menacing beast emerged from it, its formidable presence intimidating everyone present. "A summoning artifact," Shunhong exclaimed. "Its aura is at least 8th tier, 3rd or 4th stage." The vice captain was taken aback. Doesn't that mean Lin Ze is in danger? He only has 3 7th-tier beasts. While everyone was caught up in the discussion, the vice captain hinted at whether they should take this opportunity to act. Shunhong, however, shook his head and sighed. "Lin Ze saved our lives in the Forbidden Zone. We can't betray him now." Seeing the battle on the verge of breaking out, Shunhong decisively decided to lead the team away, reminding them, "Do you want to wait for the Yi family to deal with Lin Ze and then silence us?" The vice captain finally understood and was about to lead the team to retreat when suddenly, the distant battle took an unexpected turn. "It's too late to beg for mercy now," Yinan looked down at Lin Ze with the confidence of a cat playing with a mouse. Pang Tianhe, Tong Imo, and the others surrounded them, eyes fixed on Lin Ze as if he were prey. Yet, despite being encircled, Lin Ze remained calm, as if the looming threat of the lava behemoth was nothing but an illusion. You aristocrats are always so full of yourselves. Lin Ze shook his head slightly. I recall someone saying something similar to me not long ago, and now he's just beast fodder. Yinan's face darkened. Still playing with words, are you? Fine. I'll show you that words alone won't save you. Go. With that command, the lava behemoth roared to the sky, charging at Lin Ze like an out-of-control war chariot. The ground trembled with each of its steps. With a mere thought, Lin Ze summoned the petite figure of Xiaoxue beside him. Without a word, Xiaoxue raised her delicate hand, and a fierce wind surged forth. Countless ice elements gathered before her palm, forming a majestic ice dragon. A biting cold swept over the area, the temperature plummeting. Yinan and his companions turned pale, feeling their soul guardians rapidly depleting their soul power. Damn, can it threaten us from this distance? The power of this ice dragon. They soon witnessed the answer. With a gentle push from Xiaoxue, the ice dragon roared and rushed toward the lava behemoth. The two colossal entities collided in the field's center with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground cracked, stones turned to dust, and dust clouds filled the air. Everyone was forced to retreat until the gusts subsided. As the wind cleared the haze, the sight before them left everyone stunned. The lava behemoth still stood, but frost covered its body, and a gaping wound marred its chest, solidified magma trailing like tears. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Yinan's face turned ashen, while cold sweat beaded on Tong Imo and Pang Tianhe's foreheads. They finally realized that Lin Ze's pet beast girl was also an 8th-tier existence, and her power was formidable. How is this possible? How does he have an 8th-tier pet beast? Yinan exclaimed, losing his composure. Amidst their shock, the wounded lava behemoth roared and charged again. Xiaoxue's expression remained serene as she waved her hand, enveloping the battlefield in a blizzard. Frost Blue Domain. Within this icy realm, the lava behemoth's movement slowed, and the glow of its molten core dimmed. A weather-type skill? Tong Imo and Pang Tianhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Weather-related skills are indeed among the top-tier abilities for battle pets, not only enhancing themselves but also weakening opponents. The crowd watched in shock as Lin Ze's pet awakened such a rare skill. Pang Tianhe's face turned increasingly pale, his unease growing stronger. From the start of the battle, Lin Ze had continually demonstrated astonishing strength. In the eyes of everyone present, Lin Ze's image had become unfathomable, shrouded in mystery. Yinan's smug and playful expression had long vanished, replaced by undisguised fear. The battle raged on. The lava giant was engulfed in flames, barely withstanding the onslaught of wind and snow. Just as it attempted to attack Xiaoxue, it was immediately caught in the relentless control of the Frost Blue Domain. Chains of extreme ice and frost rays followed, extinguishing the flames on the lava giant's surface, leaving its massive body motionless. Then came precise attacks from ice waterfalls, the Snow Maiden Sigh, and extreme ice meteors. The formidable beast, at the 4th stage of the 8th tier, was powerless against the pet beast girl, reduced to pitiful howls. Lin Ze watched the battle with calm detachment. This outcome was expected. After consuming 12 spiritual fruits, Xiaoxue had reached the 6th stage of the 8th tier, with actual combat strength far surpassing her opponent. Additionally, the lava giant, being a melee type, was naturally countered by Xiaoxue's spellcasting abilities, making it an easy target. Yinan and the others realized the outcome was decided, their faces ashen. Many members of the Yi family showed expressions of despair. What do we do? If this continues, we'll all die. Yinan frantically looked at Pang Tianhe, then turned to Tong Imo, shouting, didn't you say dealing with Lin Ze would be easy? What now? Tong Mo's face flushed, unable to respond. Who could have predicted Lin Ze's abnormal strength? Pang Tianhe struggled to remain calm, gritting his teeth. Second young master, we have to take care of Lin Ze before the lava giant is killed. But Lin Ze's soul skills are so powerful. Can we kill him quickly enough? We have no choice. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Pang Tianhe said harshly. Tong Imo, with a grim expression, agreed. That's right, it's our only option. I refuse to believe so many of us can't handle him. Under their persuasion, Yinan finally made up his mind. 8 beast tamers simultaneously launched soul skill attacks on Lin Ze, and a barrage of soul skills engulfed him. As the dust settled, Lin Ze stood unharmed, the glow of his soul guard undiminished. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Want to test soul skills? Lin Ze's eyes sparkled. Just the opportunity to try a new soul skill. A silver cross formed before him. Silent cross. The silver cross shot towards Tong Imo like lightning. Tong Imo hastily released soul skills to block it, only to be horrified as the attack pierced through the cross. The moment the silver light struck him, the protection of his soul disappeared. I can't sense my soul power, Tong Imo cried out in terror. This soul skill, capable of severing the connection between a tamer and their soul power, shocked everyone. For a beast tamer, losing soul power meant being unable to summon pets or cast soul skills, effectively losing the ability to fight. The crowd was aghast, unable to believe such a terrifying soul skill existed. Even Shin Hong and other onlookers exclaimed, "A soul skill that seals soul power? This is practically the nemesis of beast tamers." Lin Ze seemed oblivious to the reactions of those around him, focusing intently on the feedback from his soul technique. The effect of the silent cross far exceeded his expectations. It could sever a target's connection to all energy, completely sealing their abilities, effective against both beast tamers and their beasts. However, this powerful force came with significant limitations. The most notable was the staggering consumption of soul power. A single level 1 silent cross drained 300 points of soul power, far more than the mere 10 points consumed by an 8th level soul arrow. Additionally, the skill's duration was limited, and the stronger the target, the shorter the effect. For a golden beast tamer like Tong Imo, the effect lasted only 3 or 4 seconds. Yet, in a life-and-death battlefield, 3 or 4 seconds could be lethal. Lin Ze acted decisively, conjuring a soul arrow in his palm and shooting it like lightning at Tong Imo, who was now vulnerable without his soul's protection. At that moment, Tong Imo was as frail as an ordinary person, vulnerable even to a casual strike from a second-tier beast, let alone an 8th level soul arrow. Faced with the incoming soul arrow, a look of despair crossed Tong Mo's face, and he was struck before he could react. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body fell heavily to the ground. An instant silence fell over the area. Inan and the others stared blankly at the scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A golden beast tamer had been effortlessly killed without any resistance. The last shred of hope in everyone's heart was utterly crushed, and despair quickly spread across their faces. The sound of soul arrows slicing through the air followed, as several more arrows accurately hit the vital points of the remaining 4 silver beast tamers. They fell dead before they could even scream. At the same time, Xiao Shui finished her battle with the lava giant. The outcome was unsurprising, as the giant had been reduced to scattered fragments. In the blink of an eye, only Yinan and Pang Tianhe remained, their faces ashen. Wait, Yinan stammered, trembling, only to be cut off by Lin Ze. You want to say that the Yi family is powerful, that if I let you live, you'll let bygones be bygones, and even apologize to me, right? Yinan was taken aback. How did you know? Lin Ze shook his head dismissively. You rich kids never have any originality, always using the same lines. At this moment, Pang Tianhe interjected, pointedly looking at Shen Hong and the others. Sir, the Yi family has great influence in Luoan City, an extensive reach. Even if you kill us here in the ruins, the Yi family will uncover the truth. Shen Hong immediately realized Pang Tianhe's intention, his expression darkening. This old fox was trying to drag them down with him. Many team members realized this too, glaring angrily at Pang Tianhe. Lin Ze saw through their plan, sneering, "You're right. It's not my style to involve unrelated people." Seeing the two men show relief, he turned to Shen Hong and the others. The Yi family set you up. Don't you want revenge? Shen Hong and his team were initially stunned, then understood Lin Ze's intention. He wanted them to become accomplices. Yinan and Pang Tianhe's faces turned ashen with despair. Seconds later, the members of the adventurer team all turned towards the two, their eyes filled with icy determination. In fact, Lin Ze didn't have any particular dislike for Shen Hong and the others, but he didn't feel any fondness either. As his gaze swept across the faces of these adventurers, he recalled the earlier scene of distributing the light spheres. Although these people weren't bad, making them accomplices was the safest choice to ensure security. Still not ruthless enough, Lin Ze sighed inwardly, but he had no intention of changing his decision. Killing them all would indeed be the simplest solution, but he didn't want to become a bloodthirsty murderer because of it. Under Lin Ze's cold watch, Shen Hong and his group swiftly launched an attack on Yinan and Pang Tianhe. The two, having lost their beasts and artifacts, wore expressions of despair and were powerless against the numerous adventurers. With a heartrending scream, they quickly fell into a pool of blood. Not satisfied, Shen Hong and the others took out their fire-starting materials and set the bodies ablaze, both to destroy evidence and to retaliate against Pang Tianhe for dragging them into this mess. Lin Ze silently observed the events, his eyes flickering, but he said nothing. Since Yinan and Pang Tianhe had died at the hands of Shen Hong and his group, they naturally wouldn't dare to reveal what had happened today. Without any intention of further conversation with Shen Hong and the others, Lin Ze turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Hong sighed with a complex expression. This expedition to the ruins had been a heavy loss, losing all their beasts and gaining nothing, only to end up in big trouble. The deputy leader approached Shen Hong, hesitant to speak. Shunhong looked around at everyone, his expression solemn, and said, "Keep today's events to yourselves. Not a word to anyone. Otherwise, not only will the E family hunt you down, but I will also personally deal with you." Everyone nodded repeatedly in agreement. They were well aware that, given their lowly status as adventurers, if the E family discovered they had killed Enan, they would be hunted to the ends of the earth. After leaving, Lin Ze summoned the condensed stone dragon to continue his journey. Half an hour later, the outline of Misty Gorge appeared in view, still shrouded in a thin mist, with the faint silhouette of the enormous Misty Hydra visible above the clouds. I wonder which is stronger, the Misty Hydra or the Mithril Sage? Lin Ze couldn't help but recall his experience in the Forbidden Zone. His golden blade strike in hero mode had been effortlessly blocked by the Mithril Sage with one hand, leaving only a shallow dent in its palm. This incident still left him unsettled. The presence of what seemed to be a spellcaster who could withstand an attack equivalent to the peak of the 9th tier with bare hands, just how powerful was it truly? The origin of this ruin was becoming increasingly mysterious. Once inside Misty Gorge, Lin Ze cautiously abandoned riding the condensed stone dragon. The Beastmaster who had previously angered the Misty Hydra had perished, and the surrounding mist had returned to normal. He followed the directions taught by Wei and headed towards the Black Wolf Forest. Occasionally, mist phantoms would emerge to attack him along the way, but they were easily dealt with. After an indeterminate amount of time, the fog suddenly cleared, and the view opened up. Finally out, Lin Ze exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the challenges of this expedition, he had achieved his most important goal, finding a fourth beast, which was a satisfactory outcome. After easily traversing the Black Wolf Forest, Lin Ze soon returned to the entrance of the ruins. The environment shifted from the quiet woodland to a bustling open field. Junior. Lin Ze Jr. Lu Man and Song Ting's excited voices called out as they ran towards him, their faces full of joy. "You finally made it out. Are you all right?" Lu Man hurried over, her eyes anxiously scanning Lin Ze from head to toe to check for any injuries. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, her tense shoulders gradually relaxed. The fatigue on their faces revealed that Lu Man and Song Ting had been waiting anxiously outside since leaving the ruins. "I'm fine," Lin Ze reassured them with a smile. This smile put Song Ting at ease, but it made Lu Man blush and quickly avert her gaze, her ears turning a faint pink. As her worry dissipated, she suddenly remembered her impulsive actions in the eye of the storm, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She couldn't understand why she had acted that way, especially since Lin Ze was her junior and admired by Guanning and Guasini. Noticing the situation, Lin Ze felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. At that moment, Wei's arrival conveniently broke the subtle tension between them. "Lin Xiao, you're back. I knew with your skills you'd be fine," Wei said, beaming. "Where did you end up?" Lin Ze asked casually. "Got lucky. Landed in the Black Wolf Forest," Wei replied, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. "About the Misty Shadow Hydra incident, you know it wasn't my fault. I did my best to guide you. About the rest of the payment." Without hesitation, Lin Ze transferred 400,000 credits to him. Wei was overjoyed, giving a thumbs up repeatedly. "You're so generous, Lin Xiao. If you ever need a guide again, just let me know. I'll give you the best price." After exchanging a few more words, Wei left happily with his payment. With the matter settled, Lin Ze didn't want to linger any longer. "Let's go," he said to Lu Man and Song Ting. They both nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off back to Luoan City. By the time they returned to the hotel in Luoan City, it was already late at night. Guanning, Guasini, and Gulongyan were waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Ze and the others return safely, they finally relaxed. Noticing the travel-worn look of the trio, they wisely refrained from asking questions and urged them to rest. The next morning, everyone gathered around the breakfast table, listening to Lin Ze recount the exploration of the ruins while enjoying their meal. When he mentioned the Mist Shadow Hydra and the towering wind wall, Guanning and Guasini were in awe. Even the experienced Lu Man and Song Ting were wide-eyed as Lin Ze described their encounters in the restricted area. "Shitian Angel." Gulongyan's eyes sparkled. "I've read about it in ancient texts. It's said to be an extremely rare and powerful companion beast." Lin Ze glanced at her in surprise, not expecting her to know about it. "Brother, was that metal creature that could speak human language real?" Guanning asked curiously. Lin Ze nodded, intentionally omitting the name Mithril Sage. "A beast capable of human speech must be at least at the king level," Lu Man remarked. "Besides the Mist Shadow Hydra, it's astonishing that there are such powerful creatures in the ruins." Song Ting agreed. No wonder the federal military hasn't fully explored the ruins and has to rely on adventurers. With their curiosity about the ruins satisfied, the conversation shifted to their upcoming plans. Guanning and Guasini planned to stay in Luoan City for a few more days to explore, while Lu Man and Song Ting decided to continue challenging the Star Soul Tower, feeling the need to improve their skills after the recent exploration. Gulangyan, on the other hand, chose to immerse herself in the library to study ancient texts. What about you, brother? Guanning asked. I'm planning to train for a while and then participate in the silver evaluation, Lin Ze replied confidently. His earth spirit and condensing stone dragon were nearing their full growth, and he had gathered most of the key materials needed for their evolution. The remaining materials could be purchased in Luoan City. Conveniently, a silver evaluation would be held there in 20 days, making it a better option than waiting 2 months back in Ningjiang City. The silver evaluation was significantly different from the apprentice and bronze evaluations. It was held less frequently, and the assessment format shifted from defeating beast checkpoints to simulating planar warfare. Participants had to independently conquer randomly generated extra-dimensional military outposts in the Steel Virtual Realm, preparing beastmasters for real planar combat scenarios. After hearing Lin Ze's plan, the girls exchanged astonished glances. Guanning playfully stuck out her tongue, no longer surprised by Lin Ze's astonishing rate of improvement. A few months ago, we just finished the bronze evaluation, and now we're already moving on to the silver one, Song Ting remarked to Lin Ze, her expression full of wonder. An 18-year-old silver beast masterate feels like a dream. Sometimes, I wonder if you're even human, Junior. Lin Ze just chuckled quietly at her words, spreading his hands to show he was indeed a genuine human being. Beside him, Guanning covered her mouth and laughed softly, adding, I can vouch for that. Having grown up with Lin Ze, she knew well that he was just an ordinary human, even if his remarkable talents seemed almost beyond human capability. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone went their separate ways, following their planned courses of action. Once Lin Ze left Luoan City, he immediately summoned the stone condor dragon and flew straight toward the ruins. As the level of his pet beasts increased, finding suitable training grounds became increasingly challenging. Little Snow, at the 8th tier, was no exception. Even the 7th tier stone condor dragon and earth spirit needed opponents of at least the 6th tier to effectively enhance their growth through combat. Facing lower-level opponents would slow down their progress to an agonizing crawl. However, in the wilderness, it was difficult to find places where large numbers of 6th or 7th tier fierce beasts gathered. Higher-level creatures tend to be solitary, as they require vast amounts of energy to sustain their daily activities, and living in groups would deplete the surrounding resources quickly. Much like dragons, height-tier dragons are almost always solitary or live only with a mate, rarely forming groups. While there are occasionally places in the wilderness where numerous 6th or 7th tier beasts gather, these spots are often already claimed by established families or veteran adventurer teams, and approaching them could lead to unnecessary conflicts. Fortunately, Lin Ze had other options. If the wilderness wasn't suitable, he could head to the ruins. The Hurricane Ring was filled with 6th and 7th tier beasts, making it an ideal training ground. Who would have thought that after just getting out yesterday? I'd be heading back in today. Lin Ze sighed softly. His spatial ring was stocked with ample survival supplies, and he was determined not to leave until he'd maxed out the growth of the stone condor dragon and earth spirit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The entrance to the ruins in Luoan City remained bustling with activity. At the checkpoint in the early morning, a long line had already formed. Adventurers gathered in small groups, chatting and joking to pass the time as they waited. Not far away, another exit saw teams returning from exploration. Their expressions varied. Some were beaming with joy, clearly having had a fruitful venture, while others looked dejected, likely coming back empty-handed. Among these people, a young man stood out. He walked calmly through the crowd, his youthful face a stark contrast to the dusty adventurers surrounding him. Look, it's Lin Ze. The Lin Ze who cleared the Star Soul Tower? What's he doing here? You're out of the loop. He entered the ruins half a month ago. Yeah, he's been active in the Ring of Whirlwinds. Just a few days ago, I saw him wipe out a whole swarm of wind-winged spiders, thousands of them in just 10 minutes. It was unbelievable. Wow, I thought he was just talented in soul arts. Haha, that's why he's called a genius. Amidst the chatter, Lin Ze paid no attention. He stretched lazily and left the crowd. After half a month of training in the ruins, both the Earth Spirit and the Stone Condensing Dragon had reached full maturity. Now, he was eager to find a place for them to evolve. 2 pet beasts combined took half a month to reach just under 25 maturity. Lin Ze mused. Even with his impressive physique of 16.2, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day and spending the rest of the time hunting fierce beasts, alternating the 2 beasts in battle, it still took this long to meet his goal. This was considering his pet's growth speed was far beyond the norm. It made him realize how challenging it must be for other beast tamers to nurture their pets. If it's this tough at the 7th tier, the 8th tier must be even more difficult. Xiao Shui's evolution to the 8th tier had barely reached 1 maturity, partly due to the lack of battles, but also because suitable hunting targets were scarce. Lin Ze began to understand why so many high-level beast tamers chose to go to the dimensional battlefield. Only there could they find enough high-intensity combat opportunities to speed up the growth of height-tier pet beasts. I need to research the conditions for participating in the dimensional battlefield when I get back. As he pondered, Lin Ze arrived at a secluded field. Considering the commotion that two evolving pet beasts might cause, he decided to complete the evolution in this deserted area. After confirming no one was around, he summoned all three of his pet beasts, instructed Xiao Shui to stand guard, and then looked at the fully matured Earth Spirit 7th tier, 6th stage, and Stone Condensing Dragon 7th tier, 4th stage. We'll start with the Stone Condensing Dragon. Lin Ze took out the evolution materials, a handful of lower-grade dark element source stones, and a palm-sized dark flower. This flower, seemingly condensed from the deepest darkness, gave the illusion of drawing one's soul in after just a short gaze. At Lin Ze's command, the Stone Condensing Dragon lowered its massive head and swallowed all the materials along with the grass beneath them. Moments later, it let out a deafening roar, and the sound of bones cracking echoed from within. Its body expanded rapidly, skin tearing, scales shattering, and blood splattering everywhere. However, with its immense vitality, the wounds healed swiftly, new scales grew, and the cycle repeated, making its muscles firmer and scales tougher. Minutes later, the evolution was complete. The Stone Condensing Dragon had grown even larger, its powerful dragon aura sweeping the surroundings. Lin Ze looked at the status panel with satisfaction. Name: Stone Condensing Dragon Adult. Type: Dark Dragon. Level: 8th tier, 4th stage. Maturity: 0. Skills: Dragon Breath, Trample, Stone Splitting Claw, Death's Grasp, Stone Condensing Blood Mist, Fearsome Roar. Bloodline Path: Next evolution form: Stone Condensing Dragon Elder. Requirements: 100 Maturity, Intermediate Dark Element Source Stones x5, Ancient Dragon Bone x1. Observing the Stone Condensing Dragon's intensified aura, Lin Ze nodded in approval. Dragons are a species where strength increases with age, and this is especially true for pureblood dragons. Once the Stone Condensing Magic Dragon reached adulthood, its power surged significantly. Although it only had an 8th tier, 4th stage cultivation level, it could hold its own against opponents at the 8th tier, 6th stage. This ability to fight beyond its level, while not as extraordinary as Xiao Shui's ability to leap 3 or 4 stages, is still rare in the beast taming world. After all, most beast tamers don't even have a single pet that can battle beyond its rank, which is the norm. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement, a fiery determination igniting within him. With the next evolution, the Stone Condensing Magic Dragon could very well break through to the king level. He calmed himself, suppressing his excitement, and carefully examined the newly available skills in the skill menu. For brand new skills unfolded before him. Dark Canopy, a range-based skill that creates a dark mist in a designated area, blinding the targets within it. The caster can move freely without being affected. To unlock, it requires 20 growth and 500 achievement points. Claw of Catastrophe, an advanced version of Death's Grasp. It allows the manipulation of dark elements to form a terrifying giant claw. Once it grabs a target, it inflicts dark attribute damage and simultaneously applies multiple negative states, such as binding, corrosion, a doom curse, weakness, and bleeding. Unlocking it requires 40 growth and 800 achievement points. Death Cloud, a powerful area damage skill that releases a cloud composed of pure death aura. Creatures within the cloud's coverage area suffer continuous dark attribute damage and endure the dual torment of corrosion and poisoning for a full 5 minutes. Unlocking it requires 60 growth and 1200 achievement points. Death Roar, an upgraded version of Fear Roar. It emits a roar imbued with the essence of death. Targets within the Soundwave's range undergo a lethal judgment. Those 9 levels below the caster are killed instantly, while those 5 levels below fall into a state of fear and confusion. Unlocking it requires 80 growth and 1800 achievement points. Lin Ze quickly scanned through the descriptions of the 4 new skills, his eyes lighting up. The new skills maintain their usual powerful standard. Apart from the single target attack skill, Claw of Calamity, the other 3 skills Death Cloud, Death Roar, and another were area of effect skills, with the latter 2 being particularly effective in group battles. This further enhanced the condensed Stone Dragon's advantage in group combat. However, unlocking these skills required a significant number of achievement points. Lin Ze calculated that a total of 4,300 points were needed for all 4 skills, but he only had less than 2,000 points on hand, which was far from enough. Moreover, other pet beasts also needed achievement points. If only I could earn a few more achievements, Lin Ze murmured, before turning his attention to the Earth Spirit. Suddenly, a pile of materials appeared on the ground, a set of 10 lower-level Earth elemental source stones, and a handful of gray soil held in white paper. This seemingly ordinary soil was actually the boundless Earth, each portion worth millions of credit points, and there were 3 portions here. Without waiting for instructions, the Earth Spirit stepped forward and swallowed the materials one by one. Its refined way of consuming contrasted sharply with its massive appearance. As the last piece of material was consumed, a rich, earthy yellow glow burst forth from its body. Within the glow, the earth spirit's form rapidly expanded, quickly surpassing 3 meters in height before gradually slowing down. When the glow faded, a completely transformed being stood before Lin Ze. The massive 3.5-meter body was encased in thick, blue-gray armor. Even its face was entirely covered. It looked more like a heavily armored giant than an armored warrior. Even standing still, it exuded a weighty, earth-like pressure. Lin Ze quickly checked the attribute panel. Name: Rock God Soldier. Element: Earth. Level: Stage 8, Phase 6. Growth: 0. The skill bar displayed 6 skills, including Earthquake Wave and Boulder Impact, 4 of which were brand new. Lin Ze examined them closely. Each skill was immensely powerful, but unlocking them required 5,500 achievement points, 200 more than the condensed stone dragon. That's a good sign. Lin Ze muttered to himself. Skill power usually correlates with the achievement points needed. Closing the panel, Lin Ze looked contentedly at the 2 pet beasts in front of him. All 3 of his pet beasts had completed their evolution, and now he had 3 Stage 8 beasts, each at a respectable phase. Even among the Golden Beast Masters, this level of strength was enough to place him in the middle tier, just below those with Stage 9 beasts. Next is the Silver Assessment, Lin Ze said, looking toward the direction of Luoan City. The evaluation was in 5 days, and he had already registered online. During the half-month Lin Ze spent focused on training in the ruins, his companions hadn't been idle either. Lu Man and Song Ting finally passed the 2nd level of the Star Soul Tower. Although the 3rd level was currently out of reach, they were working hard to shorten their completion times for the first 2 levels. Guan Ning and Guo Xini started taking on tasks for training after a 2-day break, while Gu Lengyan was constantly absorbing knowledge in the library. Back at the hotel, he found that the girls had not yet returned. Lin Ze didn't mind. He enjoyed a relaxing hot bath and a sumptuous dinner before resting early. After 2 weeks of traversing the ruins, he planned to take a few days to rest and recharge for the upcoming Silver Assessment. 5 days flew by. On the morning of the Silver Assessment, Lin Ze said goodbye to Guan Ning and the others at the restaurant entrance. Good luck, brother. Guan Ning made a cheering gesture. If the assessment wasn't held internally at the Beastmaster Association, prohibiting non-participants from observing, she would have certainly accompanied him. I will. Lin Ze nodded with a smile, then bid farewell to Guo Xini and the 3 senior students before turning to head towards the Luoan City branch of the Beastmaster Association. 10 minutes later, Lin Ze arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor of the branch building. After confirming his identity, the staff led him to a spacious and bright room. The room was about 300 square meters, with comfortable sofas and coffee tables around, elegantly set with tea and snacks. In the center stood a familiar giant stone tablet, approximately 2 meters high, covered in intricate patterns. It was the Origin Stone Tablet. Seeing the setup, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel impressed. Compared to the previous assessments where participants had to sit on the ground, the treatment for the Silver Assessment was indeed much more lavish. But given the Federation's emphasis on these potential elites among elites, it was understandable. There were already over 30 people in the room. Most were approaching middle age, the oldest had graying temples, and the youngest were around 25 or 26. Lin Ze's age stood out starkly, drawing surprised glances as soon as he entered. As Lin Ze found a place to sit, a well-dressed young man named Bai Yang approached, curiously asking about his age and purpose. Upon learning Lin Ze was only 18, Bai Yang looked even more incredulous. Just as Bai Yang was about to ask more questions, a series of synchronized footsteps interrupted their conversation. A group of people entered the room, led by 2 sharp-looking middle-aged men, one in black, the other in white, followed by several uniformed staff members. The man in white, Wen Tang, and the man in black, Shi Maoyan, introduced themselves, and then the staff began distributing the copper tokens needed to enter the virtual realm of the Origin Stone Tablet. To Lin Ze's surprise, this time the tokens did not indicate any level of difficulty. While Lin Ze was still puzzled, Wen Tang's voice came through clearly. Now, those choosing to challenge the lower difficulty, please grip your bronze tokens and prepare to enter the virtual realm. Looking around, Lin Ze noticed several people already sitting on the couches, eyes closed in concentration. It dawned on him that the silver evaluation was conducted in order of difficulty level, unlike the simultaneous start of the apprentice and bronze evaluations. Seeing the confusion in Lin Ze's eyes, Bai Yang took the initiative to explain, the projection for the silver evaluation consumes a lot of energy, especially at higher difficulty levels. Even the Origin Steel can't evaluate multiple people at once. It has to be done in batches. At this moment, 17 people had chosen the lower difficulty, nearly half of those present. Most were middle-aged or older, including a white-haired elder, with the youngest being in their 40s. They had mostly attempted the silver evaluation 3 or 4 times without success. As they aged, the hope of challenging higher difficulties grew dimmer, leaving them with little choice. This also meant they had almost no chance of becoming a Gold Beast Master. Why aren't you getting ready? Bai Yang, who had been watching Lin Ze, couldn't help but ask. Ready for what? Lin Ze retorted. Isn't the lower difficulty assessment about to start? Who said I was going for the lower difficulty? Bai Yang was taken aback. Are you planning to challenge the medium difficulty? He was increasingly puzzled. This young man, who seemed only 18, even if a prodigy, would at most have a 6th-tier pet beast. Participating in the lower difficulty evaluation would already be a stretch. Passing a higher difficulty was virtually impossible. Just as Bai Yang was about to ask further, a change occurred in the room. The origin steel emitted a faint hum, with strange vibrations quickly spreading throughout the room. The beast masters holding their bronze tokens relaxed simultaneously, evidently entering the steel's virtual realm. With a wave of Wentang's hand, a giant screen appeared above the steel, divided into multiple sections, displaying the participants' assessment scenes. Unlike previous evaluations, the silver evaluation's virtual environment was more diverse, including plains, barren mountains, canyons, riverbanks, deserts, and forests. Participants were transported to remote corners of these environments and, after seemingly receiving some information, summoned their pet beasts and sped off in a specific direction. Lin Ze's gaze fell on one of the screens. It showed a scar-faced man in his 40s, accompanied by 3 pet beasts of 6th-tier low level and 1 of 5th-tier. The highest potential among them was capped at 6th-tier 5 levels. This setup was only mid-level among bronze beast masters, explaining his choice of lower difficulty. The scar-faced man crossed a scorching desert and arrived at the ruins of a city. He cautiously passed through the decayed city gates and entered an empty street. Strange, why aren't there any native creatures from the other dimension? Bai Yang wondered aloud. Typically, as part of the silver evaluation, such camps, outposts, or garrison towns should be teeming with combat-ready natives from other dimensions. Before he could finish, the screen showed a sudden change. One of the beasts beside the man let out a pained howl, a burst of blood-red light erupting from it, clearly under attack. The scar-faced man was visibly shocked. However, his rich battle experience kicked in, and without a second thought, he launched a soul arrow towards the injured beast's side. With a muffled grunt, an unusual figure stumbled into view in the air, a human male with a handsome face and flowing golden hair, but with the powerful body of a lion covered in brown mane. A sphinx, Bai Yang exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Ze's eyes flashed as he quickly recalled information from books on colonial plane warfare. The Sphinx is a civilized race inhabiting desert oases, known for their cunning and ferocity. Their warriors typically possess 4th-tier strength, with elites reaching the 5th tier. They are adept in combat with scimitars and possess the ability to become invisible. Notably, within this race, the nobility takes the form of half-human, half-snake. They also maintain the practice of worshipping evil gods. Although the Sphinx might not be particularly outstanding among the many civilized races conquered by beastmasters, they are undoubtedly a formidable opponent for a bronze-level beastmaster of only moderate strength. With the whooshing sound of the air being sliced, more sphinxes materialized from the void, each wielding a scimitar and emitting low growls as they charged towards the scar-faced man. Judging by their agile movements, they were clearly elite warriors. Almost simultaneously, more growls erupted from the surrounding alleys and buildings. Countless Sphinx warriors brandishing scimitars surged forth, aggressively enclosing the scar-faced man. In the blink of an eye, the scar-faced man and his beast were surrounded on all sides. Damn, these lion-faced creatures are really cunning. Bai Yang sneered as he watched the scene on the screen. The projection of the steel's virtual realm vividly displayed the sly nature of the lion-faced creatures. They had long sensed the arrival of the scarred man, but chose not to confront him directly. Instead, they lay in ambush, allowing him to walk into the center of the wide street. Once he was completely surrounded, the empty street suddenly teemed with numerous lion-faced warriors. Armed with curved blades and wearing fierce expressions, they charged at the scarred man and his beasts. Although most were only at the 4th tier in strength, their sheer numbers and the element of surprise gave them a formidable momentum. In a swift assault, the weakest of the scarred man's 5th-tier beasts was quickly slain by a barrage of blades. The scarred man's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly commanded his beasts to counterattack while employing soul techniques. However, these lion-faced creatures were exceptional, easily dodging or blocking the attacks of a bronze beastmaster. In contrast, his 2 6th-tier beasts tore through the lion-faced ranks like wolves among sheep, causing carnage even among the elite 5th-tier ones, who could only hold out for a brief time. Just as the scarred man felt a slight sense of relief, a special lion-faced noble appeared on the distant rooftop. Her upper body resembled a seductive human female, clad in black leather armor and a cape, while her lower body was a vivid green snake tail, swaying on the ground. Her bare arms were a dark green with a bluish sheen, and she wielded a gray staff adorned with silver serpent motifs. Wow, who would have thought a female noble among the lion-faced could be so alluring? Bai Yang commented with a lewd grin. Lin Ze rolled his eyes helplessly. Although the woman's upper body was indeed enchanting, the thick snake tail was quite off-putting. In a brief conversation, Lin Ze learned that Bai Yong was actually a scion of a top-tier family with a colonial dimension, which starkly contrasted with his slick and flashy appearance. In the scene, the lion-faced woman had already taken action. She sneered as she struck the ground with her staff, instantly conjuring multiple illusions around every lion-faced creature, which then pounced. The scarred man knew it was an illusion but couldn't discern the real from the fake, leaving his two beasts in a predicament. As the lion-faced woman continued to cast illusions of flames and lightning, the situation rapidly deteriorated. Soon, one of the sixth-tier beasts, exhausted, had its neck severed and was brutally killed. Not long after, the scarred man and his last beast were also overwhelmed by the lion-faced army. Assessment failed. The scarred man awoke from the virtual realm, slumping dejectedly onto the sofa. This had been his final chance for a silver evaluation. From now on, he would forever be confined to the level of a bronze beast master. What a pity, Bai Yong remarked, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the dejected man with the scarred face. Lin Ze's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. He knew well that as the qualification assessments progressed, both the difficulty and the elimination rate would increase sharply. Even for the lower difficulty assessments, there were plenty of failures. The other participants faced similar assessment challenges. They each confronted a fixed configuration of native forces from another Plane 1 level 6, hundreds of level 5s, and thousands of level 4s. In such cases, passing the assessment almost required having at least 2 low-tier level 6 beasts, or 1 mid-tier level 6 beast. As time passed, participants gradually exited the virtual realm. Those who succeeded looked radiant, while those who failed wore gloomy expressions. Half an hour later, when the last participant exited the virtual realm, the low-difficulty silver assessment officially ended. Out of 17 participants, only 9 passed, barely more than half. Congratulations to those who passed the assessment, Wen Tang said calmly, surveying the room. You are now Silver Beast Tamers, and the staff will soon prepare your new licenses. He then addressed those who hadn't passed. Do not be discouraged by failure. The path of a beast tamer is not smooth, but filled with challenges. I hope you adjust your mindset and keep striving. Shi Maoyan continued. Those who have completed the assessment can choose to leave or stay and watch. Most chose to stay, as it was a rare opportunity to learn about other planes, which might prove useful in future planar battles. Only a few, likely on their last attempt at the silver assessment, left with disappointment. The medium difficulty silver assessment will now begin, Shi Maoyan announced solemnly. Those who wish to participate, please grip your bronze tokens. About 10 people relaxed and closed their eyes to enter a meditative state. Bai Yong noticed Lin Ze still sitting calmly and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You're not even going to attempt the medium difficulty? Is there a problem? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow in response. There's definitely a problem. Bai Yang's mouth twitched, wondering what Lin Ze was here for. Was he aiming for the high difficulty? But given his age, he didn't seem to have the strength for it. While pondering, Lin Ze suddenly asked, What about you? Are you planning to take on the high difficulty? Bai Yong puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. Don't be fooled by my laid-back demeanor. I'm not weak. I'm ranked 6th on the Star Soul Towers treading Star Monument. If it weren't for Lin Ze coming out of nowhere, I'd still be in the top 5. Is that so? Lin Ze replied, looking at him meaningfully. Unaware, Bai Yong continued, I'm considered a talented prodigy among my peers, not inferior to Yinan, Qiu Shu, and Yu Ying. These individuals were also top challengers on the treading Star Monument, and Lin Ze had personally faced Yinan. Although the latter hadn't performed well in the Relic Forbidden Zone, he was indeed a formidable silver beast tamer with multiple level 7 beasts. Well, I wish you success then, Lin Ze said. Thanks for the good wishes, Bai Yong replied with a smile, making a gesture of respect. By now, those taking the medium difficulty assessment had begun entering the virtual realm. The two refrained from further conversation and focused on the screens in midair. The scenes shifted, showing participants in various environments. They appeared particularly cautious, seemingly having learned from the scarred man's experience. Upon reaching their target locations, they carefully scouted before launching attacks, allowing two to successfully avoid native traps. Compared to the low difficulty, the medium difficulty's opposing forces were significantly stronger. The enemies were generally at level 5, numbering 2 to 3,000, with hundreds of level 6 and even a level 6 peak leader. Without a level 7 beast, completing the suppression task was nearly impossible. Lin Ze mused that no wonder there were so many bronze beast tamers with multiple level 7 beasts in the Glory Virtual Realms bronze area. By this logic, the high difficulty likely required 3 level 7 beasts to pass, and the super difficulty would demand an 8th level beast. Time passed, and battles concluded one after another. Out of 12 participants, only 5 succeeded, a shockingly low success rate. After the usual congratulations and encouragements, Wen Tang announced the start of the high difficulty assessment. His gaze lingered on Lin Ze for a moment, showing a hint of confusion before quickly shifting away with understanding. 5 Beast Tamers gripped their bronze tokens, including Bai Yong. Taking a deep breath, he was about to close his eyes when he noticed Lin Ze still sitting motionless. Internally, he couldn't help but think this guy really is just here to watch. Among everyone present, Lin Ze appeared to be the youngest, naturally drawing frequent glances from the crowd. When he skipped both the low and medium difficulty levels and showed no intention of participating in the high difficulty level either, whispers began to ripple through the surrounding people. If he's not participating in any of the levels, what's he here for? Just to watch? Could he be aiming for the super difficulty level? This speculation was quickly dismissed by everyone. Even for a genius, the high difficulty level would already be the limit for someone of Lin Ze's age. The super difficulty level requires at least an 8th tier pet beast to qualify, which is out of reach for many silver beastmasters, let alone a young bronze beastmaster. When Tang and Shi Maoyin exchanged a resigned glance, Shi Maoyin, in particular, looked at Lin Ze with obvious disapproval. However, as an examiner, as long as the participant doesn't violate any rules, he had no authority to interfere. Lin Ze ignored the surrounding discussions, focusing intently on the high difficulty evaluation that had already begun. The images on the light screen were larger and clearer than before, clearly showcasing the significantly enhanced strength of the alien lineup. Over 3,000 peak 5th-tier ordinary warriors, more than 500 6th-tier combatants, and 4 or 5 leader-level combatants at the early stages of the 7th tier. Lin Ze's gaze was fixed on Bai Yang's assessment screen. As he had anticipated, Bai Yang possessed 3 7th-tier pet beasts at the low stage and 1 mid-stage winter frost giant. These ice-type pet beasts with faint divine bloodlines had combat power comparable to entire rock god soldiers. In the battle, the winter frost giant single-handedly held off 5 7th-tier red demons, while the other 2 pet beasts were responsible for eliminating ordinary red demons. However, given their non-group combat nature, it was nearly impossible to wipe out over 3,000 red demons. Just as the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, Bai Yang suddenly employed a secret technique, causing a 7th-tier red demon to become momentarily paralyzed. The winter frost giant seized the opportunity, smashing the opponent's head with a punch. Although this move consumed a lot of Bai Yang's energy, he performed it 3 times in succession, eventually turning the tide in his favor. After more than 10 minutes, victory finally arrived. Bai Yang, lying on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, unable to conceal his excitement. Haha, I passed. And at the high difficulty level, when Tang and Shi Maoyin's eyes flashed with approval, clearly acknowledging this young man's strength. In contrast, their gaze towards Lin Ze carried a hint of regretful sighs. The advanced difficulty assessment took significantly longer than the previous 2. Nearly an hour later, the 5 participants gradually exited the virtual realm. In the end, only 2 passed the test: Bai Yang and a middle-aged man with a weathered face. They couldn't hide their joy, while the other 3 wore expressions of disappointment. When Tang, smiling, congratulated the 2, "Congratulations to both of you for passing the advanced difficulty silver evaluation. From now on, you are silver beast masters." Even Shi Maoyin, who usually maintained a solemn expression, showed a friendly demeanor. It was not surprising, as anyone who could pass the advanced difficulty level was almost certain to advance to a gold beast master in the future. "Thank you, sirs." Bai Yang and the middle-aged man quickly expressed their gratitude. After the pleasantries, just as when Tang was about to announce the end of the evaluation, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Wait." When Tang turned around in surprise and saw that it was the young man who hadn't participated in the assessment, he frowned briefly before relaxing his expression. "Is there something you need?" Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze calmly uttered a sentence that left everyone stunned. "The silver evaluation isn't over yet, is it? Isn't there one more difficulty level?" The crowd quickly realized this young man intended to challenge the supreme difficulty. Bai Yang nearly blurted out an exclamation of disbelief. It turned out that this person had been holding back for this very moment. When Tang and Shi Maoyin exchanged glances, both surprised and somewhat amused. For years, no one had dared to challenge the supreme difficulty during the silver evaluation, not only because of the limited attempts allowed, but also because it was considered an almost impossible feat. Whispers filled the room as people shook their heads in disbelief. Bai Yang approached Lin Ze, advising him in a low voice, "Brother, don't dream of the impossible. The supreme difficulty isn't something you can challenge. Even if you had 4 or 5 more years, it wouldn't make a difference." However, Lin Ze simply shook his head calmly, directing his gaze at the 2 examiners. "My request doesn't violate the association's rules, does it?" When Tang and Shi Maoyin exchanged another glance, with the former clearing his throat before responding, "Of course not. If you wish to challenge it, then you may proceed." Lin Ze returned to the sofa, sat down, and closed his eyes while gripping the bronze token. Just as Shi Maoyin was about to activate the virtual realm, when Tang casually asked, "What's this young man's name?" "His name is Lin Ze." The mention of this name seemed to carry a certain magic, as the entire room fell silent instantly. "What did you say his name was?" Tang's eyes widened. When Lin Ze calmly confirmed that he was indeed the one who had conquered the Star Soul Tower, everyone present gasped in shock. It really was the renowned prodigy who had recently gained fame. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone stared at Lin Ze in utter shock and disbelief. The young man they had dismissed as impulsive was, in fact, the legendary figure who had conquered the Star Soul Tower and defeated countless geniuses in Luoan City. Bai Yang was particularly stunned, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg. He never imagined that the person he had casually chatted with was the renowned master himself. A few moments later, he slapped his forehead in regret, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Remembering how he had boasted about his own talents in front of Lin Ze, even mentioning his 6th place ranking on the Star Steel, he now wished he could disappear into thin air from the sheer shame. Gradually, the shock wore off and the people in the room exchanged glances. It was no wonder this young man dared to challenge the super difficulty silver assessment. He was clearly someone with genuine skills, not just blind ambition. Anyone else would find it hard to believe someone could pass such an assessment. But Lin Ze was different. Who would have thought he could clear the Star Soul Tower? Yet he did. The expressions of Tang and Shi Maoyan were equally complex. At that moment, Lin Ze broke the silence. Can we start the assessment, gentlemen? Faced with such an illustrious genius, Tang didn't dare to put on airs and quickly nodded in agreement. After Lin Ze acknowledged them, he closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Shi Maoyan took a deep breath, placed his hand on the source steel, and an unusual wave spread out instantly. The super difficulty silver assessment had officially begun. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the light screen hovering in midair. Lin Ze opened his eyes to find himself standing in a vast plain, surrounded by lush greenery and a gentle breeze. As he surveyed his surroundings, a task prompt appeared in the air. The target of this mission is the Dragon Lizardmen camp located 850 meters in the 4 o'clock direction. The camp's suppression level must be increased to over 80 within 2 hours. Lin Ze quickly scanned the information, contemplating his strategy. The Dragon Lizardmen, as the elite of the Lizardmen race, carried the ancient dragon bloodline, making them formidable opponents. Adult warriors possessed mid to high 6th tier strength, elites could reach the 7th tier, and the leader boasted 8th tier combat power. Among the many civilizations the Federation had encountered, they ranked in the middle tier. Following the guide, Lin Ze soon spotted a dark mass in the distance. As he drew closer, the outline of a camp constructed entirely of wood became clearer. The camp was surrounded by a 3-meter-high palisade wall, primitive yet exuding a fierce aura. At the camp gate, 2 dragon lizardmen, each over 2 meters tall, stood guard with spears. They wore thick leather armor, their muscular bodies stretching the armor taut, while the gray scales on their skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. Lin Ze made no attempt to hide his approach, walking openly toward them. These strength-oriented races disdained cunning tactics, and with their dragon bloodline-induced aggression, they only chose to confront Hedon. The guards quickly noticed Lin Ze and let out an odd warning cry. Soon, over 20 dragon lizardmen burst from the camp, eagerly waving their spears as they charged at Lin Ze, their battle cries shattering the plain's tranquility. Facing the oncoming foes, Lin Ze remained calm as he unleashed soul arrows. As the whistling sound pierced the air, the head of the foremost dragon lizardman exploded, its headless body collapsing heavily to the ground. Far from retreating, this sight only incited the others' ferocity. Yet Lin Ze's attacks flowed seamlessly, with a soul arrow striking its mark every half-second. The 50-meter charge became a path of death for the dragon lizardmen. By the time the last one realized the dire situation, silence had fallen, with the corpses and blood of its comrades painting a gruesome trail behind it. Whoosh! Another soul arrow whistled through the air, piercing the last dragon lizardman's head completely. In the room, everyone was glued to the screen, their faces filled with intense curiosity. The bronze, silver, and gold difficulty levels were familiar to the beast tamers present, but the super difficulty silver rating was unprecedented. When the dragon lizardman camp appeared on the screen, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Known for their formidable combat skills and fearless nature, dragon lizardmen were notorious on the battlefield. Such a mission target was indeed extremely challenging. Tang and Shi Maoyan exchanged a worried glance. The adult dragon lizardman warriors alone had mid-level 6th-tier strength, and this mission required facing at least 5,000 of them. More troubling was the fact that dragon lizardmen were not like ordinary beasts. They understood tactical coordination and could use strategies. With the addition of 7th-tier elites and 8th-tier leaders, even Tang found it daunting. I heard Lin Ze has 3 7th-tier pet beasts, Shi Maoyan suddenly remarked. Tang nodded in confirmation but then sighed. Unfortunately, without an 8th-tier pet beast, it's still difficult to handle the super difficulty. At this moment, Lin Ze was already striding confidently towards the dragon lizardman camp. He didn't even conduct any preliminary reconnaissance, a level of confidence that made the spectators shake their heads. Soon, over 20 grayscale dragon lizardmen charged out of the camp, aggressively heading towards Lin Ze. The crowd expected Lin Ze to summon his pet beasts to fight, but instead, he slowly raised his hand. What is he trying to do? Using soul arts at such close range? That's too reckless. As everyone wondered, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A soul arrow instantly penetrated the head of a dragon lizard man. Following that, the second and third soul arrows were launched in rapid succession, their speed dizzying. The whistling sounds merged into a continuous stream, each strike hitting its target with precision. In the blink of an eye, over 20 dragon lizard men lay dead on the ground, their blood staining the earth. The entire process took less than half a minute. The room fell silent, and everyone was left speechless. Those who initially wanted to see a spectacle now wore expressions of shock instead of ridicule. This was no ordinary soul arrow. Both its power and release speed far exceeded expectations. Although everyone knew Lin Ze could clear the Star Soul Tower, witnessing this scene was still astonishing. It was beyond mere skill. It was an extraordinary display of prowess. It took a considerable amount of time for everyone to snap out of their shock. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted with astonished chatter. Incredible! The power of that soul arrow is terrifying. This is the first time I've seen a soul arrow that can instantly kill a 6th-level creature. It's not just the power, but the speed at which it was released like a machine gun. Exclamations of admiration echoed all around, with "R" written on everyone's faces. Before today, they had only heard of Lin Ze's genius reputation but had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, all doubts vanished, replaced by genuine admiration. When Tang and Shermaoyan stood to the side, equally stunned. As seasoned gold beast tamers, they possessed more than one 8th-level pet beast, yet they couldn't easily take down over 20 grayscale dragon lizardmen like this. No wonder he cleared the Star Soul Tower. His mastery of soul arts is something even I must concede to, when Tang remarked. Shermaoyan's expression also turned unusually complex. Bai Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, "Wow, Lin Ze is just incredible." As a top talent on the Star Steel, he had once thought the gap between him and Lin Ze was minimal, but now it seemed like a world of difference. He silently vowed that if anyone ever said soul arts were useless again, he'd make them taste his slap. The battle on the light screen continued. In the dragon lizardmen's camp, a long horn sounded, echoing across the plains. In an instant, over 500 dragon lizardmen swarmed out of the camp, forming a neat formation. They held spears, their gleaming tips pointing menacingly at Lin Ze, with an overwhelming aura of malice spreading within 100 meters. What a powerful presence! Fighting against these alien races is indeed different from battling fierce beasts, Lin Ze murmured. Even though this was just a projection of the Steel's virtual realm, the presence was so formidable that an actual battlefield with alien troops would be even more ferocious. With a thunderous roar, more than 500 dragon lizardmen charged in unison. Their synchronized steps and fierce appearances could terrify an ordinary person, but having faced numerous beast tides, Lin Ze simply took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. In a fleeting moment of thought, the imposing and majestic form of the condensed stone dragon appeared ahead. Faced with the battlefield before him, this massive dragon was undoubtedly the best choice. Roar! The deafening dragon's roar instantly echoed across the plains, completely drowning out the war cries of the dragon lizardmen phalanx. The overwhelming and powerful dragons might spread like a tide, enveloping the entire formation. The formation of the dragon lizardmen immediately showed signs of disturbance, but the black-scaled dragon lizardmen officers quickly reacted, shouting orders to stabilize the troops. Under their command, the phalanx soon regained order and continued their charge towards Lin Ze. Watching this unfold, Lin Ze remained calm. The dragon lizardmen, inheritors of the ancient dragon lineage, indeed had a strong resistance to dragon's might. But what they were about to face was an attack far more terrifying than mere dragon's might. Roar! The condensed stone dragon opened its massive jaws once more, unleashing a roar even more earth-shattering than before. This time, it was the fear roar. The effect was immediate. All the dragon lizardmen, regardless of gray or black scales, displayed expressions of intense fear. They screamed in terror and halted abruptly, plunging the entire phalanx into chaos. Countless dragon lizardmen pushed and collided with each other, many being knocked to the ground only to be trampled to death by their comrades, their blood staining the earth. In just a few breaths, dozens of dragon lizardmen perished in the chaotic stampede, with many more injured and writhing in pain. Others scurried aimlessly like headless chickens. The once formidable phalanx had completely collapsed. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. As a powerful skill of the condensed stone dragon, the fear roar could plunge targets 5 ranks below it into a state of fear and chaos. With the condensed stone dragon currently at the 8th tier and 4th rank, any creature below the 7th tier and 9th rank could not resist the dual negative effects of this skill. This is precisely why the Fear Roar is hailed as a devastating move in mass battles when dealing with large numbers of lower-tier enemies. It is virtually unstoppable. The dragon lizard people, engulfed in fear and chaos, were no longer a threat. The stone dragon immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, looking down at the panicked enemy crowd. Its massive body cast a large shadow in the sunlight, and it opened its gaping maw to spew forth a torrent of blood-red mist. The stone blood mist cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the dragon lizard people below. The sound of crackling echoed as those touched by the mist instantly turned to stone, frozen in their final poses. Whether they were wounded and wailing on the ground or warriors fleeing in panic, none could escape this dreadful magic. The earthen yellow petrification effect spread rapidly from the point of contact, sweeping over their entire bodies like a tide. In just a few breaths, the noisy battlefield fell silent. Hundreds of statues in various poses stood on the open plain, bearing witness to this one-sided battle. The stone dragon did not linger, heading straight for the dragon lizard people's camp. Inside the camp, the dragon lizard people finally realized the terrifying power of their enemy. The entire camp erupted into chaos as thousands of gray-scaled dragon lizard people, led by hundreds of black-scaled dragon lizard officers, surged out, roaring to confront the stone dragon in the sky. The plain was once again engulfed in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the audience in the assessment hall was intently watching the light screen. When the formation of over 500 dragon lizard people charged, the overwhelming momentum made everyone hold their breath. After all, these were over 500 mid-level 6th-tier combatants, including more than a dozen 7th-tier powerhouses. No wonder it's considered super difficulty, starting off so challenging, someone remarked. Yeah, with double-digit black-scaled dragon lizards, I wouldn't last a minute if it were me. Lin Ze only has 3 7th-tier pets. Even if they're all mid-level, it would still be hard to handle. Everyone nodded in agreement. Beyong and another middle-aged man who passed the high-difficulty test exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that if it were them, facing such a lineup would mean certain defeat. And this was just the beginning, as the main force of the army had yet to be deployed. When Lin Ze summoned the stone dragon, the audience's attention was immediately drawn to the pureblood dragon. Someone quickly noticed something unusual. This stone dragon seemed significantly larger than typical adult dragons. What shocked them even more was the fearsome roar skill displayed by the stone dragon. With Wen Tang's explanation, they learned that this was a powerful skill capable of instilling fear in enemies 5 to 6 tiers below the caster. Wait! Someone suddenly exclaimed. There are 7th-tier black-scaled dragon lizards in the formation, so that means... The room fell silent. Everyone realized an astonishing fact. The stone dragon's power was likely already at the high end of the 7th tier, possibly even the peak of the 7th tier. Is this person really only 18 years old? They looked at each other in disbelief, faces full of astonishment. When Tang and Shi Maoyin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. As veteran examiners for the silver evaluation, they had seen countless participants, but the strongest among them only possessed 2 mid-level 7th tier and 1 low-level 7th tier beasts. A prodigy like Lin Ze, with beasts at the high and even peak 7th tier, was unprecedented. His talent in soul arts is not to be underestimated either, Shi Maoyin remarked, though he shook his head regretfully. When Tang understood his partner's meaning immediately. Even though Lin Ze's abilities surpassed many seasoned bronze beastmasters, passing the super difficulty silver evaluation was still a near impossibility. The super difficulty was symbolic precisely because of its daunting challenge. After all, a bronze beastmaster with high-level 7th tier beasts was already rare, let alone one with 8th tier beasts. Even possessing an 8th tier beast only granted the qualification to attempt the challenge. Fortunately, this is just his first attempt, and he has 4 more chances. With his strength, passing the high difficulty level is a certainty, Wen Tang said softly. This failure might help him gain a clearer understanding of himself. As they spoke, the battle on the screen intensified. The stone condensing dragon had charged into the dragon lizardmen's camp, provoking an all-out assault from the enraged dragon lizardmen army. Thousands of them surged forward like a tide, their spears blotting out the sky with a relentless whooshing sound. The stone condensing dragon stood its ground, shielding its eyes with its claws and diving downward. Spears struck its scales but failed to penetrate. Once the rain of spears subsided, it unleashed a terrifying roar, followed by a deluge of stone-condensing blood mist. In an instant, over 200 dragon lizard men were turned to stone statues. The display of power left the beastmasters present both shocked and envious, each wishing their own beast could possess such a perfectly coordinated set of skills. However, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. 7 larger, more robust black-scaled dragon lizard men emerged from the camp. Their dark scales bore faint blood-red patterns, indicating they were elite warriors on the verge of awakening ancient dragon bloodlines, with strength at least at the high 7th tier, some even at the peak. It's over. The fearsome roar and stone-condensing blood mist have little effect on opponents of this caliber, the crowd murmured, shaking their heads. Even if Lin Ze summoned his other two 7th-tier beasts to assist, it would be futile. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze chose to hold his position, watching the battlefield without making a move. The 7 elite black-scaled dragon lizardmen swiftly closed in on the stone-condensing dragon, raising their javelins in unison. In the next moment, the javelins shot forward, creating a deafening roar and warping the air as they flew. Facing such a fierce assault, the stone-condensing dragon advanced instead of retreating, swinging its tail at the incoming javelins. This reckless action made everyone frown. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The stone-condensing dragon's tail effortlessly shattered 3 javelins, while the 4 that struck other parts of its body left only faint white marks on its scales before bouncing off. The 7 elite black-scaled dragon lizardmen were stunned, and those watching on the screen widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing the impossible. It blocked it? Byung stared in disbelief at the stone-condensing demon dragon on the screen. The combined attack of 7 elite black-scaled drakes had been effortlessly neutralized, and the dragon remained unscathed. This scene left everyone present in shock. When Tang, Shi Maoyin, and other beast tamers were speechless. A joint attack from high-level and peak-level 7th-tier creatures would severely injure a beast of the same tier, let alone be withstood hidden. The only possible explanation was a creature of a higher tier. An 8th-tier beast? This thought echoed in everyone's mind, causing a collective gasp. An 18-year-old bronze beast tamer possessing an 8th-tier beast was beyond their comprehension. Yet the evidence was undeniable. On the screen, the elite black-scaled drakes recovered from their shock and resumed their fearless assault. The stone-condensing demon dragon retaliated with a breath attack, instantly vaporizing 3 enemies. It then tore apart 2 more with its stone-splitting claws and obliterated the last 2 with a tail swipe. The entire process took less than 30 seconds, showcasing the vast power gap between the 8th and 7th tiers. However, the real challenge was just beginning. 2 figures emerged from the drake camp. A towering 2.5-meter-tall, burly red-scaled drake carrying a massive battle axe, and a much smaller, punched 1.5-meter figure wielding a wooden staff, a rare drake sorcerer. The appearance of these 2 8th-tier beings deepened the observer's concern. The drake sorcerer raised its staff, chanting incantations. Instantly, the stone-condensing demon dragon was slammed to the ground by an invisible force. Anti-air spell. When Tang whispered in alarm. With its aerial advantage lost, the stone-condensing demon dragon now faced not only the 2 red-scaled drakes, but also a multitude of lower-tier drakes. As the drake leader charged with its axe, Lin Ze's situation became perilous. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, watching the intense battle unfold. On the battlefield, the dragon lizard sorcerer's anti-flight spell had been successfully cast, dragging the stone dragon forcibly to the ground. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment, the massive dragon lizard leader launched a fierce attack, swinging a giant axe with a violent gust towards the stone dragon. The stone dragon reacted swiftly, its claws striking back like lightning. Metal clashed against metal, sending sparks flying. Amid the deafening collision, the stone dragon barely wavered, while the dragon lizard leader was forced to retreat several steps. This scene left the spectators in shock. The dragon lizard leader at level 8, stage 2, is actually at a disadvantage. This stone dragon must be at least level 8, stage 4. How could Lin Ze possibly raise such a powerful beast? When Tang and Shi Maoyin exchanged a glance of disbelief. By now, they were fully convinced that Lin Ze's stone dragon was indeed no weaker than their own level 8 beasts. Yet before the stone dragon could press its advantage, the surrounding dragon lizard warriors rushed forward, entangling it tightly. Meanwhile, the distant dragon lizard sorcerer raised his staff once more, chanting continuously. The blue gem atop the staff suddenly shone with a blinding light, and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck like a meteor. Even with its innate resistance to elements, the stone dragon let out a roar of pain from the impact. Taking advantage of this, the dragon lizard leader, with the aid of 2 red-scaled dragon lizards, launched another fierce attack, driving the stone dragon into a perilous situation. The spectators shook their heads and sighed, unknown. It might have had a chance, but against such a siege, defeat is inevitable. But just then, Lin Ze, who had remained calm all along, finally made a move. A graceful figure appeared beside him. It was his most renowned ice-type humanoid beast, a serene girl in flowing snow-white attire. As soon as Xiaoxue appeared, she raised her pale finger, pointing towards the distant battlefield. Icefall. In an instant, a glimmering shard of ice appeared above the battlefield, spinning as it descended towards the dragon lizards. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Suddenly, the cold light shattered, transforming into a chilling air that swept across the surroundings. Hundreds of dragon lizard warriors were frozen instantly, turned into lifelike ice sculptures without even a chance to react. The ground was quickly covered in a thick layer of frost, glistening coldly under the sunlight. Everyone in front of the screen was stunned, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. The power displayed far exceeded their understanding of a seventh-tier being. But soon, they witnessed an even more astonishing sight. After dealing with the dragon lizard warriors, the girl with the beast extended her slender finger, pointing towards a dragon lizard sorcerer 100 meters away. A deep, azure beam shot from her fingertip, racing forward like an arrow released from a bow. Frost Ray. Sensing the deadly threat, the dragon lizard sorcerer immediately swung its staff, conjuring a half-meter-high blazing fire shield in front of it, attempting to block the lethal attack. However, as the frost ray collided with the fire shield, the flames seemed to freeze in time before shattering into fine ice crystals that fell to the ground. The frost ray pierced through the fire shield effortlessly, striking the dragon lizard sorcerer directly. With a series of cracking sounds, the sorcerer's amulet was instantly covered in cracks, absorbing part of the cold before shattering. Even so, a layer of frost enveloped its body, leaving it shivering with a bluish complexion and eyes filled with terror. This incredible scene left everyone outside the screen gasping. At that moment, they finally understood that this seemingly cool and elegant girl with the beast was indeed a powerful 8th-tier beast master. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire room was engulfed in a suffocating stillness. The fact that Lin Ze possessed a second 8th-tier beast hit everyone like a sledgehammer. They stood there, dumbfounded, minds blank, unable to process the information. Just having one 8th-tier beast was already astonishing, as very few bronze beast tamers under the age of 20 could claim such a feat. Even possessing a 7th-tier beast was considered exceptionally talented. And now, Lin Ze had two 8th-tier beasts. Incredible. There's actually a second 8th-tier beast. This is insane. How is this even possible? I must be dreaming. An 18-year-old with two 8th-tier beasts? Did this guy start training in the womb? Expressions of amazement erupted one after another, even when Tang and Shi Maoyan were visibly shaken. As golden beast tamers, they too had two 8th-tier beasts, but that was the result of nearly 30 years of hard training. And Lin Ze? He had reached the same level in less than 2 years. In that moment, the two experienced beast tamers couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat, as if their years of training had been in vain. The battle in the virtual realm had long reached a fever pitch. Xiaoshue's arrival completely changed the dynamics. Shielded by the dragon lizard warriors, the dragon lizard leader could barely contend with the stone-condensing demon dragon, but the dragon lizard sorcerer was utterly overpowered by Xiaoshue. Skill after skill rained down like a storm, and even when the chance to counterattack arose, the attacks were blocked and reflected by the sudden appearance of an ice crystal mirror. To avoid affecting the stone-condensing demon dragon, Xiaoshue hadn't even unleashed the frost blue domain, or the battle would have ended already. Yet even so, the outcome was clear. When Tang and the others watched this scene and realized how foolish their earlier thoughts had been, they had thought Lin Ze couldn't possibly pass the super difficulty silver evaluation and were ready to watch the show, but reality delivered a resounding slap in the face. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the crowd's contemplation. The dragon lizard sorcerer finally exposed a flaw under the overwhelming power gap, getting tightly bound by Xiaoshue's extreme ice chains. As the staff clattered to the ground, a massive dragon formed from ice surged forward, swallowing the sorcerer whole. The ice dragon, with its formidable momentum, charged across the ground, leaving a long trail of frost until it shattered the camp gate and dissolved into countless ice crystals, taking the dragon lizard sorcerer with it. Almost simultaneously, the stone-condensing demon dragon seized the opportunity, its death grip binding the dragon lizard leader firmly. A thick aura of death invaded its body, followed by a powerful tail swipe that turned it into a mist of blood. With the leaders fallen, the remaining dragon lizard warriors descended into chaos. Under the sweeping breath of the stone-condensing demon dragon, they fell like wheat before a scythe. Just as the battle was about to conclude, the entire space suddenly froze. The scene began to blur, and in an instant, all the dragon lizard warriors, the scattered corpses, the blood, and the distant camp vanished. Only then did the crowd come to their senses. Cleared. Lin Ze has passed the ultra-difficulty silver assessment. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting with gasps of astonishment. Everyone's eyes were glued to the display screen in the assessment space, where the flashing past was particularly striking. Even though they had anticipated it, witnessing an 18-year-old beast tamer achieve such an unprecedented feat left everyone speechless. When Tang and Shi Maoyan, two seasoned gold-level beast tamers on the examiner's panel, instinctively sat up straighter, their eyes shining with amazement. He actually did it, and he's just 18. Unbelievable. Scattered exclamations of surprise filled the room. Some people even rubbed their eyes, fearing they had misread the screen. This kid is incredibly strong, beyond imagination. I didn't think he could do it, one examiner murmured. Who did? Someone immediately responded. No wonder he's a genius who can clear the Star Soul Tower. Clearing the Star Soul Tower is nothing. Another person shook their head. Passing the ultra difficulty silver assessment is truly astounding. I bet when this news gets out, the entire city of Luoan will be abuzz. This remark drew a chorus of nods in agreement. Although it was just a silver assessment, the ultra difficulty qualifier made it entirely different. Over the years, no one had ever passed such a challenging silver assessment, let alone an 18-year-old. When Tang and Shi Maoyan exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding what this truly meant more than anyone else present. A prodigy capable of shaking the entire Federation was rising. Undoubtedly, today's assessment would go down in history, and they were fortunate to witness this legendary moment. Lin Ze was unaware of the events happening outside. Just as the dragon lizard camp vanished, a string of prominent text appeared before him. Silver evaluation complete. Successfully passed. Evaluation level, superior. Following this was a series of rewards. Baptism qualification, promotion to Silver Beastmaster, Soul 12, Constitution 8, designated pet growth 30, and the opening of a fourth pet slot. As the text disappeared, an intangible yet distinctly perceptible wave of energy enveloped Lin Ze's entire body. His spirit was invigorated, and he felt as refreshed as if he had absorbed several soul crystals. Then, a warm current surged from his abdomen, like molten lava flowing through his body, refining his physique countless times over. Lin Ze immediately summoned his personal panel to check the attribute changes. Lin Ze, Constitution, 24.2. Soul, 42.0. Level, Silver. Soul Power, 42004200. Soul Skills, Soul Guard Level 6, Soul Arrow Level 8, Soul Power Impact Level 5, 9 Yao Bind Level 1, Silent Cross Level 1. Pets, Extreme Ice Princess, Rock God Soldier, Condensed Stone Demon Dragon Adult. Achievement Points, 196,642. These figures left Lin Ze very satisfied. He knew that an average Gold Beast Master's soul strength ranged only from 30 to 35 points, and even seasoned ones barely reached around 40 points. Yet, having just advanced to Silver, his soul strength had already reached 42 points, a truly remarkable achievement. The improvement in his constitution was equally impressive. Lin Ze moved his limbs and could clearly feel the dramatic increase in his physical prowess. With his current physique, he could face a fourth-tier fierce beast without summoning his pets, a feat that most Gold Beast Masters couldn't accomplish. Next, Lin Ze focused on Xiao Shui, immediately applying the 30 growth reward to her. The panel showed her attributes change instantly. Extreme Ice Princess. Level, 8th tier, 9th stage. Growth, 30.53. Skills, Extreme Ice Storm, Snow Maiden Sai, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Meteoric Ice, Frost Blue Domain, Frost Ray, Ice Dragon Break. Next evolution form, Ice and Snow Empress. Evolution conditions, Growth 100, Intermediate Ice Element, Source Stone X20, Star Frost X1. Lin Ze decisively spent 800 achievement points to unlock the new skill Extreme Ice Storm for Xiao Shui. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Achievement unlocked. Silver Beast Master. Passed the Silver Beast Master qualification evaluation. Completed the third baptism. Reward, 1000 achievement points. Medium Evolution Stone X1 inch. This Medium Evolution Stone was exactly what Lin Ze needed. It would allow a pet to evolve directly to the 8th tier, making it perfect for the Sontobe contracted Light Spirit. The thought of the Light Spirits evolved formed the terrifying combat power of the Dawn Angel filled Lin Ze with excitement. As he pondered, his vision suddenly blurred. A sense of weightlessness overtook him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room in reality. When Tang, Shi Maoyan, Bai Yang, and others were staring at him with a complex look, as if he were a rare treasure. Congratulations, Lin Ze, on successfully passing the extremely difficult silver evaluation, when Tang said with a smile, though a hint of complexity flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he was convinced that Lin Ze would surely fail, perhaps even embarrassingly. In hindsight, that judgment seemed laughable. Lin Ze not only passed the unprecedentedly challenging silver evaluation with ease, but he also handled the entire process effortlessly. His abilities far exceeded expectations, and when Tang realized his own judgment had been lacking, Shi Maoyan's expression was equally complex, but he was thinking even deeper. Lin Ze clearly held back during the evaluation when facing the Dragon Lizard Leader and the Warlock. He merely observed from the sidelines, not even using his soul techniques that surpassed those of a Gold Beast Tamer. If he had employed secret techniques, he might have easily turned the tide of the battle. More importantly, he hadn't even summoned his third beast. This realization caused a storm of emotions within Shi Maoyan. Ordinary beast tamers have to give their all even in medium to high difficulty silver evaluations, yet Lin Ze managed to retain his strength against an unprecedented challenge. Such talent was suffocatingly exceptional. Facing the complicated gazes of the two examiners, Lin Ze simply nodded calmly in thanks. His composure and poise only made Wen Tang and Shi Maoyan appreciate him more. A humble attitude is precisely what many geniuses lack. Both were inclined to recruit him, but quickly dismissed the idea. According to association rules, Lin Ze was under the jurisdiction of Ningjiang City, and they had no right to intervene. Furthermore, given Lin Ze's reputation in Ningjiang City, the association must have already tried and failed to recruit him, indicating there were other reasons. If you ever face challenges in Luan City, feel free to come to us, Wen Tang said with a smile. Shi Maoyan nodded in agreement, his usually stern face showing a rare smile. Seeing the high-ranking officials of the association treating him with such regard, those around them looked on with envy. After exchanging a few more encouraging words, the examiners tactfully left, but other beast tamers quickly surrounded Lin Ze, eager to curry favor. After much effort to extricate himself from the crowd, Lin Ze swiftly left the association building. As he stood at the entrance, he noticed Bai Yang staring at him with a peculiar look. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. "What do you think?" Bai Yang replied, eyes wide, still not recovered from the shock. He originally thought Lin Ze was just a naive newcomer seeking experience, only to discover he was a prodigious talent capable of making history. Despite being well-versed in the ways of the world as a scion of a noble family, such astonishment left him feeling as though he were in a dream. If Bai Yang knew Lin Ze had a third eighth-tier beast and was about to acquire a fourth, his eyes would likely pop out of his head. "If you ever need anything in Luan City, feel free to reach out to me," Bai Yang said with a warm, genuine smile. "Though I'm just a junior in my family, I can handle some minor matters." Despite his admiration for Lin Ze, Bai Yang didn't come across as obsequious or uneasy. He confidently left his contact information and then took his leave with a straightforward farewell. Watching him walk away, Lin Ze smiled slightly. Interesting guy. When he returned to the hotel, Guanning, Guasini, and Lu Man, among others, were anxiously waiting. As soon as they saw him, they rushed over. "How did it go, brother? Did you pass, Junior?" Lin Ze chuckled and nodded. "Everything went smoothly. Was it a high difficulty level, brother?" Guanning pressed further. The other girls also looked on curiously. After all, Lin Ze had previously chosen the super difficulty level for both his apprenticeship and bronze assessments, so his choice this time naturally drew attention. "Super difficulty," Lin Ze answered directly. His words hit like a hammer, causing the girls to gasp in shock. After the initial surprise, Guanning's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You're amazing, brother." Guasini nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. Passing the super difficulty silver assessment at 18 was an unprecedented achievement in the entire federation. Lu Man remarked, "Junior, you always manage to surprise us." "Lin Ze, does that mean your pet beast has evolved to the 8th tier?" Gu Lingyan suddenly asked. This question enlightened the others. It was impossible to pass the super difficulty silver assessment without an 8th tier pet beast. Lin Ze confirmed with a nod. Although he had shared his experiences within the ruins, he deliberately omitted details of his battles with the Xia Angel and the Yi family to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon confirmation, the girls were once again astounded, especially Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lingyan, who understood the difficulty of the super difficulty silver assessment and speculated that Lin Ze might have more than one 8th tier pet beast. In their excitement, everyone dragged Lin Ze out to celebrate, and they didn't return to the hotel until late at night. Back in his room, Lin Ze sat on the sofa and took out the light spirit egg he had acquired in the ruins. Through its translucent white shell, he could see a small, curled-up figure inside. Information began to surface before him. The light spirit's attributes, level, growth potential, skills, and 2 potential evolution paths: the Valkyrie route and the Glory route. Comparatively, the Xia Angel had much greater potential than the Glory Guardian. Moreover, with the natural shedding of the light spirit, choosing the Glory route was no longer an option. Lin Ze took a deep breath, placed his hand on the light sphere, and began his 4th pet beast contract. As the contract began, Lin Ze's soul power surged forth like a flood, continuously pouring into the glowing orb in front of him. In just a few seconds, he expended 4 to 500 points of soul power, even more than when he had contracted with the stone magic dragon earlier. Lin Ze was secretly taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that the initial level and combat potential of a light spirit far exceeded that of a pureblood dragon, so it made sense that it required more energy. Fortunately, his soul power had significantly increased after the silver baptism, so this level of consumption was still manageable. About a minute later, the speed at which the orb absorbed soul power gradually slowed and eventually stopped. Suddenly, the surface of the orb was covered in cracks and shattered with a crash, revealing a 3-inch tall figure inside. It was a delicate young girl, small in stature, but with perfectly proportioned features like a work of art. She was clad in garments as thin as cicada wings and emitted a gentle glow, floating effortlessly in the air despite lacking wings. When she opened her light green eyes, they were filled with pure curiosity, showing no hint of fear. Lin Ze smiled and extended his index finger, gently caressing the top of her head. The girl immediately reacted, wrapping her hands around his finger and nuzzling it affectionately, looking completely at ease. After a brief moment of play, Lin Ze withdrew his hand and took out the evolution stone. The girl watched his actions intently until he presented the stone to her. She let out a melodious sound of curiosity, pointing first at the evolution stone and then at herself, her tilted head exuding a charming innocence. "This is for you. It will help you evolve to your next form," Lin Ze explained softly. Seeming to understand, the girl nodded and reached out to embrace the evolution stone. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. The evolution stone melted like butter, transforming into pure white light that enveloped the girl completely. The light mass rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a tall, graceful figure. A few minutes later, the light dissipated, revealing a tall and elegant female angel standing before Lin Ze. She had long, golden hair and eyes, with skin as white as jade, and her pure white wings shimmered with a holy light. Except for her distinct features, she was almost identical to the dawn angel Lin Ze had encountered in the restricted ruins. Her unique aura, a blend of holiness and valor, was particularly striking. Her beauty was captivating, with a touch of aloofness in her grace, and her every movement carried an unmistakable pride, like a sheathed sword, restrained yet commanding respect. Lin Ze took a deep breath to calm himself before summoning the Dawn Angel's attribute panel. The following contains detailed panel information, identical to the original, including levels, skills, and all other data. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lin Ze looked up at the valiant angelic girl. Shitian Angel maintained a calm demeanor as she met Lin Ze's gaze, her beautiful face serene as usual. Standing there, she resembled an exquisite sculpture, seemingly impervious to any changes in the outside world. Lin Ze carefully observed the ethereal angel before him and suddenly spoke. "How about I give you a name?" Seeing Shitian Angel nod slightly, he thought for a moment and made a decision. "Let's call you Messiah." Among his 4 current pet beasts, only Xiaoxue and Messiah had unique names. This wasn't because he favored humanoid pet beasts, but because their appearances were strikingly human-like and remarkably beautiful, making it difficult to see them as ordinary pet beasts. Although Messiah didn't understand human language, she seemed to comprehend Lin Ze's intention and maintained her cool and indifferent nod. Lin Ze wasn't surprised, clearly having noticed her cold personality. After returning Messiah to the pet beast space, Lin Ze leaned back on the sofa to contemplate his next plans. His 2 main goals for coming to Luoan City, passing the silver assessment and contracting a 4th pet beast, had been perfectly achieved. Beyond that, the gains had far exceeded his expectations. He now possessed 4 8th-tier pet beasts, 2 of which had combat power approaching the 9th tier. Such a configuration was unparalleled among silver beast masters and would place him in the mid-tier even among gold beast masters. Yet Lin Ze didn't relax. The path of a beast master is like rowing upstream. Not advancing means falling behind. The immediate priority was to continue enhancing the growth rate of Xiaoxue, Messiah, and the other pet beasts. As the pet beast tiers increased, their growth rate noticeably slowed. Even with the advantage of system data, Lin Ze began to feel the pressure. During the past 2 weeks of hunting practice, the combined growth of the 7th tier condensed stone dragon and the earth spirit had increased by less than 30. At the 8th tier, this figure might not even reach 10. Thinking of this, Lin Ze shook his head with a smile. He knew he might be a bit greedy. Ordinary Beastmasters' 8th tier pet beasts often took months or even a year to advance a rank. If someone like him could achieve significant growth in less than a month, it would surely make many envious. Perhaps it's time to take a look at the dimensional battlefield. This thought resurfaced in Lin Ze's mind. Besides achievement points and rare treasures, the high-intensity combat of the dimensional battlefield was undoubtedly the best way to enhance pet beast growth. Of course, high rewards come with high risks, and every year, Beastmasters of all ranks, including legends, fall there. Upon returning, he needed to find someone knowledgeable in this area for detailed information. Meanwhile, the issue of achievement points also needed urgent resolution. As the pet beast tiers increased, unlocking skills required thousands of achievement points. Although he currently had over 2,000 points, considering he needed to reserve some for Hero's Proof, this stockpile was indeed insufficient. After careful analysis, Lin Ze found that among the known achievement series cumulative soul skill releases, cumulative pet skill releases, cumulative ferocious beast kills, cumulative leader level ferocious beast kills, the easiest to complete was leader level beast kills. Leader Hunter 2 had been completed in the Black Wolf Forest, and the next stage, Leader Hunter 3, likely required killing 10 leader level beasts, of which he currently needed 5 more. While 5 might not sound like much, Leader-level beasts often lurked deep in the wilderness or within ruins, making them rare and elusive. Few adventurers sought out such dangerous opponents, but for Lin Ze, this remained the most feasible achievement option. When we get back to Ningjiang City, we can check the mission board at the Beastmaster Association. There might be information on leader-level fierce beasts, Lin Ze thought, his idea becoming more feasible the more he pondered it. After staying in Luoan City for a few more days, and with the start of school approaching, they finally decided to head back. During those days, they explored every corner of the city, even convincing Gu Lengyan, who usually buried herself in the library, to join them. On their return journey, they opted to take the train again. To Lin Ze's surprise, they encountered the same train that had been battered during the beast attack. After a month of repairs, the train looked as good as new and had been equipped with additional protective measures, thicker armor plates, double the number of thermal weapons, and even 2 extra combat carriages. The military presence at the station had also been noticeably strengthened. The number of soldiers, many of whom had survived the beast tide, far exceeded what it was last time. As soon as Lin Ze stepped into the station, he was recognized immediately. Look, it's Lin Ze. It's really him. The hero is here. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped death during the beast tide eagerly surrounded him. They would never forget how this young beastmaster had heroically stepped forward in a critical moment to save thousands of lives on the train. This lively scene quickly caught the attention of the surrounding passengers. Fortunately, an officer appeared in time to maintain order. Everyone, back in line. It's preparation time. After dispersing the soldiers, the officer turned to Lin Ze and gave a respectful salute. Brother Lin, thank you for saving everyone on the train last time. On behalf of the military, I salute you. This moment made the surrounding passengers realize who he was. The terrifying beast tide attack a month ago had already spread far and wide, and this young man was the hero who had saved all the passengers on the train. Instantly, the looks directed at Lin Ze were filled with genuine admiration and respect. For ordinary people, such a hero was someone they truly revered. The commotion lasted for a while. As the train was about to depart, Lin Ze finally managed to extricate himself from the enthusiastic officers and bystanders and boarded the train with the women. Hee, everyone calls you a hero, brother, Guanning said with a delighted expression, her pride making Lin Ze shake his head helplessly. Don't keep saying things like that. Lin Ze lightly tapped Guanning's head, which made the girl playfully stick out her tongue. With the deep rumble of the engine, the train slowly started moving. In less than half an hour, the outline of Luoan City had vanished in the distance. Looking out the window, Lin Ze noticed the tall barbed wire fences and frequent military outposts on both sides of the tracks, clearly a reinforcement after the last beast tide. The journey was uneventful, and a few hours later, the train arrived at Ningjiang City Station. Although it was just a month away, so much happened, Lin Ze said. Looking at the familiar scenery and recalling the experiences at the Star Soul Tower, the ruins, the Forbidden Zone, and the silver evaluation, which felt like a lifetime ago. All right, let's head back to school, Lu Man said, stretching her body and inadvertently displaying the graceful figure unique to young women. Just in time for school to start tomorrow, we still have to. She paused mid-sentence when she noticed Lin Ze's gaze, turning away with a flushed face. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted them. Lin Ze? Looking up, they saw 3 people about 10 meters away, led by Gao Wenba, a mentor from Ningjiang Academy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Wenba called Lin Ze aside. Things outside have been quite unsettled lately. You should stay in the academy and limit your outings, Gao Wenba said with a serious expression. The Red Moon Society is active again, and since you thwarted their plans last time, you've become a thorn in their side. Lin Ze nodded earnestly on the surface, but secretly scoffed. With the hero's certificate, the burst card, and 4 8th-tier pet beasts, he wasn't afraid of the Red Moon Society's retaliation unless a legendary beast master came after him. By the way, sir, Lin Ze suddenly spoke up. Could you tell me something about the dimensional battlefield? Lin Ze had previously thought about finding someone familiar with the dimensional battlefield to gather some intelligence. Gao Wenbai, serving as both a college mentor and a golden beast master, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Why are you asking about this? Gao Wenbai was taken aback for a moment, looking puzzled. I want to train on the dimensional battlefield, Lin Ze replied directly. Gao Wenbai shook his head with a wry smile. The dimensional battlefield is not suitable for you at the moment. He initially wanted to suggest waiting until the 4th year, but recalling Lin Ze's extraordinary talent, he quickly changed his mind. Wait until you advance to a Silver Beast Master. Teacher, I'm already a Silver Beast Master. What? Gao Wenbai's eyes widened. You've advanced to Silver? When did this happen? 3 days ago. I passed the Silver evaluation in Luoan City. Gao Wenbai was momentarily stunned. Not long ago, Lin Ze had just passed the Bronze evaluation, and this advancement speed was truly astonishing. He quickly asked, which difficulty level did you choose? It wouldn't be too surprising if it were the medium difficulty. However, This would be detrimental to Lin Ze's development, as opting for a lower difficulty for the sake of a title is undoubtedly a sign of impatience. I chose the super difficulty, Lin Ze calmly stated. Super difficulty? Gao Wenbai's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of Guan Ning and others nearby. After confirming it multiple times, he was completely stunned. It's important to note that super difficulty requires at least 2 8th order pet beasts. Even as a golden beast master, he only had 4 8th order pet beasts, and yet this 18-year-old student already possessed such strength. This left him, as a mentor, feeling quite inadequate. If he knew that Lin Ze's actual number of 8th order pet beasts was no less than his own, his jaw might have dropped in shock. Teacher, seeing Gao Wenbai staring at him as if he were an anomaly, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Sorry, I was just too shocked. Gao Wenbai took a deep breath, barely steadying his mind. Lin Ze's talent was simply monstrous, making other so-called geniuses feel ashamed in comparison. Noticing Lin Ze's hesitant expression, Gao Wenbai cleared his throat and said, "Since you're already a silver beast master, you do have the qualifications to learn about the dimensional battlefield." His words lacked a bit of confidence. With Lin Ze's strength comparable to a golden beast master, he could participate in the dimensional battlefield directly. Seeing Lin Ze looking attentive, Gao Wenbai continued to explain. First, you should know what a dimensional battlefield is, right? Lin Ze nodded to show his understanding. A dimensional battlefield is the intersection formed when two different dimensional planes collide. If the two civilizations coexist peacefully, it becomes a zone for exchange. If they are hostile, it turns into an intense battlefield. When one side gains an advantage and enters the opposing plane, the conflict escalates into a dimensional invasion. In large-scale military conflicts, even legendary beastmasters cannot ensure their survival. However, large-scale wars are not common. More often, there are smaller skirmishes. The dimensional battlefield is vast, with many areas that the military cannot cover, and that's where dimensional adventurers come in. Adventurers weaken the enemy forces by hunting alien races, and the military awards credit points based on their kill proof. Moreover, all their spoils remain their personal property, with no need to hand them over. What are the requirements to enter the dimensional battlefield? Lin Ze continued to inquire. Gao Wenbai held up 2 fingers, speaking with emphasis. There are only 2 conditions. First, you must be a silver beast master. Second, you must be prepared to bear the responsibility for your own life and death. Are you prepared to take responsibility for your life and death? A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. He had long been mentally prepared for such risks. The path of a beast master is fraught with challenges. Whether it's hunting in the wilderness, exploring secret realms, or delving into ancient ruins, each venture comes with life-threatening dangers. Even he, despite having a special advantage, had narrowly escaped death multiple times. Having decided to step onto the battlefield of different dimensions, this level of awareness was essential. Gao Wenba noticed the determination in Lin Ze's eyes, and his expression grew more solemn. The dangers of the dimensional battlefield far exceed those of the wilderness and secret realms. The otherworldly races are more cunning than fierce beasts. There, you may encounter ambushes from alien armies or elite warriors at any moment. A single misstep could lead to death. I understand, teacher. Lin Ze nodded seriously. Gao Wenba continued to detail the situation on the dimensional battlefield. Since the Great Catastrophe, the Federation has discovered countless alternate dimensional spaces. Among them, over 100 host civilized races, and more than 30 are hostile to the Federation. These dimensions overlap with the Federation at various points, ranging from 1 to 6, leading to the current public count of 116 dimensional battlefields. This figure secretly startled Lin Ze. Although he knew the Federation had discovered many alternate dimensions, the sheer number exceeded his expectations. Dealing with so many hostile forces indeed showcased the formidable strength of the Federation's military. The official classification of dimensional battlefields is into 5 levels, Gao Wenba continued, with level 1 being the least dangerous and level 5 the most. However, even a level 1 battlefield is perilous for a silver beast master. It's advisable to form a team. Lin Ze remained silent. He harbored too many secrets, and having companions in a place where he might need to exert his full strength could be a hindrance. If possible, he preferred to avoid teaming up. Gao Wenba discerned Lin Ze's thoughts, but said nothing more. This student was unlike anyone he had ever met, nearly matching his own strength at such a young age. With Lin Ze's prowess, comparable to that of a gold beast master, he should be safe in a level 1 battlefield unless extremely unfortunate to encounter an alien army or top-tier warriors. After conveying all necessary precautions about the battlefield, Gao Wenba patted Lin Ze's shoulder. You can check the Beast Master Association's website for detailed intelligence. Upon reaching silver rank, your access level will increase, allowing you to view more classified information. He earnestly added, be sure to stay safe. The dimensional battlefields are unlike anywhere you've been. I don't want to hear any bad news about you. These words were filled with sincerity. Gao Wenba genuinely did not wish to see such a rare talent fall. Lin Ze felt a warmth in his heart and solemnly nodded in agreement. After a few more exchanges, Gao Wenba left with 2 colleagues, while Lin Ze returned to the academy with Guan Ning and others. With the month-long holiday over, the campus buzzed with activity once again. On the first day of the new semester, Lin Ze's rare appearance in class drew considerable attention. This prodigy, who had become the academy's top student and conquered the Glory Virtual Realms Bronze Zone in his freshman year, rarely attended classes. Thankfully, the academy's liberal atmosphere prevented attendance issues from becoming a problem. In truth, Lin Ze didn't deliberately skip classes. First-year courses were divided into practical and theoretical categories. Practical lessons were less beneficial than real-world experiences, and his skills surpassed most instructors. Theoretical classes focused on pet identification and cultivation, topics he could either self-study or rely on his special advantage for. Only a few courses in the entire year were worth his time. Sitting in the classroom, surrounded by familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, and listening to the whispers of his classmates, Lin Ze felt a sense of disconnection. Having been away for so long, he had almost forgotten his identity as a student. The sound of the class bell snapped him back to reality. Soon, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, momentarily surprised to see Lin Ze in his seat, but quickly regaining composure. "The new semester has begun," the teacher said sternly, scanning the class. "Don't slack off in your training. There's the Academy League at the end of the semester." Academy League? Lin Ze was puzzled. Guan Ning whispered beside him, "Bro, that's the annual competition all Beast Master Academies in the Federation participate in." This reminder jogged Lin Ze's memory. Indeed, it was a grand event held every year, where elite talents from all Beast Master Academies competed, often giving rise to numerous prominent figures. The College League is divided into 2 main parts, the Rookie Tournament and the Main Tournament. The Rookie Tournament is specifically for first-year students and follows a single elimination format. The Main Tournament is open to all grades and is conducted as a team elimination based on the academy. As the most highly anticipated Beast Master competition in the Federation, the College League not only attracts attention within the industry but also becomes a popular topic among the general public. Excellent performance in the competition greatly enhances the academy's reputation, the homeroom teacher emphasized from the podium. As first-year students, you are all eligible to participate in the Rookie Tournament. Although it doesn't have the same prestige as the Main Tournament, it is still highly regarded. Outstanding contestants often catch the eye of major organizations, such as the military and the Beast Master Association. "What about the Main Tournament?" a student eagerly asked. The homeroom teacher's gaze paused on Lin Ze for a moment, and he cleared his throat. "Apart from Lin Ze, the Main Tournament is something for 4th-year students to consider. For now, your task is to work hard to improve your skills and strive to be selected as academy representatives for the Rookie Tournament at the end of the semester." All eyes in the classroom instinctively turned to Lin Ze. As the top student of the academy, Lin Ze is not only the strongest contender in the Rookie Tournament, but also a guaranteed pick for the Main Tournament. Such a situation has never occurred in the academy's history. However, with several months remaining until the College League, it's too early to worry about that now. A few days later, Lin Ze began preparing for a trip to the dimensional battlefield. Following Gao Wenba's advice, he logged onto the Beast Master Association's official website to review relevant information. The appearance of dimensional rifts is completely unpredictable, even occurring in densely populated areas, creating zones of dimensional overlap. On a plain about 70 kilometers from Ningjiang City, there is a battlefield connected to the No-Go's dimension, classified as level 1 intensity, making it ideal for novice adventurers. No-Go's is a dimension resembling medieval Europe's feudal civilization, where knights serve as the primary combat force, comparable to Beastmasters. "Not only can I enhance my pet's growth, but I can also earn funds for evolution materials." Lin Ze quickly decided to make this his first adventure destination. The total cost of the next evolution materials for his 4 pets had already exceeded 1 billion credits, and compared to wilderness hunting and secret realm exploration, the dimensional battlefield might help him achieve his goals more swiftly. The next morning, after having breakfast with Guan Ning, Lin Ze left the academy, riding his condensed stone dragon to the destination. From a distance, a large-scale military camp came into view. Inside the towering walls stood rows of orderly concrete buildings, and the presence of thousands of soldiers and a constant flow of adventurers made the place resemble a bustling small town. In the airspace surrounding the military camp, there were military beast tamers patrolling on flying beasts. Several soldiers quickly spotted Lin Ze and immediately flew over, signaling for him to land. Lin Ze shrugged, guided his stone condensing dragon to the ground, and after storing his pet beast, he strode towards the camp. Ahead stood an impressive building, only 3 stories high but sprawling over a vast area, built upon a wide concrete base. On the left side of the camp, an imposing entrance door stood 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, with a large sign beside it that read, "Norgus Dimensional Affairs Center," in bold characters. The entrance was bustling with a constant flow of hundreds of beast tamers coming and going. Lin Ze keenly noticed that among these beast tamers, a significant number wore small bronze badges on their chests, while a few had silver badges. As he observed, he made his way through the crowd and entered through the door. Inside, a spacious hall capable of accommodating over 1,000 people came into view. The decor took Lin Ze by surprise, starkly different from the minimalist style of the Beast Tamer Association's branch building. On either side of the hall, electronic screens flashed various information, interspersed with exquisite murals depicting mythological tales and natural landscapes. The crystal chandeliers overhead added a touch of modern elegance to the space. After a circuit around the hall with the flow of people, Lin Ze quickly grasped the overall layout. He headed towards a row of desks against the wall marked with registration plaques and sat down at an available spot. "Hello, I would like to register as a dimensional adventurer," he said to the pretty female staff member in professional attire behind the desk. "Please present your Beast Tamer license," the staff member replied with a smile, slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Ze's youthful face. The Nog service center was bustling with people, and beast masters were coming and going in an endless stream. As Lin Ze stepped up to the reception desk, the young woman in professional attire behind the desk couldn't help but take a few extra glances at him. Such a young face was rare here, let alone someone claiming to be a silver beast master. Her curiosity was soon satisfied when Lin Ze laid his beast master license flat on the desk. When the prominent words "Silver Beast Master" caught her eye, her pupils slightly contracted in surprise. She quickly composed herself, respectfully took the license with both hands, and smiled even more warmly. "Please wait a moment while I process your registration." The sound of typing filled the air, and shortly after, the young woman completed the paperwork and handed Lin Ze back his license along with a copper badge. This is a copper-level adventurer badge. It contains a chip with your information. Wearing it allows you to freely travel between the Nog's dimension and the Federation. Additionally, as a first-time adventurer, you can collect a complimentary supply pack at the camp, which includes a detailed adventure guide. "I wish you success and a safe return." "Thank you," Lin Ze replied, taking the items with a smile as he turned to leave. The young woman watched his back in a daze until a colleague nudged her with an elbow. "Lost in thought? Smitten, are we?" "You're the one who's smitten," she retorted, rolling her eyes at her colleague, but she couldn't help glancing back at the door. "It's the first time I've seen such a young silver beast master. How old is he?" "The license says he's only 18 this year." "What, 18? Are you sure?" "Absolutely, I was just as shocked. Becoming a silver beast master at 18, he has a bright future ahead. And he's quite handsome," she sighed. "I should have asked for his contact information. Trying to date someone much younger?" "Please, I'm only in my early 20s. I'm not that old." As they bantered, Lin Ze had already passed the camp inspection and entered the militarized area, which resembled a small town. After finding out where the supply station was, he quickly collected the 2-foot square supply pack. The contents of the pack weren't particularly valuable: 10 high-energy food bars, 2 bottles of fresh water, a box of water purification tablets, a thick blanket, and a standard high-powered binocular. For a well-off silver beast master, these items weren't much. The truly valuable item was the Nog's Dimension Guide, which detailed the local geography, customs, culture, and government, including the night system that Lin Ze was most interested in. The supplementary 5-kilometer map gave him a preliminary understanding of the surrounding terrain. The last few pages listed bounties for various species, with even the lowest-ranked Night Squire's insignia worth 10,000 credit points, far surpassing the 5,000 credit points for ordinary second-tier beast materials. Additionally, the rare natural resources, fine weapons, and unique crafts of the Nog's dimension had tempting purchase prices. After committing the information to memory, Lin Ze packed away the supply kit and wandered around the supply station. In addition to distributing free supplies, the station also sold various goods. Besides the usual food, medicine, and outdoor gear, the most eye-catching were the exotic dog-like creatures as large as rhinos. As Lin Ze stopped to observe, a staff member immediately approached. Noticing Lin Ze could store the supply pack in a spatial ring, the staff member's eyes lit up and quickly introduced. "Sir, this is a load-bearing dog, an artificially bred beast by the military research lab over 20 years. It's not only keen-scented and strong in carrying loads, but also possesses considerable combat power, making it an ideal companion for dimensional adventures." "An artificial beast?" "Yes, it can be controlled with specific tools without needing a contract, which is very convenient." Lin Ze thoughtfully examined the load-bearing dog. Although he had heard about the military's research into artificial beasts, this was his first time seeing one in person. Judging by its placement in the sales area, it seemed this type of artificial beast had already been mass-produced. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ze left the supply station under the slightly resentful gaze of the staff. The mountain-carrying dog, which was considered a valuable asset for other adventurers, was of little use to him. A pet beast with only 4th-tier combat power was useless on the plain battlefield. Its carrying capacity was nowhere near a fraction of what a spatial ring could hold. After passing through the bustling camp, about 20 minutes later, a massive steel gate appeared before him. Thick concrete walls, towering over 10 meters high, enclosed the entire gate. Beyond it lay a desolate mountain landscape, with a few sparse, bare trees visible in the distance. Hundreds of adventurers gathered into a stream of people, slowly passing through the gate. Among them were seasoned veterans with composed expressions, leading mountain-carrying dogs or carrying heavy packs, or driving modified giant off-road vehicles. In contrast, the rookies appeared much more apprehensive, occasionally sneaking glances at the experienced adventurers around them. Lin Ze had no interest in these actions. Once through the gate, he left the crowd and set off on his own. He chose not to ride the condensed stone dragon, a cardinal rule on the plain battlefield. Flying high in the open sky was tantamount to inviting enemies to attack. After walking a distance, Lin Ze summoned Messiah. The angelic girl appeared out of thin air, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and 3 pairs of snow-white wings folded on her back, emitting a faint holy light. With this dawn angel, whose strength rivaled that of a 9th-tier combatant, as his guardian, he felt much more at ease. Following the map's guidance, they easily traversed the 5-kilometer area cleared by the federal troops. Gradually, the surroundings began to change. The barren sand and strange rocks were replaced by the unique vegetation of the No-Go's plain, and hints of green began to appear on the ground. Another half-hour passed, and the view opened up to reveal a vast autumn plain. Although such drastic geographical changes defy normal logic, in this confluence of 2 plains, such anomalies are not surprising. As they moved forward, a scene of dilapidated buildings came into view. It was a village town ravaged by war. Run-down mills stood beside weed-infested ridges, and the collapsed wooden houses bore scorch marks. Although the half-ruined temple in the village had lost its former glory, the faded, majestic murals on the walls still recounted stories of the past. Looking at the scars of war, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. It wasn't out of sympathy for the fate of the No-Go's people. Mercy in this plain war, concerning racial survival, only led to death. His concern was that if nearby No-Go's towns had all been reduced to ashes, it would mean venturing deeper into enemy territory to find other races. Without the use of flying mounts, this would consume a significant amount of time. I should have bought a military off-road vehicle, he regretted silently. Lin Ze sighed softly and quickly made his way through the deserted village. Being so close to the dimensional passage, this place had undoubtedly been thoroughly scavenged by countless explorers, making it pointless to spend any more time searching. Walking along the overgrown stone path, he planned to delve deeper into the battlefield of dimensions to seek opportunities. However, as he ascended a hill, a large group suddenly came into view, causing him to stop and observe. This group of 100 was meticulously organized. Over 30 fully armed warriors were positioned at the front and rear of the formation, equipped with an array of plate and chain armor, wielding heavy weapons like battle axes, greatswords, and flails. The most striking among them were 7 or 8 knights riding unusual mounts, a cross between a horse and a crocodile, massive in size, with limbs covered in scales and mouths filled with beast-like fangs. These knights, while chatting and laughing, remained vigilant, displaying the seasoned composure of battle-hardened veterans. Around them, dozens of infantry soldiers in leather armor, armed with long wooden spears, were escorting more than 10 captives. The captives' hands were tightly bound with sturdy hemp ropes, and their faces were marked with despair and resentment. The Knights of No-Go's. Lin Ze's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the origin of the group. According to his guidebook, those leather-armored infantry were likely the squires of the No-Go's knights, with strength equivalent to 2nd-tier pet beasts. The well-equipped elite warriors were apprentice knights, comparable in power to 3rd-tier pet beasts. As for the knights riding the strange beasts, they were the backbone of the No-Go's power structure, with even the lowest-ranking knights possessing strength equivalent to the 3rd or 4th tier. As Lin Ze was calculating his next move, one of the knights in the group noticed him and immediately pointed in his direction, shouting a warning. The group quickly experienced a slight commotion. The leading middle-aged knight glanced back, spotting only Lin Ze and Messiah, and immediately showed a look of disdain. With a few brief orders, a young knight eagerly tugged on his reins and leapt out from the group. He casually pointed at a few nearby apprentice knights, and with a sinister grin, began to approach Lin Ze, who was 100 meters away. Initially, the dozen or so captives in the middle of the group were overjoyed to see someone from the Federation, but when they realized it was only Lin Ze, Messiah was clearly a humanoid pet beast, their hope quickly turned to disappointment. They began to whisper among themselves, "Why is there only one person? He's so young. He must just be a newly promoted Silver Beast Master. We're doomed. We're really going to die this time." The captives' low wails drew the middle-aged knight captain's disapproval. The guards immediately drew their weapons and mercilessly lashed out at the captives. "Shut up, you interdimensional invaders," one official knight coldly reprimanded. "You're now slaves of the Boyer family, and if you make another sound, we'll cut off your heads." The young knight had already led his men closer to the hillside. He drew his longsword and pointed it at Lin Ze, shouting in broken Federation language, "Kneel and surrender. Become a slave of the Boyer family. It's your only way out." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, pondering, "Interesting. Adventurers covet their wealth and knight badges, yet they wish to turn adventurers into slaves. In this plain war, it's truly hard to tell who's the hunter and who's the prey." He slowly raised his hand, and a clear wave of soul power instantly spread out. The young knight sensed the soul power and immediately sneered, "Reckless." He then swung his longsword, leading 4 apprentice knights in a charge towards Lin Ze. As the distance between them shrank to 20 meters, Lin Ze could even see the fervent excitement in the young knight's eyes and the white breath from his mount. However, his expression remained calm, and the soul power in his palm quickly condensed and compressed, finally transforming into a violent shockwave that blasted towards the opponents. The 4 apprentice knights were flung into the air without even having time to scream, meeting their end with the sound of cracking bones. Although the young knight barely withstood the impact, he was left bleeding from his mouth and nose, clearly severely injured. Lin Ze slightly raised an eyebrow, 6th rank. He then unleashed a soul arrow, precisely piercing the chest of the young knight who attempted to flee. From the start of the charge to the complete defeat, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The smiles on the faces of the Nogs, people 100 meters away, instantly froze. Several seasoned knights wore grim expressions, and the captain's gaze turned dangerously towards Lin Ze. Meanwhile, the once hopeless captives now saw a glimmer of hope, whispering excitedly, "Could it be? This young man is a golden beast master?" Being watched with hostility by hundreds of different races would make any adventurer uncomfortable, but Lin Ze seemed unfazed. Instead, he gave a cold smile and bent down to take a badge from a corpse. This action immediately angered the Nogosians present. They knew well that these badges could fetch a high bounty from the invaders. The group erupted into an angry commotion. "Silence!" a middle-aged knight barked, halting his subordinates' unrest. His icy gaze swept over the restless captives and finally settled on Lin Ze, his brow furrowed. As a veteran who had personally slain over a dozen invaders, he prided himself on understanding enemy beast tamers. Yet he had never encountered a foe as unique as this young man who could kill an intermediate knight with just soul techniques. 7th tier? Or 8th? The middle-aged knight pondered his opponent's strength. After a moment's thought, he decisively drew the massive sword from his back. Regardless of how strong the opponent was, he had to be dealt with on the spot. If this young invader escaped, their location would be exposed, and next time they might face the enemy's main forces. As the middle-aged knight drew his sword, the other knights, squires, and attendants also brandished their weapons. The plain was suddenly ablaze with an ominous gleam. Leaving a dozen knight attendants to guard the captives, the rest charged towards Lin Ze under the middle-aged knight's lead. The captives wore complex expressions. They hoped this young man could defeat the Nogosians and save them, yet feared he might fall to these formidable foes. Especially concerning was the 8th-tier senior knight captain, far surpassing an ordinary silver beast tamer in strength. Meanwhile, the knight attendants guarding them were exhilarated, shouting encouragement. The middle-aged knight led the charge, swinging a fierce strike from 20 meters away. The sword's gleam cut through the air, but Lin Ze remained composed and unmoved. Beside him, Messiah stepped forward, unfurling 6 pure white wings. A dazzling holy light coalesced before her into a person-height, semi-transparent shield. Holy shield! The sword gleam struck the shield, only causing a slight ripple before dissipating. This scene left everyone astounded. Both the Nogosian knights and the imprisoned captives recognized it as the legendary angelic beast. As one of the most powerful beings of the holy attribute, angels were not only rare but renowned for their combat prowess. While species like the winged angel and trumpet angel were relatively common, seraphim and dawn angels were rarer and exceptionally powerful. I wonder which kind this incredibly beautiful angelic girl belongs to? The captives present pondered silently. Witnessing the angelic girl effortlessly block the middle-aged knight's strike, they quickly concluded that her strength was evidently at the 8th-tier level. Just as hope began to glimmer in the captives' eyes, several attendants swiftly drew the whips from their waists, lashing them hard, silencing all exclamations. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight continued. The middle-aged knight realized that his opponent's strength was indeed formidable, just as he had anticipated, and his expression turned grave. "Spread out, flank from both sides," he ordered decisively. "I'll handle this beast. You go deal with the beast tamer." As experienced knights, they were well aware that the beast tamer's greatest weakness lay in themselves. The knights responded in unison and immediately took action, attempting to bypass Messiah and charge towards Lin Ze. However, the moment their intentions became clear, Messiah was already prepared. With a flick of her wrist, a longbow materialized in her palm. Her movements were fluid, drawing the bow, pulling the string. A golden arrow formed on the string. Instant kill arrow. Everything happened so swiftly that even the ever-vigilant middle-aged knight couldn't stop it in time. A flash of gold, and the arrow shot like lightning towards the group on the right. The leading knight didn't even have the chance to dodge before the arrow pierced through his chest and abdomen. A ring of white light rapidly expanded from the wound, instantly reducing him to ashes. The arrow's momentum continued, piercing through the second and third knights, finally losing force after penetrating the fourth, disintegrating into a shower of light particles that faded into the air. In merely a moment, 4 knights fell, including 2 intermediate knights. They had no chance to resist or evade, and were reduced to ashes. The terrifying power of such a strike left everyone present dumbfounded, collectively gasping in shock. Damn it! The middle-aged knight cursed under his breath, his expression dark. Seeing Messiah draw her bowstring once more, he immediately shouted to his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Spread out the formation." His men, previously stunned by that terrifying strike, snapped out of their daze, quickly dispersing with alarm. The middle-aged knight made a swift decision, leaping from his mount with the agility of a raptor, aiming directly for Messiah. He had to stop her from unleashing another attack, or his men would suffer heavy casualties. Messiah's golden longbow released 2 more arrows, effortlessly taking down 2 enemies. Then, the bow transformed fluidly into a transparent, cross-shaped greatsword, its blade gleaming brilliantly. Without a trace of emotion, she watched the charging knight, her eyes cold and detached, before swinging the massive sword down with force. A burst of golden holy light engulfed the knight, a wave of unprecedented terror crashing over him, as if he were suddenly shackled by a 1,000-pound weight, struggling to breathe. The middle-aged knight, his face changing with shock, roared defiantly, mustering all his strength to meet the attack with his own sword. The 2 greatswords clashed in midair, sparks flying, the sound of metal ringing sharply. Messiah stood firm and unyielding, while the burly knight was pushed back several steps, retreating 3 or 4 meters before he could regain his stance. His hands trembled slightly, indicating the severity of his injuries. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The Nogs knights were known for their brute strength, especially high-ranking knights, whose power was said to rival tanks. Yet here, a humanoid beast had completely overpowered the middle-aged knight in sheer strength. Realizing his opponent's power far exceeded expectations, comparable to an earth knight, the middle-aged knight's face finally showed a trace of fear. Meanwhile, Messiah was relentless, soaring into the air, her golden hair flowing, her white wings shimmering with starlight. She swooped down on the knight, her golden greatsword enveloped in a majestic holy light, slashing downwards. The overwhelming pressure rolled over him like a tide, forcing the knight to retreat frantically. But the golden blade, like a crescent moon, sliced through the air far faster than he could retreat. Forced to take the hit, the knight felt as if struck by lightning, spewing blood as he was thrown backward, his greatsword slipping from his grasp. Before he hit the ground, Messiah had already transformed her greatsword back into a golden longbow, releasing an arrow that pierced the air. Disarmed, the knight was defenseless, the golden arrow piercing through his chest and abdomen. White light surged from the wound, reducing him to ash in the blink of an eye. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The once formidable Nogs knights stood frozen, their faces pale. The retainers guarding the captives were similarly stricken with fear. Witnessing the high-ranking knight being effortlessly slain in under a minute, some began to retreat slowly, while others turned and fled in panic. Messiah, expressionless, raised her bow, releasing arrow after arrow. In mere moments, all the Nogs, including the dozen retainers guarding the captives, lay dead. The plain returned to its quiet state, silence reigning all around. The captives stared blankly at the ground littered with corpses. The battle had ended so quickly that they hadn't even had time to comprehend what had happened. The fierce struggle they had anticipated never took place. The young beastmaster, instead of being slain by the superior knight Norgus, had utterly annihilated the opposing force. A superior knight, several mid to low-level knights, and nearly 100 squire knights and retainers were all slaughtered by a single person. Amazing! Someone finally broke the silence, their voice filled with disbelief. He took down a superior knight so easily. Who on earth is that man? Who cares who he is? We're saved. Yes, we're saved. Their initial shock and uncertainty quickly turned into the exuberance of having narrowly escaped death. The crowd cheered and celebrated, releasing their pent-up excitement. Lin Ze ignored their reactions, focusing instead on collecting the insignias from the bodies. He quickly calculated the profits in his mind. 100,000 credits for a knight's retainer, 200,000 for a squire knight, 1 million for a low-level knight, 5 million for a mid-level knight, and a staggering 50 million for a superior knight. Rough estimates suggested that the insignias from this battle alone were worth nearly 9 million credits, a bounty comparable to discovering a rare treasure. Making money on the dimensional battlefield is fast, Lin Ze mused, but he soon calmed himself. Such substantial gains were mainly due to taking down an 8th-tier superior knight. For an ordinary silver beastmaster, encountering a superior knight was not only difficult to overcome but more likely to result in capture. Without sufficient strength, the chances of getting rich overnight on the dimensional battlefield are far less than the likelihood of dying or becoming a captive, just like the group of adventurers now looking at him with hopeful eyes. Sir, thank you for saving our lives. The rescued captives eagerly gathered around. They had already seized the opportunity to cut their bindings with weapons left behind by the Nogs and were now looking at Lin Ze with eyes full of reverence. If it weren't for you, we would have been taken as slaves by these damned Nogs. Even the senior knights are no match for you. May we know your esteemed name? Being so young yet capable of defeating a senior knight, everyone knew he must be the carefully groomed successor of a family of beast tamers. Whether for the life-saving grace or his formidable prowess, they were ready to shower him with flattery. Lin Ze had no interest in their sycophancy. He was about to raise his hand to signal them to step aside so he could continue tracking the Nogs. Just then, a few people rushed forward from the crowd and knelt before him. Please wait, sir. We have companions still trapped by the Nogs. We beg you to save them. Nogs? Where? Lin Ze paused slightly. At a temporary camp 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing it was a camp, Lin Ze shook his head and turned away. If it were just an ordinary squad of Nogs knights, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. But a camp would certainly house a large number of warriors, possibly even a 9th-tier Earth Knight, which was not a risk he was willing to take for strangers. Seeing Lin Ze about to leave, several adventurers panicked. A weathered-looking middle-aged man quickly shouted, "Wait, sir, we are willing to pay you." Oh! Lin Ze stopped in his tracks. Although he doubted these captives had anything valuable, he turned back to take a look. The middle-aged man immediately retrieved a space ring from his person and took out a small statue the size of a palm. The statue depicted a valiant warrior clad in armor and wielding a sword, crafted with exquisite detail, down to the lifelike expression on the face. Someone nearby scoffed, "Isn't that just a piece of art? It's worth no more than 20,000 credit points." This comment visibly shook the middle-aged man. He had thought that anything enshrined in a Nog's temple must be a treasure, yet its value seemed so limited. However, Lin Ze's attention was caught by the statue. A line of text appeared before him, explaining that this was a statue imbued with the power of a heroic spirit, capable of transforming into a combat spirit when infused with soul energy. It was the first time he had seen the system provide a description for a non-reward item. "Did you take this statue from the temple? Are there more like it there?" Lin Ze asked casually. "There were 4 or 5 enshrined in the temple. I only had time to grab this one," the middle-aged man replied. 4 or 5. Lin Ze murmured slightly, his eyes sharply assessing the weathered man in front of him. "How many Nogus people are in the temporary camp?" Noticing Lin Ze's tone soften, a glimmer of hope flashed in the man's eyes as he eagerly replied, "Around 1,000. According to the Nogus tradition, a lower-ranking knight is accompanied by 6 squires and 2 apprentice knights. Mid-level and senior knights have more followers, so there shouldn't be more than 100 official knights in the camp. What about higher-ranking forces above senior knights?" Lin Ze pressed further. He knew that a camp of this size couldn't be held by just senior knights. Otherwise, adventurers would have already overrun it. "The camp belongs to the Boyer Viscount family," the man answered honestly. "The strongest in the family is a land knight." This confirmed what Lin Ze had read in the guide. In the feudal system of Nogus, the hierarchy from top to bottom is the royal family, 5 levels of nobility: duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, knights, commoners, and slaves. As a second-to-last rank viscount family, they could at most train 2 or 3 land knights, with no hope for a more advanced sky knight. Seeing Lin Ze in thought, the man quickly added, "You needn't worry, sir. That land knight is not in the camp currently." "How do you know?" Lin Ze asked, surprised. "I heard it from those corpses." The man pointed to the Nogus corpses on the ground and explained, "I've been on the dimensional battlefield for a long time and understand some Nogus language." Lin Ze nodded, not doubting the man's words. After all, if he were to meet his end in the camp, these people would never rescue their companions. Moreover, with the burst card and hero's proof at hand, he felt confident in retreating safely even if he encountered a land knight. Weighing the risks against the value of the heroic statue, Lin Ze made a decision. "Lead the way." The man was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted, exclaiming excitedly, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." The surrounding adventurers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Lin Ze agreed to such a thankless task. But Lin Ze offered no explanation, simply asking, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Snowball." The man was about to inquire about Lin Ze's name when a shout suddenly came from behind. Lin Ze. He's the Lin Ze. A companion stammered, pointing at Lin Ze. Zhuangbo immediately recalled the name's significance, exclaiming in shock, the top student of Ningjiang Academy? The genius who reached the peak of the Bronze Realm in the Honor Void at 18? Others recognized Lin Ze as well, murmuring among themselves, amazed at his achievement of becoming a Silver Beast Master with an 8th-tier pet at just 18. Let's go. Lin Ze paid no mind to their reactions and gestured for Zhuangbo to lead the way. Knowing Lin Ze's identity, Zhuangbo and his group followed more respectfully, keeping close to the legendary prodigy. Becoming a legendary beast tamer in the future is almost a certainty for Lin Ze. Although these silver-level beast tamers are of the same rank as Lin Ze, their strength is not comparable. It's only natural that others would unconsciously show respect and awe in the presence of such a powerful figure. Lin Ze observed everyone's reactions in silence and simply gestured for Zhuangbo to lead the way. The group then set off towards the temporary camp. The other adventurers chose to return to the dimensional passageway despite their gratitude towards Lin Ze for saving them. Venturing to the Nog's camp with their beasts depleted would be akin to courting death. Moments later, when the figures of the adventurers had completely vanished from sight, Lin Ze suddenly halted. He turned to Zhuangbo and the others, saying calmly, "Wait here for me." Without waiting for a response, he left the Radiant Angel to guard them and strode off into the distance. Once he rounded a hillside and was sure he was out of their sight, Lin Ze stopped. He quickly retrieved the spirit statue, following the instructions to inject soul power into it, all the while closely monitoring the soul power levels on his personal panel. When the soul power decreased by 584 points, as he had anticipated, the statue resisted further infusion. Satisfied, Lin Ze withdrew his soul power and began reciting the activation incantation in the language of the Nogs. Though the language should have been difficult to pronounce, perhaps due to the system's influence, the correct pronunciation came naturally to him, allowing him to speak the words clearly and fluently. As the incantation concluded, the statue in his palm began to tremble slightly. Lin Ze immediately tossed it into the air. The statue quickly transformed in midair, with numerous small branches sprouting like new shoots, intertwining in the void to form veins, muscles, and organs at a visible speed. Within seconds, a valiant knight, identical to the statue, appeared out of thin air on the plain, exuding an extraordinary presence with his towering figure. After landing steadily in midair, the spirit knight placed one hand on his sword hilt and respectfully saluted Lin Ze. Lin Ze scrutinized the warrior summoned from the statue, comparing him silently to other summoning artifacts. This situation was indeed quite similar to when Nan used a summoning artifact to call forth a lava troll in the ruins. "Do you have a name?" Lin Ze asked. The spirit knight shook his head expressionlessly. Like a pet beast, he couldn't speak human language. However, this small flaw did not dampen Lin Ze's enthusiasm. He quickly summoned the earth spirit and commanded, pointing at the spirit knight, "Fight it. Let me see your strength." The spirit knight responded swiftly, drawing his sword and leaping towards the earth spirit with the agility of a leopard. Intense combat erupted on the plain. Lin Ze focused intently on the battle, his eyes gleaming with analytical insight. The strength displayed by the spirit knight was impressive, not only possessing a physique comparable to a Nog's knight, but also showcasing combat skills surpassing those of the previous senior knight. The energy attack of releasing sword auras from a distance was remarkably similar. In just 2 minutes of observation, Lin Ze had a clear understanding of the spirit knight's strength, approximately at the level of an 8th tier, 4th or 5th stage. Although its overall strength was similar to the senior knight he encountered before, its superior combat skills offered a high likelihood of victory in unknown duels. This discovery left Lin Ze quite satisfied. A combat power at the 8th tier, 4th or 5th stage, even if it couldn't match his stone dragon, certainly counted as a powerful trump card. The thought that such a treasure, worth 40 to 50 million credit points, was mistaken for an ordinary piece of art amused Lin Ze. If those adventurers knew the truth, they would probably regret it deeply. Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Ze signaled for both parties to cease fighting and retracted the spirit knight and earth spirit. With the test complete, he returned to the group with satisfaction. Although Zhuangbo and the others were full of questions, they wisely refrained from asking and continued to lead the way. Over an hour later, they arrived near their destination. Standing on a hillside, they could clearly see a Nog's camp. Among the dense cluster of buildings, the most striking was a tall structure at the center of the camp, a Nog's temple that bore a strong resemblance to the ruined temple Lin Ze had seen earlier, with its blue-gray walls adorned with solemn murals. With his eyes shifting thoughtfully, Lin Ze had a plan in mind and turned to ask Zhuangbo and the others, "Do you want to rescue your companions?" At the camp entrance, 2 Nog's warriors with spears stood guard, looking bored. "When's the next shift?" one asked with a yawn. "What's the rush? There's still 2 hours to go," the other replied lazily. In front of the camp gate, 2 guards were performing their duties with boredom. One of them suddenly sighed. "How much longer do we have to wait?" It's so dull always guarding the camp gate. He turned to his companion, eager. I might as well ask the captain if I can join the slave-catching team and deal with the invaders outside. Come on. His companion immediately frowned. Do you think those invaders are easy to deal with? Haven't enough of our brothers died at their hands recently? Joining the slave-catching team could get you killed any day. Still better than guarding the gate. The first guard dismissed with a wave. How long do we have to keep this up before we get anywhere? I don't want to be a squire forever. But the slave-catching team is still too dangerous. His companion's voice was filled with concern. Coward. The first guard sneered. What's there to be afraid of? There are still over 100 slaves locked up. With the knights around, we'll wipe out the invaders sooner or later. I'm not afraid, I'm just worried. His companion's words trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, I think someone's coming. What? Both of them looked out in unison. About 200 meters away, behind a slope, a few figures were cautiously peeking towards the camp. These people were neither armored nor armed. They're invaders from the Eastern Federation. The guard who wanted to join the slave-catching team shouted excitedly. Great, I wanted to deal with them outside, and now these damn guys have delivered themselves to us. Go call for backup, don't let them escape. His companion immediately turned and dashed into the camp. Moments later, a large group of fully armed men poured out of the camp, led by a mid-level knight riding a beast and wielding a giant axe. Where are the invaders? The knight asked in a deep voice. The guard respectfully pointed towards the slope in the distance. Over there, Lord Yalrin. The knight named Yalrin gazed towards the slope. Seeing the figures, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Very well. It looks like our number of slaves is about to increase. Everyone, follow me and capture these damn interdimensional invaders. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Led by Yalrin, over 100 men charged aggressively towards the slope 200 meters away. Zhuang, the Nogs are coming. An adventurer quickly ducked back behind the slope, his face pale as he whispered the warning. Zhuangbo took a deep breath and decisively gestured. Good, proceed as planned. He then turned around first, with the others immediately following suit, pretending to flee in a panic. Seeing their prey escaping, the Nogs quickened their pursuit. They soon rounded the slope, rapidly closing the distance with Zhuangbo's group. As they watched the prey ahead in apparent disarray, many of the Nogs grinned wickedly. You damned interdimensional invaders, you won't escape. Surrender now, and maybe we'll spare your lives. Ha! A bunch of weaklings trying to outrun us? Amidst the taunting and jeers from behind, Zhuangbo and his companions swallowed nervously. Despite being the ones laying the ambush, their recent capture by the Nogs was still fresh in their minds, and the fear of being chased felt all too real. This led the pursuing leader, Yalrin, to let his guard down completely. Initially, he had his doubts when he suddenly spotted the invaders near the camp, but seeing their genuine panic convinced him they were just a few mice caught in a trap. He secretly planned to keep 2 or 3 of these slaves for his estate, which had recently expanded and needed more workers. With this thought, Yalrin felt even more excited, spurring his mount to chase faster. The chase continued, drawing them further from the camp. Once a hill blocked the camp from view, Zhuangbo and his group suddenly stopped and turned to face their pursuers. The Nogs, seeing their prey stop running, assumed they were exhausted and charged even more eagerly. Only Yalrin, with his battle experience, sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly tried to rein in his mount, intending to order his men to test with arrows first. But it was too late. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst in the air. Beneath the pursuers, a massive golden magic circle over 30 meters in diameter formed instantly, its intricate runes creating a sacred and solemn pattern. Above the circle, countless platinum light points appeared, quickly transforming into sharp light arrows that rained down like a storm. Judgment. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was relentless. The Nog's prized armor was useless against these light arrows, easily pierced. The pursuers fell one after another, warm blood pooling on the ground. When the arrow rain ceased and the magic circle vanished, nearly half of the 100-strong pursuit team lay fallen, leaving only 4 or 5 heavily injured knights, including Yalrin. Zhuangbo and his companions stared in shock at the scene. They knew Lin Ze and his angelic beast were powerful, but witnessing the near-instant annihilation of over 100 Nog's warriors left them speechless with awe. In contrast, the surviving Nog's knights were filled with both shock and rage, their eyes red with fury. Yalrin's face twisted in anger and despair as he glared at Zhuangbo's group. With almost all his elite forces lost, capturing these slaves would not compensate for the loss. He could already foresee the severe punishment awaiting him. Yalrin, a seasoned knight, quickly regained his composure despite the initial surge of anger. He was breathing heavily, his eyes scanning the wounded lower-ranking knights around him. The powerful magical array they had just faced hadn't claimed his life, but it left him with significant injuries. Most troubling was the uncertainty about the true strength of their opponent. We must retreat immediately and report to the commanders at camp. As this thought formed in his mind, Yarlin instinctively sprang into action. He leaped off the dead beast and sprinted back in the direction they had come from. He had barely taken a dozen steps when a blinding golden light erupted above him. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the sky, coalescing overhead. Messiah reappeared, her golden hair swirling in the fierce wind, her white wings shimmering with starlight. She raised a massive golden sword, the holy light gathering into a formidable attack. Light blade. The enormous crescent-shaped white sword beam descended with a roar, like a flaming meteor aiming straight for Yarlin. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the mid-level knight completely. Yarlin's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. All he could do was raise his battle axe in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, the light blade, which even high-ranking knights struggled to withstand, was far beyond the capability of an injured mid-level knight. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the sword beam effortlessly pierced through Yarlin. His movements ceased abruptly, and he stood frozen in place. A gentle breeze passed by, and Yarlin's body began to disintegrate from the head down, turning to ash and scattering into the air. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Zhuangbo and the others were too shocked to speak, while the remaining Norgus knights were pale and drenched in cold sweat. It was at this moment they realized they were facing an opponent far more terrifying than they had imagined. From the moment Yarlin and his men left the camp in pursuit, their fate was sealed. Moments later, the remaining Norg knights fell one by one under Messiah's giant sword, marking the successful conclusion of the ambush. This ambush was the result of Lin Ze's meticulous planning. With the enemy outnumbering them in the camp, a frontal assault would have been costly. The terrain around the camp was open and flat, with not a single tree to provide cover, making a sneak attack nearly impossible. Considering these factors, luring and dividing the enemy became the optimal choice. The plan proceeded exceptionally well. The Norgs fell for the trap, dispatching over 100 warriors to chase after Zhuangbo and his group. These men made up about a tenth of the camp's garrison, and their defeat significantly weakened the camp's defenses. Haha, those Norgs fell for it so easily. Zhuangbo and the others were thrilled, and the hope of rescuing their companions became more apparent. That's because we acted well. If we could do this a few more times, attacking the camp would be much more assured, all thanks to Lord Lin Ze. Everyone chimed in, their gazes toward Lin Ze filled with awe. The sight of Messiah wiping out nearly 100 enemy troops with one swing left an indelible impression on them. Stop standing around. Help gather the insignias for the Lord. Zhuangbo suddenly snapped back to reality and urged. Everyone got busy immediately. Lin Ze allowed their actions, but his attention was drawn to the sudden information in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Norg Knight Slayer I. Accumulate 10 kills of official Norg Knights. Reward 500 achievement points. Soul replenishing potion X1. This unexpected reward delighted Lin Ze. Clearly, this was the start of a series of achievements, indicating another path to earn achievement points. This reinforced his belief that coming to the battlefield was the right decision. After collecting the insignias, Lin Ze gave a simple command. Proceed with the second lure. Zhuangbo and the others responded excitedly, and the group returned to the slope. When they reappeared in the distance, the guards at the camp's gate were stunned. What's going on? How are those invaders back? Where's Lord Yarlin? Quick, notify the lords. Soon, more than a dozen armored knights, led by a burly man as large as a bear, emerged from the camp. The man stared at the distant figures, his brow furrowed. Sir, let me take some men to check it out, an intermediate knight volunteered. Fool! The burly man reprimanded harshly. Yarlin is an intermediate knight, and he disappeared with over 100 men. It's clear they were ambushed. The enemy's strength must far surpass Yarlin's team, or they wouldn't have failed to send even one messenger back. This is obviously a trap to split our forces, and you want to walk right into it? Did you learn nothing from battlefield strategies? The knights, duly chastised, fell silent. Send someone to watch the slope and guard against any ambush. Until Lord Robert returns, no one is to leave the camp. Witnessing this, Zhuangbo and the others exchanged worried glances, their earlier excitement dissipating. What do we do? It seems those Norgs aren't falling for it. Could they have figured out our plan? Looks like they might have. The expressions on the faces of Lin Ze, Zhuangbo, and the others suddenly turned gloomy, filled with disappointment. The vigilance of the Nogs was far greater than expected. The lure plan had only succeeded once before it became completely ineffective. From the current situation, it was evident that the opposition was on guard, making it nearly impossible to lure them out of the camp again. Although Lin Ze felt a sense of regret, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Upon reflection, this outcome was entirely reasonable. After all, if the Nogs were truly easy to deceive, they wouldn't have been able to stand against the Federation for so long and would have been eradicated long ago. Sir, Zhuangbo approached Lin Ze with a worried expression. What should we do next? What else can we do? We have to launch a frontal assault. This statement hit Bo and the others like a heavy blow, leaving them momentarily stunned. It took a few seconds for them to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Ze's words, and they were all left speechless. A frontal assault? Are you serious? There are still 800 or 900 people in the camp. Bo was so shocked that he could barely speak. Sir, this is too reckless. Shouldn't we take a more considered approach? Lin Ze glanced at him calmly. A more considered approach? Do you have any better ideas? Bo was at a loss for words. Besides, that Earth Knight could return at any moment. Lin Ze continued, if we delay any longer, we'll have to deal with an additional formidable enemy. But, Bo hesitated. Although the strongest Earth Knight in the camp was absent, there were still several senior knights. Lin Ze's angelic beast was indeed powerful, but facing multiple senior knights along with a large number of Nog's warriors seemed extremely risky. He had initially intended to suggest sneaking into the camp under the cover of night, which, although still a long shot, seemed more prudent than a frontal assault. However, considering that Lin Ze was their only hope, Bo ultimately held back his objections and cautiously asked, so, sir, what exactly should we do? You all don't need to take action, just watch from the sidelines. Lin Ze knew that the beasts of Bo and the others were still in a state of recovery, and their soul arts would be of minimal use in the battle. Not wanting to be distracted by taking care of them, he decided to have them stay away from the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ze focused his mind, and the massive form of the stone dragon appeared above them. The dragon spread its mountain-like wings, stirring up gusts of wind, and then soared into the sky, heading straight for the camp. Roar! The dragon's cry echoed through the sky. As soon as the stone dragon took flight, the Norgus camp descended into chaos. The oppressive presence of the dragon loomed over them like a mountain, throwing the entire camp into disarray. Warriors of Norgus rushed out from various buildings, their eyes fixed on the massive figure in the sky, cries of terror filling the air. A dragon? It's a beast master. It must be the invader's summon. Prepare to fight. Amidst the turmoil, a booming voice cut through the noise. Silence. A burly man suddenly stood at the center of the camp, his fierce gaze sweeping around. His voice was like thunder, instantly quelling the panic. It's just a dragon. What's there to fear? The burly man coldly scanned the crowd, causing the warriors to lower their heads to avoid his gaze. He quickly began issuing orders. Dylan, take a squad and deal with that dragon. Yes, Lord Gustav. A senior knight stepped forward and respectfully accepted the command. Hughes, there must be a beast master hiding nearby. Find and eliminate him. Another senior knight took the order and departed. The two teams quickly left the camp to carry out their missions. The burly man watched the stone dragon in the sky, his eyes glinting coldly. Dare to cause havoc on the territory of the Boyle family, you will not leave unscathed. Dylan led his 100-strong squad straight towards the stone dragon as soon as they exited the camp. The dragon's oppressive aura startled many lower-ranked warriors. Seeing this, Dylan signaled his deputy to steady the troops. Get a grip, the deputy shouted. Lord Dylan has personally slain a dragon before. Other knights chimed in, and soon the troops' morale was restored. The warriors shouted excitedly, eager to take part in the dragon-slaying feat. Seeing the morale high, Dylan raised his sword towards the sky. Today, I shall slay another dragon. With those words, he swung his sword, sending a fierce slash towards the stone dragon. Instead of retreating, the stone dragon advanced, its claws meeting the sword's energy. To Dylan's shock, the energy, which could slice through iron, was easily crushed by the dragon's claws, leaving only a shallow mark. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the stone dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. All except Dylan were seized by fear, dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. Calm down. What are you doing? Dylan's attempt to stop them went unheard as chaos erupted. A sudden chill swept through his core, as if an invisible grim reaper hovered overhead. Dylan abruptly looked up to see a torrent of blood-red mist cascading down, like a deadly flood. In an instant, the surrounding Noga's warriors were engulfed by this eerie mist before they could even react. A series of cracking sounds echoed, resembling the brittle snap of stones breaking amidst the fog. In horror, Dylan glanced around. Through the dense mist, he could just make out his knights turning to stone, their expressions frozen in a moment of fear. The sudden, bizarre scene made Dylan's heart race. Hundreds of elite warriors were rendered powerless in the blink of an eye, a terrifying ability far beyond his comprehension. A whistling sound came from above, leaving him no time to think. Instinctively, Dylan raised his sword to block, only for a massive dragon claw to pierce through the blood mist and strike the blade with immense force. The stone-cracking claw. The impact was so powerful that it churned Dylan's insides, and his face flushed instantly. Worse still, a strange force traveled along the blade, and his prized steel sword, forged with the finest craftsmanship, was covered in cracks and shattered into pieces. Weaponless, Dylan's face turned ashen. The second dragon claw was already hurtling towards him, and the fear of death slithered up his spine like a cold, venomous serpent. In this blood-red fog, he could neither discern direction nor contend with the petrifying dragon. His formidable opponent clearly had no intention of allowing him to escape. Trapped in a hopeless situation, a look of despair involuntarily appeared on Dylan's face. In the distance, the sound of shouting was deafening. On the hillside, Zhuangbo and the others stood dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. The moment Lin Ze summoned the stone-condensing dragon, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. Zhuangbo and the others quickly realized something was amiss. This was not the aura of an ordinary 7th-tier beast. When the dragon's roar threw hundreds of Norgus people into chaos, including more than a dozen Mytholo-level knights, the truth finally surfaced. This is an 8th-tier beast. Zhuangbo gasped, his heart filled with an unquenchable shock. 2 8th-tier beasts. This was beyond their imagination. For someone of Lin Ze's age to own even one 8th-tier beast was astonishing, let alone 2. No wonder he dared to charge the Norgus camp alone. While everyone was stunned, the stone-condensing dragon spewed a dense, blood-red mist from its mouth. Everyone present recognized the famous stone-condensing blood mist. Combined with the earlier mass fear skill, it was a perfect weapon for group combat. Sure enough, the Norgus warriors who came into contact with the blood mist froze in place, their skin turning an ashen gray, and in an instant, they transformed into statues. As the team faced imminent annihilation, everyone suddenly remembered there was still a senior knight among them. Before the thought could be completed, a piercing scream filled with unwillingness and despair echoed from within the blood mist. The scream abruptly stopped, and everyone knew the senior knight had perished on the spot. This means the stone-condensing dragon has at least mid-80-year strength. Zhuangbo looked at Lin Ze with awe. Whether it was the angel beast or the stone-condensing dragon, their power was astonishing. How had such a young beast master cultivated such powerful beasts? At that moment, Lin Ze's reputation as a genius gained unprecedented weight in his mind. Suddenly, a shout interrupted their thoughts. Another Norgus army was charging towards them, also numbering over 100, led by another senior knight. Zhuangbo was about to warn them when he caught sight of Messiah beside Lin Ze, and immediately felt reassured. Lin Ze quickly gave an order. Messiah? The angelic girl nodded slightly, and 3 pairs of pure white wings spread from her back, emitting a brilliant golden glow. 100 meters away, Senior Knight Hughes frowned, looking worriedly at the nearby blood-red mist. From the first roar of the stone-condensing dragon, he knew things were dire. The dragon's power far exceeded expectations, and Dylan's troops had been completely wiped out. With his experience, Hughes quickly assessed the situation. The priority was to eliminate the Beastmaster controlling the dragon. If the dragon was allowed to enter the camp and use those 2 terrifying skills, even with Lord Gustav present, the losses would be incalculable. Capture the leader first. Hughes recalled the phrase he had heard from a prisoner. Suppressing his concern for his comrades, he looked up at the hillside. There he saw Lin Ze and Messiah. Hughes ignored the angelic girl's exquisite features and pure white wings, and disregarded Zhuangbo and the others hiding behind Lin Ze. To him, the answer was clear. Hughes swiftly drew his sword with a metallic clang, pointing its tip directly at Lin Ze. His eyes were sharp, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Charge faster and kill that Beastmaster. Whoever takes his life will be rewarded with 100 gold coins." The promise of such a generous bounty immediately ignited the greed of the Nog's warriors. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they began to shout with excitement. Their already high fighting spirit soared even higher as the army surged like a tide towards the hillside. At that moment, a scene unfolded that left Hughes speechless. A girl, whose beauty seemed otherworldly, suddenly unfurled pure white wings, and in an instant, a dazzling golden holy light emanated from her. A solemn hymn echoed through the air, as if it were the music of the heavens. The charging Nog's army suddenly noticed a massive golden magic array appearing on the ground beneath their feet, with mysterious runes swirling within. If Yarlin had been there, he would have recognized the impending event. But Hughes had never witnessed such a display of judgment before, and the bizarre change filled him with a sense of foreboding. His instincts, honed through years of battle, told him something was amiss, but before he could react, a dense whistling sound came from above. Hughes looked up in shock to see a rain of golden arrows pouring down from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow storm engulfed the entire army in an instant. The Nog's warriors were defenseless, pierced by the arrows and falling to the ground with cries of agony. Blood quickly soaked the earth, and life ebbed away swiftly. Regardless of rank, both lower and mid-level knights were unable to escape, collapsing with bewilderment and fear. When the golden arrow rain finally ceased, Hughes clutched his wounded shoulder and looked around in horror, realizing that the once vast army had been reduced to just him standing alone. The army was almost completely annihilated. Hughes stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking through the lining of his armor, his face as pale as paper. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only was there a terrifying dragon, but also a formidable humanoid beast companion. Even though he had faced golden beast tamers before, he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. A golden lightning bolt suddenly tore through the sky, and the figure of Messiah appeared above him. The angelic girl looked down at him expressionlessly, her giant sword slashing down forcefully, bursting with dazzling golden light that transformed into a massive crescent-shaped blade aimed directly at him. Years of battle experience made Hughes instantly aware of the deadly threat of this strike. He swiftly swung his sword to release a sword energy to block it and quickly retreated. Although he narrowly avoided the light blade, a golden arrow was already piercing through the air towards him. The arrow was as fast as lightning, leaving no time to dodge. With a piercing scream, Hughes's entire right arm turned to ash in the holy light. His sword clattered to the ground, but he couldn't spare a moment to pick it up, gritting his teeth against the pain and running for his life. However, after only a few dozen meters, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, he saw the dragon had somehow blocked his path. Glancing back at the battlefield, he saw that as the blood-red mist dispersed, the plain was filled with hundreds of statues with terrified expressions, Dylan among them. Despair finally showed on Hughes's face. In the next moment, the massive dragon claw struck down like lightning. Amidst the rising dust, yet another senior knight perished on the spot. In less than 2 minutes, the 200-man squads dispatched by the Nog's camp were completely wiped out, including 2 senior knights. The distant camp fell silent, and Gustav's face turned ashen, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Zhuangbo took a deep breath, his heart shaken. Such strength far surpassed that of an average 18-year-old beast tamer, even rivaling a golden beast tamer. Seeing Lin Ze walking down the slope, Zhuangbo quickly asked, "Sir, where are you going?" "The Nogs won't split their forces again. Next, we'll have to defeat them, Heathen," Lin Ze replied without looking back. The camp had fallen into chaos. The news of the deaths of 2 senior knights and the annihilation of 2 squads left the once high-spirited Nogs feeling as if they'd plunged into an ice cave. Panic spread rapidly. Gustav gritted his teeth. Though he had known the enemy wasn't weak, their strength still far exceeded expectations. Seeing the low morale, he had no choice but to shout angrily, "What are you panicking for? You are the elite of the Boyer family. Prepare to fight and kill this evil invader who desecrates our honor." Under his stern reprimand, morale slightly recovered. The camp quickly sprang into action, with squads of soldiers charging towards the stone condor dragon under the leadership of knight commanders, intending to win with sheer numbers. Gustav took the massive weapon handed to him by his personal guard, his expression grim. He knew well that a sheer numbers strategy would have limited effect on a dragon adept at group battles. The key was to kill the beast tamer himself. It was a pity that Lord Robert wasn't here. Otherwise, this invader would not have stood a chance. He leaped onto a beast, charging out of the camp like a gust of wind. Lin Ze, on the other hand, advanced unhurriedly, unconcerned about the stone condor dragon engaged with the Nog's army. With its fearsome roar and stone-condensing blood fog, this rabble posed no threat. Suddenly, Lin Ze looked up to see a tall, burly man riding a beast charging towards him. Compared to the previous 3 senior knights, this man's aura was noticeably more formidable, and his mount more imposing. As man and beast charged forward, they resembled a heavy war chariot, exuding an intimidating sense of pressure. Finally, the main adversary had arrived. Lin Ze's lips curled slightly, clearly recognizing this as the strongest opponent in the camp. Once he was defeated, the other Nogs would pose little threat. Sensing his master's intent, Messiah silently stepped forward, her giant sword shimmering with golden light held high, fearlessly facing the onrushing enemy. Zhuangbo and the others felt as if their eyes were deceiving them. In an instant, Messiah, bathed in radiant golden light, charged directly at the rampaging Gustav. The golden greatsword clashed fiercely with the steel battle axe in midair, producing a thunderous roar. Gustav's charging form froze instantly, the abrupt halt making Zhuangbo and the others almost doubt their senses. In that brief moment of stalemate between the 2 powerful figures, the massive recoil shattered the beast's limbs. With a deafening crash, the ground splintered, and the beast plunged into a deep pit. Thick blood gushed from its eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, and the colossal creature was killed by a single blow. The death of his mount left Gustav both shocked and furious, but he had no time to dwell on it. After the direct confrontation, he realized his grave mistake. The angelic girl before him, who didn't seem purely a melee fighter, was actually matching him in strength. This alone proved that her power far exceeded his. Gustav's heart sank. Messiah, expressionless, exerted force with her hands, pushing the battle axe away. A pure, milky white light enveloped her body, blessing of light. The angelic girl's aura radiated with a sacred majesty, her already formidable presence intensifying further. Seeing this, Gustav's face darkened even more. Messiah darted forward like lightning, brandishing her greatsword to launch another fierce attack. The battle quickly intensified. 30 meters away, Lin Ze calmly observed the clash. Although this burly man was an upper-level knight, his strength surpassed all those Lin Ze had encountered at the same level, reaching the peak of the 8th tier. However, Messiah, as an invincible dawn angel of the same rank, though only at the 8th level and 8th stage, had combat power comparable to the 9th tier, capable of challenging even an Earth Knight. An upper-level knight was merely a matter of time. Zhuangbo and the others were oblivious to this. Seeing Messiah suppress Gustav right from the start left them utterly astonished. They had seen Gustav from a distance at the No-Go's camp, and heard from the guards that he was second only to Earth Knight Robert, with even 2 or 3 upper-level knights unable to match him. That such a formidable figure was being overpowered by Lin Ze's pet beast was beyond their belief. So strong. Even Gustav is no match. Just how powerful is this angelic pet beast? At least 8th tier, high stage, right? The group exclaimed in amazement, finally realizing they had greatly underestimated the angelic girl's strength. The heavy clang of metal on metal echoed continuously. Messiah and Gustav became 2 blurred figures, crossing paths as each collision sparked showers of fire and unleashed violent shockwaves. The ground within a 20-meter radius was riddled with cracks, a testament to the devastation. Cold sweat dripped from Gustav's forehead as he was filled with dread. Under Messiah's relentless assault, he felt like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The pressure from this angelic girl matched that of facing Lord Robert. Damn it! What's going on? Gustav was baffled. This battlefield had existed for years, and the war between No-Go's and the Eastern Federation had been ongoing for some time, with both sides strong figures well known. Yet he had never heard of such a powerful opponent. Given her age and strength, she shouldn't have been unknown. As the battle wore on, Gustav's shock and fear only grew. The angelic girl before him not only possessed immense strength and adept close combat skills, but was also proficient in formidable archery. Whenever he tried to distance himself to catch his breath, Messiah's greatsword would transform into a longbow, launching ranged attacks. The golden arrow, like a flash of lightning, grazed Gustav's neck, its sharp edge nearly slicing his skin. The sheer power of the shot left him terrified, and cold sweat soaked the lining of his armor. Having experienced the terrifying archery skills of the angelic girl firsthand, Gustav no longer dared to distance himself easily. To his despair, every time he managed to inflict damage in close combat, the intense holy light would immediately heal the angelic girl's injuries completely. Undefeatable in close combat, deadly at range, and able to heal at will, this near-perfect opponent put Gustav under unprecedented pressure. In just a quarter of an hour, he was covered in wounds, and continuing like this meant certain death. A flicker of struggle crossed Gustav's eyes, followed by a grim expression. After another clash of sword and axe, he suddenly retreated several steps, his form twisting and blurring. In the blink of an eye, 3 identical Gustavs appeared on the battlefield, launching fierce attacks on Misa from different directions. This bizarre scene left the onlookers, including Zhuangbo and Lin Ze, stunned. Only Misa remained unfazed, her 6 white wings unfurling behind her, releasing holy light that formed a transparent shield. The 3 Gustavs swung their axes at the shield simultaneously, but only ripples were stirred, causing no substantial damage. Gustav had not anticipated that his meticulously planned attack would be so easily neutralized, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that instant of hesitation, Misa's golden greatsword, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, slashed towards the Gustav on the right, her true sight easily piercing through the illusions to target the real body. Caught off guard, Gustav had no chance to evade. With a despairing scream, he was helpless as the gleaming greatsword mercilessly cleaved him in 2, blood splattering everywhere. The agonizing wail abruptly ceased. Under Messiah's sharp sword, Gustav's body was sliced in half, marking the end of this formidable senior knight. This scene stunned the entire battlefield. Even the knight officers orchestrating the assault on the stone dragon couldn't help but turn their attention to the duel between Gustav and Messiah. They all understood that this confrontation would determine the outcome of the war. Witnessing Gustav's tragic death firsthand, every Norgus on the battlefield stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Soldiers and officers alike turned pale in an instant. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the stone dragon spewed its fiery breath, sweeping through the dense crowd. A swath of Norgus soldiers fell like harvested wheat, leaving a clear space amidst the throng. This devastating blow completely shattered the Norgus soldiers' morale. Already terrified by Gustav's death, the soldiers could no longer maintain their formation, abandoning their weapons and fleeing for their lives. The knight officers shouted hoarsely to halt the rout, but their attempts backfired as the stone dragon took advantage, picking them off one by one from the crowd. The battle quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre. With its wings, the stone dragon easily overtook the soldiers fleeing on foot. The deserters fell one after another under the dragon's breath and claws, their cries of despair echoing. On the hillside, Zhuangbo and his companions watched in a daze. They had only hoped to secretly rescue their comrades, but instead, they witnessed Lin Ze single-handedly shattering the Norgus army and slaying Gustav. This feat far exceeded their expectations. The Norgus are finished. All the officers are dead. The soldiers are in disarray. This camp is done for. It's unbelievable that one person could subdue the entire Norgus camp. This power is far more terrifying than the legends. Exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Zhuangbo and everyone else were visibly shaken with disbelief. In the more than 10 years of the planar battlefield's existence, there had been thousands of battles, but instances of a single individual defeating an entire Norgus camp were exceptionally rare, and those who did were all legendary or near-legendary beastmasters. It was unprecedented for a silver beastmaster to achieve such a feat. At that moment, Lin Ze's attention was drawn to a message that suddenly appeared in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Norgus Knight Slayer 2. Accumulated kills of 100 Norgus official knights. Rewarded 1,000 achievement points. Soul Crystal X1. Lin Ze turned his back to the others, quickly absorbing the soul crystal and feeling his soul strength rise to 43. He muttered to himself, the next Knight Slayer achievement will probably require 1,000 kills. By now, the battle had ended, leaving the battlefield littered with corpses and heavy with the scent of blood. Fewer than 100 Norgus managed to escape, the rest perished under the stone dragon's assault. Lin Ze walked expressionlessly through the corpse-strewn battlefield, entering the camp gates. Messiah followed closely behind. Inside the camp, a deathly silence prevailed, the few remaining Norgus soldiers having long since fled. Zhuangbo and his companions eagerly rushed toward where their comrades were held, while Lin Ze headed straight for the center of the camp, stopping before a solemn temple. He briefly examined the ancient murals on the outer walls before pushing open the door to enter the Norgus temple. The light dimmed slightly. Lin Ze blinked and quickly adjusted to the lighting inside the shrine. Scanning his surroundings, he observed that the shrine was about 70 to 80 square meters in size, with an extremely simple layout. Directly opposite the entrance stood a majestic altar, about 3 meters square, with 5 small knight statues neatly arranged on top. Below the altar was an offering table, laden with various offerings, with wisps of incense smoke swirling upward. Apart from that, the shrine was surprisingly bare and simple. Lin Ze approached the altar and picked up the knight statue on the far left. As he focused his attention on it, a string of text appeared before his eyes. This is a heroic spirit statue that has been worshipped for a long time, and it has begun to develop the power of a heroic spirit. By infusing 613 soul points, it can be summoned through an incantation to transform into a heroic spirit knight, which the holder can command in battle. Once the soul power is depleted, it will revert to its statue form. Notably, the heroic spirit knight can recover from injuries while in statue form, but if it suffers a fatal blow, the statue will be permanently destroyed. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The description of this statue was almost identical to the one he had obtained before, except the required soul power had increased from 584 to 613 points. He quickly checked the other 4 statues and found that their required soul power was 628, 592, 652, and 684 points, respectively. Could the amount of soul power infused affect the strength of the heroic spirit knight? This thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind. Unfortunately, this wasn't the place to verify it, so he had to suppress his curiosity and carefully store away all 5 statues. At that moment, a slight tremor passed through his mind, and new information appeared. Achievement unlocked. Nogus Heroic Spirit Collector I. Accumulate 5 Heroic Spirit statues. Reward, 500 achievement points. Soul Replenishing Potion X1 Pending Collection. So there's a dedicated achievement series for heroic spirit statues? Lin Ze was initially taken aback, then felt genuine joy. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight, providing another avenue to earn achievement points. In just half a day, he had triggered 3 achievements, gaining 3,000 achievement points, 2 bottles of soul replenishing potion, 1 soul crystal, plus 6 heroic spirit statues akin to rare artifacts. He couldn't help but marvel. The dimensional battlefield truly is a treasure trove. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Ze thoroughly searched the entire shrine. Unfortunately, he found nothing else. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a commotion outside. Move aside. Don't make us teach you a lesson. That's nonsense. We were here first. Don't you know the rules of adventurers? Stop wasting time talking to them. Let's just break in and see who dares to stop us. Go ahead, try it. In the open space before the temple gates, two groups were facing off, ready for a confrontation. As both sides glared at each other, Lin Ze emerged from the temple. My lord. Zhuangbo's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Ze. He pointed angrily at the opposing group and explained, shortly after you entered the temple, this group tried to force their way in with obvious ill intent. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, assessing the group across from him. There were over 10 people, led by a tall and sturdy man with sharp eyes, clearly a seasoned adventurer. Behind him were 7 or 8 similarly dressed adventurers. Notably, for individuals stood apart from the adventurers. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s, flanked by 2 stern, upright men. The fourth was a pale, frail man exuding an air of scholarly detachment, quite out of place among the others. Are you their leader? The young man looked down at Lin Ze with arrogance. Ignoring the young man's haughtiness, Lin Ze turned to Zhuangbo and the others, saying, let's go. With that, he turned to leave. This unexpected move left everyone momentarily stunned. The young man's face flushed with anger, while the scholarly-looking man eagerly rushed into the temple. The burly leader quickly sent someone to check inside, but the scholar soon ran out, shouting, there's no spirit statue inside. The young man's expression darkened as he turned sharply to Lin Ze. Cheng Pengyuan, stop him. Though Cheng Pengyuan hesitated, he eventually signaled, and several team members, along with their beasts, moved to block Lin Ze and his group. Tang Hongguang lifted his chin slightly, his eyes exuding undisguised arrogance. Have you made your decision? Don't say our Tang family is bullying you. The official purchase price for the statues is 200,000 credits each, but I'm offering 1 million credits each. That's quite generous, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuangbo and the others gasped, their faces showing envy. A 4-fold premium was indeed an enticing offer for these silver-ranked beastmasters, who could only earn 1 million credits after 10 days or so on the battlefield. Zhuangbo looked hopefully at Lin Ze, certain he wouldn't refuse such a generous offer. However, Lin Ze responded with a cold laugh. How about selling your statues to me? I'll pay double, 2 million credits each. This statement left everyone stunned. Zhuangbo and the others were bewildered, while Tang Hongguang's face turned from surprise to anger. Only Lin Ze understood the true value of the heroic spirit statues, which could summon 8th-level combat power. They were worth at least 40 to 50 million credits. Tang Hongguang's offer was merely an attempt to deceive him, thinking he was a naive country bumpkin. It seems you don't know what's good for you. Cheng Pengyuan. Tang Hongguang shouted harshly. Cheng Pengyuan frowned, hesitating. As adventurers hired by Tang Hongguang to find the Nogus heroic spirit statues, they were initially pleased to discover this temporarily unguarded camp. However, they hadn't expected someone else had beaten them to it, and the opposing party's strength was clearly formidable. While he hesitated, a heavy footstep approached from afar. Everyone turned to see a massive beast crash through the camp gate. This beast was far larger than any Lin Ze had ever seen, with a mouthful of sharp teeth and a body covered in glistening hard scales. Even more striking was the man sitting on the beast's back, clad in bright silver armor, with a massive broadsword strapped to his back. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, as mighty as a lion, exuding an overwhelming presence. As he surveyed the devastation within the camp, his eyes turned blood red. Damn invaders! With a furious roar, the armored man vanished from the beast's back. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and a human head flew high into the air. It was one of the members of the dragon squad. Damn Nogs! Lu De shouted angrily. What are you standing around for? Get the beasts to fight back. Though the giant squad was initially intimidated by the knight in armor with his ghostly speed and sudden onslaught, they quickly regained their composure. Without waiting for Cheng Pengyuan's command, the team members instinctively directed their beasts to attack. However, this time they had clearly met their match. The armored knight wielded a massive broadsword with the ease of a feather. With a flash of its icy blade, 2 7th-tier beasts were decapitated before they could even cry out. Each swing of the sword brought down another beast. Amidst the swarm of attacking beasts, the armored knight moved with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. His swordsmanship was as swift as lightning and as precise as thunder, creating a bloody storm among the beasts. Even the formidable 7th-tier beasts were nothing more than paper tigers before him. The giant squad members, who were once burning with rage over their companions' deaths, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their anger was instantly extinguished, replaced by shock and fear. This can't be, someone muttered. The strength of this Nogs is nothing like we've ever encountered before. A realization suddenly dawned on them. All this wasn't an ordinary senior knight, but an Earth Knight, a true 9th-tier powerhouse. Recalling the fury of this man upon seeing the field of corpses, combined with the fact that there was only one Earth Knight, Robert, in the camp, they quickly pieced together the identity of the armored knight. He had to be the Earth Knight Robert, who had temporarily left the camp, and no one had expected his return at this critical moment. This realization turned the faces of Tang Hongguang, Cheng Pongyuan, and Zhuang Bo ashen. The power of a 9th-tier Earth Knight was far more terrifying than the entire Nog's camp combined. Damn it, why did he have to come back now? Tang Hongguang muttered, his face ashen as he watched Robert wreaking havoc in the distance, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Even though they had meticulously prepared for this operation, going as far as hiring the renowned giant squad from the adventurer circles, he still felt no confidence against an Earth Knight. This elite squad, seasoned on the battlefield, seemed utterly powerless before Robert. At this moment, one of the two silent guards beside him suddenly spoke up, "Young master, it's too dangerous here. We must retreat immediately." "That's right," the other guard nodded gravely. "That Earth Knight is too strong. We can't match him with our current strength. Even with both of you, it's not possible?" Tang Hongguang asked through gritted teeth. The two guards exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. To them, the gap between the 8th and 9th tiers was insurmountable, like a chasm. It would take hundreds of pinnacle 8th-tier beasts to stand a chance against an Earth Knight. A flash of unwillingness crossed Tang Hongguang's face as he shot Lin Ze a fierce glare. If it weren't for this kid stalling the deal, they would have long fled with the spirit statue. "Wait," Scholar Han Chi exclaimed urgently, "are we just going to give up? We went through so much to find that spirit statue." As it turned out, Han Chi had recently discovered clues about the spirit statue in an ancient book and confirmed through research that it was a precious artifact. In his quest for academic fame, he convinced Tang Hongguang to come to the Norgus Plain battlefield to find more statues. "Guang, the Tang family competition is in 3 months," Han Chi whispered. "With your current strength, it's hard to surpass your two brothers. But if you get the spirit statue, there might still be a chance." These words clearly struck a chord with Tang Hongguang. He took a deep breath, a fierce determination in his eyes. "Fine, let's go for it." He turned to the two guards. "While the giant squad can still hold out, take that kid down and seize the spirit statue." Though hesitant, the two guards nodded in agreement. They summoned 6 powerful beasts and charged directly at Lin Ze. Zhuang Bo and the others were furious at the sight. "They still want to rob us? These shameless scoundrels!" A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ze's eyes as he recalled the stone dragon. The dragon roared defiantly, charging at the enemy without fear. Meanwhile, Messiah, armed with a golden longbow, took aim at the approaching foes. An intense battle was about to erupt. From a distance, Chang Pingyuan's face turned ashen as he witnessed Tang Hongguang ordering his guards to deal with Lin Ze. He was so furious that he almost spat blood. In this critical moment, instead of thinking about how to deal with the formidable enemy, Tang Hongguang was still fixated on the soul statue. What a fool who couldn't distinguish between priorities. Chang Pingyuan felt a deep bitterness, as if he had the worst teammates imaginable. Robert was constantly observing the battlefield, vigilant against anyone attempting to escape. When he saw Tang Hongguang attacking Lin Ze, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This group of foolish individuals fighting amongst themselves saved him quite a bit of effort. Although Robert's strength far surpassed everyone present, completely annihilating this not-so-weak team of intruders would still come at a cost. Since there was a better option, he chose to watch and wait. Once both sides were exhausted, he would then easily capture the remaining enemies. Sensing a sudden decrease in pressure, the giant squad's morale soared, and they intensified their attacks. Despite Chang Pingyuan's rich experience in adventuring making him feel something was amiss, he couldn't pinpoint the cause. He could only continue directing his team, hoping Tang Hongguang would quickly finish and come to their aid. However, at this moment, Tang Hongguang had already considered the giant squad expendable, planning to use them to hold off Robert and buy himself time to escape. The two guards each summoned 3 8th-tier pet beasts, directing them to attack the stone dragon and Messiah. As trusted guards of the Tang family heir, both were formidable gold beast masters, with 2 of the pet beasts reaching mid-80-year strength. The 6 pet beasts charged aggressively, their fierce aura causing Zhuo and others to change their expressions. A sinister smile appeared on Tang Hongguang's face, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The stone dragon swatted 1 8th-tier pet beast away with a claw, swept another with its tail, and forced the third to dodge desperately with its dragon breath. Dominating in a 1-against-3 situation, the two guards instantly realized that this dragon was nearing the high 8th tier in strength. Even more shocking was the battle on the other side. A golden lightning bolt streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, as the instant-kill arrow precisely hit a vital point of an 8th-tier pet beast. White light spread from the wound, instantly turning the entire beast into ash. Tang Hongguang was dumbfounded. To instantly kill an 8th-tier pet beast, even a low-level one, required strength at the peak of the 8th tier. For the first time, the two guards, who had maintained expressionless faces, showed a change, cold sweat forming on their backs. Even Robert displayed a look of surprise, Though he quickly regained his composure in his eyes, peak 8th tier strength was impressive, but still insignificant. But the next scene shattered his composure completely. After Messiah killed a pet beast, the longbow transformed into a golden greatsword. With the blessing of Light's prayer, the angelic girl charged relentlessly at the remaining 2 mid-tier pet beasts. Together, these two could contend with a high 8th tier. Yet under Messiah's fierce assault, they were rapidly pushed back. In less than half a minute, one pet beast was cleaved in two by the golden greatsword, its horrific screams echoing as it was split apart. To so effortlessly slay a mid-tier pet beast this level of power was nearing the 9th tier. Everyone present was struck with terror. Tang Hongguang's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down. The two guards were beyond shocked. Even Robert's pupils contracted, his expression darkening. He finally understood why Gustav, whose strength rivaled that of a knight of the land, was defeated without a doubt. He had died at the hands of the young man before him. At that moment, Lin Ze became the focal point of everyone's attention. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, the final beast fell in less than half a minute under the fierce assault of Messiah's golden greatsword. Thus, all 4 8th-tier beasts were slain, and the battle had lasted less than 2 minutes. Zhuang Bo and his group, along with Tang Hongguang's side, stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to speak. It wasn't until Messiah charged directly at the remaining 4 beasts, in tandem with the stone dragon, that Tang Hongguang snapped back to reality, his face turning deathly pale. What do we do? Tang Hongguang looked at his 2 guards in panic, his earlier arrogance and pride completely shattered. Lin Ze's formidable strength had utterly destroyed all his reliance. The 2 guards were speechless, their faces ashen. They had assumed that given Lin Ze's young age, his strength would at most match one of theirs, but they hadn't expected him to be so powerful that even together they were no match. Han Chi also realized the dire situation, shouting in a panic, "What's going on? You 2 golden beast masters can't even handle a kid?" Before he could finish, another beast fell under Messiah's sword with a wail. Tang Hongguang could no longer bear it and hastily summoned a flying beast, fleeing without a backward glance, leaving Han Chi and the guards behind. At that moment, a streak of blue light shot through the air, striking the flying beast precisely. The 6th-tier flying beast had no time to evade and was pierced by a soul arrow, plummeting from tens of meters high. Tang Hongguang crashed heavily to the ground and, despite the protection of his soul guard, was left disoriented and dazed. Before he could get up, another soul arrow whistled through the air. Despair flashed in Tang Hongguang's eyes, but it was too late to dodge. The soul arrow hit his chest, creating a gaping, bloody wound. He only managed a faint whimper before collapsing in a pool of blood. Seeing this, the 2 guards launched a soul attack at Lin Ze and then fled in different directions. However, this futile struggle was meaningless, as Lin Ze's soul arrows swiftly ended their lives one by one. Only Han Chi remained, sitting on the ground, trembling violently. Spare me?" Lin Ze looked at him impassively, and a soul arrow cut through the air, ending his life. With the beast master's deaths, the remaining beasts vanished. The battle concluded in an astonishingly short time. Zhuang Bo and the others were dumbfounded, shocked by Lin Ze's overwhelming power. Even Robert couldn't help but show a hint of emotion. In contrast, the faces of the giant squad were pale, and Chang Pingyuan's eyes were filled with despair. The downfall of Tang Hongguang's group foreshadowed their fate. Indeed, Robert launched a thunderous assault, which Chang Pingyuan, a lone golden beast master, was powerless to resist. Before Robert's overwhelming strength, the giant squad's beasts fell one after another. Zhuang Bo hesitated as he approached Lin Ze. "Should we step in?" Lin Ze responded coolly, "There's no need." He wasn't inclined to help those who had harbored ill intentions towards him. The battle soon drew to a close. Under Robert's overwhelming assault, Chang Pingyuan's soul guard was shattered, and he was beheaded, his headless body slumping heavily to the ground. A deathly silence enveloped the area, and Robert suddenly turned, his icy gaze piercing straight at Lin Ze like a sword. The air suddenly grew heavy around them. Robert's gaze was like a tangible blade, causing Zhuang Bo and the others to instinctively take a half-step back, their faces showing clear panic. Facing the stare of a knight of the earth, it was difficult for any silver beast master to maintain composure, especially when the opponent was an enemy. Only Lin Ze remained unmoved, his expression calm and unaffected by the piercing gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed Robert's eyes. "I must admit, you are the most talented beast master I have ever encountered." Though he had defeated more than one 9th-level beast master before, he had never seen someone so young with strength comparable to a knight of the earth. A young person around 20 years old, already powerful enough to kill Gustav, was undoubtedly one of the top geniuses of the Eastern Federation. But precisely because of this, I must kill you here. Robert's face was filled with intense killing intent. The Nogus Empire and the Eastern Federation were at odds, and allowing such a future formidable enemy to grow would be a huge threat to the Empire. Whether to avenge Gustav or for the Empire's interests, he had to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Before he finished speaking, Robert shot towards Lin Ze like an arrow, his greatsword slicing through the air with deadly force aimed at vital points. Messiah immediately met him heeding, her own greatsword striking with equal power. Simultaneously, the stone condor dragon took to the sky, launching a fierce assault on Robert from above. The intense battle erupted instantly. Messiah's strength was almost at the 9th level, and she held her ground even against opponents in the early 9th level. Although Robert had the upper hand, the coordination with the stone condor dragon made the fight evenly matched. This scene left Snowball and the others dumbfounded. They never expected Lin Ze's two beast companions to hold their own against a knight of the earth, particularly the angelic girl, who, despite being only at the 8th level, exhibited combat power comparable to the 9th. While angel-type beasts were known for fighting above their level, such an exaggerated display of strength astonished everyone. Robert was equally surprised. The strength of these two beasts far exceeded his expectations, especially the angelic girl who combined melee, ranged attacks, and healing, along with the dragon that persistently harassed him from the air, making it extremely difficult for him to cope. This only strengthened his resolve to eliminate Lin Ze. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Robert's eyes. After a frontal clash, he feigned retreat, only to suddenly twist midway to bypass Messiah and directly target Lin Ze. This was a tactic both he and Gustav understood well. Defeating a beast master was best achieved by taking out the master himself. Snowball and the others were alarmed and cried out in shock. Yet Lin Ze remained calm, merely giving Robert a tranquil glance and raising his hand to point at him. Buzz! A low hum resonated from the void. 9 beams of light, as thick as an adult's arm, appeared out of nowhere, each displaying one of 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, and silver, shooting towards Robert like arrows. Although Robert didn't know what it was, his extensive combat experience and sharp instincts kicked in immediately. His body spun rapidly like a top, trying to dodge the incoming beams of light. However, the 9 colorful beams seemed to have a mind of their own, skillfully altering their paths to precisely target his every move. In the blink of an eye, the 9 beams hit their mark. They intertwined around the Earth Knight, piercing the ground deeply and holding Robert firmly in place, like a radiant cage. Damn! Robert's face darkened as his muscles bulged, and he struggled with all his might. The beams trembled violently under his immense strength, yet remained unyielding. This unexpected situation caused a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the formidable 9th-rank warrior. Snowball and the others watched in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A soul technique that could trap a 9th-rank powerhouse was simply unfathomable. Lin Ze expressionlessly withdrew his hand. This was one of the new soul techniques he acquired from the Star Soul Tower 9 Luminaries bind. Despite being a level 1 soul technique, its first use in combat proved quite effective. Moments later, Robert finally unleashed a greater force, shattering the beams that bound him. However, this brief delay allowed Messiah and the Stone Dragon to return to his side. Although Robert was annoyed, he didn't lose confidence. With his strength, creating another opportunity to attack Lin Ze wasn't difficult. In his view, victory in this battle was destined to be his. Realizing this, Snowball's face changed, and he hurriedly whispered to Lin Ze, "Sir, this enemy is too cunning. Continuing might be dangerous for you. Why not leave while you can?" In his mind, with 2 pet beasts holding Robert back, they could seize the chance to escape, even if it meant sacrificing the beasts. However, Lin Ze immediately rejected the suggestion. "We don't have any means of transportation or riding beasts. How far can we run on foot?" This simple fact left Snowball speechless. With an ordinary person's stamina, they could only run a dozen kilometers in an hour at best. Unlike the Nogs, they didn't have robust physiques and endurance. Once caught, without the protection of their beasts, they would be doomed. Just as Snowball was feeling dejected, Lin Ze's calm voice broke through. "Besides, it's not like I can't handle this guy. Why should we run?" "What?" Snowball's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Ze. He could hardly believe his ears. Lin Ze was suggesting he had a way to kill Robert. At that moment, the battle was decidedly against them. Robert held a clear advantage, and even if he didn't make a move, time alone would tip the scales in favor of the Earth Knight. In such a disadvantageous situation, what possible strategy could Lin Ze have to turn the tables? However, Lin Ze didn't offer an explanation. He simply focused his thoughts, and a graceful figure appeared beside him. It was his pet beast, Xiao Shui. As soon as she appeared, she pointed towards Robert in the distance. Crack! The crisp sound of ice forming suddenly filled the air. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, countless chains of extreme ice materialized out of thin air, tightly binding Robert's body. This was Xiao Shui's signature skilled extreme ice chains. As an 8th tier, 9th stage pet beast, Xiao Shui not only surpassed Messiah in level, but also matched her in combat prowess. The power of her extreme ice chains even exceeded Lin Ze's 9-star bind. Robert, both shocked and furious, struggled with all his might, only managing to break 2 or 3 chains. An incredulous look flashed in his eyes. Zhuangbo and the others collectively gasped. To restrain a 9th-tier Earth Knight, even for just a second or two, was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 8th-tier pet beast. Clearly, this was another formidable pet beast on par with Messiah. While everyone was still in shock, Messiah, the Stone Dragon Demon, and Xiao Shui seized the opportunity and launched powerful attacks simultaneously. Instant Kill Arrow, Death's Grasp, Ice Dragon Break. The 3 attacks struck Robert, who was unable to move, almost simultaneously. With a loud explosion, the extreme ice chain shattered, and Robert was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Even an Earth Knight couldn't withstand 3 direct hits without consequence. Midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The adventurers watching were dumbfounded. They had actually managed to severely wound an Earth Knight. It was a revelation that overturned their understanding. Zhuangbo was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, his earlier doubts replaced by awe and reverence. The 3 pet beasts pressed their advantage and attacked again in unison. With Xiao Shui, a powerhouse comparable to a 9th-tier warrior, joining the fray, the battle had completely turned around. Robert was now on the defensive. This left the Earth Knight both shocked and enraged. As a warrior who had long battled with Beastmasters, he knew that a golden Beastmaster under 30 was a rare genius in the Eastern Federation. Yet this young man, who seemed no older than 20, was stronger than most golden Beastmasters he had encountered. Not only did he possess 3 8th-tier pet beasts, but 2 of them had combat power comparable to a newly advanced Earth Knight. With the 3 beasts working together, even Robert was struggling to keep up. Your strength is truly impressive. Even an Earth Knight is no match for you, Zhuangbo remarked, full of admiration. Lin Ze merely nodded, his expression still serious. Seeing this, Zhuangbo asked in confusion, "What are you still worried about, my lord? With your strength, defeating that Earth Knight shouldn't be difficult." Lin Ze glanced at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Who said my goal was to defeat him? An Earth Knight's insignia is quite valuable. In the official bounties, the reward for an Earth Knight insignia is as high as 80 million credits, equivalent to the price of a powerful artifact." With such a significant bounty at stake, Lin Ze was not about to let it slip through his fingers. His eyes gleamed with an unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Zhuangbo's face registered disbelief. "You can't possibly be thinking of taking down Robert, can you?" Although Lin Ze currently held the upper hand, defeating Robert was no simple task. Robert was not a mindless beast. If he sensed he was at a disadvantage, he would certainly retreat decisively. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they were still lacking the means to stop him. Seeing through Zhuangbo's concerns, Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. He was not naive enough to believe that his 3 pet beasts alone could hold Robert back. In an instant, another dazzling light erupted on the battlefield. The imposing figure of the rock god soldier appeared abruptly, its massive presence causing the ground to tremble. Without waiting for Lin Ze's command, it charged at Robert like a speeding heavy tank. As it charged, a dense, earthy glow enveloped the rock god soldier. Its body expanded visibly, transforming into a giant as tall as a mountain, towering over 10 meters high. A mountain-like aura enveloped the surrounding area. This was the transformation into a giant spirit. Boom! The rock god soldier unleashed a devastating mountain-shattering strike, its enormous fist imbued with destructive force aimed at Robert. Sensing the power of this attack, even Robert couldn't help but change his expression. With no time to dodge, Robert was forced to hastily counter with a heavy punch of his own. Under the tense gaze of everyone present, the 2 fists, vastly different in size, collided in midair. After a brief silence, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outwards in all directions. The ground cracked, debris flew, and thunderous noise filled the air. The battle exceeded all expectations. Robert and the rock god soldier were evenly matched, both being forced to take several steps back. Another pet beast comparable to the 9th tier. Zhuangbo gasped, too stunned to speak. The rock spirit soldier itself was already at an impressive level of 8th tier, 6th stage, with true combat power surpassing others in the same rank by 1 or 2 small levels. Now, with the enhancement of its Titan form, its aura surged, making its combat strength comparable to that of Xiao Shui or Messiah. The adventurers watching were left standing in stunned silence. The appearance of Messiah and Xiao Shui had already shocked them, and now another beast with power akin to the 9th tier emerged. This level of strength surpassed 99 of gold-ranked beast tamers. Zhuangbo and his companions were left speechless, their minds reeling from the shock. Robert's reaction was even more intense. his face a mask of disbelief. When did the Eastern Federation produce such individuals? Robert was both shocked and furious. While the Nogues Empire was not lacking in geniuses, with many young high-ranking knights, there were very few who advanced to Earth Knight status before the age of 30. These talents were considered precious by the Empire and were not easily sent to dangerous planar battlefields. Yet, this young man, no more than 20 years old, possessed strength that made even an Earth Knight like Robert feel a chill. Under the assault of Messiah, Xiaoxue, and the Stone Dragon, Robert was already in dire straits. Now, with the addition of a rock spirit soldier comparable to the 9th tier, the situation had become desperate. Robert could no longer focus on attacking Lin Ze. He was using all his energy just to fend off the fierce onslaught of the 4 beasts. At this rate, failure was only a matter of time. His seasoned instincts quickly told him he needed to retreat. If he could make it back to Dunbar and Woodlow, 20 miles away, he could return with reinforcements to eliminate this threat. He glanced at Lin Ze, a cold gleam in his eyes. A genius who could push an Earth Knight to the brink at 20 was a future menace that needed to be eradicated promptly. Having made up his mind, Robert let out a furious roar, unleashing an invisible shockwave. The 4 beasts were caught off guard and pushed back, giving him the chance to sprint away at lightning speed. Lin Ze observed the strange energy, his eyes narrowing slightly. This must be the fighting spirit of the Nogues people, similar to the soul power of Beast Tamers. With a cold smile, he swiftly formed a silver cross, 20 centimeters square, and shot it like an arrow towards Robert. Sensing danger, Robert swung his sword to block, only to be horrified as the great sword passed straight through the silver cross. To the astonishment of all watching, the cross vanished into Robert's body. Suddenly, Robert could no longer sense his fighting spirit. Without its enhancement, his speed plummeted, and he was quickly surrounded by the beasts again. Although the connection was swiftly restored, the brief disruption had cost him his best chance to escape. When he tried to unleash his fighting spirit again, Lin Ze's silent cross struck once more. The backlash left Robert pale, finally revealing a look of despair. Only then did Zhuangbo and the others understand the silver cross could actually seal an enemy's fighting spirit. Am I seeing things? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He actually sealed off the Earth Knight's battle aura. Everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. Such a soul technique that could block battle aura was unheard of. The most troublesome aspect of the Nogues Knights was indeed their battle aura form of energy that could be used for both offense and defense, as well as to enhance physical abilities, posing a significant challenge for beast tamers. Yet here, this unimaginable scene unfolded right before their eyes. Zhuangbo stared blankly at the back of Lin Ze, his mind racing. All existing soul techniques were the result of countless predecessors' painstaking efforts, refined over centuries. Creating a new soul technique required not only extraordinary talent, but also an unimaginable investment of time and energy. A soul technique specifically targeting battle aura seemed impractical, given its limited application. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhuangbo's mind. What if this technique wasn't specifically targeting battle aura? What if it could seal all types of energy, including battle aura? This possibility made him gasp, his gaze at Lin Ze filled with shock and curiosity. Lin Ze ignored the reactions around him, focusing intently on Robert. An Earth Knight without battle aura had a fate already sealed. 5 minutes later, a piercing scream shattered the sky. Messiah's sword accurately severed Robert's right arm, sending blood flying as the massive sword fell to the ground. Before he could recover from the agony, an ice dragon roared and slammed into his body. With a thunderous crash, the ice dragon carried Robert, crashing through everything in its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Finally, Robert lay in the frost-covered crater, his face frozen in terror and despair. His breath ceased forever. The camp fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock, unable to believe that a 9th-tier Earth Knight had fallen so swiftly. From Robert's attack to his defeat, the entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. When they finally came to their senses, their gazes at Lin Ze were filled with awe. A young beast tamer, not even 20, had managed to slay an Earth Knight, showcasing power comparable to a 9th-tier golden beast tamer. Lin Ze walked directly to Robert's corpse and retrieved a knight's insignia. Finding nothing else of value, he felt a tinge of disappointment. However, while examining Tang Hongguang's belongings, he discovered a black braceleta spatial artifact. This kind of treasure didn't require blood to recognize an owner and could be used by anyone. Upon opening it, Lin Ze was delighted to find its internal space remarkably spacious, estimated to be over 100 cubic meters. Lin Ze carefully examined the spatial bracelet, and his eyes lit up with surprise when he realized it had an internal space of over 100 cubic meters. This was more than 30 times the capacity of his current spatial ring. As a rare spatial artifact, every additional cubic meter of capacity meant a significant increase in value. Even spatial rings with just 3 or 4 cubic meters were highly sought after by beast tamers, let alone this luxurious piece with 100 cubic meters. Eagerly, he put on the bracelet and began exploring its contents. The variety of items inside was almost overwhelming. More than half of the space was filled with various living supplies, while the rest was neatly stocked with a staggering amount of soul power potions and rare natural treasures. A rough estimate put the total value of these items at over 1 billion credit points. No wonder those from noble families were so wealthy. After calming his excitement, Lin Ze turned to search the other bodies, but the findings on Han Qi and the 2 guards paled in comparison. Shaking his head, he focused on collecting the scattered nameplates around the camp. These would fetch a handsome bounty, worth a thorough search. Seeing this, Zhuangbo and the others snapped out of their daze and quickly joined in the collection effort. Once all the nameplates were gathered and handed to Lin Ze, he looked at the group and said, "Let's go. I'll escort you back to the base." Hearing this, everyone immediately beamed with relief. Their battle pets had been decimated in the fight, drastically reducing their strength, and they were worried about the journey back. With Lin Ze's protection, they had no fear of encountering the Norgs again. Faced with their repeated thanks, Lin Ze merely waved it off casually. If it weren't for other pressing matters, he would have continued hunting on the dimensional battlefield. The journey back was surprisingly smooth, perhaps because the local Nogs people had all gathered at the camp. Lin Ze and his team didn't encounter any more enemies. More than 2 hours later, everyone safely arrived at the base. Lin Ze wasn't in the mood for small talk and said goodbye to Zhuangbo and the others at the base entrance. This left Zhuangbo, who had hoped to establish a connection, feeling quite disappointed. Sigh, what a pity. If we could latch onto someone like Lin Ze, things would be much easier for us in the future, one team member said regretfully. Zhuangbo shook his head. Stop daydreaming. Lord Lin Ze is a true genius destined for greatness, and there's no way we can keep up with him. We need to stay grounded. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to his team, his expression becoming serious. Remember, keep what happened with Tang Hongguang to yourselves. We absolutely cannot let it leak. If the Tang family finds out, it would be catastrophic for all of us. Although Tang Hongguang died at Lin Ze's hands, the Tang family, being a powerful force, wouldn't reason with the weak and would instead seek revenge on all involved. The team members, not being naive, nodded in agreement, their faces showing concern. Lin Ze was unaware of Zhuangbo and the others' worries, and even if he knew, he wouldn't pay them much mind. Although the Tang family was a prestigious beast master family in Yongding City, they had little influence in Ningjiang City. Unless they sent a legendary beast master, which was almost impossible, they would face the wrath of the Ningjiang military. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, Lin Ze headed straight to the supply station. After learning the true effects of the spirit statues, he was keen to search within the base. The supply station staff immediately recognized the young dimensional adventurer and eagerly approached him. "Sir, how can I assist you?" Lin Ze took out a spirit statue to show them. "Do you sell these statues here?" "Yes, we do," the staff member replied without hesitation. "How many do you have?" "I'll take them all." Lin Ze's eyes lit up. The staff member gave him a surprised look, seemingly taken aback by the young genius's interest in otherworldly cultural items. Nonetheless, he quickly turned to retrieve the items and returned shortly with 2 statues in hand. "Sir, this is our entire stock." "Only 2? Oh well, I'll take them both." "All right, that will be 1 million credit points in total." Silently cursing the 150 profit margin as outrageous, Lin Ze still paid the amount without hesitation. Upon inspection, he found that the statues had soul power infusions of 613 and 698, respectively, with the latter being the highest he had collected so far. "By the way, are there any other places in the base where I can buy these statues?" Lin Ze asked, coming back to his senses. I asked casually, not expecting much, but to my surprise, the staff's eyes lit up. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, "There is one, actually." "Where?" Lin Ze was slightly taken aback. The staff gave a knowing smile and said, "Every now and then, the base holds an auction to sell valuable or unique items. As far as I know, the next auction will feature a statue like the one you're looking for." "The military base holds auctions?" Lin Ze frowned slightly. "You might not be aware," the staff explained patiently, folding his hands on the counter. "Although the base is officially owned by the military, it was originally a joint project between the military and the Qinyue Corporation. Many of the basic facilities within the base, including our supply station, were funded by Qinyue Corporation. So, the military allows Qinyue to conduct limited commercial activities within the base." Hearing this explanation, Lin Ze suddenly understood. He had heard of the Qinyue Corporation, a leading commercial giant in the Federation with influence spanning over 10 cities, including Ningjiang City, Luoan City, and Yongding City. Such a commercial empire has power even greater than that of many families of beast tamers. Looking at the expansive military base, it was clear that constructing it from scratch required a massive investment of resources and manpower. Even for the military, completing such a project independently would not be easy, so collaborating with Xinhua Corporation made sense. When exactly is the auction? Lin Ze inquired further. 5 days from now at 2 p.m. Anyone can participate as long as they pass the financial verification, the staff replied. Lin Ze nodded slightly and asked for more details about the auction. After confirming everything, he thanked the staff and left the shop to the polite, "We hope to see you again," from the staff. Just as he stepped out, a group of people approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was a man about 27 or 28 years old. As he passed by Lin Ze, he couldn't help but glance at him again, evidently surprised to see such a young face in the base. However, Lin Ze kept his composure and walked away without looking back. "Young master, is something wrong?" the large man following Tang Zimo asked. Tang Zimo gazed at Lin Ze's receding figure and clicked his tongue. "Nothing really, just rare to see such a young dimensional adventurer inside the base. He doesn't even look 20. The large man glanced at Lin Ze and remarked nonchalantly, "He might not be a dimensional adventurer. Perhaps he's just a student visiting the base to see the world. If he were truly a silver beast master, he'd surely be an elite from a prominent family, and wouldn't be without a guard." Hearing this, Tang Zimo nodded, losing interest as he turned to enter the shop. A store clerk immediately approached to inquire about his needs. He extended his hand, displaying a statue. "Do you have more of these statues?" The clerk examined it closely and chuckled apologetically. "I'm sorry, you're too late. The last 2 knight statues were just purchased by that young man earlier." Tang Zimo immediately dashed out of the shop, but Lin Ze was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he returned to the store to ask, "Is there anywhere else in the base where I can buy such statues?" The clerk repeated the previous explanation about waiting for the auction. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zimo made up his mind and strode out confidently. "Are you going to the auction, young master?" the large man asked, catching up. "Of course," Tang Zimo replied firmly. Old Third went to great lengths to have Han Chi find this statue, so there must be something significant about it. I need to uncover its secret. He then instructed his men to split up, some to find accommodation, others to locate Old Third, Han Chi, and the young man. "If you find the young man, buy the statue at any cost," Tang Zimo added. "Offer double the price or exchange it for rare treasures. Unless—" his eyes gleamed, "unless he knows the statue's true value." After leaving the supply point, Lin Ze headed straight to the operations center to exchange the knight emblems. The hall was bustling with noise as adventurers gathered in clusters. He made his way to the farthest counter and joined the long queue. The adventurers in front of him took turns exchanging their bounties, with some receiving new silver badges and excitedly replacing the copper ones on their chests. Lin Ze unconsciously touched the black bracelet on his wrist, which held items transferred from an old space ring, along with newly acquired survival gear for the wild. When it was Lin Ze's turn, he swept the table lightly, and over 100 emblems spilled out, covering the entire counter. The crisp sound of metal clashing drew astonished gazes from all around. So many emblems? There must be over 100. Did he wipe out an entire Norgus camp? The whispers around him grew louder. When the staff counted the Earth Knight's emblem, the crowd was in an uproar. A seasoned adventurer confirmed it, and all eyes turned to Lin Ze in shock. A 9th-tier Earth Knight, slain by someone so young? Just who was this remarkable individual? The queue at the counter suddenly erupted into a commotion. Someone took down the Earth Knight? Exclamations echoed throughout the hall as the news spread quickly. All eyes were on the young Beast Master. In the past, some had obtained the Earth Knight's insignia, but without exception, they were all seasoned Golden Beast Masters over 30. Yet this young man seemed to be less than 20. Feeling the astonished gazes and the rising murmur around him, Lin Ze frowned slightly. He didn't like being the center of attention. "Is there a problem?" he asked. "No, none at all." The staff member realized their misstep, smiling awkwardly and bowing their head to continue the tally. The tally was completed quickly. With a respectful demeanor, the staff member handed over a list. "Sir, the count is complete. You have 1 Earth Knight insignia, 12 Senior Knight insignias, 38 Intermediate Knight insignias, and 70 Junior Knight insignias. Please review." A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Over 100 official knights, including 12 senior knights and an Earth Knight. Everyone present understood what this meant. Did he really take down an entire Nog's camp by himself? Impossible, right? That camp was defended by an Earth Knight, with at least 1,000 people. Even seasoned Golden Beast Masters find that difficult. Lin Ze glanced at the list and nodded in confirmation. The operations center was highly efficient, and the bounty was quickly credited to his account. He then handed a space ring filled with Nog's Knight attendants and Apprentice Knight insignias to the staff. As the mountain of insignias poured onto the table, the crisp clattering filled the hall. Everyone was stunned. The pile was clearly over 1,000. At that moment, no one doubted Lin Ze's achievements anymore. After the tally, another bounty was credited, and Lin Ze was awarded a silver badge. Already upgraded? Lin Ze was a bit surprised. Several staff members exchanged wry smiles. Sir, you took down an entire camp of Nogs, including an Earth Knight. Upgrading to a silver badge is more than justified. Pinning on the silver badge, Lin Ze left the hall without delay, skillfully avoiding adventurers eager to strike up a conversation. Outside the operations center, he exhaled deeply, a satisfied expression on his face. The harvest from this dimensional battlefield was substantial. The bounty alone exceeded 1 billion credit points. No wonder so many Beastmasters were drawn to dimensional adventures. Lin Ze headed toward the nearest inn, planning to rest for a day before continuing his hunt. With 5 days until the auction, there was just enough time to complete more missions. He had already achieved the second milestone of the Nog's Night Hunter achievement, needing over 800 more official nights for the next. As for the Nog Spirit Collector, he had only completed the first milestone. Based on his estimation, the next achievement might require collecting 10 or 20 spirit statues. Although there's still a considerable gap to reach the target, with a clear direction, these achievements are bound to be accomplished sooner or later. After a day of hunting, Lin Ze arrived at the most luxurious hotel in the base. Seeing the substantial increase in his account balance, he didn't hesitate to book the best suite and then enjoyed a lavish dinner at the hotel restaurant. In the following days, Lin Ze devoted all his energy to hunting on the dimensional battlefield. Before setting out this time, he specifically purchased a modified military off-road vehicle at the supply station. Compared to his previous on-foot operations, his mobility increased several times, significantly boosting his hunting efficiency. However, after 4 days, he still hadn't found another Nogosian camp. The largest encounter he had was with a Nogosian army of 300. They initially intended to launch a stealthy attack on a Federation outpost on the dimensional battlefield, but unfortunately ran into Lin Ze. Without an Earth Knight to lead them, the Nogosian army, despite their numbers, posed no threat to Lin Ze and were swiftly annihilated. The 4 days yielded substantial rewards, with Lin Ze collecting thousands of tags and earning tens of millions in bounties. His achievements quickly spread throughout the operations center, and many staff and adventurers were discussing this powerful adventurer who had recently risen to prominence. During this period, Lin Ze also took the time to test the combat power of the Spirit Knights. The results confirmed his previous suspicions. The strength of the Spirit Knights was directly proportional to the soul power infused in them. Among the 8 spirit statues he currently possessed, the weakest 2 were equivalent to Tier 8 level 5, the 3 moderate ones reached Tier 8 level 7, and 2 others were at Tier 8 level 8. The strongest 2 even reached Tier 8 level 9, with combat power surpassing that of the Stone Dragon. Even without relying on beast companions, the strength of these 8 spirit knights alone placed Lin Ze above 90% of the gold-ranked beast tamers. This clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the spirit statues. Time flew by quickly. On the day of the auction, as Lin Ze stepped out of the hotel, he was greeted by bustling streets filled with people dressed in adventurer attire. Many of them had dust-covered clothes, indicating they had rushed back. Walking along the street, Lin Ze noticed a large number of pedestrians moving in the same direction. The auction was being held in a sprawling building that was usually under military control, with no unauthorized access allowed. Being permitted to host an auction there demonstrated the exceptional relationship between the Qianyu Consortium and the military. At the building's entrance, fully armed soldiers stood ready. Although these ordinary soldiers posed no threat to Beastmasters, the military's stance was clear. Under the military's deterrence and the reputation of the Qianyu Consortium, the usually unruly adventurers were now orderly, quietly lining up for funds verification. Lin Ze joined the queue. He was well aware of the auction's entry requirements proof of 10 million credit points and a 2 million deposit. This was a breeze for him, as his account balance had nearly reached 200 million credit points from his time hunting in the dimensional battlefield. Despite this, the money was still far from covering the costs of the materials needed for the evolution of Messiah and the others. Just over 60 mid-level elemental source stones were worth a fortune, not to mention the expensive primary materials. Starfrost, Heaven's Mountain Stone, Celestial Meteorite Iron, Ancient Dragon Bones, any one of them would cost over 1 billion credit points. Even with Lin Ze's current wealth, he could only afford to buy 2 of these at most. The road to making money is indeed long, Lin Ze mused to himself. Soon, it was his turn for fund verification. With proof of nearly 200 million in funds, he was awarded a premium seat on the 2nd floor, which was tranquil and came with a dedicated attendant. This treatment was second only to the luxurious private boxes on the 3rd floor and far superior to the cinema-like seats on the 1st floor. After taking his seat, Lin Ze glanced around and saw that the 1st floor was already 80 full, with more than half of the 2nd floor seats occupied as well. Guests continued to arrive. He sipped the coffee on the table beside him, with a bidding number plate at hand. After about 10 minutes, as the doors slammed shut, a bright spotlight illuminated the platform. A sharply dressed gentleman stepped onto the stage and stood behind the podium. "Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am your host, Su Jun," he began, his opening remarks brief and powerful. The first item was soon brought to the stage by Staffa delicate jade box. The auctioneer opened the box to reveal 3 excised, blue-green fruits. These are thunderstorm fruits from the Nogus dimension, the auctioneer explained. They can refine the body, eliminate impurities, and enhance physical strength. For those with a physical strength below 10, it can increase by 0.5 units, and for those between 10 and 15, it can increase by 0.2 to 0.3 units. It is a rare treasure. In my hands right now are 3 Lin fruits, up for auction as a set. The starting bid is 5 million credits, with a minimum increment of 500,000 credits. Let the bidding begin. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the room was immediately filled with a chorus of bids. 6 million. 6.5 million. The atmosphere in the auction hall was instantly electrified. The Lin fruit, known for significantly enhancing physical strength, has always been highly sought after among beast tamers. Although its value doesn't match those treasures that can enhance soul strength, its remarkable strengthening effects still attract many buyers to bid eagerly. The effects of these 3 Lin fruits are indeed impressive. They can collectively boost the physical strength of a beast tamer with a strength below 10 by a solid 1.5 units. Considering that many silver-level beast tamers haven't surpassed the threshold of 10 in physical strength, the value of this batch of Lin fruits becomes even more precious. Bidding continued to climb in the fervent atmosphere, quickly surpassing the 10 million credits mark. After more than 10 intense bidding rounds, the price soared to 17 million. At this point, the bids began to dwindle, and the final sale was made at an impressive 18.5 million credits. The successful auction of this headline item completely ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. The subsequent lots also saw fierce bidding, maintaining the high-energy atmosphere throughout the event. However, Lin Ze didn't participate in the bidding. Instead, he focused on flipping through the auction catalog on the coffee table. Even though the organizers had already released information about some of the auction items, especially the top-tier treasures meant to attract buyers, only this catalog contained detailed information about all the items up for auction. Before long, Lin Ze found the page featuring the statues of heroic spirits in the auction catalog. The 2 statues were being auctioned as a set, with a starting bid of 800,000 credit points and a minimum increment of 100,000. The accompanying photos showed that these statues resembled the ones he had acquired before. Only 2. Lin Ze muttered softly. Oh well, having some is better than none. As he continued to browse through other items, something suddenly caught his eye: a small amount of ice blue powder in a jade box, shimmering like stardust. Star frost. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. This was the main material needed for Xiao Shui's next evolution. As a material for evolving king-level pet beasts, star frost was extremely rare. He had been searching for it in Ningjiang City for a long time without success, and he hadn't expected to find it here. I must get it, Lin Ze resolved silently. Fortunately, he had accumulated a considerable amount of funds recently, which should be enough to cover it. The auction began with the sale of over 10 natural treasures, then moved on to the valuable items section. This arrangement both piqued the interest of beast tamers and catered to the wealthy individuals interested in jewelry and items from different dimensions. Finally, after 7 or 8 items, the 2 statues of heroic spirits were solemnly presented on the auction stage by the staff. The auctioneer began the introduction. These are knight statues from the Nogus dimension. In Nogus tradition, nobles would commission skilled artisans to carve statues in the likeness of their ancestors for worship, sometimes even carrying them into battle. It is said that after long-term veneration, these statues can develop mystical powers, although there is no conclusive evidence yet. As the bidding started, the item attracted limited interest from beast tamers, with only a few wealthy individuals sporadically raising their bids. The price slowly climbed to 1.2 million, and just as it seemed about to be sold, Lin Ze and another voice simultaneously called out, 1.3 million? Lin Ze looked towards the source of the voice and saw it came from box 4 on the 3rd floor. From that moment, a fierce bidding war ensued between the 2 sides. 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 8 million, 10 million. When the price surpassed the 10 million mark, the entire room was in an uproar. All eyes were darting back and forth between Lin Ze's seat on the 2nd floor and box 4 on the 3rd floor. Inside box 4, Tang Zimo recognized Lin Ze through the one-way glass, recalling the figure he had brushed past at the supply station 5 days earlier. It's him. He definitely knows the secret of the knight statues. Before his attendant could finish asking, what should we do? Tang Zimo decisively declared, 20 million. Wow. The crowd erupted into a commotion. The sudden 5 million increase in the bid caused the entire auction hall to buzz with excitement. This is insane. Voices of disbelief rippled through the audience. 2 buyers had driven the price of an item, valued at no more than 2 million, up to 20 million. Many attendees looked on in shock, speculating whether there was something extraordinary about the statue. If it truly held special value, why would the Qianyu Corporation auction it off? someone questioned. It's probably just two rich heirs trying to outdo each other. Lin Ze ignored the discussions around him and confidently raised his paddle. 25 million. There was a noticeable hesitation from Box for this time, their tone less decisive than before. 30 million. Lin Ze responded without hesitation. 40 million. The 10 million jump in the bid was like a hammer blow, causing another wave of astonishment throughout the hall. Even the wealthy patrons on the second and third floors couldn't stay calm. Among themselves, they speculated that spending 40 million on two decorative statues was excessive. Inside Box 4, Tang Zimo's expression was grim. He hesitated, unsure whether to continue bidding. The true value of the statues remained uncertain, and if they turned out to be worth far less than the high price paid, the 40 to 50 million would be wasted. Young master, a burly man reminded him as the auctioneer prepared to strike the gavel for the third time. Tang Zimo clenched his teeth. 41 million. Lin Ze chuckled softly, raising his paddle once more. 45 million. Tang Zimo's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. After more than 10 seconds of inactivity from Box 4, it was clear they had given up. Sold for the third time. Congratulations to buyer 23. The auctioneer's excited voice echoed through the hall. The crowd, still in shock, turned their gazes toward Lin Ze's box on the second floor. Some were amazed, others curious, and a few looked on with disdain. Yet, Lin Ze appeared calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Only he knew how worthwhile this transaction was. He glanced thoughtfully at Box 4, knowing they were unaware of the true value of the spirit statue. Soon, the staff delivered the statue. As he completed the payment, a familiar system notification sounded. Achievement unlocked. Nogue Spirit Collector 2. Collect a total of 10 spirit statues, earning 1,000 achievement points. Soul Crystal X1. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy. This brought his achievement points to over 4,600. Absorbing the soul crystal, his soul strength increased to 44, and his soul power rose to 4,400 points. Feeling the exhilarating sensation from deep within his soul, Lin Ze was filled with anticipation. If future tasks continued to yield soul crystals, reaching a soul strength of 50 would soon be in sight. It's said that upon reaching 50, the soul undergoes a transformation, allowing the selection of a life-bound soul art. The chosen soul art would not only consume significantly less soul power, but also possess power far surpassing ordinary soul arts. Each life-bound soul technique is a vital lifeline or a powerful weapon for a beast master. Possessing such a technique not only significantly enhances a beast master's survival and combat abilities, but also frees them from the burden of relying solely on their beasts for protection. However, the threshold of 50 soul strength points is quite high. Even among most gold-level beast masters, their soul strength hovers only between 30 to 35 points. For those seasoned veterans who have spent years at the gold level, their soul strength often just barely surpasses 40 points. Those who reach 50 points are almost at the verge of becoming legendary figures. Lin Ze glanced at his personal panel, which displayed a soul strength of 44 points, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. A silver-level beast master possessing such remarkable soul strength would certainly cause a stir in the beast master community if word got out. Putting away the panel, Lin Ze turned his attention to the two newly acquired heroic spirit statues. After infusing them with soul power, they displayed values of 664 and 678, which corresponded to a strength roughly equivalent to the 8th tier, 8th stage. He was quite pleased with this result. Even without counting his beasts, he had 10 8th tier combat forces at his disposal, half of which were at the 8th tier, 8th stage, and even 2 at the 8th tier, 9th stage. Such a lineup was enough to instill fear in others. Having dealt with the statues, Lin Ze refocused on the auction. Perhaps the auction of the heroic spirit statues had been too astonishing, as the atmosphere at the venue had become somewhat subdued after the excitement. It wasn't until the valuable items segment ended and the auction moved back to rare treasures that the energy in the room picked up again. Over half an hour later, the long-awaited Star Frost finally made its appearance. The bidding process was exceptionally smooth. It seemed that his display of financial prowess during the statue auction had intimidated others, and when Lin Ze showed a determined interest, the other bidders wisely withdrew. No one wanted to go head-to-head with such a lavish opponent. Ultimately, Lin Ze effortlessly acquired the Star Frost for 1.13 billion. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The first main material was finally in his possession. With the acquisition of the Star Frost and two heroic statues, Lin Ze's objectives for the auction were fully achieved. None of the subsequent items piqued his interest, so he relaxed and watched as other buyers engaged in bidding wars. Buyers on the first floor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The wealthy individual in booth 23 had finally stopped bidding, meaning they no longer had to worry about competing against such a formidable opponent. However, a hint of regret flickered in the auctioneer's eyes. This generous buyer had already spent nearly 160 million in just 2 bids, and more bids would have naturally increased the auctioneer's commission. Over 3 hours later, the auction was nearing its end. As the auctioneer was still expressing thanks on stage, Lin Ze quietly left. Though outwardly calm, he was keenly aware of the gaze from Box 4 on the third floor. This was not surprising if he could deduce that the buyer in Box 4 knew the secret of the heroic statues. It was only natural that they could recognize him as being in the know. To avoid unnecessary entanglements, Lin Ze chose to leave early. As expected, not long after he exited the venue, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Fortunately, he had already blended into the bustling crowd. Damn it! Tang Zimo punched the wall in frustration. That kid must have seen through our intentions. What should we do next, young master? The burly man beside him asked with a frown. Tang Zimo pondered for a moment before quickly coming up with a plan. We'll wait at the entrance to the dimensional battlefield. Since he's collecting knight statues, he'll have to go there sooner or later. Back in his hotel room, Lin Ze exhaled deeply and checked his account balance on the chip card. The nearly 2 billion balance had dwindled to less than 30 million, causing him some heartache. However, considering the gains from this trip, the cost seemed worthwhile. The Star Frost and heroic statues were rare treasures, especially the 10 high-level and peak 8th tier heroic knights, which could serve as a trump card to turn the tide in critical moments. Along with the explosion cards, Hero's Proof, and Meteor Potion, Lin Ze's reserve of trump cards now surpassed that of many veteran beast tamers. However, the most crucial aspect was always his own strength. Opening the pet panel, he noted that after the battle at the Nog's camp, all 4 of his pets had grown, albeit not significantly. Even Messiah, who fought the most, had increased by less than 2, while Xiaoxue and the Rock God Soldier had not even reached 1. This was expected, as the intensity of this battle was not high, and after reaching the 8th tier, the difficulty of pet growth naturally increased. It seemed that to achieve better growth, he would need to venture deeper into the dimensional battlefield. Lin Ze leaned back on the sofa, his eyes glinting with thoughtful contemplation. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest as he calculated the allocation of the 4,600+ achievement points he had. These achievement points were meant to unlock pet beast skills. With 4 pet beasts, there were 16 new skills waiting to be unlocked, requiring a massive amount of points. Even the current 4,600 points were far from sufficient. Moreover, for an 8th tier pet beast, every 10 increase in growth, essentially a small rank, required 1,000 achievement points. Even if he invested all his points, he could only elevate 1 pet beast by less than 5 ranks. Clearly, that was not a wise choice. Lin Ze sighed softly. Fortunately, growth was the only attribute that could currently be enhanced through real combat. Instead of wasting precious achievement points, it was more practical to spend more time hunting in the depths of the dimensional battlefield. With this thought, his eyes brightened. Xiaoxue had already reached the 8th tier 9th rank, and Messiah was at the 8th tier 8th rank, both nearing the threshold of the 9th tier. At the current pace, within a month, they would both break through to the 9th tier. A surge of excitement welled up in Lin Ze's chest. Even now, Xiaoxue and Messiah could hold their own against 9th tier, 1st, or 2nd rank Earth Knights. Once they crossed into the 9th tier, their strength would soar, and they might even stand a chance against opponents at the 4th or 5th rank of the 9th tier. This might seem like just a leap of 2 or 3 ranks, but at the 9th tier, the gap between each rank was significant. Pet beasts capable of fighting across ranks would be rated at least B level according to the Beastmaster Association standards. Exceptional ones like Xiaoxue and Messiah were at S level or even higher, making them the kind of extraordinary pet beasts that ordinary beastmasters could only dream of. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. When Xiaoxue and Messiah both broke through to the 9th tier, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Tang Zimo and his team, waiting at the entrance, sprang into action as soon as their target appeared. Quick, follow them. Tang Zimo led the charge into the passageway, with the strong man and several others close behind. However, by the time they made it through, all they saw was a military-modified off-road vehicle speeding away, leaving a cloud of dust hanging in the morning light. What should we do, young master? The strong man asked, scratching his head. Tang Zimo snapped back to reality and, frustrated, slapped his forehead. What else can we do? Let's hurry back and find a vehicle. Without any flying beasts and unwilling to ride on the battlefield, they had no choice but to return and purchase a vehicle. They had been searching within the base for days, neglecting this vital mode of transportation, much to Tang Zimo's regret. Unaware of the pursuit behind him, Lin Ze drove the off-road vehicle straight into the depths of the dimensional battlefield. The battlefield was roughly divided into 3 zones. The green zone near the passage was controlled by the federal military, offering high safety but few targets. The yellow zone in the middle was the main battleground, contested by both sides, full of opportunities and risks. The most dangerous red zone was under the control of the Nogus, dotted with enemy outposts and camps. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the flat plains gradually gave way to rolling hills, the signs of warfare becoming sparse, and the air thick with tension. Lin Ze realized he had entered the red zone and stopped the vehicle at the foot of a hill. He summoned his rock soldier, directing it to dig a spacious cave on the hillside's reverse side to hide the off-road vehicle, carefully concealing the entrance with rocks and soil. Although his spatial ring couldn't hold the vehicle, this makeshift parking spot was a decent alternative. After dismissing the rock soldier, Lin Ze continued on foot. 10 minutes later, he paused on a slope, gazing at the faint outlines of buildings and figures in the distance. No wonder it's called the Red Zone. Lin Ze grinned, his eyes fixed on the military outpost not far ahead. What came into view was a typical Nog's outpost. About a dozen wooden and stone structures were scattered around, with a rudimentary wooden fence barely forming a defense line. The most conspicuous feature was the watchtower in the corner, standing over 10 meters tall, where two Nog soldiers yawned as they carried out their lackluster guard duty. An outpost like this has at most 100 soldiers, with only one or two high-ranking knights as their top combat power, Lin Ze thought coldly. It's a perfect starting point. He no longer concealed his presence and leaped down from the hilltop, charging straight toward the outpost. The Nog soldiers on the watchtower quickly noticed the intruder. One immediately began ringing the warning bell, while the other swiftly grabbed a longbow, deftly nocking an arrow and taking aim. However, before he could release the arrow, a sharp soul arrow tore through the air like lightning, piercing his chest with precision. The soldier's eyes widened as he lost balance and toppled over the railing, crashing to the ground. Seeing his comrade's gruesome death, the other soldier was terrified and tried to duck for cover. But a piercing sound filled his ears, and a sharp pain shot through his neck, plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already closed in within 50 meters of the outpost. In a flash, Messiah materialized out of thin air, speeding across several dozen meters toward the outpost like a gust of wind. The Nog soldiers who had just rushed out of the buildings barely had time to react before they collided head-on with the golden lightning. The great sword swept through them, and over a dozen soldiers fell lifeless to the ground, not even able to utter a scream. As blood rained down, the thunderous sound of battle cries suddenly echoed above the outpost. As expected by Lin Ze, there were only about 100 Nog soldiers at the outpost, with the highest ranking being an upper-level knight of the 8th tier, 2nd or 3rd stage. Against the overwhelming power of Messiah, this knight couldn't even withstand a single round and was swiftly cut down. In just 5 minutes, the entire outpost fell silent, with the bodies of Nog soldiers strewn across the ground. Lin Ze quickly collected the insignias and thoroughly searched the outpost, but found no trace of the temple or the statues of the heroic spirits. Shaking his head, he turned and left the small outpost. Shortly after, an off-road vehicle pulled up in front of the outpost. Tang Zimo and a burly man accompanying him jumped out of the car, their expressions shocked as they surveyed the scene of carnage. "Young master, these traces are still fresh. Could it have been done by that person?" the burly man asked gravely. Tang Zimo remained silent. As a dimensional adventurer, he knew the level of power required to destroy a Nog's outpost guarded by an upper-level knight. The young man, who appeared to be just in his early 20s, was likely far more formidable than he seemed. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already traveled 4 or 5 kilometers to a mountainous area and stopped again. Before him lay another battlefield relic. Over 200 bodies were scattered, with Nogs and adventurers' corpses intermingled, and the blood had yet to fully congeal. After carefully ensuring there were no ambushes, Lin Ze began collecting insignias. From the signs at the scene, it seemed to have been a mutually destructive battle. None of the insignias on the bodies had been taken, indicating there were no survivors from either side. As he was about to leave, a glint of silver caught Lin Ze's attention. He uncovered a corpse to find an exquisite silver box. The fist-sized, square box was covered with intricate patterns and appeared quite mysterious. Even with Lin Ze's physique exceeding 24 points, he couldn't budge it in the slightest. As he was about to put the box away, Messiah's reaction caught his attention. The angelic girl unusually fixated on the box, her brow slightly furrowed. Lin Ze handed the box to her, and a strange phenomenon occurred. Faint white mist seeped from the box, continuously flowing into Messiah's body. Lin Ze instinctively wanted to stop it, but seeing Messiah's blissful expression, he restrained his impulse. After half a minute, the phenomenon ceased, and Messiah's delicate face showed a rare expression of joy. Lin Ze immediately checked Messiah's attribute panel, and his pupils contracted sharply. The growth rate had skyrocketed from 1.86 to 10.41, an increase of nearly 10 percentage points. Lin Ze stared at the miraculous scene before him, feeling both astonished and delighted. The growth of Messiah had suddenly increased by nearly 10, directly breaking through to the 8th tier, 9th stage. His gaze was inevitably drawn to the mysterious box, inwardly marveling at its incredible ability to enhance the growth of his pet beast. However, the source of the white mist left him puzzled. Despite repeatedly fiddling with the box, the strange white mist never appeared again. He then summoned Xiao Shui, the rock god soldier, and the condensed stone demon dragon, letting them touch the box in turn, but they all had no reaction. Clearly, The mysterious power within the box had been completely absorbed by Messiah. Lin Ze sighed and stored the box in his space ring. His eyes swept over the scattered corpses, and he suddenly thought that these people might have fought to the death for this box. But with too few clues, he quickly dismissed the thought. 20 kilometers away in the mountains, a fully armed Nogus Knight squad suddenly halted. At the forefront, Felton's face was stern, with temple markings on his face flickering eerily. The aura of the Soul Devourer's heart has appeared again. Prepare new sacrifices, he ordered in a deep voice. At his command, several knights dragged 3 people from the bound captives and executed them mercilessly. Blood spread across the ground, boiling and churning, transforming into blood-colored steam that rose up. The bodies withered rapidly as a layer of murky, crimson blood mist surged toward Felton. Through this bloody ritual, Felton saw the figures of Lin Ze and Messiah. The Soul Devourer's heart has fallen into the hands of the invaders, he rasped. We must reclaim it, even if it means dying to the last man. The Knight Squad immediately set off in pursuit. This elite unit was composed entirely of senior knights, riding exotic beasts and traveling day and night. The captives, those silver-ranked beastmasters, could barely keep up with such a grueling pace. Whenever they lost track of their target, Felton would repeat the bloody ritual until, with the last 3 captives lying in blood, they had closed the distance to less than 2 kilometers. At this moment, Tang Zimo and his group, who had been tracking Lin Ze, finally arrived. When they found Lin Ze, he had just wiped out a Nogus outpost and was walking out the gate. The 2 groups unexpectedly met, both momentarily stunned. During the auction, Tang Zimo stayed in the private box the entire time, so Lin Ze had no idea he was the buyer in box 4. When Lin Ze saw Tang Zimo and his group, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and then prepared to leave with Messiah. Wait a moment. Tang Zimo quickly called out to him. Lin Ze stopped and turned to face him. Is there something you need? Ahem. Tang Zimo cleared his throat. We met at the auction. I'm the buyer from box 4. My name is Tang Zimo. Nice to meet you. Box 4. Lin Ze's eyes flickered as he quickly understood Tang Zimo's intention. Are you here about the statue? The direct question left Tang Zimo momentarily speechless, and he could only nod awkwardly. That's right, I'm quite curious about that knight statue. If you have any information, I'm willing to pay for it. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Ze refused without hesitation. My friend, Tang Zimo quickly added, I'm from the Tang family of Yongding City. Whether it's money or rare treasures, I have the means to compensate you. Upon hearing Tang family of Yongding City, Lin Ze's gaze shifted slightly as he carefully observed the young man in front of him. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Tang Hongwang, suggesting he was a direct relative. This coincidence left Lin Ze speechless. Had just killed someone, and now he encountered the deceased relative. Fortunately, Tang Zimo seemed unaware of Tang Hongwang's death. Still not interested, Lin Ze maintained his refusal. Seeing Lin Ze unmoved, the burly man beside Tang Zimo whispered in his ear, Young master, this guy's being ungrateful. Should we teach him a lesson? Tang Zimo frowned, caught in hesitation. Unlike Tang Hongwang, he wasn't arrogant or domineering and preferred to resolve things peacefully. But Lin Ze's attitude left him in a dilemma. He really didn't want to give up the opportunity to uncover the statue's secrets. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to see a dozen fully armed Nogus knights galloping towards them from several hundred meters away. Tang Zimo's group immediately went on high alert, summoning their pet beasts. However, they quickly realized this squad wasn't a scouting party for a larger force, nor did they have reinforcements behind them. The tall man leading the group bore mysterious markings on his face, exuding an unsettling aura. His gaze swept over the crowd before finally locking onto Lin Ze. Found you. Invader who took the cursed item. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, then realized these people were after the silver box. But before he could think further, the leader ordered, kill them. 7 or 8 Nogus knights immediately dismounted, drawing their weapons to attack Lin Ze. The remaining knights treated Tang Zimo's group as accomplices and launched a fierce assault. This isn't good, young master. These guys are all senior knights, the burly man exclaimed in alarm. High-ranking knights? Tang Zimo's eyes widened in shock, and he trembled all over. The dozen or so Nogus before him were all 8th-rank high-ranking knights. He instinctively glanced around at his own group except for the burly man who was a gold-tier beast master. Everyone else, including himself, was only silver-tier. Facing so many high-ranking knights, they stood no chance. Tang Zimo anxiously looked at Lin Ze. It was obvious that these Nogus knights were targeting him, but what had he done to provoke such a formidable pursuit? Why, young master, what should we do? One of the attendants stammered, fear evident on the faces of the rest. Just as Tang Zimo considered fleeing amidst the chaos, he felt a chilling sensation. The leader of the Nogus Knights was staring at him with a cold gaze that made his spine tingle and his scalp numb. Earth Knight. That man must be an Earth Knight. Tang Zimo thought bitterly. The situation was dire. Although only 3 or 4 knights were attacking them now, if they dealt with Lin Ze or if that Earth Knight took action, they would be doomed. As he was engulfed in despair, several gasps suddenly filled the air. A golden arrow shot through the sky like lightning, crossing more than 10 meters in an instant, and struck a high-ranking knight squarely in the chest. White light rapidly spread from the wound, turning flesh and bone to ash. In the blink of an eye, the formidable high-ranking knight dissolved into nothingness. One-shot kill. An 8th-rank high-ranking knight was taken down with a single arrow. Tang Zimo was stunned, realizing the arrow had been fired by the golden-haired girl standing beside Lin Ze. The girl stood poised with her bow, her golden hair flowing in the wind, 3 pairs of pure white wings radiating a holy light, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This astonishing scene made all the Nogus knights slow their advance, their expressions wary. The leader, Felton, narrowed his eyes and said with a grim face, "Humph, a gold-tier beastmaster. No wonder you could kill Simon and steal the heart of Devour. You're giving me too much credit." Lin Ze shrugged. "I'm just a recently promoted silver-tier beastmaster." This statement made everyone present involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouth since, when did a newly promoted silver-tier beastmaster have an 8th-rank peak beast? Felton snorted coldly and slowly unsheathed the massive sword on his back. "Whether you're a silver beastmaster or a golden beastmaster, hand over the heart of Soul Devourer obediently, and I'll grant you a complete corpse." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow at these words, a mocking smile playing at his lips. "Shouldn't you be saying that you'll spare my life if I hand over the item? Mercy shouldn't be wasted on you damned invaders." Felton shouted harshly. "You've killed so many of our people, and only blood can wash away this hatred." "You're quite straightforward," Lin Ze replied with a faint smile. "But I refuse." Felton finally realized he was being mocked. His expression turned as dark as iron, and his eyes flared with murderous intent. Without another word, he leaped from the back of his beast, his massive sword gleaming with a cold light as it descended upon Lin Ze like thunder. In that moment, the aura of the Earth Knight far surpassed that of a dozen ordinary high-ranking knights. Felton's burly figure was like an out-of-control war chariot, crashing down with an overwhelming force. The surrounding Nogs knights quickly retreated, their eyes filled with awe. To them, with the Earth Knight making a move, the outcome was already decided. Many looked at Lin Ze with pity, as if seeing a man doomed to die. Even Tang Zimo and his group turned pale. They knew that even an 8th-tier pinnacle beast would struggle against a 9th-tier Earth Knight. As Felton's massive sword sliced through the air with violent force, Tang Zimo felt a chill in his heart. The glimmer of hope that had arisen from Lin Ze's display of strength vanished instantly. If Lin Ze were killed, their fate would be sealed as well. But just as the sword was about to strike, a sudden flash of golden light appeared. A golden greatsword sliced through the air, intercepting Felton's deadly blow. Clang! The dull roar of metal striking metal resonated, and the wind from the impact rippled outwards, felt by everyone even from a distance. Yet no one moved to dodge. All eyes were fixed on the angelic girl wielding the golden greatsword. Her golden longbow had vanished, replaced by this formidable weapon. With her delicate hand firmly gripping the sword's hilt, she stood unyielding, casually deflecting the Earth Knight's furious strike. The area fell silent, everyone stunned, unable to process the scene before them. The 2 massive swords were locked in midair, unmoving. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned. Even Felton was taken aback for a moment. Once he regained his composure, his pupils abruptly contracted. Bang! Both individuals retreated simultaneously, with Felton swiftly moving back 7 or 8 meters. Once he steadied himself, a shadow had already fallen over his handsome face. "9th tier, it seems I underestimated you." This statement was like a thunderclap. Although the onlookers had speculated, hearing Felton confirm it made them collectively gasp. Especially Tang Zimo and his companions, who were too shocked to speak. A young man around 20 years old possessing a 9th-tier beast? This realization made Tang Zimo and the others feel as if they were dreaming. They wanted to question it, but the undeniable fact before them left no room for doubt. The only explanation for effortlessly blocking a full-force strike from a ground knight was a 9th-tier beast. Incredible. How is this possible? Isn't he a silver beast master? The man and his followers whispered in amazement. Tang Zimo opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know where to begin. As a direct heir of a prestigious family, he had seen countless geniuses and was one himself. At 20, he had only 2 7th-tier beasts, which had already earned him endless praise from his family elders. Yet now, that pride was completely shattered by the young man before him, leaving his emotions a complex mix. Lin Ze simply chuckled at their reactions. Although Messiah was actually only at the 8th tier, 9 stages, she was nearly indistinguishable from a 9th tier. "I'll handle this beast. You go kill that beastmaster." Felton ordered coldly. Before his words finished, a group of senior knights responded in unison, charging toward Lin Ze with a roar. Simultaneously, Felton moved swiftly to attack Messiah, his massive sword slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, clearly intending to prevent her from aiding her master. This is bad, the onlookers exclaimed in alarm, but they were blocked by the Nogus knights, unable to assist. Surprisingly, both Messiah and Lin Ze remained calm and composed. The angelic girl unhesitatingly faced Felton, while Lin Ze smiled lightly, a flash of light beside him revealing the graceful figure of Xiaoxue. Whoosh! A fierce cold wind suddenly arose, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. In an instant, the area within a kilometer was transformed into a frozen landscape, the biting cold enveloping everyone. Xiaoxue gently waved her jade-like hand, and countless ice spikes formed above the Nogus knights, the extreme cold spreading instantly. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the ice spikes rained down like a storm. Screech! The sharp ice spikes tore through the air, their coverage so vast that the knights had nowhere to hide. Their once proud armor was as fragile as paper before the extreme cold of the ice spikes, shredded in an instant. The biting cold almost froze their blood, screams of pain rising one after another. When the ice storm subsided, 7 senior knights lay on the ground, their armor in tatters, bodies covered in frost, shivering and groaning in pain. Tang Zimo and the others stared blankly at the scene, their mouths dry and minds blank. 7 senior knights had lost their combat capability in a single encounter, and the shocking sight left them unable to recover for a long time. Undoubtedly, this was another 9th-tier beast. Tang Zimo and the others were dumbfounded by the scene before them, their brains struggling to process this astonishing information. Their lips trembled as if they wanted to speak, but no words came out. A single 9th-tier beast was already terrifying, and now a second one had appeared. This young man's power was beyond their comprehension. On the other side of the battlefield, the 3 Nogus knights entangled in combat with the burly man and his companions suddenly froze, their faces turning pale. Felton's whole body shuddered, his pupils constricting rapidly, his face etched with disbelief. The presence of 2 9th-tier beasts had a deterrent power comparable to that of 2 Earth Knights. Xiaoxue's sudden intervention completely changed the tide of battle. With a delicate flick of her finger, a fierce blast of ice erupted among the crowd. The bone-chilling cold swept across the battlefield, instantly claiming the lives of the heavily wounded Nogus knights. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Felton's eyes filled with blood as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn invaders!" He wanted to turn and confront Lin Ze, but was firmly held back by Messiah. Xiaoxue then joined the fray, creating a pincer attack with the 2 beast girls. Despite Felton's strength being at the 9th-tier 3rd stage, slightly above the Earth Knight Robert whom Lin Ze had previously defeated, he was struggling to fend off the combined assault of the 2 beasts, left scrambling to respond. Tang Zimo and the others witnessed all this, their hearts in turmoil. Not long ago, they had been on the brink of despair under the fierce onslaught of the Nogus forces. Who would have thought that the arrival of just one person could so dramatically reverse the situation? Lin Ze not only single-handedly defeated 8 elite knights, but also pushed an Earth Knight to the brink of defeat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, such an event would have been beyond belief. It was utterly incredible. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the plains. Messiah and Felton's massive swords clashed repeatedly, the metallic clangs piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Each collision was like 2 iron mountains crashing together. The sheer force was astonishing. After a few minutes of intense battle, Felton's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe the incredible strength emanating from the petite girl before him, a power rivaling that of an Earth Knight. Even more troubling was her ability to heal herself. Not far away, another girl, commanding a pet beast and unleashing a barrage of ice skills, added to Felton's headache. Every time the cold brushed against him, his movements involuntarily slowed. The 2 girls worked together with surprising synergy, putting him in a difficult position. Seeing their leader in danger, the remaining 3 Nogus knights abandoned their skirmish with Tang Zimo and the others, turning towards Lin Ze. Tang Zimo shouted to stop them, but it was too late. Lin Ze shook his head slightly and casually launched a soul arrow. As it whistled through the air, it struck the chest of one Nogus knight, denting his armor and sending him flying. Though severely injured, he was not fatally wounded. What a pity, it's still lacking in power, Lin Ze assessed silently. With his current soul strength, an 8th-level soul arrow couldn't kill an 8th-tier warrior. The other 2 knights hesitated upon seeing their comrade wounded, but they gritted their teeth and charged at Lin Ze. By this time, the massive figure of the rock god soldier had already positioned itself in front of Lin Ze. With a thunderous roar, the rock god soldier transformed into a towering giant. He stomped the ground, unleashing seismic waves. Sharp earth spikes surged towards the enemies like a tide. The foremost Nogus knight reacted hastily, and as his battle axe met the spikes, the devastating force shattered his bones, killing him instantly. Witnessing this, Tang Zimo and the others gasped, while the two surviving Nogus knights turned pale. But before they could respond, the rock god soldier advanced, unleashing massive fists. With two resounding crashes, the ground was left with two deep craters, and the knights were instantly killed. After dispatching the three knights, the rock god soldier turned towards Felton. Seeing this, Felton was both shocked and furious. Is there no end to this? Another one? Felton was in despair. He watched helplessly as the dozen or so superior knights he'd brought with him fell one by one, leaving him utterly isolated. Though they had come with the resolve to die if necessary, the enemy's power far exceeded expectations. The relentless appearance of ninth-tier beasts was suffocating. At this moment, Felton was covered in wounds, struggling just to fend off two ninth-tier beasts, and when a third, a rock golem, joined the fray, he suffered 4 or 5 more injuries within half a minute, with blood seeping continuously. Not far away, Tang Zimo and his group watched the scene with grave expressions. "Young master, should we go and help?" a timid attendant asked. Tang Zimo rolled his eyes. "Help my foot? That's a ninth-tier battle. We just get in the way with our meager strength. I never expected that person to be so formidable. Even a ground knight isn't their match." A big man marveled, grateful that they hadn't acted rashly before. Otherwise, they'd be the ones besieged by 3 ninth-tier beasts now, a thought that sent chills down his spine. The outcome was already determined. The only question was whether Lin Ze could capture Felton. But unlike Robert, Felton was prepared to die to reclaim the Soul Devourer, showing no intention of retreat even in dire straits. Lin Ze observed this, pondering the unique nature of the Soul Devourer. The Norgs referred to it as an evil object, clearly not just a matter of faith. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was because the Soul Devourer in the hands of invaders posed a deadly threat to the Norgs? While he was deep in thought, Felton finally couldn't hold on. The rock golem's powerful attack shattered his armor, and the impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this, Messiah struck swiftly, severing his sword-wielding right arm in one blow. Even so, Snow conjured chains of extreme ice to bind him tightly, the biting cold turning his face blue and staunching the blood flow from his severed arm. Lin Ze approached the now powerless Felton and waved the Soul Devourer in front of him. "This thing is really handy. It directly boosted my beast's strength significantly." Felton was furious at this. "Damn blasphemer. By desecrating our ancestral spirits, the Norgs will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Seeing he couldn't extract any more information, Lin Ze didn't waste any more words and ended Felton's life with a soul arrow. After collecting Felton's knight insignia, he left without looking back. Tang Zimo's group exchanged glances, and someone quietly asked, "Young master, weren't we supposed to trade information about the statue?" Tang Zimo glared at the person, deciding to fire this clueless guy once they returned. Facing someone with 3 ninth-tier beasts, he had no intention of courting death. "Continue searching for Hongguang and Han Qi." Tang Zimo sighed. "Give it half a month. If we can't find them, we'll head back to Yongding City." "What about that person just now? If you want to die, do it alone. Don't drag me into it." The attendant quickly changed his tune. "Young master, just joking. I wouldn't dare provoke someone of that level." After walking a certain distance, Lin Ze turned back to find that Tang Zimo and the others had vanished from sight. He paused and carefully examined the Heart of Devour. Defiling the ancestral spirits? Lin Ze furrowed his brow. From Felton's dying words, it seemed that using the Heart of Devour was an unforgivable act of desecration for the Nogosians. This mysterious force, which could elevate Messiah's rank, was likely linked to the ancestral spirits of the Nogosians. With this thought, he immediately connected it to the heroic spirit statues. After all, among the things a beast master could access, only the heroic spirit statues had a close connection to the Nogosians' ancestral spirits. Lin Ze took out a heroic spirit statue and carefully pressed it against the silver shell of the Heart of Devour. Instantly, both items vibrated slightly, and a faint white mist emerged from the statue, disappearing into the crevices of the Heart of Devour. "Just as I thought." Lin Ze's eyes lit up. This white mist was exactly the same as what he had seen before, confirming his suspicions. As the energy drained away, the surface of the heroic spirit statue gradually lost its color, and its solemn aura dissipated. Moments later, the statue began to crumble from the top, turning to ash and scattering into the air. Lin Ze immediately summoned Messiah and handed her the Heart of Devour. The white mist flowed into the angelic girl like a living entity, rapidly increasing Messiah's growth rate. 10.46, 11.23, 11.89, finally stopping at 17.64. After using 2 heroic spirit statues consecutively, Messiah's growth rate reached 25.12, breaking through to the first level of the 9th tier. The angelic girl's aura of holiness grew even stronger, and her extraordinary beauty made her seem like a true Valkyrie. Next, Lin Ze summoned Xiaoxue. Seeing Messiah's transformation, Xiaoxue cast a resentful glance at him, and Lin Ze chuckled as he reassured her. Don't worry, it's your turn next. He took out all the heroic spirit statues at once, allowing the Heart of Devour to absorb them. Soon, the Heart of Devour glowed with a misty silver light, and Xiaoxue's growth rate quickly soared to 40.34, successfully advancing to the first level of the 9th tier. Following that was Rock God Soldier, whose growth rate surged from 2.61 to 40.95, also breaking through to the first level of the 9th tier. Finally, it was the turn of the Condensed Stone Dragon. Unfortunately, the energy of the Heart of Devour was nearly depleted, only able to increase the Condensed Stone Dragon's growth rate to 43.61, leaving it at the 8th tier, 8th level. Although there was some disappointment, being able to simultaneously advance 3 pet beasts to the 9th tier was already a significant opportunity. This saved Lin Ze at least 3 to 4 months of time, and with that thought, his disappointment quickly vanished. Seeing the 4 significantly strengthened pets before him, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile with genuine delight. 3 of them were at the 9th tier, and 1 was at the 8th tier, 8th stage. Such a lineup was considered top-notch even among elite beast masters. Each pet's combat power far exceeded others of the same level. Xiaoxue and Messiah were now much stronger than before, capable of gaining the upper hand against Felton on their own. Although Yin Shanbing was slightly less powerful, it could still hold its ground against Felton. Even the weakest, the Condensed Stone Dragon, was nearing the 9th tier level in strength. This power boost was nothing short of transformative. While Lin Ze was feeling proud, he suddenly remembered that there were new skills waiting to be unlocked. The growth of all 4 pets had increased significantly, meeting the conditions to unlock new skills. He first opened Messiah's attribute panel. The angelic girl had a new skill available for unlocking. Exorcism / an advanced skill of Light Blade. It can highly condense holy power and light elements to unleash a powerful slash, causing immense damage to the target, with double damage to dark and demon-type creatures. Unlocking requires 20 growth and 1,000 achievement points. Without hesitation, Lin Ze unlocked this skill. The panel immediately updated, showing Messiah had reached the 9th tier, 1st stage, with a growth of 25.12. Next was Xiaoxue's attribute panel. Her new skill, Instant Ice Lotus, is a close-range attack skill that instantly forms a giant ice lotus in front, dealing ice attribute damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area. The unlocking conditions are 40 growth and 1,200 achievement points. After unlocking it, Xiaoxue also reached the 9th tier, 1st stage, with a growth of 40.34. Yin Shanbing acquired 2 new skills, Earthquake Impact and Resilient Rune. The former is an area damage skill, while the latter enhances defense. Both skills together required 2,000 achievement points, which Lin Ze unlocked all at once. After completing these upgrades, Lin Ze was left with less than 500 achievement points. Although the Condensed Stone Dragon had 2 new skills to unlock, he didn't have enough points. However, he wasn't worried, as he planned to continue hunting Norgo's Knights to quickly earn more achievement points. With a few more heroic statues, the Condensed Stone Dragon's breakthrough to the 9th tier was just around the corner. Lin Ze quietly contemplated his future plans. This time, his strength has truly seen a remarkable leap. Although the Stone Condensing Dragon hasn't reached the 9th tier, it is already impeccable. Satisfied, Lin Ze closed the panel, took a deep breath, and refocused on the hunt. The supplies he brought are quite sufficient, enough for him to stay on the planar battlefield for 2 to 3 months. Originally, this was to help Xiaoxue and Messiah break through to the 9th tier, but unexpectedly, he acquired the Heart of Devour, a rare artifact. This not only allowed him to achieve his goal ahead of time, but also elevated the Rock God Soldier to the 9th tier realm. Such luck was truly unexpected. With this in mind, he decided to focus on nurturing the Stone Condensing Dragon. Lin Ze made up his mind and immediately took action. The Norgo's planar battlefield is vast and boundless. Even the red zone alone covers an extensive area. This region is dotted with countless Norgo's camps and outposts, offering endless hunting targets. Within 2 hours, Lin Ze had successfully destroyed 2 outposts. Just as he was searching for his next target, a deafening clamor of battle erupted in the distance. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Ze contemplated briefly before rushing towards the source of the sound. Soon, he crested a hill, and the scene before him made his pupils contract slightly. On the expansive plain, tens of thousands of Norgos and their beasts were locked in fierce combat. The clash of weapons was incessant, and energy blasts erupted continuously, with black smoke filling the sky. The blood and roars of countless Norgos and their beasts stained the earth red, leaving the plain in a state of devastation. Even from afar, the overwhelming aura of hostility was suffocating. This was war. Seeing the distant battlefield engulfed in smoke and filled with the clamor of battle, Lin Ze instinctively held his breath. The The clash of swords and the deafening cries of combat echoed as hundreds of soldiers fought fiercely, their blood staining the earth. It was his first time witnessing such a massive war scene in person. Though he had long heard of the constant clashes between the Nogo's Empire and the Eastern Federation, and the frequent fierce battles on the dimensional battlefield, experiencing it firsthand was overwhelmingly more intense than he imagined. Even from kilometers away, the suffocating aura of blood and oppression was palpable, making his chest feel heavy. In contrast, the beast invasions he had previously encountered seemed trivial. The direct confrontation between two great civilizations was far more brutal than any beast tied. On a battlefield of this scale, even a ground knight or a ninth-tier beast could fall in an instant. This realization quickly dispelled any pride Lin Ze had begun to feel about his own strength. His journey to enhance his abilities was clearly far from over. Looking up at the sky, Lin Ze noticed a fierce duel taking place 100 meters above the battlefield. A burly Nogo's knight in light armor was engaged in fierce combat with a massive golden eagle. The knight was surrounded by barely perceptible gusts of air, moving with lightning speed through the sky. The eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, was covered in golden feathers and had talons that gleamed with a cold light, each strike accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. The two figures moved swiftly in the air, almost becoming blurred shadows. Each collision generated deafening shockwaves, like the rumble of thunder. Lin Ze watched in awe. There was no doubt that the Nogo's knight was a sky knight, with power comparable to a king-level fighter. The golden eagle, able to match this knight, was undoubtedly a rare king-level beast. Driven by curiosity, Lin Ze cautiously lowered his stance and focused on observing the battle. Such a large-scale war was a rare sight, and he didn't want to miss it. However, he was also aware that with his 9th-tier Beastmaster abilities, joining the battle recklessly would be suicidal. Besides, the Federation's military clearly didn't need assistance. They were already gaining the upper hand, with the Nogo's forces retreating. Indeed, about an hour later, the Nogo's forces finally buckled under the relentless assault from the Federation, their formation collapsing. The remaining soldiers scattered, with a small group fleeing toward the hill where Lin Ze was positioned. Interestingly, the Federation soldiers did not pursue these fleeing troops, instead focusing on the Sky Knight. Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile as a plan formed in his mind. Before long, roughly 100 bedraggled Nogo soldiers, led by a dozen knights, stumbled over the hill. Their faces were filled with terror, and they kept glancing back, fearing pursuit. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from above. The two leading Nogo's knights had no time to react before they were crushed into the ground by a descending dragon claw. A dragon landed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing the massive dragon before them, the Nogo's soldiers collectively showed expressions of fear. A dragon? How can there be a dragon here? Run for your lives. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Faced with this new threat, the demoralized soldiers' first instinct was to flee. Only the dozen knights gritted their teeth and charged forward bravely. They knew that scattering and fleeing would only give the enemy the chance to pick them off one by one. However, the more fatal mistake was that their current gathering made them a perfect target. The stone dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath like a river of flames. Over a dozen Nogus knights, along with their mounts, were engulfed in the intense heat, turning to ash in the air before they could even scream. This horrifying scene completely shattered the morale of the remaining deserters. Terrified, they desperately spurred their horses, scattering like headless chickens. But against the stone dragon, which could soar freely, this futile escape only prolonged their deaths by a few minutes. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 deserters were all dead. Seizing the moment, Lin Ze mounted the stone dragon. With the field full of Nogus knights who had lost their will to fight and were focused solely on fleeing, it was the perfect opportunity to complete his hunting achievements. Opportunities like this were rare. It wasn't until the sun set that Lin Ze dealt with the last wave of deserters. Looking around at the desolate wilderness, he realized he had chased them over 10 kilometers. I didn't realize I'd come this far, Lin Ze murmured to himself, calculating his gains. Throughout the chase, he had taken down at least 200 Nogus knights, completing half of his third night hunting achievement. The only regret was that, in his haste, he hadn't collected the knight's tags, missing out on a substantial income. As the sky darkened, Lin Ze decided to find a safe place to camp. The battlefield at night was even more dangerous than the wilds, and caution was paramount. Although this unexpected involvement in the conflict had brought him gains, it also served as a warning. In this plane of constant warfare, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Being caught in a large-scale battle could easily cost him his life. During the following period, Lin Ze focused on his hunting missions while searching for the spirit statues. These rare items could only be found in the temples of the Nogs, which were located within their camps. Lin Ze could handle the smaller camps controlled by Viscount families on his own. However, when he encountered larger camps, he could see from afar the numerous patrols of Earth Knights. These camps were clearly important strongholds controlled by Count or even marquis families, and with Lin Ze's current strength, attacking them would be suicidal. Although he didn't find any spirit statues, his hunting endeavors were still quite fruitful. The system notification sounded just in time. Achievement unlocked. Nog's Knight Slayer 3. You have killed a total of 1,000 official Nog's Knights, earning 2,000 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 strength crystal. Lin Ze immediately used the points to unlock a new skill for his stone dragon. After this period of combat, the stone dragon's growth had surpassed 50, raising its level to the 8th tier, 9th stage, and it was just a step away from the 9th tier. At the current pace, another half-month of hunting would elevate it to the 9th tier. After absorbing the rewarded crystals, Lin Ze's personal attributes improved. Constitution, 25.2 soul, 45.0. Level, silver. Soul power, 45004500. Soul arts, soul guard level 6, soul arrow level 8, soul impact level 5, 9 star bind level 1, silent cross level 1. Pet beasts, ice queen, rock soldier, mature stone dragon, dawn angel. Achievement points, 1166. Watching his soul strength continually rise, Lin Ze eagerly anticipated the changes that would come after breaking the 50-point threshold. However, in recent days, he noticed a significant increase in the activity of the Nogs. Although his excellent skills allowed him to evade their large-scale troops several times, this constant state of hiding made him uneasy. After much consideration, he decided to return to the base to gather information. Half a month later, upon returning to the base, Lin Ze was taken aback by the scene before him. The once bustling streets were eerily quiet, and the area in front of the dimensional portal was deserted. What's going on? Lin Ze asked in confusion as he approached the affairs center to exchange his insignias. The staff recognized him as the talented beast master who had recently gained fame for exchanging a large number of knight insignias, and they eagerly explained. Half a month ago, the military killed a Sky Knight from the Nog's royal family in a skirmish. Enraged, the Nogs launched a frenzied retaliatory assault, and now their troops are everywhere on the battlefield. Many adventurers have perished, forcing the military to issue a wartime alert, temporarily banning adventurers from entering the dimensional battlefield. Only then did Lin Ze understand the situation. No wonder the Norgs have been so active lately. They must be planning revenge against the Federation. Lin Ze stood outside the supply station, his brow furrowed. This unexpected discovery left him in a dilemma. His plan to continue hunting on the dimensional battlefield clearly needed to be put on hold. Just half a month more, and the Stone Dragon could have successfully advanced to the 9th tier. However, on second thought, staying on the battlefield during such times was indeed too risky, and leaving early would avoid unnecessary trouble. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Ze decided to redeem his bounty first. After completing the exchange, he headed straight to the supply station, hoping to find a few hero statues. "I'm sorry, sir," the staff inside said apologetically. "As per the base military's orders, we will no longer be selling knight statues. All acquired statues must be handed over." "What is the current official purchase price?" Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. 400,000 credit points. This answer confirmed Lin Ze's suspicions. The purchase price had doubled, indicating that the federal military had recognized the special value of the hero statues and likely discovered the function of hero embodiment. If not for concerns about sparking unnecessary attention with a price surge, the purchase price might have been even higher. It seemed that the route to acquiring hero statues from the base had been blocked. After thanking the staff, Lin Ze turned and left, glancing towards the direction of the dimensional portal, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Since there was nothing left for him here, it was time to return to Ningjiang City. Across the vast wilderness, a heavily modified military off-road vehicle sped along, its engine roaring through the silence and occasionally catching the attention of some fierce beasts. However, as soon as these daring creatures approached, they were instantly taken down by soul arrows shot with precision from the car windows, their bodies falling one by one along the path of the speeding vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ze had opted not to ride his stone dragon but instead chose to drive the off-road vehicle back to Ningjiang City, treating the journey as a rare opportunity for relaxation. Compared to the perilous dimensional battlefield, the wilderness surrounding the city seemed as safe as a backyard garden. Of course, if other Beastmasters were to hear such thoughts, they would probably be infuriated. The Beastmasters Lin Ze encountered along the way were all taken aback by his boldness, some even mocking him as a reckless novice. That was until they witnessed him effortlessly taking down a 6th-tier beast with a single soul arrow, realizing too late that the driver was a master. By the time they tried to get a better look at Lin Ze's face, the vehicle had already vanished into the distance. As he drove further, the outline of Ningjiang City slowly emerged on the horizon. Finally back, Lin Ze murmured to himself. Although he had been gone for less than a month, the vastly different environment of the dimensional battlefield made it feel like he had been away for half a year. Thinking of Guanning and the others, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile. Due to the dimensional rift's interference, neither phones nor communication crystals worked in the battlefield or the base. After such a long time without contact, he was sure to get an earful upon his return. Just then, a rapidly approaching black dot appeared in the distance. As it drew nearer, the silhouette of a massive canine creature became clear, a three-meter beast with hairless, crimson skin marred by sickening gray-black spots. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs, with thick saliva dripping continuously. The abyssal mastiff. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. This was an 8th-tier demon-class beast, but why was it so close to Ningjiang City? He quickly noticed a man in his 40s riding on the beast's back. The man looked pale and anxious, and instead of avoiding the oncoming vehicle, he urged the abyssal mastiff to charge directly at it, seemingly intent on ramming it. Without hesitation, Lin Ze summoned his stone dragon. The massive dragon figure appeared and delivered a powerful strike to the abyssal mastiff. The man was caught off guard and had no time to evade, forcing the beast to take the hit. With a heavy thud, the abyssal mastiff was sent flying, landing painfully over 10 meters away and howling in agony. The man on its back was thrown off, dazed and disoriented. If not for the soul protection, he might have died on the spot. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt, and Lin Ze stepped out, coldly observing the man on the ground. The man struggled to his feet, looking at Lin Ze and the stone dragon with a mix of fear and uncertainty in his eyes. A fallen one? Lin Ze asked with keen interest. These words seemed to trigger something, causing the man's expression to change dramatically, his eyes turning vicious. The abyssal mastiff beside him growled deeply, baring its teeth as it lunged at Lin Ze. The stone condor dragon disdainfully shook its massive head and suddenly extended its sharp claws. In an instant, countless black mists emerged from the void, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic demonic claw, enveloped in a dense aura of death, and struck its target with ferocity. This was the formidable claw of calamity. Sensing the mortal threat through instinct, the doomed hound immediately dodged to the side. But the claw of calamity pursued relentlessly, changing direction in an instant, and seized its body tightly. A piercing scream echoed as several deep, bone-revealing wounds were torn open on the hound's body. The thick aura of death seeped through the wounds, eroding its flesh continuously, with blood gushing out like a spring. Bound, corroded, cursed with misfortune, weakened, and bleeding within moments, the doomed hound was afflicted with multiple negative states, and its once formidable form became weak and feeble. The man witnessing this scene turned pale. He had clung to a shred of hope, believing that his young opponent couldn't possibly possess an 8th-tier high-level beast. However, the harsh reality before him shattered this illusion. The strength of the stone condor dragon was evidently at the peak of the 8th tier. Fear spread in his eyes. The doomed hound, having barely escaped the claw of calamity, was covered in wounds, looking at the stone condor dragon with almost human-like terror. But the dragon gave it no respite, spreading its wings and lunging forward with lightning speed. This lopsided battle lasted barely half a minute. With a final, heart-wrenching howl, the doomed hound was reduced to ashes in the dragon's breath. The stone condor dragon then turned its head, its cold vertical pupils locking onto the man, who was already collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Lin Ze's expression suddenly shifted, and he looked up at the sky. A large vehicle, resembling a flying fish, was descending from high above, and over a dozen soldiers in maroon military uniforms jumped down, surveying the scene in astonishment. The maroon military uniform. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This distinctive uniform was the exclusive attire of the Special Management Bureau. Recalling the panicked retreat of the fallen ones earlier, he immediately understood the situation. Even more unexpected was the fact that the leader of this Special Management Bureau team was a familiar face. It was Major Yao, who had helped him handle the aftermath of the Red Moon Society attack during the Academy competition. Major Yao recognized Lin Ze at once. He had a deep impression of this young genius who had single-handedly defeated multiple fallen ones and set the record as the youngest top student at Ningjiang Academy. Long time no see, Lin Ze, Major Yao greeted with a smile as he approached. This scene left the Special Management Bureau members exchanging looks of surprise. They had never seen their usually stern superior act so amiably towards anyone, especially someone so young. After the pleasantries, Major Yao pointed to the man slumped on the ground. "What's going on here? I encountered him on the road, and he tried to attack me, so I fought back a little," Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. "Fought back a little? This is a fallen one with an 8th-tier beast." The members of the Special Management Bureau were stunned. Major Yao cleared his throat. "You knew he was a fallen one?" "Of course. I saw his abyssal mastiff." "And where is the abyssal mastiff now?" "I killed it." Lin Ze gestured to a pile of ashes not far away. A hush fell over the scene. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the ashes, then at the terrified fallen one. An 8th-tier beast had been vanquished just like that? The massive presence of the stone dragon was undeniable proof, its formidable aura far surpassing that of a 7th-tier beast. At that moment, a whooshing sound filled the air as a giant flying fish descended. Shuewei and Yi Zuping leapt down from it. These two Beast Tamers Association stewards had been Lin Ze's examiners during his bronze assessment. Upon learning that Lin Ze had slain the abyssal mastiff, they were equally astounded. What shocked them even more was that Lin Ze had already passed the ultra-difficult silver assessment. 18 years old and passing the ultra-difficult silver assessment. Shuewei and Yi Zuping exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. As seasoned stewards, they understood all too well what this meant. Everyone present stared at Lin Ze as if he were an extraordinary being, like something out of a legend. Even though Lin Ze had encountered similar stares before, he still felt a bit uneasy as he noticed everyone looking at him as if he were some kind of oddity. He cleared his throat and turned to the two stewards. Steward Shui, Steward Yi, what brings you here? Yi Zuping snapped out of his shock and gave Lin Ze a complicated look. We are here to apprehend this fallen one, he said, gesturing to the restrained criminal nearby. Seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, he continued, 3 days ago, the Red Moon Society suddenly attacked Ningjiang Academy. Attacked Ningjiang Academy? Lin Ze's face changed dramatically, and he almost blurted out a question about Guanning's safety. Remembering that Yi Zuping didn't know them, he instead asked, what about the casualties? Rest assured, Yi Zuping replied with a reassuring smile. President Liu happened to be at the academy and swiftly subdued all the attackers. Apart from a few 4th-year students who suffered minor injuries, there were no other casualties. Hearing that the legendary beast master Liu Qiqian had intervened in time, Lin Ze visibly relaxed. Yi Zuping continued, afterwards, the higher-ups were furious, and the military and the Beast Master Association launched a joint investigation, uncovering several traitors and destroying multiple hideouts of the fallen. This man here is one of the few who escaped during one of our operations. He sincerely added, thanks to your intervention, he didn't get away. Lin Ze waved his hand modestly. Steward Yi, you're too kind. Even without me, with your skills and Major Yao's, capturing him would have been a breeze. His humble words won him the admiration of everyone present, especially the soldiers from the Special Management Bureau, who had expected a genius to be more arrogant. Yi Zuping beamed. This credit is rightfully yours. Major Yao nodded in agreement. This man is a cadre of the Red Moon Society. We're counting on extracting the location of the Red Moon Society's stronghold from him. If he had escaped, it would have been troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Major Yao, if you manage to find out the location of the Red Moon Society's stronghold, could I join the raid? Lin Ze's eyes flickered as he thought about the Nemesis of the Fallen achievement series. So far, he had only completed Nemesis 1 and 2, which required him to kill 1 and 10 Fallen, respectively. By this calculation, Nemesis 3 would likely require him to kill a total of 100 Fallen. Unfortunately, these Fallen were as elusive as rats in a sewer, making them hard to track down. To date, he had only managed to kill a little over 20, still far from his goal. Now that he had this rare opportunity, he was naturally unwilling to let it slip by. After hearing Lin Ze's proposal, the group exchanged glances. Major Yao instinctively wanted to refuse, as involving a student in such a dangerous mission seemed inappropriate. However, he swallowed his words after all. The person before him was a formidable beastmaster with an 8th-tier pet beast. He turned to Shuewei and Yi Zuping, looking hesitant. I think it's a good idea, Yi Zuping said with a smile. Major Yao, haven't you been complaining about the lack of manpower? Here's a ready source of strength. Indeed, with the No-Go's empire waging war on a grand scale recently, the federal military had to concentrate its forces to respond, and even the Special Management Bureau had been stripped of many elites. This had repeatedly hindered their efforts to hunt down the Red Moon Society. Although Major Yao was tempted, he still had reservations. But Lin Ze is still a student. Don't forget he's also a certified adventurer with the Beastmaster Association, Yi Zuping reminded him. This reminder made Major Yao's eyes light up. This operation was a joint effort between the Special Management Bureau and the Beastmaster Association, so Lin Ze's participation as an adventurer was completely reasonable. Then it's settled. Major Yao brushed aside his hesitation and nodded at Lin Ze. I'll notify you as soon as we have any news. An 8th-tier Beastmaster was considered elite within the Special Management Bureau, and having such a strong ally was something he couldn't pass up. After they exchanged contact information, Major Yao left with his detainees, and Shuewei and Yi Zuping prepared to return to the association. Once they were gone, Lin Ze retracted his stone dragon and continued driving to Ningjiang City. That afternoon, back at the dormitory, Lin Ze sent a message to Guanning. In less than half an hour, hurried footsteps approached from outside, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Brother! Guanning exclaimed as she rushed in and flung herself onto the sofa where Lin Ze was sitting. Careful now, you're too old to be so reckless, Lin Ze said as he caught her steadily. The ensuing time was calm and warm. Lin Ze stayed in Ningjiang City, spending his days accompanying Guanning and Guasini, or working on soul techniques and pet beast skills at the training ground. In his spare time, he also checked out the association's website for bounty missions, looking for clues about leader-level fierce beasts. Just as he was getting used to this peaceful life, the long-awaited call from Major Yao finally came. Late at night, the dock, berthing area. The remote dock in the suburbs of Ningjiang City was shrouded in the darkness of night, with sporadic lights dotting the expansive area like fireflies. Massive shipping containers were neatly arranged, casting large shadows in the dimness. In the berthing area, a cargo ship lay quietly moored, with over a dozen workers busily unloading and loading cargo under the beam of searchlights. Thick beams of light swept back and forth across the pitch-black river surface. In a small grove over 300 meters away from the dock, more than 10 figures crouched behind the trees. In the moonlight, their khaki-red military uniforms were faintly visible standard issue for the Special Management Bureau. Lin Ze was among them, also wearing a khaki-red uniform, but without any rank insignia. This dock belongs to a wealthy magnate, Major Yao whispered to Lin Ze. It's been almost semi-abandoned in recent years, with very little cargo traffic. The Red Moon choosing this place as a hideout shows they have a keen eye. Lin Ze scrutinized the clearly visible dock area in the distance, frowning slightly. How do you hide people in a place like this? Are they in the containers? Major Yao pointed to the ground. Underground? This answer surprised Lin Ze. Even in a remote suburb, secretly constructing an underground base under the watchful eyes of the military and the Beastmaster Association would be no easy feat. Clearly, the dock's wealthy owner had close ties with the Red Moon. According to intelligence, the Red Moon's main force in Ningjiang City is almost entirely concentrated below, Major Yao continued. If we can take out this stronghold, they won't be able to recover for at least 10 years. We've gathered all our forces for this mission to ensure a decisive strike. Lin Ze looked around. Besides the personnel from the Special Management Bureau, there were also elite members of the Beastmaster Association. Everyone was divided into over 10 squads, scattered throughout the woods, waiting for the signal to attack. Where's the entrance? Lin Ze asked. Major Yao pointed to the dense container area in the distance. Over there, but the entrance is booby-trapped. We have another plan. Seeing Lin Ze's confusion, he mysteriously pointed skyward. Lin Ze looked up to see a massive cloud had somehow appeared above the dock, slowly taking shape into a giant cone aimed at the dock below. That's the director's 9th-tier wind-type pet beast, the Cloud Giant, Major Yao explained. Before he finished speaking, the cloud cone plummeted down like a meteor. On the dock, a worker unloading cargo suddenly turned to his companion. Did you hear something? Stay focused, his companion said, wiping sweat from his brow. Watch out, or the supervisor will dock your pay. These newly recruited workers found it strange that such a remote dock offered such high wages. But as long as they could earn money, they didn't mind. I really did hear something strange, the worker muttered, instinctively looking up at the sky, his eyes widening in disbelief. His companion turned around, caught sight of the scene, and immediately shouted in frustration, "What are you spacing out for? Get to work." Before he finished speaking, he instinctively followed his companion's gaze upwards and was instantly frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. Oh my God, what is that? This exclamation seemed to ignite a fuse. The workers on the dock all looked up, and in an instant, a wave of panic rippled through the crowd. About a few hundred meters above the port, a massive white cloud funnel was spinning rapidly at an incredible speed, its pointed tip aimed directly at the area below, crowded with containers, like a giant sword descending from the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even though the pointed tip was about 300 to 400 meters away from the docking area, the intense pressure made everyone feel breathless. The workers' faces turned pale, and they dropped their tools, scrambling to escape to safety. 5 or 6 seconds later, the cloud's pointed cone crashed to the ground. Boom! The violent impact instantly shattered the towering stacks of containers into fragments, and the solid concrete ground cracked open. Countless shards of debris flew in all directions like bullets, and the ferocious shockwave expanded rapidly from the point of impact, sending everything in its path flying into the air. Even the distant cargo ships weren't spared, their violently shaking hulls causing workers on deck to stumble and cry out in pain. The deafening explosion lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Once the dust settled, a few workers hiding on the cargo ships cautiously peeked out. The scene before them left them dumbfounded. What was once a densely packed area of containers was now a scene of utter devastation, replaced by a massive crater. From above, they could faintly see lights flickering and structures standing at the bottom of the pit. There's actually another structure beneath the dock? The workers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Ze stood still, gazing at the devastating scene in the distance. The director of the Special Management Bureau acted decisively, creating a massive entrance at the dock with a single strike of a foggy giant cone. The once mountainous stacks of containers had vanished, replaced by a deep pit over 100 meters in diameter. Faint, panicked shouts echoed from the depths of the hole. "Begin the operation," Major Yao commanded, leading the charge out of the woods. Lin Ze followed closely, with the rest of the team quickly on their heels. Simultaneously, several squads emerged from other areas of the forest, advancing towards the dock in a three-pronged assault. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Ze estimated that there were about 200 to 300 people rushing towards the pit. Though not large in number, this unit was composed of elite members handpicked from the Special Management Bureau and the Beastmaster Association, nearly all of whom were at least silver level, including several 7th or 8th tier gold Beastmasters. With the director, a near-legendary Beastmaster, overseeing the operation, they were undoubtedly a formidable force. This lineup was understandable, given the notorious reputation of the Red Moon Society. Taking down their stronghold required utmost caution. As they sprinted, the team members whispered among themselves, "Does Lin Ze really have an 8th tier beast? He doesn't look like it. An 18-year-old student. How is that possible?" "It's true. Just ask Lu Tao. He dealt with the abyssal giant mastiff. If it weren't true, the major wouldn't have let him join the operation." Most of the team hadn't witnessed Lin Ze's abilities firsthand, and were skeptical about his possession of an 8th tier beast. Although Lin Ze was renowned as a genius in Ningjiang City, rumors suggested he only had 3 7th tier beasts. The sudden leap to an 8th tier beast seemed too rapid. Lin Ze felt the scrutinizing gazes from behind, but remained unfazed. He had anticipated such doubt when he decided to join the mission. Being an outsider and young, distrust was only natural. However, he knew it wouldn't be long before he could prove himself. Minutes later, they leaped into the pit. As they landed, dozens of beasts materialized, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. They found themselves in a spacious corridor, one side of which had collapsed, revealing an irregularly shaped large opening. Looking down, there were 3 more circular holes, each decreasing in diameter. "These rats sure know how to dig." Major Yao cursed, then sternly ordered, "Commence the attack. Prioritize eliminating the enemy. No need to leave anyone alive." "Yes," the team responded in unison, and their beasts charged forward. Before they even reached halfway through the corridor, urgent footsteps and the roars of ferocious beasts echoed from the corner ahead. A horde of demon-type beasts charged toward them, followed by 14 or 15 robed fallen ones. Lin Ze noticed the absence of any insignia on their chests, understanding they were merely ordinary members. According to Major Yao, the Red Moon Society had a hierarchy. At the bottom were regular members, and above them were elite members, identifiable by blood patterns embroidered on their sleeves. In the hierarchy of the Red Moon Society, above the elite members are the steward-level officials. These stewards also wear black robes, but they have a blood moon emblem on their chests as a symbol. A higher level, the double moon stewards, have 2 blood moon emblems, and the chief steward has 3. The chief steward is typically the head of a small city's base or a senior member of a larger city's branch, representing the high-ranking power within the Red Moon Society. At the very top are the regional leaders, who often control the branches in major cities and are among the most elite leaders of the society. For instance, the head of the Ningjiang City branch is a regional leader. In the center of the corridor, the beasts of both sides clashed fiercely. In an instant, a bloody storm erupted, with roars and cries of pain echoing continuously. The once empty corridor was now packed with the battling beasts. The beast tamers on either side cast soul spells across the battlefield, with countless magical lights colliding and vanishing in the air, creating a dazzling display. Lin Ze's gaze pierced through the dense crowd of beasts, focusing directly on the fallen ones in the rear. He did not summon any beasts though the corridor was spacious. It couldn't accommodate the mountain-like, condensed stone dragon. Such a minor skirmish wasn't worth involving Xiao Shui and Messiah. His target was always the fallen ones themselves. However, his teammates from the Special Management Bureau were unaware of his intentions. Seeing Lin Ze delay in summoning a beast, many of them frowned in secret. How could this renowned expert seem frozen in fear during actual combat? Could the major have chosen the wrong person? Just as this thought emerged, a piercing sound suddenly exploded. At the other end of the corridor, a fallen one's chest burst open with a bloody gash, and he fell with eyes wide open, instantly dead. This unexpected scene left everyone present stunned. What just happened? Before anyone could react, another piercing whistle shattered the air. A soul arrow shot through the sky, precisely piercing another fallen one's chest, leaving a bloody hole. The victim didn't even have time to let out a full scream before dying. The scene before them finally revealed the killer to the Special Task Force member Sit was Lin Ze, whom they had previously regarded as overrated. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief. Although these fallen ones were merely ordinary members of the Red Moon Society, The demonic beasts they summoned clearly indicated their strength all were at least bronze level, with some even being silver level beast masters. To have an opponent of this caliber taken down by a single soul arrow was beyond comprehension. Even Major Yao, who had a high opinion of Lin Ze, was taken aback, unable to stop his eye from twitching. As a gold-level beast master himself, he knew that even he couldn't directly kill a bronze-level beast master with a soul arrow. Lin Ze, indifferent to the shocked gazes around him, continued to calmly unleash soul arrows. With each fallen enemy, several demonic beasts in the corridor vanished like bubbles. The tide of the battle quickly turned, giving the special task force the upper hand. Panic began to spread among the fallen ones. They never imagined that someone in the opposing camp could breach the Soul Guardian with just ordinary soul arrows. The sense of security at the rear was completely shattered, and the fear of death loomed over them. They hastily attempted to cast higher-level defensive soul arts, only to find that against Lin Ze's level 8 soul arrows, boosted with 45 points of soul strength, their defenses were but a momentary delay. The sound of arrows cutting through the air continued incessantly, and in less than half a minute, over a dozen fallen ones lay dead, along with their summoned demonic beasts, all vanished without a trace. The pets and special task force members in the corridor were still in shock, unable to recover. Major Yao and others were utterly astonished. Such mastery of soul arts was beyond reach. Any previous doubts and dissatisfaction regarding Lin Ze vanished, replaced by genuine awe. Even without an 8th-tier pet beast, his mastery of soul arts alone was enough to command respect. Major Yao was the first to regain his composure. After giving Lin Ze a complex look, he ordered the team to move forward. They encountered 2 more waves of fallen ones blocking their path, but none could withstand Lin Ze for more than a minute. Each time, the special task force members looked at Lin Ze with growing reverence. Even silver-level beast masters were no match for him, a testament to his extraordinary strength. When the team reached the second underground level, the entire underground facility was in chaos. Shouts and screams echoed continuously, and through the base's central large hole, dazzling flashes of light from other levels could be clearly seen. The resistance from the Red Moon Society intensified, with steward-level officers now stepping forward to confront them. Suddenly, the right wall exploded violently. Amidst the dust and debris, a menacing dragon emerged, a rotting corpse dragon, exuding a foul stench, its eyes hollow and black, with glimpses of pale bones visible through its decaying flesh. Major Yao's face turned pale. The corpse dragon, a rare demonic dragon-type beast, though not pure-blooded, possessed combat power comparable to a true dragon. More importantly, it was an 8th-tier beast. Footsteps echoed from behind the corpse dragon, as 7 or 8 figures emerged, led by someone with a double blood moon emblem on their chest, unmistakably a steward-level officer. Among the followers of the fallen were 2 deacons with a blood moon emblem on their chests. The leader, known as the Double Moon Deacon, cast a cold gaze over Major Yao and his team, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent as sharp as a blade. "You've got some nerve coming onto our turf. Looks like you're tired of living." The Double Moon Deacon sneered with disdain. Major Yao stepped forward defiantly, a cold smile playing on his lips. "And you, hiding like rats, dare to boast? We've discovered the Red Moon Society's hideout. Let's see where you can run now." The Double Moon Deacon's expression turned dark, and he gritted his teeth as he issued the order. "Take them down." With a deafening roar, the corpse dragon lunged forward. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 8th-tier dragon beast caused the Special Management Bureau members on site to change their expressions, as if invisible shackles bound their bodies, making it difficult even to breathe. In this dire situation, as the only golden beast master present, Major Yao immediately commanded his 2 8th-tier beasts to intercept. Simultaneously, the fallen behind the Double Moon Deacons summoned their beasts, launching a fierce attack on the Special Management Bureau members. The battle was imminent, and the clash of 3 8th-tier beasts naturally became the focal point. However, in just moments, the faces of the Special Management Bureau members turned grim. Major Yao's 2 beasts were at a disadvantage, even in a 2-known scenario. "What's going on? That corpse dragon is an 8th-tier high-level beast," the crowd exclaimed. The Double Moon Deacon laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you talk big, but you're just a paper tiger. My corpse dragon is 8th tier, stage 7, and a dragon-type beast. Do you really think your 2 8th-tier mid-level weaklings can win? What a joke." Major Yao's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. His beasts were only at 8th-tier stages 4 and 5, able to contend with an ordinary 8th-tier stage 7 beast, but clearly outmatched against a dragon-type beast of the same tier. Dragon-type beasts are known for their superior combat abilities, often matching the power of an 8th-tier stage 9 regular beast. As Major Yao hesitated about sending a distress signal, a calm and steady voice reached his ear. "Major, let me handle this." Startled, Major Yao turned to see Lin Ze stepping out from the crowd, positioning himself in front of him. The sudden noise caught everyone's attention. The Twin Moon Deacon turned to the source of the sound, and upon seeing Lin Ze's young face, a disdainful sneer appeared on his own. It seems the Special Management Bureau has truly fallen, letting a young kid who still has much to learn boast about dealing with me. The followers behind him laughed scornfully. Indeed, Lin Ze's appearance was deceiving. Who would believe that such a young beast master dared to challenge the renowned Twin Moon Deacon of the Red Moon Society? Although the members of the Special Management Bureau didn't mock him, their faces were equally filled with shock. After all, their opponent was a formidable figure controlling an 8th tier, 7th stage corrupt dragon. Even if Lin Ze had an 8th tier beast, his chances of winning were slim. At present, even Major Yao's 2 beasts were struggling to breathe under the pressure. As everyone speculated whether Lin Ze intended to join forces with Major Yao, Lin Ze unhesitatingly summoned the stone condensing dragon. A majestic dragon's aura swept across the scene, instantly dispelling the oppressive presence of the corrupt dragon. The followers' laughter abruptly stopped, and they stared dumbfounded at the massive creature that appeared out of nowhere. As Silverdeer beast masters, they immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the stone-condensing Dragona pureblood dragon species, with an aura at least at the mid-8th tier. How is this possible? A kid around 20 years old with such a powerful beast? The followers exclaimed in disbelief. The Twin Moon Deacon's expression changed dramatically as he stared intently at Lin Ze. You are Lin Ze? At the mention of his name, the followers' faces turned pale. Within the Red Moon Society, Lin Ze was notorious. Not only was he a renowned young genius from Ningjiang City, but he had also thwarted the Red Moon Society's schemes multiple times, even taking down a deacon. Notably, he had single-handedly disrupted their plan to attack the Beast Master Association's Ningjiang branch by secretly nurturing the wailing flesh. Seeing the followers' expressions change drastically, Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly. I thought you'd recognize me immediately. It seems I haven't left a deep enough impression. This slightly teasing remark instantly ignited the Twin Moon Deacon's fury, his face darkening with murderous intent. The followers were even more incensed, clamoring to take Lin Ze's life. The Twin Moon Deacon raised his hand to silence his subordinates, coldly saying, "Very well. Let's see if your strength matches your bold words." The corrupt dragon immediately understood, roaring as it launched a fierce attack. It first rammed one opponent, then swung its tail to knock away another, charging towards Lin Ze like an out-of-control tank. However, the stone-condensing dragon was already intercepting it midway. Facing the aggressive enemy, it disdainfully shook its head before unleashing a thunderous roar, the fear roar. Instantly, all beasts on the scene fell into brief fear and chaos. Even the corrupt dragon involuntarily paused for a moment. Although it quickly shook off the effect, that brief pause was enough for the stone-condensing dragon to close in. Stone-splitting claw. With a resounding crash, the stone-condensing dragon's claw struck the corrupt dragon heavily. Its withered flesh instantly tore apart, revealing the pale bones beneath. The claw continued its momentum, cracking the bones with a loud snap. The corrupt dragon collapsed, the hard ground beneath it spiderwebbed with cracks. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was speechless, staring in shock at the spectacle. The stone-condensing dragon roared in excitement, seizing the opportunity to continue its fierce assault, completely overpowering the corrupt dragon with its formidable physique. The members of the Special Management Bureau were utterly dumbfounded. They had initially thought Lin Ze's beast was at most mid-8th tier, yet it was this powerful. Watching the stone-condensing dragon suppress the corrupt dragon, it was clear it possessed peak 8th tier strength. Incredible. I thought I was dreaming. We knew Lin Ze had an 8th tier beast, but didn't expect it to be peak 8th tier. The crowd marveled. The Special Management Bureau members now looked at Lin Ze with newfound respect. Not only was his soul technique prowess astonishing, but he also possessed a peak 8th tier beast. Could he really be just an 18-year-old student? Even many gold-tier beast masters couldn't compare. No wonder he was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in Ningjiang City. It's not an exaggeration, but an understatement. In stark contrast to the Special Management Bureau's awe, the followers were gripped by fear. Their prideful strongest force was being overwhelmed. Their previous arrogance and smugness vanished. The Twin Moon Deacon's face turned pale with disbelief. He couldn't accept that his corrupt dragon was losing to a student's beast. Recalling his earlier boast, his face flushed with embarrassment. Roar! The deafening dragon's cry echoed throughout the underground base. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, the stone-condensing dragon launched a fierce assault. Its breath spewed forth, and its claws swept through the air, each strike landing precisely on the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon was driven back repeatedly, its already damaged body appearing even more battered under the relentless blows. This outcome was inevitable from the start of the battle. The stone-condensing dragon, having broken through to the 8th tier, 9th stage, wielded power nearly at the 9th tier level. In contrast, the corpse dragon was only at the 8th tier, 7th stage, and even with the innate strength of the dragon race, it barely reached the peak of the 8th tier. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. The sudden turn of events caused the faces of the fallen ones to change drastically. The Double Moon Steward's eyes flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed fiercely at Lin Ze. Instantly, a piercing screech resonated through the air as a vast skull, formed from countless blood mists, shot towards Lin Ze. Blood-withering skull. Major Yao exclaimed in shock. This was a bizarre soul technique created by the leader of the Red Moon Society, capable of instantly draining the blood from a living being. Even a beast master protected by a soul shield would struggle to escape severe injury if hit. Just as Major Yao was about to intervene, Lin Ze calmly gestured for him to stop. Then, he did something that left everyone dumbfounded, directly punched the blood-red skull. Is he courting death? Major Yao was horrified. The Double Moon Steward sneered disdainfully. Yet in the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. The blood-red skull, upon being struck by Lin Ze's fist, convulsed violently as if it had been severely hit, on the brink of collapse. Even more astonishingly, the eerie blood aura that surged towards Lin Ze was completely blocked by his soul shield. How is this possible? The Double Moon Steward's eyes widened in disbelief. The blood-withering skull, which not even a golden beast master dared to confront directly, was so effortlessly neutralized. Seconds later, the blood-red skull, unable to hold together any longer, dissipated with a crash. Lin Ze withdrew his fist, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This outcome was within his expectations with his current soul power, combined with a level 6 soul shield. Even a full force strike from an 8th tier beast couldn't breach his defenses. The fallen ones stood in stunned silence, and the Special Management Bureau personnel watched in awe. Their understanding of the blood-withering skull had never included the possibility of someone dismantling it barehanded. This was completely beyond their comprehension. The pet beast of the Twin Moon Steward is only at the 8th tier, so his own strength naturally wouldn't surpass this limit. As for that astonishing punch earlier, it was actually the result of Lin Ze's quick thinking on the spot. When he saw the Twin Moon Steward use the withered blood skull, his first reaction was to counter with soul arts. Faced with the massive blood-red skull, he immediately thought of an area attack soul art soul force impact. However, the power of the 5th level soul force impact was slightly insufficient to shatter the withered blood skull. In a moment of urgency, Lin Ze decisively invested 500 achievement points to upgrade the soul force impact to the 6th level. The 6th level is a significant threshold for most soul arts, often leading to a qualitative leap. For example, after reaching the 6th level, the interval for casting Soul Arrow can be significantly shortened, and Soul Guard evolves from single-target defense to a group defense domain. Soul Force Impact is no exception. At the 6th level, the user can concentrate the originally diffused shockwave to a single point and then release it instantly, thus generating more powerful destructive force. This characteristic sparked an idea in Lin Ze's mind, and he immediately concentrated the Soul Force Impact on his fist, using it as the release medium. The effect was unexpectedly astonishing. The power produced by the 6th level soul art, combined with near-legendary soul strength, directly shattered the withered blood skull. However, this move took quite a toll. Lin Ze looked down at his fist, which was already red and faintly aching. It's worth noting that his physique is as high as 25.2, comparable to a humanoid beast, yet he still felt considerable strain. No wonder this technique is unheard of. Ordinary silver and gold beast masters probably wouldn't harm their enemies before injuring themselves. Lin Ze's lips curled slightly in realization. This move is too demanding for ordinary beast masters, while legendary ones wouldn't bother with such a technique, making it his unique skill. Is this my exclusive close combat soul art now? Lin Ze's astonishing punch shattered the remaining fighting spirit of the fallen ones. Deacon Shuangyue's face changed drastically as he finally understood why so many of his fellow cult members had fallen at the hands of this 18-year-old boy. Watching this young man who could command a peak 8th tier beast and crush the head of a blood skeleton with a single punch, Deacon Shuangyue felt a strong sense of unease. First, the base was raided by the Special Management Bureau, and now he faced a formidable opponent whose strength far exceeded his age. A seed of retreat sprouted in his heart, and he unconsciously took a step back. Lin Ze keenly noticed the subtle movement and sneered, trying to escape? Then taste my soul art first. Before he finished speaking, a soul arrow shot towards Deacon Shuangyue like a bolt of lightning. Although Deacon Shuangyue felt a sense of disdain, he remembered Lin Ze's displayed strength and cautiously released a soul arrow to counter it. The two soul arrows collided in the air with a dull thud. Surprisingly, Deacon Shuangyue's soul arrow shattered instantly, while Lin Ze's continued its trajectory, striking him in the chest and abdomen. The glow of soul power enveloped him, and Deacon Shuangyue felt a quarter of his soul power suddenly drain. This was unimaginable for someone with a 6th level soul guardian. He stared at Lin Ze in shock, unable to believe the terrifying power of his opponent's soul art. Before he could recover, another soul arrow from Lin Ze came his way. In haste, Deacon Shuangyue grabbed a subordinate to use as a shield and turned to flee. The other fallen ones, seeing this, scattered in all directions. The Special Management Bureau members were about to pursue, but Lin Ze acted first. Over 10 soul arrows swept out like a torrential rain, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 fallen ones. The demonic beasts and corpse dragons in the field vanished with them. Deacon Shuangyue, fleeing for his life, heard the silence behind him and turned to meet Lin Ze's cold gaze. Before he could beg for mercy, 3 soul arrows came at him. The first 2 shattered his soul guardian, and the third pierced his heart. The scene returned to calm. The Special Management Bureau members hadn't even reacted before the battle was over. Major Yao silently marveled at Lin Ze's incredible strength, even considering recruiting him. But he quickly realized that with Lin Ze's talent, he was destined to shine on the dimensional battlefield. At this moment, Lin Ze focused on the system prompt in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Nemesis of the Fallen 3. Accumulate 100 fallen kills, requiring a rank of bronze or above. Achievement grants 2,000 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, 1 body strengthening crystal. Rewards pending collection. Finally achieved it. Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of joy. His proactive involvement in the siege and relentless efforts to claim the lead had paid off, and he had finally completed the Nemesis of the Fallen 3 achievement. He glanced at the panel, noting that the next achievement required the elimination of 1,000 fallen ones, a goal far out of reach in the short term. Shrugging off the thought, Lin Ze decided to focus on more attainable objectives for now. Taking advantage of the Special Operations Bureau members' distraction, he discreetly absorbed the Soul Crystal and Body Strengthening Crystal rewards, instantly increasing each attribute by 1 point. Feeling the strength of his physique at 26.2, Lin Ze clenched his fist in satisfaction. His physical strength was steadily approaching the level of a 5th-tier beast. Meanwhile, his soul strength of 46 points was nearing the significant threshold of 50 points. However, the remaining 4-point gap was not easy to bridge. With his current soul strength, daily training yielded minimal results, possibly not even improving by 1 point in a year. Relying on rare treasures wasn't practical either at his level. Any treasures that could have a noticeable effect were priceless and often fetched over $1 billion at auctions. It seemed he would have to rely on achievement rewards. With a plan in mind, Lin Ze closed the panel. By then, the group had recovered from their shock. Major Yao cleared his throat and said, "Let's move forward." With Lin Ze's impressive display of strength, the team's morale soared. They advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly reaching the 3rd underground level. However, the Red Moon Society had survived under the Military and Beastmaster Association's siege for a reason. They were no ordinary adversaries. After the initial panic, the Fallen Ones mounted a fierce counterattack. They knew that if they couldn't fend off the invaders tonight, they would struggle to survive in Ningjiang City even if they escaped. The dire situation unleashed their ferocity, prompting them to launch a desperate assault. As Lin Ze's group descended to the 3rd level, they encountered over 100 demon-type fierce beasts hidden. The furious beast horde roared as it charged, their overwhelming aura causing the Special Operations Bureau members to pale. The stone condensation dragon stepped forward without hesitation and let out a terrifying roar. Its fear-inducing roar threw the beast horde into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed a torrent of blood mist, turning the fierce beasts it touched into stone statues. In mere seconds, the 100-plus fierce beasts were completely annihilated. The Special Operations Bureau members were left speechless, and even Major Yao couldn't help but gasp. The combination of the fearsome roar and the stone-condensing blood mist was a formidable group battle technique. Watching Lin Ze's back, Major Yao suddenly considered a possibility. Rumor had it that Lin Ze's main companion was an ice-type beast. Could it be that the stone condensation dragon wasn't even his strongest? But he quickly dismissed the thought. For an 18-year-old student to have an 8th-tier peak beast was already astonishing. If he had a 9th-tier beast, how could other beast masters even compete? Looking up, he noticed Lin Ze staring at the opening above. Through the opening, 2 massive figures could be seen in the high skies above the dock. One was their director's cloud giant, transformed into a mountain-like giant in combat. The other was a smaller but incredibly agile blood-red creature, darting around like lightning and counterattacking with blood blades. "That's a venomous blood demon," Major Yao remarked with a grave expression. In response to Lin Ze's inquiry, he explained, "It's a rare 9th-tier demon-type fierce beast, starting at 9th-tier 2nd stage strength. It can increase its power by consuming Beastmaster's blood, and with enough accumulation, it can evolve into a king-level beast, Belial." Mentioning Belial, a hint of fear flashed in Major Yao's eyes, as if he had witnessed that terrifying existence firsthand. Lin Ze, deep in thought, looked back up at the sky. The venomous blood demon was evidently the pet of the area's overseer, the only type of figure capable of contending with the Special Operations Bureau's director. The clash between the two ninth-tier beasts was monumental, their overwhelming pressure palpable even from the third underground level. The Special Operations Bureau members all showed signs of awe, except for Lin Ze, who remained calm, his gaze on the venomous blood demon filled with a hint of eagerness. For most people, a ninth-tier beast is a formidable presence that demands respect. However, for Lin Ze, who owns 3 ninth-tier beasts, it is not quite the same. Even so, he does not intend to recklessly challenge the malevolent blood fiend hovering high in the sky. Within the 9th tier, the gap between each level is vast, and that blood fiend has clearly reached at least the 9th tier 5th or even 6th level. Even if Lin Ze were to use all his beasts to their fullest potential, it might not be enough to contend with it. Shaking his head, Lin Ze refocused on the situation at hand. Despite the Red Moon Society members' staunch resistance, they continued to retreat in the face of the powerful combined assault from the Special Administrative Bureau and the Beast Master Association. After more than an hour, the battle line had advanced to the final layer, the 5th level. In front of a spacious hall, the personnel from the Special Administrative Bureau and the Beast Master Association had gathered. "What's the status?" Major Yao asked an officer who had arrived first. "The plan is going smoothly," the officer replied excitedly, pulling out a map and pointing to a location. "Aside from the regional head Du Yuan, all the defectors in the base are trapped in this hall. This is the Red Moon Society's council chamber. There's only one exit and no secret passages. Those rats have nowhere to escape." Major Yao clenched his fist, unable to hide his delight. "Great. Once we take care of those inside, the Red Moon Society's main force in Ningjiang City will be completely wiped out." The group showed signs of excitement, but a senior officer quickly reminded them, "Don't celebrate too soon. There's still a steward inside. With so many of us, are we supposed to fear one steward?" A member of the Beast Master Association remarked dismissively. "Besides, we have Master Kuliang on our side." All eyes turned to a man with dark skin, who looked like an ordinary farmer. This was Kuliang, a 9th-tier expert sent by the Beast Master Association, serving as a key figure in this operation alongside the Special Administrative Bureau's director. Lin Ze observed Kuliang, marveling at how unassuming this powerful figure appeared. If they crossed paths on the street, one would never guess he was a 9th-tier beast master to be revered. At that moment, Kuliang suddenly turned his head, meeting Lin Ze's gaze, and offered a friendly smile and nod. Lin Ze paused briefly, returned the gesture, and then averted his gaze. Kuliang's goodwill stemmed from his admiration for Lin Ze. News of Lin Ze's achievement in passing the Super Difficulty Silver Assessment in Luoan City had recently reached the Ningjiang City Association branch, causing a sensation. Even more astonishing, he not only possessed multiple 8th-tier beasts, but also shattered a long unbroken record at the Star Soul Tower. These remarkable achievements led the association's leadership to quickly agree that they must make every effort to recruit this exceptionally talented young man. Even if they could not persuade him to join the association, they should strive to maintain a good relationship. After all, a prodigy with the potential to become a legend is undoubtedly worth the investment. At this moment, many present were indeed discreetly observing Lin Ze. After the assembly, Lin Ze's previous impressive performance quickly spread among the team members through their conversations. Exclamations of amazement echoed throughout the crowd. An 8th-level peak condensed stone dragon? A pure blood dragon? Its combat power must be nearing the 9th level. No wonder Major Yao specially recruited him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Major Yao's special recruitment of Lin Ze had indeed sparked considerable debate within the Special Management Bureau. Many questioned whether it was appropriate to involve a student in such an important mission, even if he was a renowned prodigy. As for the rumored 8th-level beast, most people had dismissed it with skepticism. But now, listening to the detailed accounts from those who witnessed it, the doubts vanished. Lin Ze indeed possessed an 8th-level peak condensed stone dragon, a fact that forced everyone present to reassess this 18-year-old young man. To reach a height at 18 that many can't achieve in a lifetime, someone murmured in awe. The way people looked at Lin Ze changed drastically, their expressions filled with shock, reverence, and envy. Lin Ze stood quietly aside, suddenly finding himself the center of attention. Members of the Special Management Bureau and the Beastmaster Association approached to converse with him, and even a few young women discreetly slipped him notes with their contact information, accompanied by flirtatious glances. This situation left Lin Ze feeling a bit helpless. After all, they were in the midst of a siege operation. Fortunately, the officers from the Bureau and the Association officials soon concluded their discussions and began arranging the next phase of the attack plan. The focus returned to the mission, allowing Lin Ze to breathe a silent sigh of relief. "Stay alert. We can't let a single defector escape." The officer's shout echoed around, and everyone immediately responded in unison. The Allied forces quickly completed their pre-battle preparations. Hundreds of beasts surrounded the gate, ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, a gigantic stone golem, 6 or 7 meters tall, charged out from the ranks, each step causing the ground to tremble. It crashed into the gate, and with a deafening boom, the heavy door collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. A flying beast immediately flapped its wings, dispersing the dust in an instant. However, the scene before them left everyone frozen in place inside the hall. Instead of the expected lineup of defectors, lay a chaotic sprawl of corpses. The defectors had clearly died not long ago, fresh blood still pouring from their fatal wounds, forming a shocking sea of blood on the floor. The heavy stench of blood filled the air, causing many to turn pale. Lin Ze frowned as he surveyed the bodies, finally focusing on the only figure standing in the hall. It was a man in a black robe, with 3 blood moons emblazoned on his chest. His face was gaunt, his complexion sickly pale, exuding an aura of coldness. This marked him as a deacon. Facing the intruders, the man showed no panic. Instead, he revealed a chilling smile. "You've finally arrived. Wei Yu, surrender now. The Red Moon Society is finished," Major Yao declared sternly, though doubt flickered in his eyes. "Correction, this is merely a branch of the Red Moon Society," Wei Yu said nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "And here I am, standing just fine. The master is surely alive, and well, your Special Affairs Bureau director is no match for him." These words infuriated the members of the Special Affairs Bureau present, but Wei Yu remained unfazed, his smile growing more sinister. Just as Major Yao prepared to order an attack, the hall suddenly filled with agonizing wails, and the blood on the floor began to surge violently, converging wildly toward the center of the hall. Several beasts at the forefront were swallowed by the wave of blood before they could even scream. The corpses were also swept up, eventually forming a massive blood ball in the center of the hall. A chillingly eerie aura spread instantly. The Allied forces' remote attacks rained down on the blood ball but caused no harm. Close combat beasts' attacks were equally futile, and they were instead dragged into the blood ball by its tendrils. In mere seconds, over 30 beasts vanished, including formidable 7th and 8th tier ones. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the blood ball began to transform, ultimately becoming a 6 or 7 turtle giant of flesh and blood. "Behold, our masterpiece Blood Satan," Wei Yu laughed maniacally. "Experience its terror." An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area, leaving everyone feeling suffocated. No one doubted that a brutal battle was about to erupt. A terrifying pressure filled every corner of the room. In the center of the hall stood a grotesque and fearsome flesh demon, its writhing mass of flesh causing those present to shiver with dread. Many faces turned pale, and eyes were filled with unconcealed fear. What is that monster? A demonic beast? A species I've never seen before. I heard that lunatics say it's a new breed developed by the Red Moon Society. Among the crowd, Lin Ze frowned slightly. This flesh demon seemed eerily familiar to him. As he recalled, it reminded him of the howling flesh he encountered in the secret realm of 10,000 insects. Back then, he discovered that the Red Moon Society was secretly developing new demonic beasts, and this flesh demon bore similarities to the howling flesh. They were both constructed from biological flesh, one using beast flesh and the other human flesh. It seems the Red Moon Society's experiment was indeed successful, Lin Ze thought to himself, astounded. The mere aura of this monster indicated its power far surpassed that of the beasts present. As if to confirm his thoughts, the flesh demon suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It swiftly grabbed a beast that couldn't dodge in time, its fingers clenching with a bone-cracking sound that echoed through the hall. Blood spurted from its grasp as it devoured the shattered corpse without hesitation, then eagerly lunged at the other beasts. Although the beasts present were quite formidable, with the weakest at the 6th rank and many at the 7th and 8th, the flesh demon tore through them as if they were nothing. Each of its strikes could kill a 7th or 8th rank beast instantly, while their counterattacks only left faint white marks on its flesh. This is the power of a 9th rank beast. The faces of the officers from the Special Management Bureau and the association officials grew grim. Major Yao immediately turned to the hunched figure of Kuliang beside him. "Master Kuliang, leave it to me." Kuliang nodded solemnly. In a flash of light, a massive indigo beast appeared in front of Kuliang. Its body was covered in lightning-like patterns, and it had a pair of 30-centimeter-long horns on its head, crackling with lightning. The 9th rank beast, Thunderhorn Rhino. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "That's Master Kuliang's newly advanced 9th rank, 2nd stage main beast." As soon as the Thunderhorn Rhino appeared, it let out a deep growl, its horns erupting with blinding lightning. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bolt of indigo lightning struck the flesh demon with pinpoint accuracy, enveloping it entirely. The flesh demon screamed in agony, its body covered in charred wounds. Just as relief spread among the onlookers, a dense red mist suddenly emanated from the demon, tightly enveloping its entire form. After a brief pause, the blood mist suddenly contracted and was instantly absorbed into the body of the flesh Satan. Astonishingly, The wounds on its body vanished completely, fully restored. Major Yao and his team were taken aback, and before they could react, the flesh Satan roared and lunged at the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. The two massive creatures clashed fiercely in the center of the hall. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's sharp horn emitted blinding electric flashes, each strike powerful enough to severely injure or even kill an 8th-tier pet beast. However, these thunder attacks only left minor scorch marks on the flesh Satan, which were eerily healed by the blood mist in an instant. The flesh Satan quickly adapted to its opponent's attack pattern, enveloping itself in a layer of blood mist barrier. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's lightning strikes could no longer penetrate this defense. However, the blood mist seemed to only provide defensive capabilities, as the flesh Satan's attacks continued to rely purely on its physical strength. Facing the equally robust Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, it struggled to gain an advantage, and the battle reached a stalemate. I didn't expect the Red Moon Society to have cultivated such a formidable creature, Kuliang said, his eyes fixed on the battlefield with a heavy tone. The Federation has discovered hundreds of pet beasts over the centuries, but only a few new breeds have been successfully cultivated, and even fewer have reached the 9th tier, Major Yao nodded. For a small sect like the Red Moon Society to cultivate a 9th-tier demonic beast is truly astounding. I must report this to the higher-ups when I return and alert other cities to be vigilant. But for now, he frowned at the flesh Satan. We need to deal with this immediate threat. Kuliang pondered. I'm afraid my Thunderhorn Rhinoceros might not be able to defeat it. Then we should directly target the master. Major Yao's gaze pierced toward Wei Yu at the end of the hall like a sharp blade. Wei Yu seemed to sense his gaze and turned with a chilling smile. Do you plan to attack me? Have you forgotten something? He pointed to the battling flesh Satan. It's not my contracted pet beast. This revelation left Major Yao and Kuliang stunned, their expressions changing drastically. Meanwhile, Wei Yu had already begun summoning his own 9th-tier contracted pet beast. Wei Yu was known as a golden beast master with a 9th-tier pet beast, a fact everyone had been aware of before the attack on the underground base. However, they all mistakenly believed that the blood Satan was Wei Yu's 9th-tier pet beast. After all, it was a well-known rule that both ordinary pet beasts and demonic beasts must be contracted to be controlled by a beast master. But reality hit them hard. The blood Satan was not Wei Yu's contracted pet beast. This meant they were about to face a second 9th-tier demonic beast. Roar! With a deafening roar, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. It was a fearsome creature with bulging muscles, its head a gigantic bull's head crowned with sharp, gleaming horns. Its enormous wings spanned 4 to 5 meters, but most striking were its 6 arms, each gripping a different weapon: a broadsword, a battle axe, a short halberd, a chain, a heavy hammer, and a metal mace, all emanating a chilling glow. It's a 6-armed demon. Kuliang's face turned pale as he instantly recognized the monster. Everyone present, especially Major Yao and the Special Management Bureau soldiers, was all too familiar with the name. As an indisputable 9th-tier demonic beast, the 6-armed demon was notorious for its terrifying combat prowess. The relentless assault from its 6 weapons could overwhelm even beasts of the same tier, and weaker ones might be crushed to pulp in an instant. Even though this 6-armed demon was only at the first stage of the 9th tier, their current lineup struggled to contend with it, especially with their sole 9th-tier pet beast, the Thunderhorn Rhino, being tightly entangled by the blood Satan. The 6-armed demon charged at the crowd. A pet beast barely got close before being struck in the side by the sweeping heavy hammer, exploding into a mist of blood. This was just the beginning, as the 6-armed demon tore through the horde of pet beasts like a wolf among sheep, its 6 weapons wreaking havoc and carnage. In less than a minute, nearly 200 pet beasts failed to stop it, losing over 30 in the process. Ha ha ha. Wei Yu laughed maniacally. I told you, until the very end. No one knows who will win. His cold gaze swept over the crowd like a venomous snake. Now the situation is clear. Today, you will all die here. Don't worry, once I've dealt with you, I'll help the master deal with your director. Sacrificing an underground base to annihilate the elite forces of the Special Management Bureau, along with a 9th-tier officer from the Beastmaster Association, is a fair trade. Everyone felt a sinking feeling, and Major Yao gritted his teeth in frustration. They had prepared thoroughly for this operation, thinking it would be an easy victory, but they hadn't expected the Red Moon Society to have bred a new type of 9th-tier demonic beast. Only Lin Ze remained calm. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous dragon roar echoed through the hall. Everyone looked up to see the hall's center shrouded in dense black mist. The mist was dark and deep, absorbing the surrounding light like a black hole, drastically reducing visibility in the hall. From within the mist came the enraged and pained roars of the 6-armed demon, indicating it had suffered a significant blow in the dark fog. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Major Yao and Kuliang immediately recalled the earlier dragon's roar and quickly turned their gaze to Lin Ze. Among those present, only Lin Ze's 8th tier, ninth stage condensed stone dragon seemed capable of contending with the six-armed demon. Its pure-blooded dragon lineage might just stand a chance against a ninth-tier demonic beast. Just as hope began to flicker in their eyes, a thunderous roar erupted from the mist. A violent gust suddenly rose, dispersing the dense fog around them. The six-armed demon was seen wildly swinging its six weapons, creating a fierce whirlwind. As the scene in the center of the hall became clear again, everyone noticed the six-armed demon was covered in charred scorch marks and deep claw scratches, clearly inflicted by the condensed stone dragon. This sight brought a glimmer of joy to the allied soldiers. Roar! The six-armed demon let out an earth-shattering roar, launching a ferocious attack on the condensed stone dragon. A new round of fierce battle erupted, but this time, the dragon was clearly at a disadvantage. Facing the relentless assault of six weapons, even this mighty creature could only retreat. The joy on the faces of the allied forces instantly froze, as if doused with cold water. Major Yao and Ku Liang's hearts sank. They realized that if even the strongest condensed stone dragon couldn't hold its ground, the other beasts stood no chance. Was their entire force truly doomed to fall here today? Across from them, Wei Yu relaxed his brow and sneered. I thought you might have some impressive trump card, but it's just an 8th tier peak condensed stone dragon. Unfortunately for you, my six-armed demon is at the 9th tier, 2nd stage. Even a pure-blooded dragon isn't a match. He laughed maniacally, a sick excitement on his face. Struggle all you want. You'll enjoy watching the fear on your faces as you meet your end. Just then, a calm voice suddenly cut through the tension. Do all the lunatics from the Red Moon Society love to spout nonsense like this? A sudden sound interrupted Wei Yu's laughter. His expression froze, and he quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. A remarkably young face came into view. It was unusual for such a young beast master to appear here, and Wei Yu frowned slightly. What surprised him even more was that the face seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Ze. The name suddenly flashed through Wei Yu's mind. He carefully scrutinized the young man before him, quickly comparing him with the information in his memory. A cold smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect to see you here. Perfect timing. You disrupted the sect's plans before, and we haven't settled that score with you yet. Now, we don't have to go looking for you. Facing Wei Yu's murderous gaze, Lin Ze remained calm, merely raising an eyebrow with an indifferent expression. This attitude infuriated Wei Yu, and a hint of green flashed across his face. Sensing its master's anger, the six-armed demon became even more violent, its six arms swinging at an increased speed, turning its weapons into a flurry of shadows as it launched a fierce attack on the stone dragon. In just a few seconds, the stone dragon endured over 20 blows. Even with the dragon race's formidable physique, such a barrage was unbearable, and it let out muffled groans of pain. If you think this stone dragon can defeat my six-armed demon, you're just deluding yourself. Wei Yu scoffed triumphantly. As the battle took a sudden turn for the worse, the allied forces clenched their fists anxiously. If the stone dragon fell, their fate would be sealed. Even the usually composed Major Yao and Ku Liang couldn't hide their concern. Ku Liang was about to speak when he noticed that Lin Ze still maintained a composed and calm demeanor, as if the predicament before them didn't exist. This made him secretly wonder, could Lin Ze have another trick up his sleeve? Just as the six-armed demon was about to deliver a fatal blow, a holy, pure white light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After pausing briefly in midair, it shot toward the six-armed demon like lightning. A deafening clang of metal echoed as the six-armed demon let out a grunt, its massive body staggering backward. A visible crack appeared on the battle axe held by its middle right arm, emitting a faint white smoke. Everyone stared in shock at the figure enveloped in the holy light. As the light gradually faded, they finally saw the figure's true appearance. She was a beautiful angelic girl with pure white wings on her back, wielding a golden greatsword. Her entire presence exuded a sense of valor, holiness, and authority. Ku Liang's eyes widened instantly. As a high-ranking member of the Beast Master Association, he immediately recognized the identity of this angelic girl. At the same time, Wei Yu's expression changed drastically, almost blurting out, "She Angel." His face was filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. She Angel? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Major Yao, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask Ku Liang for clarification. Ku Liang took a deep breath to calm his inner shock and explained, the She Angel is an extremely rare high-ranking angel, belonging to both the holy and light attributes. They are naturally effective against demon and dark-type creatures, earning them the reputation as the nemesis of these beings. More importantly, the combat power of a She Angel is incredibly formidable, reportedly even surpassing that of pure-blooded dragons. Even at the initial stage of the 8th tier, they can rival 9th tier beasts. Among Scrade beasts, She Angels are considered the very top tier. Scrade? And one of the top tier? The crowd collectively gasped. They all knew that to be rated as Scrade, A beast not only needed to possess the ability to fight above its level, but also had to have the potential to grow into a king-level being. This angelic girl, as beautiful as a fairy, was actually a rare beast with the potential to reach king level? Everyone was utterly shocked, looking at Lin Ze with newfound respect. Having an 8th-tier pinnacle stone condensing dragon was one thing, but to also possess an great angelic beast was truly intimidating. Wei Yu's expression darkened as he ordered the 6-armed demon, "Don't get too excited. What does an 8th-tier she-angel amount to? Kill her." The 6-armed demon charged at Messiah with murderous intent, its 6 weapons whirling like the wind. The angelic girl remained calm, gracefully retreating as her golden greatsword transformed into a longbow. Her movements were fluid, and a golden arrow of light gathered on the string, shooting forth like lightning. Instant kill arrow. The 6-armed demon instinctively sensed danger, roaring as it swung its battle axe to intercept. With a crisp clang, the axe was deflected, and the golden lightning struck its chest directly. A harrowing scream echoed as the holy white light spread from the wound, reducing flesh to ash wherever it touched. Although the 6-armed demon managed to use black light to mitigate some of the damage, a ghastly wound remained on its chest, with charred flesh continuously emitting wisps of smoke. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stood frozen, finally realizing that the she-angel before them was indeed a genuine 9th-tier powerhouse. A 9th-tier spirit beast. Wei Yu stared blankly at the noble and valiant figure in the center of the hall, his mind buzzing. This development was completely beyond his expectations. An 18-year-old beast tamer possessing a 9th-tier spirit beast, and a top-tier radiant angel at that. It completely overturned the common knowledge in the world of beast tamers. Inside the hall, the coalition troops snapped out of their initial shock, their faces lighting up with joy. Exclamations of amazement echoed through the space. Incredible! A 9th-tier spirit beast. We're saved. Indeed, in the world of beast tamers, nurturing a 9th-tier spirit beast usually required reaching the age of 40 or 50. Even a strong figure like Ku Yang had only managed to raise a 9th-tier, second-stage Thunderhorn rhinoceros at nearly 60. Yet Lin Ze had achieved this feat at just 18, a talent that astounded the entire beast-taming community. The battle continued. The Radiant Angel's longbow had transformed back into a giant sword, engaging in fierce close combat with the 6-armed demon. Despite the opponent wielding 6 weapons, the angelic girl's swordplay was graceful and agile, easily parrying each attack and seizing opportunities to counter. As the bane of demonic creatures, each strike from the Radiant Angel inflicted immense pain on the 6-armed demon, causing wisps of smoke to rise from its body. Seeing his spirit beast at a disadvantage, Wei Yu shouted in desperation, "You fool! Kill that Radiant Angel at all costs." This roar completely unleashed the 6-armed demon's ferocity. Its eyes turned blood red as it launched a frenzied assault, all 6 weapons attacking the Radiant Angel from different angles, the pressure sealing off all escape routes. Yet Lin Ze remained calm. The Radiant Angel was enveloped in a holy glow, a transparent shield deflecting all attacks. 6 pairs of massive light wings unfurled, dispelling the darkness in the hall, as golden holy light poured down. Slayer of evil. A golden blade of light whistled forth, instantly destroying the weapons in the 6-armed demon's hands. With a piercing scream, its arms disintegrated into ash in the holy light. In a desperate attempt to survive, the demon conjured a black mist shield to barely evade, only to be struck squarely in the forehead by a precise golden arrow. The holy light spread, reducing the demon's head to ashes, and its headless body crashed to the ground. The hall fell silent, then erupted in a wave of astonishment. Everyone was awed by the Radiant Angel's immense power. Wei Yu, however, was left ashen-faced, watching helplessly as his spirit beast turned to dust, his heart filled with unwillingness and fear. Monster! That kid is a damn monster! This was his only thought at that moment. With the death of the 6-armed giant demon, the battle's outcome was sealed. Messiah quickly turned his focus to the flesh Satan, still locked in fierce combat with the Thunderhorn rhinoceros. Drawing his longbow to its full extent, a golden arrow of light formed on the string. Sensing the lethal threat, the flesh Satan let out a deafening roar, desperately trying to evade Messiah's aim. However, the Thunderhorn rhinoceros clung to it tightly, making escape impossible. A whistling sound pierced the air as the golden arrow shot through the blood mist surrounding the flesh Satan, exploding into a gruesome wound on its chest. Severely injured, the flesh Satan froze momentarily. The Thunderhorn rhinoceros seized this fleeting opportunity, its sharp horn bursting with blinding lightning as it charged at the flesh Satan, roaring like a thunder dragon. Indigo lightning poured into the wound on its chest, causing its body to convulse violently and smoke to billow. Having endured the lethal blows of 2 9th-tier powerhouses, the flesh Satan was critically injured and on the brink of death. Finally, Messiah swiftly closed in and, with a single sword strike, cleaved it in two, ending the battle decisively. The onlookers were filled with awe at this breathtaking scene. They had thought victory was assured, only to nearly fall to the two ninth-tier demonic beasts summoned by Wei Yu. Just when the situation seemed hopeless, Lin Ze stood up, vanquishing two formidable foes and turning the tide. In just half an hour, everyone's emotions had swung like a roller coaster. Fortunately, the outcome was positive, all thanks to Lin Ze. At this moment, their gazes towards him were filled with reverence and gratitude. I now believe that agreeing to join the siege was the smartest decision of my life, Major Yao remarked, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder. Had it not been for him, they might have become a meal for the flesh Satan. Everyone chimed in, some admitting they had underestimated him initially, others praising Major Yao's foresight. The atmosphere was filled with relieved laughter and joy. After listening for a while, Major Yao waved to interrupt. All right, save the chatter for later. Let's cuff Wei Yu, and make sure to use the soul-locking chains. At this point, Wei Yu sat slumped on the ground, dazed and muttering to himself, seemingly in shock. Some speculated if he had been scared senseless, but most urged for his immediate capture to prevent any further complications. As two members of the Special Management Bureau approached Wei Yu, the ceiling in the center of the hall suddenly collapsed with a crash. Debris rained down, raising clouds of dust. Though protected by their soul shields and unharmed, the two were forced to retreat. When the dust settled, everyone could see a gaunt, blood-red creature standing in the center, its bat wings outstretched, and its crimson eyes coldly scanning the crowd. A blood fiend demon, Major Yao exclaimed in disbelief. How is it here? Where are the Cloud Mist Titan and the director? As the crowd was plunged into uncertainty, the sound of footsteps crunching on broken stones came from behind the blood fiend demon. Under their shocked gaze, a man slowly emerged. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a somewhat pale complexion and unremarkable features that were easily forgettable. However, his eyes were exceptionally deep, resembling two bottomless black holes. Just a brief moment of eye contact felt as though one might be drawn in, leaving a chilling sensation. Although Lin Ze had never met this person before, the presence of the malevolent blood demon and the sudden tense expressions of Major Yao and others confirmed his identity. Du Yuan, the head of the Red Moon Society in the Ningjiang region and the supreme commander of this underground base. Master. Wei Yu instantly snapped out of his daze, his voice trembling with excitement. However, Du Yuan didn't even glance at him. He simply walked slowly and stood before the malevolent blood demon. It was only then that everyone noticed what Du Yuan was holding: a blood-stained human head, cleanly severed at the neck, with fresh blood still dripping and forming a dark red pool on the ground. Despite the head being unrecognizably mangled, Major Yao and the others immediately recognized the face, turning ashen in an instant. Director. Major Yao's voice trembled as it forced its way out of his throat. Kuliang's face turned deathly pale. Wei Yu burst into laughter. Ha! I told you, your director is no match for the master. His laughter echoed through the vast hall, and the faces of those present grew even paler. The fact that the strongest force of the Special Management Bureau had fallen into enemy hands was hard to accept. How is this possible? Major Yao glared at Du Yuan with reddened eyes. Even if the director's strength was inferior to yours, he couldn't have been unable to escape. What did you do? Du Yuan ignored his questioning, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Lin Ze and Messiah, his expression subtly changing. An angel of light? Du Yuan mused. No wonder Wei Yu, even with the blood Satan in hand, was defeated by you. As Du Yuan finished speaking, Wei Yu's face turned beet red, overwhelmed with shame. He was about to explain himself but was cut off by Du Yuan's dismissive gesture. This isn't your fault. The other side came prepared. Besides, it seems they themselves are unaware of the existence of the she-angel. Du Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Ze, his eyes deep and inscrutable. It's truly surprising, Lin Ze. Your capabilities far exceed what our intelligence had gathered. I'm curious, how did you manage it? If I say it's talent, would you believe me? Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly. In stark contrast to the tense crowd around him, even when faced with the notorious regional leader of the Red Moon Society, who had with him the head of the Special Bureau chief, Lin Ze showed no sign of panic. Du Yuan was slightly taken aback but maintained his calm tone. If you don't want to say, then once you're captured, I'll personally find out. Though his voice was even, the chilling undertone sent a shiver through everyone present. Attack. Major Yao could no longer hold back and barked the order. Before the words had fully left his mouth, all the beasts charged at Du Yuan. Yet, Du Yuan remained unmoved, while behind him, the vengeful blood demon let out a piercing cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. After circling once in midair, the demon slashed down with its claws, unleashing 5 blinding blood-red blades in the void. The blood blades fell like meteors, instantly tearing the leading beasts to shreds and continuing their relentless advance. From above, the 5 blades carved a bloody path through the swarm of beasts like a bulldozer. The Thunderhorn Rhino immediately retaliated, launching a massive bolt of lightning at the vengeful blood demon in the air. To everyone's shock, the demon's body was enveloped in a thin layer of blood aura that completely nullified the lightning attack. This sight made Kuliyang's expression change. Just a few exchanges had revealed the vast disparity in power between the two sides. Even with the advantage of a surprise attack, the Thunderhorn Rhino's full-force strike couldn't budge the opponent. "It's useless," Duyuan said softly. "The She Angel may be the bane of demonic creatures, but against an overwhelming power difference, it means nothing. My vengeful blood demon has reached the 9th tier, 8th stage. You people don't stand a chance against me." These words cast a shadow over everyone's heart, including Major Yao and Kuliyang, with many showing signs of despair. The gap from their intelligence was so vast that it was no wonder even the Special Bureau Chief met his end here. Yet, amidst this aura of despair, only Lin Ze maintained a calm demeanor. Noticing this, Duyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Judging by your expression, do you have some sort of ace up your sleeve?" Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lin Ze. His calm demeanor sparked a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Standing at the front, Major Yao couldn't help but ask, "Lin Ze, do you have an even more powerful pet beast?" His voice carried a hint of expectation. Lin Ze slowly shook his head. Messiah was indeed his strongest asset at the moment, and even Xiao Shui's strength could only match it. Moreover, Messiah naturally countered demonic beasts, and even she struggled against the malevolent blood demon. Xiao Shui would stand even less of a chance. Seeing this, disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd, and even Du Yuan furrowed his brow. However, Lin Ze's next words left everyone stunned. "But to deal with this malevolent blood demon, I don't need any pet beast." Before Major Yao could inquire further, an ancient-looking emblem appeared in Lin Ze's palm. The crowd hadn't yet processed what was happening when a blinding white light burst from Lin Ze's hand. The white light rapidly enveloped his entire body, gradually seeping into him. Lin Ze's figure began to rise into the air, his robes fluttering in the glow. His pupils vanished, replaced by a brilliant gold. As those golden eyes gazed down, an overwhelming, suffocating aura filled the entire hall. Hero mode activated. In an instant, an invisible pressure swept across the entire hall. Everyone, whether friend or foe, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Even more unsettling was the feeling of submission from within, as if facing an irresistible force. Du Yuan was the first to break free from this strange state, but his expression had completely changed. When he looked towards Lin Ze, who was suspended in midair, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even with his strong spirit, he was affected? Major Yao, Elder Kuliyang, and others in the hall were similarly stunned as they watched Lin Ze's unusual form. They exchanged glances, instinctively looking towards Elder Kuliyang, the most experienced person among them, hoping for answers from this authority figure of the Beastmaster Association. However, even Kuliyang could only shake his head, admitting he had never seen anything like this before. Duyuan quickly regained his composure. After a moment of weighing his options, he abandoned the plan to capture him alive and instead ordered a lethal strike against the Grudge Blood Demon. The bizarre situation made him unwilling to take risks. The Grudge Blood Demon shrieked and swung its right claw, forming 5 massive crimson blood blades in the air. This time, the color of the blades was even deeper than before, distorting the air as they passed, clearly more powerful than ever. Yet, facing this deadly attack, Lin Ze remained motionless. A flood of combat techniques and energy manipulation knowledge surged into his consciousness. An unprecedented power filled his body, as if he had transcended to another dimension. As the blood blades were about to hit, Lin Ze casually flicked his hand, as if brushing away dust. With a dull thud, the 5 blades were sent back, even faster than they had come. This scene left everyone speechless. Even Du Yuan's expression changed. Neutralizing the Grudge Blood Demon's full-force attack with just one hand exceeded his understanding. The enraged Grudge Blood Demon darted towards Lin Ze, its sharp claws aiming for a vital point. But this time, Lin Ze merely extended a single finger, gently touching the demon's palm. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Immediately after, the Grudge Blood Demon let out a piercing scream. Its right claw began to disintegrate, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. Despite its frantic attempt to marshal its blood energy to stop it, the disintegration continued to spread until the entire right arm vanished. At this point, the Grudge Blood Demon was completely overtaken by fear. The once ferocious demonic beast now looked at Lin Ze with nothing but pure terror in its eyes. It had never encountered such a strange and powerful beast master. The young man before it inflicted severe damage without relying on any pet beast, purely through his own strength, which was completely beyond its understanding. Du Yuan's face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. The vengeful blood demon was severely injured with a single blow, completely overturning his understanding of beast masters. In his mind, even a legendary beast master couldn't suppress a 9th tier, 8th stage pet beast Hedon without the help of a pet. What kind of extraordinary item did this kid use? Du Yuan felt a strong sense of unease. His previous confidence vanished, replaced by deep shock. But quickly, he forced himself to calm down. Such an item that can boost power instantly must have a limited duration. If I can hold on for a minute or two, victory will still be mine, Du Yuan warned himself. Yet, looking at Lin Ze, his gaze grew increasingly vicious. Such a dangerous opponent needed to be dealt with thoroughly today, or he would become a significant threat in the future. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly turned to look at him. When those brilliant golden eyes met Du Yuan's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. He felt completely seen through, with a hint of subtle mockery in those eyes. Before Du Yuan could clear his thoughts, Lin Ze had already turned his attention back to the vengeful blood demon. He slowly raised his palm, and a heavy pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to him. What is he going to do? Wei Yu trembled as he spoke, the initial joy of seeing Du Yuan replaced by deep fear. Lin Ze's displayed power far exceeded his imagination. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze's raised palm suddenly chopped forward. This seemingly simple action caused a deafening sonic boom in the air, making everyone's chest feel tight and their breath catch. But no one paid attention to this discomfort, as an even more shocking scene was unfolding. With Lin Ze's movement, boundless golden light appeared out of nowhere, swiftly condensing into a blade of light. That golden blade, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged towards the vengeful blood demon with unstoppable force. At that moment, the immense blade intent was like 1,000 galloping horses, and everyone's vision was completely overtaken by the boundless golden light. The phrase, "destroy the world," comes to mind as a brilliant golden light fills the field of vision, and the air is thick with overwhelming intent. The malicious blood demon lets out a piercing shriek, wildly swinging its claws to unleash blades of blood, while a torrent of blood energy forms a menacing ghostly head that charges fiercely at the golden blade aura. However, these attacks are futile as the blood blades and ghostly head vanish upon contact with the golden light. The thunderous golden blade aura cuts through everything like a hot knife through butter, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Du Yuan's face turns pale. Even from a distance, the overwhelming sharpness pierces his skin, as if his body is slowly breaking apart. The air around them collides intensely, producing a chorus of cracking sounds. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, the golden blade aura finally reaches the malicious blood demon, which is pinned in place by the blade's intent. The demon can only watch helplessly as the blade passes through it, disintegrating it into ashes in an instant. A deathly silence blankets the scene. Everyone is left in a state of shock, their minds blank. A fearsome demonic beast of the 9th rank and 8th stage was effortlessly slain, something beyond anyone's imagination, leaving them feeling as if they were in a dream. When did beast masters become this powerful? Du Yuan's face is as white as paper. The towering golden blade aura shattered his last shred of hope. In the face of Lin Ze's immense power, the malicious blood demon couldn't last a second. The previous encounters seemed like mere play. Lin Ze had the capability to kill with a single strike. As the coalition forces snap out of their shock, they erupt in astonishment. The suffocating blade aura still leaves them shaken. The might of the mysterious object in Lin Ze's possession has reached a king level. The mention of king level draws gasps from all around. For most beastmasters, reaching the 9th rank is a distant goal, let alone the king level. Someone like Lin Ze, who possesses king level power even temporarily through a mysterious object, is unheard of and awe-inspiring. Everyone looks up at Lin Ze in the sky with even more reverence. Major Yao and Ku Liang exchange glances, equally astonished. Despite their extensive knowledge, they have never heard of an object that could grant a beastmaster king-level power, even briefly, making it a rare treasure. Lin Ze deactivates the hero mode and lands on the ground, the golden hue fading from his eyes. This battle confirmed his hypothesis. The power of hero mode increases with soul strength. It was much stronger than when he fought the Angel of Dawn in the Relic Zone, when his soul strength was only 30 points. Now it has increased by 16 points. What was once approximately 9th rank peak power has now reached king level, and the feeling of effortlessly crushing high-stage 9th rank opponents is something he relishes. Unfortunately, the cost is too high to activate it lightly. The coalition forces waste no time, immediately binding Du Yuan and Wei Yu with soul-restraining spells and securing them with soul-locking cuffs. The crisp sound of the locks clicking into place brings a sigh of relief to everyone. The soul-locking cuffs are man-made objects designed for beastmaster criminals, capable of completely sealing soul power. Unless one's physical strength exceeds 25 points, escape is impossible. However, among them, there is one person with a silver grade physique of 26.2, defying common expectations. With Du Yuan and Wei Yu subdued, the campaign against the Red Moon Society finally came to an end. Although the operation was a significant success with the destruction of the Ningjiang City branch and the elimination of most of the fallen ones, the Allied forces also suffered heavy losses. Besides numerous casualties, even the director of the Special Management Bureau was killed in action. Everyone present understood that without Lin Ze's presence, this mission might have ended in complete disaster. Realizing this possibility, people looked at Lin Ze with gratitude in their eyes. "We owe you a lot this time," Major Yao said, stepping forward and patting Lin Ze on the shoulder. "Even though I've mentioned it before, I must reiterate, if it weren't for you, none of us would have survived." "That's right. The success of this operation is largely due to you." Kuliang nodded with deep appreciation. He had met many geniuses but had never encountered someone as unfathomable as Lin Ze. Just when he thought he had grasped Lin Ze's limits, the latter always managed to surprise him anew. "No need to be so formal. As a member of the operation, it was my duty," Lin Ze replied with a calm smile. This composure only made Major Yao and Kuliang admire him even more. "Regardless, the credit is yours. I'll make sure you receive a reward when we return," Major Yao promised earnestly. "Thanks," Lin Ze accepted casually. He needed 3 primary materials for evolution, each costing over 1 billion credit points, so earning extra was beneficial. After a brief conversation, Major Yao and Kuliang went on to handle aftermath tasks, clearing the battlefield, gathering the bodies of fallen comrades, searching the base, and pursuing any escaped fallen ones. There was a lot of follow-up work to be done. With nothing left to do, Lin Ze rode his stone dragon out of the underground base. The dock was deserted. The workers, who were cover personnel arranged by the Red Moon Society, had long fled. Under the moonlit, starry sky, Lin Ze sat on the dragon's back, taking stock of his gains. The most significant was completing the Nemesis of the Fallen 3 achievement, which increased his soul and physique strength by 1 point each. He also received 2,000 achievement points, and after spending 500 to activate hero mode, he netted 1,500 points. He now had over 2,100 achievement points left. Although not much, he had no urgent skills to unlock, so he could save them for later, such as when activating hero mode. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Ze logged onto the Beastmaster Association's website. Despite the massive scale of last night's operation, the forum was calm, with discussions still focused on pet cultivation and bounty tasks. As he pondered, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Major Yao, asking him to keep last night's operation confidential until the official announcement. Shortly after, he received a notification of a deposit into his account over 3 billion credit points. The efficiency and generosity were truly astounding. After replying to Major Yao, Lin Ze continued browsing the website. Unfortunately, he found no bounty tasks related to leader-level beasts. Just as he was contemplating other ways to achieve his goals, he heard keys jingling at the door, followed by Guanning's clear voice. "Brother, are you there?" Besides Guanning, senior sisters Guasini, Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan were also present. "Seniors? When did you get back?" "We returned yesterday. Aining said you were busy, so we didn't disturb you," Lu Man said, her eyes betraying a hint of longing. After more than a month apart, the reunion stirred up emotions she had suppressed. "Brother, what are you up to?" Guanning asked curiously, peeking into the bedroom. "Checking the association's bounty tasks." "Oh, you're taking on a task? That's quite unfortunate," Guanning said with a smile. "Why?" "Brother, the Academy League is about to start, and we're here today to remind you to sign up." Lin Ze was taken aback. Academy League? The so-called Academy League is an annual competition in which all beast taming academies across the Federation participate. This grand event attracts numerous elite talents from the Federation to compete on the same stage, and every year it brings forth many rising stars. But isn't the Academy League supposed to be held at the end of the semester? Lin Ze recalled his homeroom teacher mentioning it not long ago. "It's been moved up," Lu Man explained with a smile. "The notice just came out yesterday. This year's competition will be held in Longjing City, the capital, in a week, and the registration deadline is in 3 days. So sudden?" Lin Ze frowned. This meant he had to give up his plan to search for a leader-level fierce beast. Considering travel time to Longjing City, there was simply not enough time to make a trip to the depths of the wilderness. However, on second thought, according to the pattern of the achievement system, such competitions often come with new achievements. Compared to venturing deep into the wilderness to find a leader-level beast, participating in the competition might have a higher chance of unlocking achievements. With this in mind, his frown eased. "What about you guys, are you planning to sign up?" Lin Ze asked the group of girls. "I can't, but Cindy can still participate in the rookie tournament," Guanning said playfully, sticking out her tongue. The Academy League is divided into the rookie tournament and the main tournament. The rookie tournament is specifically for first-year students and follows an individual elimination format. As Ningjiang Academy is ranked among the top 10 in the Federation, it has 10 spots for participants. This is still a drop in the bucket for nearly 1,000 first-year students, and the Academy will select the top 10 ranked students from those who register. Lin Ze, being the top of his year, naturally qualifies, and Guasini, who follows closely behind, is almost certain to get in. Although Guanning has made significant progress, her ranking has just entered the top 20, making her unlikely to be selected. But it's okay, I've already applied for an accompanying spot, so I can go with you to check it out, Guanning said with a smile. As a close friend of Lin Ze, the Academy naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. We'll pass on it, Lu Man sighed, feeling a bit regretful. She wished she could go to Longjing City with Lin Ze, but unfortunately, her skills were not enough to make the main tournament team. The main tournament follows a team elimination format, with only 5 participants allowed from each academy, usually the top-tier 4th-year elites, making it rare for a first-year like Lin Ze to be selected. We'll cheer for you from the academy, Song Ting said with a smile, casting a meaningful glance between Lu Man and Lin Ze. After their experience with the ruins, as Lu Man's longtime friend, she could already see Lu Man's feelings. Lu Man pretended not to notice her friend's gaze, but a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Are you signing up for both the rookie and main tournaments this time, brother? Guanning asked curiously. The other girls also looked on expectantly. In the history of the Academy League, no one has ever participated in both events simultaneously. According to the rules, all participants must pass the league committee's review unless their abilities are beyond dispute. Of course, Lin Ze nodded without hesitation. 2 competitions meant the potential to unlock 2 new achievements, so he wouldn't miss the opportunity. By the way, Lin Ze suddenly remembered something and turned to Lu Man and the others. Do you know where it's easier to find leader-level fierce beasts? As second-year students, they should have more knowledge about the areas around Ningjiang City. Leader-level fierce beasts can only be found deep in the wilderness, Song Ting answered after a moment of thought. Why are you looking for leader-level fierce beasts? Lu Man asked curiously. I'm currently researching things related to leader-level fierce beasts and want to have more exposure to them. Lin Ze casually made an excuse to brush off the topic. The girls didn't press any further, though Lu Man nodded thoughtfully and said, there aren't any fixed areas around Ningjiang City where leader-level beasts appear. It's all about luck. This response left Lin Ze feeling a bit disappointed, his shoulders unconsciously drooping slightly. Just then, Gu Longyan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If you're talking about leader-level beasts, Longjing City might have them. Longjing City? Lin Ze looked up at her sharply. You mean around Longjing City? Gu Longyan's lips curved slightly, and she shook her head slowly. Not around it. I've heard there's an underground beast arena within Longjing City that hosts battles between beast masters and fierce beasts for the entertainment of the wealthy. This unexpected news left everyone exchanging glances. Guanning frowned, puzzled. What's so interesting about those matches? If someone wants to see beast masters fight fierce beasts, they can just hire an adventure team and watch up close in the wilderness, can't they? It's different, Gu Longyan replied calmly. That place is equipped with special artifacts that prevent the summoning of pet beasts, so beastmasters have to rely on their own strength to fight the beasts. This statement left Guanning and the other girls stunned. But Lin Ze seemed to catch on to something important and pressed further. Are you saying that leader-level beasts often appear in those matches? The frequency is indeed not low, Gu Longyan said, giving him a meaningful look. It's said that those underground arenas are established by scions of influential families. They have the resources to acquire leader-level beasts through various channels. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. If he could enter the underground arena and participate in the matches, he might just achieve his 3rd leader-level beast kill accomplishment. Seeing through his thoughts, Gu Longyan immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Those underground arenas are very exclusive. Unless you can find a family scion willing to act as a guide, you won't be able to get in. A guide? Lin Ze frowned. He didn't know any influential family members in Longjing City. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Never mind. I'll figure it out when I get there. For now, let's go register. The registration process for the Academy League was quite simple. Lin Ze managed to complete all the necessary paperwork with just one visit to the Academic Affairs office. When he expressed his intention to participate in both the rookie and main competitions, the teacher in charge of registration wasn't surprised at all, but rather seemed to have expected it. 3 days later, the list of participants was announced on the stone monument-like electronic screen at the main entrance of the academy. This screen, usually used to display grade rankings, drew a large crowd of students early in the morning. The rookie competition list prominently featured names like Lin Ze, Guasini, Tan Yong, Lu Gang, Li Pongyun, and Kang Liang. These were the top 10 elite first-year students. The main competition list included Lin Ze, Deng Ro, Liang Jun, Yu Jiaming, and Lu Nian, who were the top 5 experts in the 4th year. The most attention-grabbing was undoubtedly Lin Ze, who appeared on both lists. See, I told you Lin Ze would sign up for both competitions. Come on, Anyone could have guessed that. TSK, a first-year student competing in both events, that's a first in the history of the Academy League. The other academies are definitely going to be shocked. I wonder how many titles we can win this year? The rookie championship is definitely Lin Ze's. This last statement was immediately met with unanimous agreement. As the top of the first-year class, the number one in the Glory Virtual Realm Bronze Division, and a 7th-tier Beastmaster, Lin Ze was unmatched among his peers across the entire Federation's Beastmaster academies. The rookie competition is not a concern. The key is the main competition. Last year we didn't even make it to the quarterfinals, only got 9th place. This year we must redeem ourselves. With Lin Ze, we'll surely do better than last year. Let's not get too overconfident. I've heard other schools are strong this year. At the edge of the square, more than a dozen participants stood in small groups, casting complex glances at the buzzing crowd. As per tradition, Ningjiang Academy would head to Longjing City a few days in advance, and today was the departure day. Except for Lin Ze and Guosini, the other 12 participants were already present. Remarkable, Tianyong remarked as he watched the crowd, his voice filled with admiration. Although he didn't say it explicitly, all the first-year students present understood what he meant, their faces showing a mix of envy and amazement. Especially Tianyong, Li Pongyun, and Lu Gang. Remembering how they were on the same level as Lin Ze during the admissions test, but now left far behind, they couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. They were still without 5th-tier beasts, while Lin Ze possessed multiple 7th-tier beasts. Lin Ze's reputation resonated throughout the Beastmaster community in Ningjiang City, while theirs was confined to the first-year class. Liang Jun felt even more conflicted. As the former president of the Gaoshan Club, he had had conflicts with Lin Ze and even targeted him during the academy competition. After losing, Liang Jun reluctantly went deep into the wilderness to train until his beast reached the 7th tier before returning. He initially intended to challenge Lin Ze again, only to learn that Lin Ze had already reached the top of the Glory Virtual Realm Bronze Division and owned 3 7th-tier beasts. Amidst everyone's individual thoughts, a sudden exclamation broke out. Lin Ze is here. The square erupted in excitement as everyone turned their heads towards the academy gate. As Lin Ze, Guanning, and Guosini entered the college gates, they were immediately met with the collective gaze of the crowd on the plaza, all turning to look at them like a wave. The noise of chatter erupted instantly. It's Lin Ze. It's really him. We haven't seen him for over a month. Why is he here today? Today's the day for the competition teams to gather. He seems even more handsome than before. Should I ask for his contact info? Senior, you're in 4th year and still thinking about dating someone younger? What's wrong with a younger man? Maybe he likes someone more mature. Amidst the clamor, the 3 exchanged bewildered looks. Guanning glanced around in confusion until Lin Ze noticed the electronic screen in the plaza's center, where the competition roster had just been revealed. Guanning and Guosini were taken aback by the enthusiastic response around them. Although they anticipated that news of Lin Ze participating in both the rookie and main competitions would cause a stir, the scene before them was akin to a celebrity fan meeting. They now truly felt Lin Ze's immense popularity at Ningjiang Academy. Seeing the crowd eager to approach, Lin Ze quickly pulled the 2 girls along, hastening to the meeting spot. By the time they arrived, the other team members were already present. Morning everyone, Lin Ze greeted with a smile. Everyone responded, their tone friendly yet slightly reserved. Whether it was first-year students like Tianyong and Li Pongyun or senior students, they couldn't help but show a hint of flattery towards this genius with 3 7th-tier pet beasts. To Lin Ze's surprise, even Liang Jun, the former president of the Gaoshan Society who usually didn't get along with him, managed a stiff smile and greeted him. Although surprised, Lin Ze simply nodded calmly in response. Shortly after, 3 team mentors arrived, led by a familiar face, Gao Wenbai. His gaze lingered on Lin Ze for a moment before he announced loudly, "Everyone's here. Let's head to the train station." Outside the academy gates, the bus was ready. Under envious glances, the team members boarded one by one. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle headed towards the suburban train station. Over an hour later, the group arrived at the train station. Many students, riding a train for the first time, looked around excitedly like country folk entering the city. The patrolling soldiers, accustomed to such scenes, merely glanced at them before looking away. In contrast, Lin Ze and his companions appeared much more composed. Lin Ze quietly noted that the station's security seemed tighter than during his last visit, possibly due to a previous insect swarm incident. As the bell on the platform rang, Gao Wenbai led everyone onto the train. Ningjiang Academy, with its ample resources, had reserved over a dozen seats in the first-class carriage. Guanning and Guosini quickly claimed the seats beside Lin Ze, leaving other hopeful girls disappointed. The train slowly began to move, accelerating as it left the station. The scenery outside the window rapidly shifted from bustling cityscapes to desolate desert landscapes. The endless expanse of yellow-brown desert was dotted with sparse clusters of poplar trees. As the wind whipped up sand and dust, and jagged rocks stood silently in this barren land. Despite having seen the same scenery twice, Guanning and Guasini were still captivated, their eyes fixed on the landscape rushing past the train window. A few girls on their first train ride were even more excited, leaning eagerly against the window and occasionally pointing out distant views while whispering to each other. The train slowly passed by a towering watchtower. Several young soldiers in uniform stood at the gate, their upright postures as straight and tall as pine trees. Are those regular soldiers? A first-year girl couldn't help but ask. Gao Wenba glanced outside and nodded, explaining, yes, those are regular soldiers. Their main duties are to guard and clear low-level beasts near the tracks. If they encounter high-level beasts or a beast tide that's difficult to handle, they'll immediately notify nearby beast tamers for support. What? Are there really beast attacks here? The girl exclaimed. Of course, this is the wilderness. Although the military regularly clears nearby beasts, unexpected situations can still happen, Gao Wenba continued, giving everyone a detailed account of the development of this railway line. The students listened in shock, discussing among themselves. I had no idea building this railway was so difficult. No wonder there are so few train stations in the Federation. It's terrifying that there could be beast tides attacking the train. Aren't there gold-level beast tamers on the train? Even if there's a beast tide, it shouldn't be a big deal. That's not necessarily true. If there's a leader-level beast controlling the tide, even a gold-level beast tamer might struggle to handle it. Amid the heated discussion, Gao Wenba suddenly turned to Lin Ze, smiling as he said, we have someone here who's been through it. If you're curious, you can ask him for details. Everyone was taken aback by this, then turned wide-eyed to Lin Ze. Someone who's been through it? Gao Wenba's words immediately shifted everyone's attention to Lin Ze. The group exchanged glances for a few seconds before Deng Ro broke the silence. Lin Ze, did you really encounter a beast tide on the train? Her voice was filled with undeniable curiosity. Lin Ze glanced helplessly at Gao Wenba, who, after speaking, appeared indifferent and was leisurely gazing at the scenery outside the window. Yes, it happened 3 months ago on my way to Luoan City, Lin Ze admitted calmly. Upon hearing this, the fourth-year students, including Deng Ro and Liang Jun, were visibly surprised. Encounters with beast tides on trains were extremely rare, and sometimes years could pass without such an incident. What kind of beast tide was it? Someone eagerly asked. Atla giant worms. Everyone except Guanning and Guasini, who already knew, gasped. The Atla giant worms, being 5th-tier lightning-type fierce beasts, reached 5th-tier 6th segment in adulthood. Though not exceptionally strong individually, they always appeared in swarms, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000. Even an 8th-tier beast tamer would find such a large group challenging. How did you manage to deal with it? Li Pengyun swallowed nervously. Since Lin Ze was sitting there unharmed, the crisis must have been resolved. There was already a gold-ranked beast tamer on the train, along with military personnel and other beast tamers among the passengers, who all joined forces to repel the beast tide, Lin Ze explained simply. Though he spoke lightly, everyone understood that the battle was far from simple. A 5th-tier beast tide would not be feared if it were easy to handle. Guanning and Guasini exchanged a knowing glance, a mischievous smile in their eyes. If the others knew that it was Lin Ze who took down the leader of the Atla giant worms, they would be shocked. After all, apart from the two of them and Gao Wenba, everyone else still thought of Lin Ze as someone who had only 3 7th-tier beast companions and had topped the Glory Virtual Realm Bronze area. The conversation soon shifted to other topics. During this time, 2 first-year girls tried to engage Lin Ze in conversation, but Guanning and Guasini skillfully diverted the topic. Eventually, the 2 girls had to give up, while Guanning and Guasini proudly lifted their chins like mother hens guarding their chicks. Seeing this, Lin Ze could only smile helplessly and give the 2 girls a reproachful look, which made them tone down their antics. Tanyong and Li Pengyun wisely decided to abandon any attempts to talk to Lin Ze. The journey was smooth and uneventful, with not even a single fierce beast in sight, which left everyone both relieved and slightly disappointed. By evening, the train arrived at the suburban station of Longjing City. A bus arranged by the tournament committee was already waiting outside the station, and once everyone boarded, they headed to their hotel. Although beast tamers are physically stronger than ordinary people, after a long day of travel, everyone felt a bit weary. Nonetheless, their spirits remained high as many eagerly gazed out the windows at the passing scenery. As the capital of the Federation, Longjing City was far more bustling than Ningjiang City and Luoan City. Skyscrapers lined the route, and the streets were brightly lit under the night sky, bustling with people. No wonder it's the capital. It's much more vibrant than Ningjiang City, Guanning remarked, her eyes shining. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Hey, look over there. What is that?" Following her direction, Lin Ze looked and was stunned. In the distant sky, a towering giant tower pierced the clouds, its conical shape faintly visible in the moonlight. The base disappeared into the clouds, making it appear as if the entire tower was floating in midair. As Lin Ze gazed at the magnificent scene, A name instantly appeared in his mind. Sky Tower, he exclaimed. Guanning was momentarily startled, then realized with a sudden clarity. This enormous tower floating in the sky was the very Sky Tower she had heard about from Gu Lungyan back when she was in Luoan City. Like the Star Soul Tower, it was a challenge-based secret realm, and it was the largest of its kind ever discovered in the Federation. It was said that countless precious treasures were hidden inside, and reaching certain levels would earn one incredibly rich rewards. The others in the vehicle soon noticed the towering structure as well. So this is the legendary Sky Tower. It's really suspended in the sky. I used to think that was just an exaggeration. I heard many famous beast tamers from the Federation achieved great feats here in their youth, even reaching the upper levels. Really? Then I want to take on the challenge too. Everyone chimed in with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Climbing the higher levels of the Sky Tower symbolized the possibility of becoming a formidable beast tamer in the future. As elites of Ningjiang Academy, each of them harbored dreams of becoming top-tier powerhouses in the Federation. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed, feeling a stir of excitement within him. He recalled the rich rewards the Star Soul Tower had brought him. Not only had he received numerous rewards, but he had also unlocked new achievements. Since the Sky Tower was also a challenge-based secret realm, could it offer similar surprises? Even without new achievements, if the rewards were on par with those of the Star Soul Tower, the challenge would definitely be worthwhile. Just then, Gao Wenba's voice interrupted their daydreams. There's no rush about the Sky Tower. You'll have plenty of time to tackle it after the competition. Right now, the most important thing is the Academy League. The entire Academy is counting on you to achieve results that surpass previous years and showcase our strength to the entire Federation. Yes, teacher. They all responded in unison, eager and ready to take on the challenge. There are 3 days left until the Academy League begins. As night fell, Gao Wenba led his group to the hotel arranged by the League Committee. It was the most prestigious of over 10 hotels designated for the event, specifically for the top 10 ranked Beast Academies from last year's league. The hotel restaurant was brightly lit, and even though it was late at night, the place was packed with young faces in their 20s, the contestants from various Beast Academies. When Lin Ze and his group entered the restaurant, a stir immediately spread through the crowd, accompanied by a wave of whispers. Another group has arrived. Which academy are they from? Ningjiang Academy. I saw their bus earlier. Oh, the one that ranked 9th last year? Besides Baihe Academy, Ningjiang Academy is the weakest here. I heard that Songhai Academy is even stronger this year, with both the new student leader and the academy leader surpassing previous years. Last year's champion is even stronger this year? How are we supposed to compete with that? These unabashed discussions darkened the expressions of Deng Ro, Liang Jun, and others. Indeed, all present were from last year's top 10 strong academies, and apart from the last-ranked Baihe Academy, Ningjiang Academy had the lowest ranking, leaving them unable to retort. Gao Wenba noticed the change in his students' mood and promptly reassured them, don't pay attention to what they say. The Academy League is about strength. If you want to refute them, do it with your performance on the field. His words restored everyone's confidence. Especially considering Lin Ze's presence, securing first place in the rookie competition seemed almost guaranteed, and as long as the others performed well, reaching the quarterfinals was not out of reach. The restaurant offered unlimited free buffet service. The league committee spared no expense, covering accommodations, meals, and transportation, all at a high standard. While everyone was enjoying their meal, Guanning gently tugged on Lin Ze's sleeve. Brother, someone over there has been watching us. Following Guanning's gaze, Lin Ze noticed a group of 5 or 6 people seated at a table to their right. Among them, a young man dressed lavishly stood out, frequently glancing in their direction and making gestures. Those people don't look like students, Deng Ro remarked with a frown. They're probably young aristocrats who got in through connections. I bet they're attracted by the beauties at our table, Tan Yong joked. Indeed, with Guanning and Guosini being stunning beauties, and the other girls also quite attractive, it was no wonder they drew attention. A few of the boys seemed eager to warn the onlookers, but Gao Wenba quickly stopped them. Don't cause trouble. During the league, private fights could lead to disqualification. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Ze was about to go shopping in the city with Guanning and Guosini. However, as soon as they stepped out of the hotel, the young man from the previous night blocked their path. Surprisingly, he ignored the two beauties and smiled directly at Lin Ze. You're Lin Ze, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Di Ping. I'm Luo Zhengyang's friend, said Di Ping. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback when he heard this. He quickly recalled that Luo Zhengyang was the enthusiastic young man from a noble family he had met during the silver rating in Luoan City. What can I do for you? Lin Ze asked directly. Di Ping flashed an eager smile. I've come to ask Brother Lin for a favor. Are you familiar with the underground beast arena? This question made Lin Ze's expression turn peculiar, and the two people behind him, Guanning and Guosini, exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief pause, Lin Ze nodded. I know of it. That's great. Di Ping clapped his hands with a smile. Would you be interested in participating in the Underground Beast Arenas competition? Lin Ze found this quite amusing. Just a few days ago, he had been worried about finding someone to lead him into the underground arena, and now someone had come to him instead. Judging by Di Ping's demeanor, he was likely one of the noble youngsters involved in organizing the arena, as Guo Lingyan had mentioned. I'm curious, why did you come to me? Lin Ze inquired. Di Ping explained, since Brother Lin knows about the arena, you must also be aware of the rules the Reno summoning beast companions, only using soul arts to combat fierce beasts. I learned from Zhengyang that you're the first beast master in Luoan City to clear the Star Soul Tower. The tower tests one's proficiency in soul arts, and clearing it fully speaks volumes about your extraordinary skills. He continued, I've recently made a bet with a rival and must win tonight's match. I won't take a penny from the prize money, and I'll offer an additional 1 billion credit points as a reward. This figure made Guanning and Guosini gasp, but Lin Ze remained composed and simply asked, will there be a leader-level fierce beast in tonight's match? Of course, it's the highlight of the arena. Then count me in, Lin Ze said, a hint of excitement in his eyes, as he saw a chance to achieve his third leader-level beast kill. Di Ping was delighted. Great. I'll pick you up from the hotel tonight. Before leaving, he gave Lin Ze and the two girls a meaningful look, silently marveling at the young man's charisma. Notably, the man in black who accompanied Di Ping remained silent throughout and cast a hostile glance at Lin Ze as they departed. Guan Ning and Guosini were quite worried about Lin Ze's decision to participate in the underground arena, but he reassured them, this is the capital. Even the Red Moon Society wouldn't dare to act recklessly here, let alone a group of shrewd young nobles. That evening, when Lin Ze left the hotel, a black car was already waiting across the street. Once he got in, he noticed the unfriendly man in black sitting in the front passenger seat, watching him through the rearview mirror, clearly harboring resentment. Lin Ze felt a slight sense of puzzlement. It was his first encounter with the man in black, yet the latter inexplicably showed hostility. Lin Ze merely glanced at him briefly before turning his attention to Di Ping, who had begun explaining the rules for tonight's competition. Brother Lin, tonight's competition is a bit special, Di Ping elaborated. Including myself and another rival, there are 6 participants in total. Each of us will send out a beast master to engage in a series of beast battles of increasing difficulty to determine the ultimate winner. What level are the beast masters? Lin Ze inquired. Their levels aren't particularly high. Most don't even have beasts above tier 7. Di Ping's response surprised Lin Ze. Seeing this, Di Ping explained, the underground battle arena prohibits the summoning of beasts. What truly matters is the participant's proficiency in soul arts. Such venues are spread across the Federation, and over time, they have given rise to a special group of beast masters known as soul artists. They forego training beasts and focus solely on enhancing their soul arts. Lin Ze was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to willingly give up beast training, which is crucial, just for the underground arena matches. But on second thought, as Di Ping mentioned, the prizes here were substantial, with a single match equating to half a month's income for a regular beast master. For those with limited talent, transitioning to a soul artist was indeed a pragmatic decision. Although soul artists generally have low-level beasts, they are quite adept in the realm of soul arts. Di Ping pointed to the man in black in the front row and continued, take Liao Hua, for example. His strongest beast is only at tier 6, yet he's not weak in combat, having defeated a tier 6 level 5 beast in competition. Liao Hua displayed a smug expression upon hearing this, but Di Ping's next words left him with a stiffened expression. Originally, I intended for Liao Hua to participate, but then I heard the opposition had found a soul arts expert, so I invited you, Brother Lin. Seeing Liao Hua's sullen expression through the rearview mirror, Lin Ze suddenly understood. It seemed the man was resentful for losing his chance to participate. Lin Ze couldn't be bothered with such a narrow-minded person. The car soon entered the city and stopped in front of a lavishly decorated bar. At the entrance, security guards in suits were vigilantly watching every guest, quietly turning away those who seemed suspicious. The bar is just a front. The real battle arena is underground. Di Ping led the group into a nearby dark alley. After passing through iron doors, corridors, and an elevator, they finally stopped in front of a massive iron door. As the door opened, a deafening uproar greeted them. In view was a circular arena larger than a basketball court, surrounded by tiered seating filled to capacity. The crowd of all ages watched the battles on the stage with intense excitement. In the brightly lit underground arena, a fierce battle was unfolding in the center. On the stage, a burly man in his 30s was engaged in an intense fight with a ferocious beast. Dressed in a black, tight-fitting top, every movement he made revealed the well-defined muscles beneath. This powerful physique starkly contrasted with most Beast Tamer 7, those who had enhanced their physical abilities through qualification rights, including the most elite military beast tamers, couldn't match his strength. The man moved swiftly across the platform, his actions precise and clean. He skillfully dodged the beast's attacks while timing his own soul arts counterattacks perfectly. Even in the most intense evasions, his gestures for releasing soul arts remained steady and fluid, clearly indicating his seasoned experience from countless battles. This scene took Lin Ze by surprise. He had previously thought that soul artists were superior to ordinary beast tamers only in their mastery of soul arts, but now it was clear that their physical prowess was also exceptional. It made sense. Upon reflection, soul artists must confront beasts in battle, and without a strong physique, even the mightiest soul guardian couldn't sustain them. That's Tong Hao, one of the 6 participants today, Di Ping explained after inquiring with an attendant, noticing Lin Ze's interest. He's a soul artist recruited from Yongding City, once a champion in the underground arena, having slain 3 leader-level beasts, one of which was at the peak of the 6th tier. Di Ping and Liao Hua's expressions grew serious. A soul artist capable of defeating a peak 6th tier leader-level beast Heiden was undoubtedly a master in the underground beast fighting circles. Liao Hua glanced at Lin Ze, secretly smirking. Di Xiao chose to overlook someone as experienced as himself, and instead picked a young novice with no beast fighting experience. Clearing the Star Soul Tower? That's just a challenge-type secret realm, and who knows how much truth there is to the rumors from Longjing City. Once you lose tonight's match, let's see if you can maintain that arrogant demeanor. Lin Ze remained oblivious to Liao Hua's hostility, and even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. As his strength grew, such petty individuals no longer warranted his attention unless they actively provoked him. At that moment, Tong Hao was locked in fierce combat with a unique beast. It was a 2-meter-tall metal creature known as a hammerer, a type of mechanical puppet and a 5th-tier steel-type beast. It stood humanoid, with a massive metal claw at the end of its right arm and an even larger metal hammer on the left. Under the bright lights, these metal weapons gleamed with a chilling sheen. Each attack left alarming cracks on the arena's hard surface. Seeing that even a rare mechanical puppet like the hammerer could be summoned, Lin Ze glanced at Di Ping, silently impressed by the organizer's capabilities. Hammerers typically only appeared in secret realms or ruins and were extremely rare. The underground beast fighting arena's ability to bring in a creature like the hammerer as a challenge target speaks volumes about its immense influence and extensive connections. This beast, with its entire body made of metal, is more formidable than an ordinary tier 5 beast. Its immensely powerful iron claws and heavy hammer would intimidate even a tier 7 beast tamer without the aid of their pet beasts. However, Tong Hao appeared to handle the situation with ease in the ring. His movements were as agile as a swimming fish, deftly dodging the hammerer's ferocious attacks while using soul techniques to precisely strike at the joints of his opponent. The rhythm of the battle was completely under his control. In just 3 minutes, the hammerer's right arm iron claw was severed and sent flying by a sharp soul technique strike. Its heavily damaged metal body was visibly sluggish, and 2 minutes later, Tong Hao seized the opportunity to break its left arm's heavy hammer as well. With its weapons gone, the hammerer became a trapped beast. Tong Hao took advantage, launching a soul force impact that hurled it into the air. Before it could hit the ground, its massive metal body shattered, scattering into a shower of fragments. The audience erupted instantly. Waves of cheers surged through the crowd, with many spectators so excited that their faces turned red as they stood up and waved their hands. Of course, there were also those who cursed with displeasure, angrily tearing up their betting slips. Lin Ze noticed this scene and turned to Di Ping, asking, "Do you have gambling here?" Of course, Di Ping replied with a shrug and a smile. The founders didn't go to all the trouble of setting up an underground arena just for fun. Gambling is the main source of income here. Want to place a few bets? Wait, from what you're saying, you're not one of the founders? I'm just a VIP client, Di Ping said with a sly glint in his eye. So if you think you can outsmart them, I'm all for it. Lin Ze was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. This guy was really interesting, and it seemed there was no need to be overly cautious with him. Tonight might just be a good opportunity to fatten his wallet. As the two chatted and laughed, a frivolous voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, isn't this our young Master Di? You finally arrived. I almost thought you were going to chicken out." Lin Ze turned his head towards the sound. About 10 meters away, 5 or 6 young men were striding towards them. They appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, dressed in a manner that was refined yet not ostentatious, clearly indicating affluent backgrounds. Their eyes appraised Lin Ze's group with hostility, led by a young man with a hawk nose and a sullen expression. "The words retreat and defeat aren't in my dictionary," Di Ping scoffed. "But you, Song Hong, I thought you'd already run off with your tail between your legs." The young man named Song Hong remained unruffled, instead gesturing proudly towards Tong Hao, who was basking in the audience's cheers on the stage. "Why would I run? See Tong Hao? He's the contestant I brought, the champion of Yongding City's underground beast fighting arena. In the entire underground fighting circle, his strength is absolutely top-notch. Your useless soul master, who barely managed to defeat a 6th-tier beast, doesn't stand a chance against him. You're destined to lose tonight." These words made Liao Hua's face turn grim. Although humiliated, he didn't dare to retort. Song Hong wasn't just one of the founders of the underground fighting arena. He was also a direct descendant of a prestigious Beast Master family with a powerful background. As an ordinary Soul Master, Liao Hua couldn't afford to provoke such a person. Seeing his subordinate mocked, Di Ping's gaze turned cold, but he quickly regained his composure. You'll be disappointed. I found a skilled fighter too, and you're the one who will lose tonight. Song Hong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes scanning those around Di Ping. Aside from the obviously unlikely Liao Hua, there was only Lin Ze. Noting Lin Ze's youthful appearance, Song Hong was initially stunned, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Am I seeing this right? You found a wet behind Thier's kid? Judging by his age, he must still be a student, probably hasn't even participated in an underground fight. Are you trying to find an excuse in advance because you're afraid of losing? His companions also laughed, their eyes full of ridicule. Although underground beast fighting was a gray area, the standards for participants were very high. Weaker soul masters couldn't even compete in the lowest level matches, let alone in tonight's heavyweight contest featuring leader-level beasts. While Di Ping wanted to counter, he thought it might be better to let the opponent underestimate them, so he merely snorted. This reaction was misinterpreted by Song Hong as a sign of guilt, making him even more disdainful. I thought you might be a challenge, but I overestimated you. I hope the person you brought can at least last through the first round and give us some entertainment. Oh, and don't forget the Betloser calls the winner brother whenever they meet. With that, Song Hong and his companions left, never giving Lin Ze a second glance, as if he were an insignificant pebble by the roadside. Once Song Hong was out of earshot, Di Ping spat on the ground. Arrogant fool, you'll get what's coming to you. He patted Lin Ze's shoulder. Ignore him. I believe you're not weaker than Tong Hao. Lin Ze gave a faint smile, watching Song Hong's retreating figure. Is Song Hong one of the founders of the underground fighting arena?
Yes.
I see. Lin Ze's eyes flashed with a deep, thoughtful look. This only made winning more pressure-free for him. Led by Di Ping, the three of them arrived at a top-floor box. Inside, more than 20 people were already seated, including Song Hong's group. Seeing them enter, Song Hong and his friends responded with contemptuous smirks. Di Ping remained unfazed, greeting other family science. Most of these people knew each other, belonging to different small circles. After some polite exchanges, Di Ping's friends began quietly questioning his choice. Facing his friends' concerns, Di Ping waved them off. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to intentionally lose the match. The person I brought is a real expert. Just wait and see. Though Di Ping was brimming with confidence, the others were still skeptical. Lin Ze's youthful appearance was too deceiving. It was hard for anyone to believe someone so young could be a skilled beast master. By then, the second match had already begun, and everyone turned their attention to the fight. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.